Shini City, the main city of this continent. When Yi Futian and the others arrived in Shini City, they felt an overpowering ancient aura. The architecture of this city was towering and ancient, full of solemnity, holding the aura of the Great Path. Its buildings were extremely sturdy, which was different from the structures found in the Divine Prefecture and the original realm. Perhaps this was because the continent had constantly been traveling through the storms in the void, so its buildings had to be incredibly sturdy to withstand the abuse of the weather, lest they should be destroyed by those incessant storms. After Yi Futian and the others arrived in this main city, they felt many divine consciousnesses scanning them. They were all powerful. Shini City was now the gathering place of powerful cultivators from all sides. Besides top local cultivators, there were also cultivators from other major worlds. They were paying close attention to everything. The arrival of Yi Futian and the others had clearly attracted some attention. Shini City was vast, but the distance that could be covered by the divine consciousness of those top figures was also quite considerable. For giant-level figures, their divine consciousness was sufficient to cover an entire city. Behind Yi Futian, the divine consciousness of Ren Huangchun and other cultivators spread out, surveilling the cultivators inside Shini City. Yi Futian himself did the same. He stood high above the sky as he released his divine consciousness and let it sweeping through this vast and endless area. He saw an area of note that had many cultivators gathering there. It seemed that many cultivators of the top forces from the original realm were crowding around that area. Furthermore, that extraordinary place piqued his curiosity as well. The aura emanated from there was incredibly terrifying. "Let's go," Yi Futian said, and his group of people immediately moved towards that area. Everyone looked particularly serious. Obviously, Yi Futian was not the only one who realized this. The others had also noticed the odd phenomenon there. It didn't take long before they came to the outskirt of the area. This area was very extensive, and there were cultivators from various top forces stationed in different directions. Among them, some of the forces had cultivators with terrifying aura, along with shockingly powerful lineups. Previously, compared with other top forces, the camp of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, as represented by Yi Futian, was definitely a strong one. Apart from their lack of a powerful existence who had survived the second divine tribulation, few forces could be compared with them. However, in this city of the relic, he discovered several forces that were stronger than theirs. The Dark World was a foregone conclusion. The Infernal King was there with top figures of many forces from the Dark World. In addition, there were many cultivators from the empty divine realm, which Yi Futian had not seen before. Obviously, they had come here after the changes in the original realm had intensified. If these two principalities had arrived for a while, in another position, there was a group of powerful men with extraordinary temperament, exuding awe-inspiring righteousness. Every one of them had an outstanding posture and unparalleled style, and any one of them seemed to possess a particularly stunning style. Are those the cultivators from the human realm? Yi Futian thought. Cultivators from the devil world were in another direction, and their temperament was unmistakable. Xiao Mu, who Yi Futian had defeated, was also among them. The Western world was composed of Buddhist cultivators and would be easily identifiable. By way of deduction, these could only be cultivators from the heaven realm or the human realm. However, the heaven realm was shrouded in mystery and had undergone major travesties. This group of cultivators had such an outstanding temperament that the only possibility was that they were cultivators from the human realm. Aside from that, there were many top forces from Divine Prefecture, including some with astounding temperaments. After all, the original realm was still considered the territory belonging to Divine Prefecture, so it was not surprising that most of these cultivators were from Divine Prefecture. Top forces from all sides were represented here, but clearly, that was not the case with other realms. Some of the top figures from Divine Prefecture were not any lesser than the cultivators from imperial palaces of each world. Here, ordinary genius talents were eclipsed. While Yi Futian observed these cultivators, other cultivators were also observing him, as many divine consciousnesses fell upon him. Clearly, they already knew who Yi Futian was. The Dark World and the Devil World needed no introduction, and many in the Divine Prefecture also knew of him. Those cultivators who were constantly scanning Yifutian with their divine consciousness were mostly people who had never seen him before but knew him only by reputation. He was the genius talent who ruled the original realm as a Renhuang in the 7th realm and the #1 man in the original realm. He was the one who had suppressed all the geniuses in the divine prefecture, the heir of several great emperors, and no one who could compete with him. In addition, there was also a mysterious teacher in Four Corner Village who was solidly behind him, protecting him. He who might even be a mysterious cultivator of the imperial realm. Many of these divine consciousness that landed on Yifutian seemed quite impertinent, and it displeased him. Peeping using the divine consciousness itself was an impolite act, and mostly it was done with a quick sweep, enough to know the existence of the other. However, if the scanning was done back and forth for a prolonged period of time, it was regarded as an act of open insolence. However, at this moment many were behaving rudely. They had been looking up and down at Yifutian as their divine consciousness continued to scan him. Some of the divine consciousnesses were particularly rude, which caused Yifutian to frown. He laughed coldly, sending out his own divine consciousness instantly. It collided with that other divine consciousness. Some of them retreated on their own, but some persisted, choosing to confront him head-on. Although Yifutian was not from any imperial palace, he was the heir of several great emperors and lord of the original realm. His position was so exceptional that no matter who challenged him, he would never back down. A super-aggressive divine consciousness collided with Yifutian's. When he traced that divine consciousness, Yifutian found its owner. A group of remarkable characters stood together, one of whom was wearing a golden robe, richly decorated. His aura was stunning with coercion that could only be found on an upper Renhuang. He was extremely domineering, and he was surrounded by brilliant golden divine glory. Cultivator from the empty divine realm, Yifutian remarked to himself, recognizing where the other was from. Boom! A violent storm swept across the sky and headed his way. The cultivator from the empty divine realm cast a look at Yifutian from very far away, and those eyes seemed to penetrate the space and landed directly on Yifutian, with an overpowering spirit, like a majestic and commanding god, examining Yifutian closely. 20-some years ago in the original realm, the empty divine realm had tasted defeat in Yifutian's hands. A sudden coercion of this great path was felt keenly by everyone, as an equally astonishing momentum erupted from Yifutian's body at the same time. The divine light circulated above the body of the great path, and a violent roar was heard, booming non-stop, terrorizing its audience. When the two forces collided in midair, an invisible storm manifested in the surrounding spaces, so that cultivators from all sides were compelled to watch the two colliding in the air. When the crowd saw the scene, they understood what was going on. It looked like the cultivator from the empty divine realm intended to test out Yifutian's abilities. Now, all the cultivators from various worlds knew of Yifutian's existence. Even if they had never seen him before, they had at least heard of him from word of mouth. Many people were discussing him even now. He was the top monstrous figure in the original realm, a young ruler, and the successor of the inheritance of a few great emperors. The cultivator from the empty divine realm and Yifutian stood at different locations. They were very far away from each other. However, for figures at their level, this distance amounted to nothing. The frenzy storm swept towards the region where Yifutian was, but none of the buildings were destroyed. This caused many people to be impressed by the sturdiness of the buildings around. Right at this moment, the cultivator from the empty divine realm flew up into the sky. His whole body shone with brilliant golden divine light. Xiao Mu from the devil world looked in his direction. This cultivator from the empty divine realm also had 8th-tier cultivation like Xiao Mu. However, it was most likely very hard for him to pose any threat to Yifutian. Golden divine light enveloped the space. The illusory figure of an ancient god appeared. It raised its arm and instantly sent out a punch. Disregarding the long distance, the golden fist tore the space apart and blasted towards Yifutian. This attack was similar to the one Yifutian had experienced before. It seemed like many cultivators from the empty mountain were proficient in this kind of divine technique. Yifutian extended his arm and pointed a finger in the air. An indestructible sword actually formed, and it directly collided with the golden fist. A terrifying destructive storm erupted, expanding towards the surrounding area. Impressive! Many people exclaimed upon seeing Yi Futian's attack. Yi Futian comprehended the body refinement techniques from the divine corpse of Xianxia, the great emperor. The body refinement techniques allowed Yi Futian to forge the divine body of the great path. His flesh could now become the way and unleash unparalleled might. His casual pointing contained both the strength of his flesh and the power of swordsmanship. When the two powers combined, a powerful force burst forth. The other party was also aware that his attack couldn't possibly shake Yi Futian. Otherwise, Yi Futian would not be qualified for his title as the top monstrous figure of the original realm. A gigantic illusory figure suddenly appeared and loomed over the region. Even the sky was tainted gold as golden beams of light shone across the land. In the sky above, a frightening golden storm was brewing. It was menacing. All the cultivators in this region raised their heads to look up. Then countless arms appeared behind the ancient god. The arms veiled the heavens. All the arms attacked at once. In an instant, the entire sky was covered with golden fists. All the fists charged towards Yi Futian, seemingly wanting to overwhelm him. The divine fists rained down from the sky. Everything was distorted due to the punches. The terrifying punches shattered the space and smashed down towards Yi Futian, intending to bury him in them. The attack was absolutely domineering. Yi Futian raised his head and swept a glance at the fists. The space of the great path froze, and rumbling sounds thundered. Doors of space materialized all around Yi Futian. The doors engulfed the golden punches which rained down on him. With Yi Futian's body as the center, the doors of space formed a unique space. It was a miniature world. However, even with the defense, the frenzy fist will traverse across the space, causing the miniature world to shake violently. The doors showed signs of cracking. Yi Futian's expression was calm. He cast a glance in the distance. An alarming sword will instantly erupted from his divine body of the great path. He pointed a finger at the sky. A divine sword immediately traversed the space and crushed the incoming fists. The divine sword shot up to the high heavens. It was a gigantic starry divine sword, yet it also contained the menacing sword will of fleeting. All the cultivators turned their attention to Yi Futian. Yi Futian stood at his spot quietly and wielded the divine sword in his hand. The scene was magnificent. He swung his arm, and instantly, the starry divine sword slashed down. It cleaved the space and shattered the countless fists. The sword then plowed towards the cultivator from the empty divine realm. The cultivator from the empty divine realm had an indifferent expression. The golden illusory figure of the god, which was coalesced by the cultivator, extended both its arms and made a grab. When the sword descended, the illusory figure grabbed it with both its hands. Shocking rumbling sounds thundered. The sword continued to slash downwards, causing cracks to form on the pair of golden arms. Bang! With a loud bang, the starry divine sword which spanned across the sky crumbled into pieces. However, the arms of the golden illusory figure of the god were also chopped off. Yi Futian didn't stop attacking. He pointed a finger upwards, and immediately, a diagram formed in the sky. It was a yin-yang diagram. The diagram kept expanding. The sun and the moon seemed to be up in the sky at the same time while the stars twinkled mysteriously. The power of yin and the solar power, two polar opposite powers, appeared concurrently in the yin-yang diagram. The powers gave birth to sword will that caused the cultivator from the empty divine realm to feel threatened even from a distance. Renhuang Yi is undoubtedly the top monstrous figure in the original realm. I'm impressed by your ability, said the 8th tier Renhuang from across the space. This was his first time speaking to Yi Futian. Prior to this, he attacked Yi Futian without saying anything first. It seemed like he wanted to take revenge on Yi Futian for meddling in the affairs of the empty divine realm before this. The outcome of our battle has yet to be decided. It's still too early to speak of admiration, Yi Futian said indifferently. As he said this, the floating yin-yang diagram radiated a shocking halo of the swords of catastrophe. The halo outshone the sun. Just like how the other party intended to overwhelm him with fist will, Yi Futian returned the favor by having the divine swords of catastrophe rain down on him. The divine swords flooded the space and charged towards the 8th-tier cultivator. The cultivator took a step forward. Loud rumbling sounds reverberated. The gigantic golden illusory figure of the god coalesced. The radiance behind the god shone far and wide. It formed a spatial barrier which covered the area where the cultivator was. Swoosh! Countless divine swords rained down. The swords infused with the power of Yin and the solar power landed on the light shroud. Slowly, cracks began to form on it, and pieces of the light shroud were being chipped off. Soon, the defensive light shroud formed by the illusory figure of the god was torn apart and disintegrated. The divine swords slashed downwards with a momentum that could destroy everything in their path. Right at this moment, a cultivator from Empty Mountain raised his hand. A golden geomantic compass appeared in the sky, kept expanding as it dazzled with colorful lights. When the divine swords descended, they were sucked into the geomantic compass. Then, they disappeared without a trace. It was as though the swords had been engulfed by the compass. The yin-yang diagram floated high in the sky while the spatial geomantic compass guarded down below. The two faced each other. When Yi Futian saw this scene, he waved his hand, and the yin-yang diagram immediately disappeared. He looked into the distance and said, "As expected of the cultivators from Empty Mountain, I'm impressed by your ability." Yi Futian said the same line that the other party had said to him before. However, the subtext was significantly different. Yi Futian was clearly mocking the other party. After all, the cultivator from Empty Mountain attacked Yi Futian first. Yet in the end, he needed to seek aid from another top cultivator in order to block off Yi Futian's attack. The cultivator's action was slightly disgraceful. From this battle, all the cultivators from various worlds had a better understanding of Yi Futian's abilities. He was very strong. Even an 8th-tier cultivator from Empty Mountain was no match to him. Yi Futian didn't even move from his spot. He merely stood at his original spot and sent out attacks from across the space. Yet, his attacks were already unbearable for the 8th-tier cultivator. Yi Futian's combat ability was indeed astonishing. The cultivator from Empty Mountain was stronger than most of the cultivators. This meant that even among the 8th-tier Renhuangs, only very few of them could defeat Yi Futian. All the cultivators paid attention to this battle. Moreover, they were all exceptional figures from various top forces. Many top figures were ablaze with fighting will as they looked at Yi Futian. They were eager to test out how strong he was and whether or not they could be a match for him. Yi Futian sensed the battle intent, which wreathed around him. However, he ignored it. All those who were here were top figures from various worlds. It was normal for them to want to contend with the most monstrous figures from other worlds. Yi Futian's arrival caused them to focus their attention on him. Even without him around, the rest of them would still contend among themselves. Yi Futian's will expanded towards the unusual region ahead. The region was packed with buildings that were sturdy and simple in design. The buildings were cone-shaped and were spread out across various locations. The total space occupied by the buildings was wide. The buildings seemed to be surrounding a main building, which emanated a mysterious aura. Unfortunately, the power around formed a barrier, sealing off the main building. No one could probe any further with their will. With his will, Yi Futian could see that many cultivators were dwelling in the region. Their auras were formidable. Besides that, their auras were somewhat similar, indicating that they most likely cultivated the same techniques. They gave off an otherworldly vibe. Yi Futian and his group had just arrived, but some of the other cultivators had been here for a long time. Yet they remained outside and had not entered the region. From the looks of it, it was not that they had no intention of entering the region, but rather their entries were blocked by the people inside. It was intriguing. Had the cultivators inside the region stopped the cultivators from various worlds from entering? The people gathered here were all top figures from various worlds. Every one of them was a terrifying existence. Some of them had even undergone divine tribulations of the Great Path. How did the locals manage to block them from advancing into the region? Yi Futian was not the only one who thought of this problem. All the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy realized it too. Through transmitted thoughts, Renhuang Chen told Yifutian, "The cultivators inside are not simple. They might be very strong." Yifutian nodded in agreement. There was definitely a reason behind every abnormal situation. The scenario before their eyes now was clearly abnormal. In terms of combat abilities, even the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum back then could not hold off the lineups that were here today. The former would not even risk holding off the latter either. However, right now, the cultivators had indeed been blocked from entering the region. This was obviously abnormal. "Let's find a place to rest in Shini City for now. We'll wait and see how things go," suggested Renhuang Chen. The top figures from various worlds had all settled down at different places. It was unwise for Yifutian and his group to stick their heads out. It was better for them to observe the situation and then figure out exactly what kind of place the unusual region was. "All right," replied Yifutian, nodding. The group left where they were and found a simple tavern to rest. They were hoping to gather some information about the unusual region here. After all, they rushed here in a hurry. They made their way here right after they found out the center of the Shini continent was here. Therefore, they knew nothing about the unusual region. There were quite a lot of people drinking in the tavern. Occasionally, some locals would look at Yifutian and his group. Even though the locals were curious, none of them asked Yifutian anything. All of them appeared calm. Many people had gathered in the city recently. They knew where these visitors were from, so they got used to seeing new faces. All the cultivators in the Shini continent had high receptivity. On the other hand, Yifutian discovered something astonishing to him. Along his way here, he had realized that the cultivation planes of the cultivators in this continent were generally higher than that of the outside world. Moreover, the cultivators in this continent had exceptional temperaments. This observation held true, especially after they arrived at Shini City. In this ordinary tavern alone, there were a few Renhuangs. Furthermore, Yifutian actually acutely sensed a hint of animosity from a few locals. He had no idea why they were hostile to his presence. More and more people slowly gathered in the tavern. The people who came all had rather high cultivation planes. There were even some top-tier Renhuangs around. They sat down in the tavern quietly as though they weren't paying attention to the other guests. However, Yifutian could vaguely sense that these people had gathered here because of him and his group. Renhuang Chen frowned. As he lowered his head to take a sip from his cup, he said to Yifutian through transmitted thoughts, "Palace Lord, aside from people in this tavern, there seem to be more and more people heading towards where we are." Yifutian expanded his will, and it covered a large area. In his consciousness, many images flashed past. There were a lot of locals who appeared around those cultivators from the top forces. On top of that, more and more people were gradually making their way towards this region. There was a constant stream of Renhuangs traversing across the sky and landing in the city. "What are they here for?" Yifutian asked through transmitted thoughts. "Should I go check things out?" Renhuang Chen suggested. Just when Yifutian was about to say yes, a group of people entered the tavern. They were acquaintances of Yifutian. Among them were Zhou Muhuang, vice chief of the Xianxia domain chief's manor, and his sister Zhou Lingxi. Yifutian also spotted the chief of the domain chief's manor. He had come here personally. Clearly, the chief was also here in the original realm due to the changes that had occurred to it. The chief of the Xianxia domain chief's manor approached Yifutian. Yifutian raised his head and looked at the other party. He greeted, "Greetings, chief." Yifutian sounded polite, but he didn't stand up to salute the chief. He merely nodded his head. Under normal circumstances, even though Yifutian's current status was extraordinary, he would still stand up and bow to the chiefs since he was their junior. However, Yifutian didn't have a good impression of the chief of the Xianxia domain chief's manor due to past incidents. Therefore, he didn't do so. The other party noticed this difference in detail too, but he didn't show any signs of dissatisfaction due to Yifutian's current status. Instead, Chief Zhou said, "I did not expect Renhuang Yi to attain such a great achievement in such a short time after our meeting at the Xianxia domain. Congratulations. Chief Zhou is too polite. Have a seat," Yifutian responded. Since the other party showed signs of becoming friends with him, he would naturally treat them courteously. Chief Zhou and his group sat down. Xianxia said, "When I first met Ren Huangyi, I was already certain that you're an exceptional figure, but you much faster than I had imagined. Now, I pale in significance compared to you. Princess Lingxi has praised me too highly," Yifutian said with a smile. "May I know what orders you have for me? My words can't be counted as an order for you. Yifutian, you're the ruler of the original realm now, so you don't have to be so polite with me," Chief Zhou said bluntly. "I'm sure you are aware of the situation here. Those people are here because of us. They are here to protect that place, the center of the Xini continent and the dwelling place of the Lost Clan." The Lost Clan. Yifutian revealed an intrigued expression. The name of the clan was indeed extraordinary. Yes, the Lost Clan. Rumor has it that they called themselves the Lost Clan after they were abandoned by the gods. Since then, they have been on a journey of defying the gods, Chief Zhou explained. "Before your arrival, my group was already here. The Lost Clan is very strong, far stronger than what we expected. The cultivators from various worlds were shocked by their abilities. Hence, nobody dares to venture into their region now. The cultivators of the Lost Clan have frightening willpower. It might be due to the environment of this continent." Yifutian listened quietly. He had already thought about this point. They should be one of the last groups of people to arrive. The top forces here had dispersed to different locations after they arrived. They had not ventured into the unusual region. Clearly, something had occurred before for the cultivators here not to dare to venture into the region. If that was the case, he roughly guessed the reason why the domain chief of the Xianxia domain chief's manor had come looking for him. Chief Zhou said, "According to my intelligence, after the Xini continent was abandoned, it has been traversing through the void all this while, floating among the various destructive storms. Over countless years, it experienced countless extinction-level calamities. However, it has lasted to this day. The main contributor for this is the Lost Clan." He continued explaining to Yifutian, "The Lost Clan is not a family clan, but rather is formed from the members of the entire Xini continent. Anyone who joins the Lost Clan will offer up their lives. They will take an oath with their spiritual soul to protect this continent. The Lost Clan appears to be a family clan on the surface, but it is forged from the combined will of the entire Xini continent. It is indestructible. It is precisely because of them that we can witness everything before us now." From the other party's words, Yifutian immediately understood the reason for the animosity from the surrounding cultivators. At the same time, he also understood why the various cultivators had all rushed over here. It turned out that this was the center of their faith, the place that the members of this entire continent wanted to protect. From the looks of it, the Lost Clan had protected the Xini continent through countless catastrophes and calamities. In the end, the continent had made its way to the original realm. From this perspective, the members of the Lost Clan were admirable. Yifutian felt a faint sense of respect well up inside of him. Such temperament was noteworthy. It was just like how he wanted to protect the original realm. Their belief was far stronger than his own. It was because the Xini continent was always on the brink of destruction. As the continent traversed through the void, the Lost Clan had no sense of security and could be destroyed at any moment. Such dire circumstances formed an extraordinary clan. It similarly forged a group of exceptional cultivators. It was no surprise then that he discovered that their average cultivation planes were higher than those of any other continent that he had been to, including the lands of the Divine Prefecture. The people here were, on average, very powerful. Yifutian also noticed something else. On this vast Xini continent, the population was not very large and seemed rather scarce. Only here in Xini City was the population denser. Across the eons, the harsh environment must have already performed natural selection on the Xini continent again and again. Hence, there was the Xini continent and the Lost Clan that they saw today. Yifutian understood this in his mind but still did not speak up. He was waiting for the other party to bring it up. After Chief Zhou finished introducing all of this, only then did he say to Yifutian, "There is a barrier in the region of the Lost Clan that seals away a building. Prior to this, we wanted to enter that place. However, we encountered obstacles. Inside, there seems to be a secret zone. From within it, many extremely powerful cultivators emerged and deterred the various top forces from entering. Hence, resulting in the situation you see before you. You want to get inside? Asked Yifutian. Of course, it is not just me. Cultivators from the various worlds all want to enter and take a look around. Is the Lost Clan hiding some mysterious secrets in there? Is it related to the great emperors of old? If we can get inside, we will certainly come across huge discoveries, continued Chief Zhou. Hence, I have come looking for you. I actually want to form an alliance with you here. The chief of the Xianxia Domain Chief's Manor wanted to ally with Yifutian. Naturally, it was not because of Yifutian's cultivation plane, but rather the powers behind him as well as the astonishing talent that Yifutian himself displayed. After all, Yifutian had proven himself so many times before. There seemed to be no relic that possessed the inheritance of the great emperors that had not been claimed by him. The scene before them was somewhat surreal. When Yifutian came to the Xianxia Domain Chief's manor back then, the chief had not considered him worthy of his attention. Back then, he merely wanted Zhou Muhuang and Xianxia to win over Yifutian, recruit him under the chief's control, and make Yifutian his underling. However, now he wanted to ally with Yifutian. Yifutian looked at Chief Zhou, but he shook his head. He seemed to have decided to reject the other party's offer. This scene caused Chief Zhou to reveal a strange look. He took the initiative to extend Yifutian an invitation, but the other party had actually rejected his request for an alliance. The expression of Zhou Muhuang, who was beside him, also changed slightly. His gaze suddenly turned sharp as he looked at Yifutian. Even though Yifutian's status was extraordinary, their standing was also high. The Xianxia Domain Chief's Manor was the most powerful force in the Xianxia Domain. They had proactively come to ally, but Yifutian had actually turned them down completely. Chief, every time a relic appears, I also offend the various major forces. This time, cultivators from the various worlds have come here, including the forces of the human realm, the devil world, and the ancient god clan from the divine prefecture. Even with the power of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, I don't believe that I can deal with all of them. Can Chief Zhou handle them? Asked Yifutian. This caused Chief Zhou to frown. Yifutian continued, if we can't obtain anything, there is no meaning to forming an alliance. If we truly manage to obtain rewards, will you stand with the Heavenly Mandate Academy to face the animosity of the various forces together? I believe that you know the answer yourself. To put it bluntly, the Xianxia Domain Chief's Manor sought an alliance just so that they could rely on his power to obtain rewards. However, when the Heavenly Mandate Academy truly faced danger, and if they went against the superpowers, the Xianxia Domain Chief's Manor would most likely not dare to offend them. The so-called alliance would naturally be meaningless. When he heard Yifutian's words, Chief Zhou's expression turned sullen. He appeared somewhat displeased. Yifutian exposing this point was actually a slap in the face for him. Although what Yifutian said was true, from his attitude, it was clear that Yifutian didn't want to deal with him. If that is the case, farewell then, said Chief Zhou. He then led the cultivators of the Domain Chief's Manor away with a somewhat displeased expression. Xianxia looked back and glanced at Yifutian. However, she did not say anything but followed the group and left. After the cultivators of the Xianxia Domain Chief's Manor left, Emperor Nan said, such a direct rejection will probably offend others. This isn't the first time anyway, said Yifutian nonchalantly. This was not the first time the Xianxia Domain Chief's Manor was displeased with him. During the struggle over the sacred remains of Xianxia the Great Emperor, the Domain Chief's Manor had already been very dissatisfied with him. Back then, Zhou Muhuang had even headed over to Four Corner Village to demand the village be handed over to him. Could be said that both sides were not on good terms to begin with. Since that was the case, Yifutian did not need to fake politeness and accept the other party's alliance. Responded Emperor Nan as he nodded his head. He did not mind anyway. Yifutian had also offended other forces aside from the Xianxia Domain Chief's Manor. In the previous struggles over the relics, he had offended countless top forces. However, His offenses towards them could not be considered huge vendettas, merely fights over personal interests. Wills swept over them. It seemed that the arrival of Chief Zhou just now had drawn the attention of some people. They were spying on the situation over here. Yifutian did not pay it much heed. However, he was somewhat curious about the Lost Clan. Yifutian waited quietly in the tavern. Everyone seemed calm enough. They, too, were probably just waiting. While they were chatting, the entire tavern suddenly quieted down. Yifutian and the others were alarmed when they saw the majority of the cultivators in the tavern get up from their seats. This collective action surprised Yifutian and the others more than just a little. He didn't expect so many of the cultivators in the tavern were loyal to the Lost Clan. Outside the tavern, there was a group of people walking in this direction. Suddenly, all those who stood up greeted the cultivators who were coming this way. Their respect was clearly coming from their hearts, not simply a matter of formality. This sight was actually quite touching for those who witnessed it. This group of men came in front of Yifutian and the others. When Yifutian looked up at them, he already knew these were the cultivators from the Lost Clan. He knew it when they came, he just didn't know why they came to him. In his assessment of these cultivators from the Lost Clan, he could see all of them were powerful in their cultivation with high realms. They weren't clad in lavish clothes but were dressed rather plainly. Some of them even had tattered clothing simply draped on their shoulders, revealing bronze-toned skin underneath. Even in such unremarkable attire, nothing could conceal their extraordinary temperament. Just standing there, they felt quite solid like towering mountains. There was not a strong sense of authority, but everyone could detect a strong sense of will and belief. It was a unique temperament from within. Yifutian had known enough powerful cultivators to know that not many people were like this. But all the cultivators in front of him were like this. Aside from that, they exuded a great feeling of power just by standing there. They were like some indestructible existence. We are cultivators from the Lost Clan, here to welcome Emperor Yi and cultivators from Heavenly Mandate Academy, Ziwei Segmentum, as well as Four Corner Village. The person leading the group greeted Yifutian and the others. His hands were clasped together, somewhat resembling Buddhist etiquette, but it was a little different. However, his sincerity was obviously from the heart, as he treated the whole affair with great importance. What piqued Yifutian's interest was that these people had actually discovered their identities, knew where they were from, and who they were. It seemed that after the Shini continent appeared in the original realm, not only did the cultivators of the original realm come to explore it, but the cultivators from the Lost Clan had also gone to the original realm to explore on their own, hence their knowledge of them. Faced with such courtesy from the other party, Yifutian got up and returned their gesture. Elder is overly polite. If our abrupt visit has disturbed the Lost Clan, we ask for your forgiveness. No disturbance to speak of. We have been floating in the void world for many years and have never seen anyone from the outside. Now that there are visitors from everywhere, please know that the Lost Clan is not inhospitable. The Lost Clan is more than happy to make friends with Emperor Yi and all of you. That's why we came here to invite Emperor Yi to be our guest, so that you may get to know a bit more about us. The man continued. He caught Yifutian and the others by surprise. The Lost Clan had invited him to be their guest. Weren't they worried about letting wolves into the chicken coops, so to speak? Anyone could tell that the cultivators from the original realm and the other major worlds had unfriendly intentions, and each came with their own designs in mind. Yifutian looked at the man and asked, "Did the elder mean to invite us to the Lost Clan for a visit?" "Yes, exactly. But because we don't know you, we want to first invite Emperor Yi to visit the Lost Clan so that you may get to know us." The voice of the other man was calm and full of energy. Many cultivators around him looked at Yifutian. Now that the Lost Clan had invited many people, would Yifutian agree to go? However, the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy frowned and were a little unsure. They had already known that the Lost Clan was a highly unusual clan whose strength may be great beyond their imagination. Perhaps even the Heavenly Mandate Academy itself might not be enough to contend with them, let alone Yifutian on his own. Once Yifutian entered the Lost Clan, he would be under the control of the other party. If the Lost Clan had some malevolent intent, he would end up in a very undesirable situation. You don't know much about us, and we don't know much about the Lost Clan either. It may not be suitable for him to travel by himself. Fang Gai stepped forward. Yi Futian's safety was of great importance to them. This was their number one concern. In that case, we don't have to invite only Emperor Yi. Even if every one of you joins him in the Lost Clan, it's all the same to us. The man bowed slightly and replied. His mannerism was still courteous, but there was an immensely strong confidence in his tone. What he didn't say with his words was that if the Lost Clan had any bad intentions toward them, the outcome would be the same no matter how many of them attended, so there was no need to invite just Yi Futian. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked at them in silence, but Yi Futian smiled and said, I believe in you, Elder, and I am willing to go with you for a visit. He had been curious about the Lost Clan before. Now that the Lost Clan had taken the initiative to invite him, he was willing to go along and take a look. Thank you, Emperor Yi, for your understanding. The cultivator from the Lost Clan continued. In that case, Emperor Yi, please come with me. Elder, please lead the way, Yi Futian replied. Immediately the cultivator from the Lost Clan led the way in front, while Yi Futian followed behind, and cultivators from Heavenly Mandate Academy walked out of the tavern to see them off. As they spread their divine consciousness far and wide, they discovered that other cultivators, who had also been invited, were heading in the direction of the Lost Clan. It seemed that they had not invited just the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but other principalities had been invited as well. No wonder they invited just one person. If they had invited everyone, they might encounter some issues. After a few moments, Yi Futian and the others came to the outskirt of the Lost Clan, and Yi Futian discovered that cultivators were coming from different directions. These people had spread their divine consciousness far and wide and discovered each other's existence. Emperor Yi, please enter. The man continued as Yi Futian stepped into the Lost Clan. Seeing that other principalities were also invited, Yi Futian understood that the Lost Clan couldn't possibly mean them any harm. Otherwise, they would offend everyone at once, and no matter how powerful the Lost Clan was, they could not possibly endure collective hostilities from every principality. So what was their intention? Inside, the Lost Clan was massive, with a sense of great solemnity. The buildings within its bounds were simple and scattered, but they felt weighty, just like the cultivators from the Lost Clan. Several cultivators began coming out of a simple room, looking at Yi Futian and other cultivators from different principalities. Suddenly, Yi Futian felt a heavy pressure. This pressure was not intended for him but was a signature specific to the cultivators of the Lost Clan. It was a substantial presence that made others feel its heft. Very soon, the cultivators who entered the Lost Clan from different locations gathered together. Every one of them was an exceptional character in their own right. Some were strong while some were weaker, all at various realms. Some had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, and some were heirs of lofty statuses from top principalities. These cultivators were also here by invitation of the Lost Clan. They now appeared in front of that forbidden building. Yi Futian looked at the forbidden place in front. The space seemed heavily distorted. This was the center of the entire Lost Clan, and all the buildings seemed to surround the forbidden place in front of him. Obviously, this was a place of importance for the Lost Clan. Other cultivators knew better. They had seen many top cultivators from the Lost Clan who came out of this place before. Everyone, please. The cultivators of the Lost Clan stepped forward to guide them. Suddenly, a door swung open in the twisted space in front of them. Yi Futian and the other cultivators stepped into its threshold, and it felt as if they were traveling through a tunnel of time and space, entering another world. There was a terrifying spatial power of the Great Path here. They could even feel many places inside, with distorted spaces as well. It was so deep ahead that no end could be seen. In here, their divine consciousness seemed to be distorted as well, unable to cover as great of a distance as they used to before, so they had to resort to using only their eyesight. However, as far as their eyes could see, there were many greatly capable cultivators with their own terrifying aura, accompanied by monstrous cultivations. Just the sight from their eyes alone gave the others invisible coercion. It was as those eyes held a frightening brilliance. "What is this place?" asked a man who appeared no more than 30 and had a most unusual temperament. This man was a talent from the human realm. His appearance seemed typical, but he possessed a pleasant presence. The true core of the Lost Clan. Didn't you come here to unearth the secrets of the Lost Clan? The true meaning of the Lost Clan lies here, said an elder from the Lost Clan who had led them here. We can talk while we walk. As he was explaining, he continued to lead the way and took everyone deeper inside. At the same time, he said, Shini continent was a land abandoned by the gods in ancient times. For countless years, it had been exiled in the void, having never known which way to go or what would happen tomorrow. It was like facing a night that would never end. According to legends, the Shini continent was not like how it is now in that bygone era. It was perhaps many times larger than today, truly a grand world in every sense of the word. However, in the many years of exile, it had long since fallen apart and broke into different pieces. More than that, many of the cultivators on the continent perished. It was many years ago, a time we referred to as the Dark Ages. The old man of the Lost Clan continued slowly, until later, an original ancestor, the one who created the Lost Clan, came about and banded everyone together in order to fight against the perils of the unknown and realm of death. As the number one cultivator of the continent took command over the cultivators on the continent, they fought against the Dark Ages. From then on, the Shini continent entered the era of the Lost Clan. Yifutian and the others listened quietly, no one interrupting. The old man was telling them the origin of the Lost Clan, and all of them were interested in this mysterious clan. Furthermore, this ancestor of the Lost Clan must have been a magnificent figure. No one knew what kind of realm he was in, what happened to him, or if he had fallen. After establishing the Lost Clan, extraordinary cultivators of the continent voluntarily joined the clan and worked together to guard Shini continent, so that in a very short time, the Lost Clan became the undisputed premier principality of this land and the place where everyone held their faith. All those who wanted to join the clan must swear that they are willing to sacrifice everything, including their lives, to protect the continent. The ancestor of the Lost Clan fulfilled that oath with his own life, as did the rulers in the following generations and its top figures. They dedicated their lives to ensure the continued existence of the Lost Clan. Generation upon generation, it was precisely this belief that was guarding the Shini continent. Today, the Shini continent has finally left the endless darkness and come to the original realm. Before, we thought that this was just another area in the land of the exiles. But then we learned that Shini continent might no longer need to experience the darkness as it once did. Yifutian was quite moved when he heard these words. Did generations of leaders really use their own lives to protect the Shini continent? Moreover, the fact that they were top cultivators made it even more remarkable. Such sacrifice required firm conviction and fearless courage to achieve. If so, then everything that happened outside could be explained. Knowing that the Lost Clan was under threat, cultivators from all parts of the continent had rushed to the same place. If there were a war, those cultivators who came would probably do all they can to fight. This was some amazing faith. Only those who had faced desperation year after year, living in constant darkness, would have such belief, thinking that only if everyone had the same goal to protect the continent as a whole could they survive. If it weren't for those men who persisted in this kind of belief, perhaps Shini continent wouldn't be here today. The endeavor of your ancestors generation upon generation was indeed admirable, someone remarked, and everyone seemed to be in awe. No matter what purpose drove them here, hearing this history incited respect from every one of them. They continued moving forward. The inside seemed extremely deep, with no end in sight. Many caves and recesses appeared on both sides, and it seemed that there was a bright divine light inside. The old man said, after our ancestors created the Lost Clan, they opened up this area here, using them as the last pure land for the Lost Clan. If the Shini continent is broken apart, the people can still seek shelter and continue their existence in exile. The caves in here were left by generations of cultivators from the Lost Clan and are engraved with their cultivation methods. Later generations had left their deeds inside these caves, so that even if Shini continent was broken apart, the people who made it here could still cultivate inside these caves and continued their exile in the endless darkness until the arrival of dawn. This was the worst-case scenario. Everyone nodded slightly, as they started to believe in what the old man was saying. Looking at everything inside, it was true that it appeared as the last refuge of a band of desperate folks. Its existence ensured the continuation of the Xini continent. It was a holy land built by the sages before them, who were planning for the worst. Some of the caves in here are now occupied by cultivators who were actively cultivating. The cultivation methods created by our ancestors have been passed down from generation to generation, and they have all been engraved in there, still teaching the later generations, as they inherited the will of our ancestors while continuing moving forward until this point, where we have come to the original realm and met you all. The old man continued, "This is the general situation of the Lost Clan. You are welcome to walk around and take a look. The Xini continent has drifted to the original realm, and naturally we don't want to be enemies with any of you. We hope to make your acquaintances and become part of this world." After hearing this, everyone nodded. But someone suddenly asked bluntly, "Can we enter the secret zone paradise to observe the enlightenment?" Immediately, the space hushed, perhaps too drastically. The attention of all the cultivators fastened on the old man from the Lost Clan, waiting to see his reaction. This was equivalent to asking whether or not they could use the secret zone paradise handed down from the ancestors of the Lost Clan for their own cultivation. This was also the true purpose for all the various principalities to converge here. A continent appeared out of nowhere in the original realm with countless cultivators on it. No matter how one looked at this event, it was hard for anyone not to be excited by it. Inevitably, an association with divine relic was made with the appearance of this continent. Although the words of divine relic were never mentioned, none of these cultivators would believe what they had heard. There was no doubt that most of what the old man said was true, but equally, there may be other things that the Lost Clan had omitted. Therefore, they wanted to explore this magical place for themselves to see if they could gain anything from it. Even if there were no inheritance left by a great emperor, they wanted to see the inherited power left by the supreme cultivators, who were the ancestors of the Lost Clan, for themselves. More importantly, were there other purposes hidden within this mysterious space? Hearing this demand, the old man from the Lost Clan shook his head and said, "The most precious treasures of the Lost Clan were housed inside this place, so we cannot disclose it to the public. Otherwise, would the Lost Clan still be considered the Lost Clan? Everything here is regarded as a top secret of the Lost Clan. Some of these places are considered forbidden areas, and even our own are not qualified to enter. Therefore, we hope you can understand our difficulty in complying with your request." Once, a similar scenario had played out in Ziwei Imperial Palace. Various principalities had descended upon Ziwei Imperial Palace at the same time, attempting to pressure the Imperial Palace to open the passageway into the Starry Sky world. The thing was that the Ziwei Imperial Palace had its own design at that time. It had actually allowed the top figures of all forces to enter intentionally, hoping to leverage their abilities to unlock the mystery of the Starry Sky. This secret zone paradise is truly amazing. It was formed with the forces of creation between heaven and earth. It is extremely rare to build such a secret zone for those in the Lost Clan to cultivate in. At this time, someone else said, "However, we came from afar, filled with nothing but respect and awe for the Lost Clan. Why not let us enter and cultivate within the Lost Clan so that we may really become friends and solidify our friendship?" Clearly, the man wanted to cultivate within the Lost Clan. Upon hearing his words, several cultivators nodded eagerly in agreement. After hearing about the history of the Lost Clan, it was true that most of them had the utmost respect for the Lost Clan. However, respect aside, it didn't mean that they would abandon their own mission so easily. Otherwise, why would they bother to come? They were beginning to realize that perhaps it wasn't so wise to come here. It was possible that they would not be able to gain anything for their trouble, after all. The cultivators of the Lost Clan frowned when they heard these words, and there were a lot of strange glances and expressions coming from the distance, displaying obscure but palpable displeasure. Suddenly, a powerful oppressive force shrouded this space. The invisible pressure alarmed those cultivators from outside, forcing them to tread very carefully. Although they were a conglomerate of many cultivators, it would probably still fall short of what they wanted to achieve. The Lost Clan wants to befriend everyone here, but it doesn't mean that we are willing to sacrifice our own interests to serve yours. Now, everyone who came here is among the top cultivators of various major principalities. Have you ever allowed any outsiders to force their way into your family or clan to cultivate? The old man's exhortation silenced everyone, and they were unable to refute his logic. Indeed, who among them would allow other outsiders to cultivate in their own clan under those conditions? And they were talking about their most excellent cultivation method, no less. The Lost Clan, of course, didn't want to either. They were the premier clan on the Shini continent, the leader of the pack. In that case, what is the purpose of inviting all of us here to the Lost Clan? Someone else piped up. The person who spoke was the top cultivator from the Devil World, Xiao Mu, the direct disciple of the Devil Emperor. Previously, he was defeated by Yi Futian and injured severely. It was the kind of injury that went beyond surface-level injuries. However, any existence at this level was fully capable of recovering from this kind of injury rather quickly. I have said before, it was for you all to learn more about the Lost Clan so that you can become friends. The old man looked at Xiao Mu and continued, Of course, if you still feel that wasn't enough and want to understand us better, the cultivators of the Lost Clan are willing to have a friendly exchange with you, so you can experience firsthand the cultivation methods carved inside the Secret Zone Paradise. The Lost Clan had already taken a step back before, but now it didn't seem likely that they were willing to back down any further. The Lost Clan had its own profound heritage in cultivation. There was no lack of forces that had attempted to enter their land by force before, but they could not achieve it for a reason. How? Someone queried. The Lost Clan will set up a matrix for everyone to enter and challenge. The realm will be at the same level. The cultivator from the Lost Clan replied. How can you determine the outcome? Someone asked. If the Lost Clan loses, could we enter the Secret Zone Paradise to cultivate? Yes, the cultivator from the Lost Clan said as he looked at the speaker. He then asked in return, Since you want to be allowed to enter our Secret Zone Paradise to cultivate upon victory, what are you willing to wager in return if you are defeated? The cultivator who spoke before now appeared dumbfounded. He hadn't thought about this scenario. What would happen if they lost the battle? If you win, you want to enter our Secret Zone Paradise, which is the holding place of the ultimate treasures of the Lost Clan. However, if you are defeated, would you be willing to hand over the cultivation methods you used during the battle, letting the Lost Clan enshrine them in the Secret Zone Paradise for future generations? The old man proposed rather casually, which sent that cultivator into silence yet again. If so, it would be a fair exchange for both sides. I have no objection on the matter. Yi Futian shrugged indifferently. Many cultivators around him nodded as well, a strong sense of confidence in their eyes. In their opinion, how could they possibly be defeated? If no one objects, let's go outside for the fight. It is not suitable to battle here. The old man from the Lost Clan directed. Everyone nodded and followed his lead to head outside. At the same time, many cultivators from the Lost Clan began to emerge as well, and some cultivators with phenomenal skills came out of the Secret Zone Paradise with a shocking aura. For example, from the Secret Zone Paradise at this moment, a shirtless middle-aged man appeared. His upper body seemed to be cast in golden bronze, and infinite power exuded from his entire person. His body seemed to be made out of gold. It was immortal and indestructible, like it could never be broken. The cultivator in the Secret Zone Paradise had a golden halo hovering above his head as if crowned by divine light, and it was radiant beyond description. He too walked toward the outside. Successively, in that unique isolated space of the Lost Clan, extraordinary figures came out one after another from the Secret Zone Paradise, and everyone had a superb temperament. For countless years, the Lost Clan had been guarding this continent, protecting it from total destruction. They feared no death and had no regrets. They rarely fought major battles with anyone because there were not many opportunities to do so. But now, they had finally encountered the provocation of challenges from these human cultivators. All the outside cultivators walked out of the Lost Clan and returned to their respective camps. Cultivators from various forces inquired about the situation inside those forbidden buildings belonging to the Lost Clan and were briefed by those who had returned. Yifutian returned amongst the cultivators from Heavenly Mandate Academy and briefly recounted the Lost Clan situation. Everyone from Heavenly Mandate Academy was impressed with what they had heard and admired the Lost Clan for their persistence. As they understood it, their ancestors were awe-inspiring. They were willing to sacrifice everything to ensure the safety of the continent. The continent that was always pacing in front of death had strengthened these cultivators far more than the cultivators from the outside. Futian, what are you planning on doing? Emperor Nan asked Yifutian. He admired the spirit of the Lost Clan, and if they were to act against the Lost Clan, he would feel terribly uneasy in his heart. Let's first take a look at the strength of the Lost Clan. For the cultivator from the Lost Clan to make such a proposal, they must have absolute confidence in their own ability. Moreover, they already had some preliminary exchanges with the outside before and potentially have a better understanding of other strengths. This is a resilient clan that was struggling on the edge of death, and perhaps they were much stronger than we had originally thought, Yifutian explained. Emperor Nan nodded in acknowledgement without saying anything further. At this time, cultivators from all principalities stepped forward. They floated high above the firmament, standing in different locations to peer inside the Lost Clan. Someone said loudly, requesting instructions from the Lost Clan. Please send a representative so the Lost Clan could dispatch cultivators of equal realm. A voice urged from the Lost Clan. A cultivator from the outside stepped forward, and it was a Renhuang of the 8th realm from a top principality of divine prefecture who was endowed with outstanding temperament. He said, I wish to experience the strength of the Lost Clan. Very well, came a response from inside the Lost Clan. Then 9 cultivators from the Lost Clan stepped out from different directions, and each one was a Renhuang in the 8th realm. Their temperaments were somewhat similar, and each of these men was a powerful and imposing presence in his own right. The 9 cultivators walked out at the same time, were stationed in different positions, and one of the cultivators from the Lost Clan said, You are the top figures from every world, so we of the Lost Clan will cut you no slack in this battle. This battle matrix is of our most cultivated methods in resisting outside attacks, with 9 men acting as one. Of course, you can select 8 more cultivators of the same realm to join you in battle. As he was speaking, those 9 cultivators had started taking their positions already, standing in different directions, facing the challengers who were coming forward. Just by simply standing there, they emitted an incredibly unbearable oppressive force that actually made that cultivator from the divine prefecture feel a momentum that was nearly impossible to overcome. In this battle, it wouldn't be enough with just him alone. His gaze drifted to other principalities as if hinting for assistance. Suddenly, in different directions, some cultivators came forward one by one. They were all top-level Renhuang in the 8th realm. Among them, a cultivator who Yifutian recognized also came forward. It was none other than Ninghua of the Donghua domain. I assume you have been told that if you win, the victors may enter the secret zone paradise of the Lost Clan to cultivate. But if you lose, you will each hand over the methods you have used in the battle and store them inside the secret zone paradise. Therefore, when you employ methods while fighting, I urge you to think carefully before you act. The cultivator from the Lost Clan cautioned them. As soon as his voice trailed off, those 9 great Renhuang who had walked out immediately unleashed a monstrous coercion, and every one of them was surrounded by an extremely radiant divine light of the Great Path. Ninghua's eyes were shining with the divine light of the seal, directly aiming at the 9 opponents in front of him. The light pierced into their eyes. However, he felt that these opponents returned his gaze, and those eyes contained an incomparably steady will that seemed impossible to shake and even more impossible to imprison. He frowned instinctively. This one glance made him feel that he was in the presence of some very powerful opponents, far stronger than what he had expected, and every one of them seemed to be equally powerful. Buzz! The divine wheel of the Great Path shone brightly, as a gigantic seal pattern now appeared above the firmament, projecting a shocking divine glory. Its massive presence covered the sky and the sun and descended above the 9 great cultivators. The divine light of the seal fell down as if intending to lock these 9 cultivators in place. At the same time, other cultivators made their moves in unison, and each one of their moves contained a shocking attack. The cultivators of various forces looked towards the battlefield in the void and saw the violent roar of the great path erupted from the bodies of the 9 cultivators. Extremely violent sounds of metal clashing were heard, sonorous and clear, as a golden light burst from their torsos. These lights turned into a substantial and palpable force, directly blasting onto the oncoming attacks. Above the void, there was a terrifying booming sound. The aura that erupted above their bodies already contained an unparalleled power. What was more terrifying was those golden bodies shining with the divine light between heaven and the earth. Their bodies were actually expanding, and when their flesh roared, their bodies turned into that of the ancient deities, standing in different positions like 9 statues of great gods. The roar of the great path inside their bodies had a certain resonance, which turned into a horrific great path sound wave that swept out. Suddenly, all the forces that were attacking them exploded and shattered, utterly destroyed. This sight stunned many cultivators, even those who were watching the battle from afar. They looked at the scene that was playing out before them with some surprise. Were these people really in possession of such terrifying combat effectiveness? More importantly, they hadn't even made their moves yet. Likewise, Yi Futian was looking at the battlefield at this time. He saw the power used by these cultivators. He understood that their physical forms were very strong and very possibly had already reached an extremely frightening degree, like that of a divine body. He thought of everything the Lost Clan had faced. Could it be possible that the cultivators of the Lost Clan had achieved such tyrannical form to withstand the external storms and cast this unbreakable defense with their own mortal flesh? Those cultivators continued to attack, but under violent physical coercion. The attack from the 9 cultivators who came forward couldn't even break through their opponent's defense. The resonance produced by the physical body of the Great Path was so strong that it was quite horrifying. Although Ninghua may not be considered a top figure in all of the Divine Prefecture, he was known as the #1 enchanting genius in the Donghua domain, and the combat effectiveness of the other cultivators with him was not weak either. However, at this moment they were so passive on the battlefield, it greatly disturbed those who were watching the battle. It seemed that the strength demonstrated previously by the Lost Clan was not all that they were capable of, and their battle matrix was something even more terrifying to behold. That power of might was still expanding. Those ancient godlike figures stood between heaven and earth as if they were immortal and had been there since the beginning of time. There were divine shadows now manifesting in the surrounding space, as they became one with heaven and earth. The coercion now came down and corralled the 9 mighty cultivators within, including Ninghua. It was as if the 9 of them had become prey in their trap. When everyone witnessed this sight, they understood that the outcome had already been determined. The battle had ended earlier than expected. Facing the Lost Clan, these 9 cultivators had no way to fight back. Under the united front of the 9 cultivators, the great path boomed and howled continuously. Above the 9 godlike figures, the golden divine glory turned into divine walls that moved to suppress the 9 trapped in the middle. Ninghua and the others felt a suffocating coercion when they saw those oppressive divine walls closing in on them. The divine wheels of the great path bloomed upon them, releasing the strongest divine might to blast toward those divine walls. However, the walls shut everything down. Even the most powerful spatial shredding power could not shatter nor break it. Boom! The divine walls turned into a prison, continuously oppressing the 9 people within its bound. At this moment, the onlookers couldn't help but wonder if this was the kind of power that the cultivators of the Lost Clan had been using to protect the Shini continent. This power was capable of sealing the void shut. It was as if multiple cultivators had worked together to release the power to the extreme, and it was possible to shroud the entire boundless space of the continent. Clang! 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 Ninghua and the other cultivators attacked frantically but couldn't move those divine walls a single inch. They could only watch the walls continuously closing in on them and finally stopped not far away from where they stood. However, the walls trapped all 9 of them inside so that none could escape. None of their offensive moves could break this prison made of divine walls. "Are you planning to continue?" someone asked. The 9 cultivators from the Lost Clan stood outside the walls in different positions. The golden divine light surrounded them, and the sound of it rocked the void. Ning Hua and the others stopped their attacks. They couldn't help but feel a deep sense of helplessness. They were, without exception, extraordinary enchanting geniuses in their own rights, and the attack that they employed were vast. Nonetheless, they couldn't even break free of the divine walls that kept them imprisoned. How could they continue to fight? Respect, one of the men said, as they now had a new understanding of the strength demonstrated by the Lost Clan. The powerful battle matrix formed by the 9 cultivators was not something they could counter and overcome. Even if they were stronger, it would still be impossible. They had never expected that there would be a group of such terrifying and powerful beings existing upon this continent, which came out of nowhere. They were not the only ones who had this epiphany. The cultivators watching on the sidelines had the same realization as well, and there was a slight disturbance in their hearts. The cultivators of the Lost Clan were so powerful that they far surpassed their expectations. This level was already at the very top of cultivation as they knew it. More importantly, how many more cultivators like this were inside the Lost Clan? Those 9 cultivators seemed to have walked out purely randomly, so what about the others? The divine light sparkled as the 9 cultivators took down the divine walls. Suddenly Ning Hua and his cohort felt great relief, as that sense of oppression disappeared. They looked at the 9 cultivators who, like deities, hovered above the sky, and they had no words to describe their feelings at the moment. Not only were they defeated, but they had been defeated so completely and miserably. It didn't take long for the battle to end, and it was clear that they didn't have any ability to fight back. They had not been able to pose even the slightest threat to those 9 opposing cultivators. This unexpected turn of events made them doubt their own abilities. They were the top figures from all continents, so why did they lose so miserably in front of these cultivators from the Lost Clan? Were there too many of them, or were the cultivators from the Lost Clan too powerful for them? Somewhat depressed, they turned to leave, returning to their own camps. The 9 cultivators from the Lost Clan were still there, but the old man behind the 9 now reminded them, "Everyone, don't forget what you promised in the case that you lost." These 9 cultivators narrowed their eyes slightly. The losers were required to send the methods they used to the Lost Clan's secret zone paradise. Was he serious in asking them to surrender the wager now? "Anyone else want to give it a try?" the old man from the Lost Clan asked. The 9 cultivators of the 8th realm were still there, surrounded by divine light, releasing a horrific aura, waiting for the next opponents. If someone continued to challenge them, they would continue to oblige. Among the crowd, everyone looked at the location where those 9 cultivators were. These outside cultivators seemed to be assessing whether or not they had the ability to break down those divine walls. The previous 9 challengers were not weaklings, but the strength of the 9 cultivators from the Lost Clan seemed much greater. At this moment, a cultivator stepped out, and his appearance surprised many cultivators, as their attention was now focused on the man who volunteered. It was none other than the cultivator from the Devil World and a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor, Xiao Mu. When Yifutian saw Xiao Mu walking forward, his eyes revealed a bit of shock. Xiao Mu was a cultivator of an extremely powerful physical refining method, and his physique was not much less than his own. In addition, his 9 slashes of the heavenly demon were incredibly powerful. There was no telling whether this level of attack would be able to shake the defense of those 9 powerful cultivators inside the battle matrix. However, Xiao Mu's cultivation method was the method of the Devil World, possibly passed down by the Devil Emperor himself. If he were to use it in this battle, what would happen if he was defeated? Did he really want to make a wager so tremendous that he could potentially hand over the cultivation method of the Devil Emperor himself to the Lost Clan? This seemed unlikely. Even Xiao Mu could not possibly decide something as grave as this. Not only him, but also no one from the Devil World present could make such a decision. If it was the demonic method passed down by the Devil Emperor himself, only the Devil Emperor himself could decide how the method would be passed on to the outside world. Without permission from the Devil Emperor, who would dare to make such a decision on their own? In this sense, Xiao Mu would be completely unable to fulfill the promise agreed upon by the cultivators from the Devil World. If he was defeated, he had no authority to hand over his cultivation method to the Lost Clan. For Xiao Mu to step forward under this condition, Either he thought that he would definitely win or that he might have to renege on the agreement he had made earlier. This was something not only Yi Futian knew without a doubt, but other cultivators as well. In fact, Xiao Mu was not alone in this predicament. Many of those present couldn't possibly make promises of this magnitude unless they planned not to use their own expert methods in the battle. However, in that scenario, how could they possibly defeat these powerful opponents? The 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan were no common folk. Xiao Mu's action attracted much attention. All of a sudden, cultivators stepped forward from other directions. Every one of the cultivators who stepped forward was a character with extraordinary temperament and attracted attention from all sides. Several of them held extraordinary status so that the makeup of this group was far superior to the one before. Although Yi Futian was not familiar with these cultivators who came out, he could feel their temperament. He realized that these people were far stronger than the previous 9, and their overall strength would be much more powerful. After they walked out, they came to a place high above the sky, standing in front of the 9 cultivators from the Lost Clan. A powerful aura bloomed from them, especially Xiao Mu. The demonic might tossed and roared, and even those who walked out with him could feel that oppressive force. The 9 people from the Lost Clan also felt a sense of threat, but they did not appear alarmed by it. Their expression was the same as usual, without the slightest bit of emotion. They stood in place, surrounded by the golden divine light of the great paths. Rounds and rounds of golden light screens spread out like waves of the great path, sweeping towards the 9 challengers. "Is everyone ready?" One of them questioned loudly as the sound of his voice shook the void. After his voice fell, an astonishing aura burst forth from those 9 opponents almost at the same time. In an instant, the demonic might overwhelmed the space, as demonic shadows appeared to shield the void. Xiao Mu took the lead to erupt with his own power. The golden divine light shone upon the 9 great cultivators from the Lost Clan, and the divine light that burst out from them flooded the sky. 9 massive and boundless shadows of the ancient gods appeared, covering the surrounding area as they stood above the sky. Those golden divine walls appeared again, sealing the void to imprison them within its bounds. It seemed that they were resorting to the same method as before. The monstrous demonic might gathered, and a demonic godlike figure appeared. Xiao Mu, likewise, burst out with an aggressive force as a dark demonic blade appeared above his head. A horrific apocalyptic aura now erupted from the demonic blade, unleashing the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon right off the bat. It seemed that Xiao Mu wanted to split open these divine walls in the most direct and domineering way possible. The rest of the cultivators also bloomed with their own extraordinary specialty. One stretched out his palms and saw that the palms became a golden color and kept expanding. There seemed to be the most brilliant golden divine light from the runes in the center of the palms. Needless to say, it contained incredible and horrific power. There was also a cultivator holding the infinite ruler. When he waved, the ruler expanded and clearly contained the terrifying power of the great path. They were curious to see just how strong this divine wall was. "You guys move first," Xiao Mu commanded, and the rest of his cohort nodded. Xiao Mu's status as the direct disciple of the Devil Emperor was lofty and supreme. He was probably the strongest of them all. There would be no questioning his authority in asking the others to move first. As attacks were blasted out successively and landed on those divine walls, suddenly, an astonishing destructive power erupted, causing the walls to vibrate and tremble. It was obviously more powerful than the previous attacks from those 9 people. After they unleashed their attacks, Xiao Mu's heavenly demon blade swung out, finding purchase on a weakened spot that was still trembling. Immediately, a crack appeared on the divine wall and spread quickly toward the inside. "Continue to attack there," said Xiao Mu. Instantly, the other cultivators began their furious and violent attacks on that very spot, causing the crack to widen. The second strike of the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon slammed down and tore a giant opening on the divine wall, which spread madly towards its surroundings. The opening continued to enlarge as other cracks began appearing in other areas. Buzz! The gigantic and boundless infinite ruler was thrown out and turned into a sky full of shadows, covering the sky and obscuring the sun. This came along with the booming roaring of the Great Path and the unparalleled power of spatial shredding of the Great Path. No corner was spared. It had made contact with every part of the divine wall. Crunch! There was a violent cracking sound as many cracks appeared on the divine walls. The attacks from other cultivators followed in its wake, and the cracks expanded. Xiao Mu's third strike of the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon smashed down for the kill. Finally, those countless cracks continued expanding faster until a light of destruction burst out. In an instant, the divine walls disintegrated and pulverized, completely in shambles. What an amazing defense! Yifutian applauded silently. Not for the attacks from the 9 cultivators but the sturdiness of the divine walls. They were too strong. Even a cultivator like Xiao Mu had to exert an inordinate effort to dismantle the walls. What kind of defense was this? Yifutian reckoned that even he himself could not have done it. The battle matrix formed by these 9 was incredibly awesome. He couldn't help but ask himself at this moment. If he was on the battlefield now, could he possibly break its defense? It was probably unlikely. After the divine walls were pulverized, the 9 great cultivators continued standing in those 9 positions without wavering. The ancient godlike phantoms overshadowed their bodies and were still expanding until they resembled the bodies of the ancient gods, shrouding this corner of the sky. When everyone saw this, they were beyond surprised. The bodies of the 9 ancient gods were connected. Their massive and towering bodies covered heaven and the earth as if to seal the space with bodies of flesh and blood. The hearts of many quivered. How strong would their physical defenses be? Xiao Mu and other cultivators fixed their attention on the 9 ancient gods surrounding the void. An overwhelming power of the Great Path gathered once again, and the light from the heavenly demon blade was shining. Jets of black destruction currents circulated ominously. They did not believe that the defensive power of these cultivators from the Lost Clan could be dominant enough to ignore their level of attacks. "Move at the same time," said Xiao Mu. Suddenly he moved to attack one of the ancient gods. The 4th strike from the heavenly demon blade unleashed. When the light of the blade bloomed, it seemed on the verge of crushing through the void as it smashed toward one of the ancient gods. Like him, the other 8 cultivators did the same. Each selected an ancient god and exploded with massive attacking power. For a time, within this space of the Great Path, terrifying storms of destruction erupted. Numerous destructive attacks blasted on the bodies of these 9 ancient gods at the same time. The terrifying power rocked the bodies of these ancient gods. Xiao Mu's broadsword will, especially, seemed to have penetrated the defenses crafted by the golden divine light and rushed into the bodies of the ancient gods. The residual waves of the attacks jolted the physical bodies of the cultivators shrouded inside these ancient deities, and the terrifying destructive force aimed to crush and kill them. Bang, bang, bang. The 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan were impacted on their flesh by that tyrannical attack, but they remained standing firmly, as indestructible as rocks, unfazed. All the cultivators were shocked when they beheld this sight, including Yifutian. Physical bodies like this. In the attack just now, he clearly felt that all 9 cultivators had been attacked. The one directly facing Xiao Mu had been hit the hardest. However, he was as solid as a rock, standing tall, like a truly invincible presence that would never fall. Moreover, the abilities currently demonstrated by these cultivators from the Lost Clan were their tyrannical and aggressive defensive powers, whether supernatural or physical. However, they did not demonstrate any substantive offensive moves. Could the environment be a factor? Their mission was to protect the Xini continent, so their main focus was on defense, not offense. But such tyrannical physiques almost guaranteed that their combat effectiveness would be equally horrific. They would, no doubt, be able to slay an ordinary existence of the same realm in the blink of an eye. The physical tyranny of these people was probably not much lesser than that of Xiao Mu. What Xiao Mu cultivated was the superdemonic form passed down by the Devil Emperor. Once more, Xiao Mu's eyes sharpened, and he became more somber as he made his command. He continued to gather an even stronger demonic might, and the 5th strike of the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon condensed into existence. His power overwhelmed the sky, frightening to the extreme. He couldn't believe that he wouldn't be able to defeat this defense. At this moment, all 9 cultivators of the Lost Clan condensed the seals in their hands. Suddenly, phantoms of even more ancient gods manifested between heaven and earth, and invisible sounds of rhythm appeared in the void. Boundless and solemn, they made everyone feel an incredible heaviness. It seems that even Xiao Mu and his cohort cannot break the defense of the Lost Clan, Yi Fuqian thought when he saw this. They were far stronger, and this force was indestructible. Sure enough, when Xiao Mu's 5th strike smashed down, the rest of the cultivators exploded with even stronger attacks, but the result was the same. All the powerful people from the Lost Clan stood in the distance and quietly observing as this played out in front of their eyes. These 9 people were far from ordinary. They were cultivators carefully selected by the Lost Clan. The battle matrix of the rocks that they crafted was not something that could be easily broken. Xiao Mu felt an incredible sense of defeat. He had already unleashed 5 strikes, which was at no small cost to himself. And now, he had only enough strength to launch one last strike of the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon. However, at present the 5th strike was still unable to get the job done. Would the 6th strike make any difference? Previously he was defeated at the hands of Yi Fuqian. Now, facing the cultivators from the Lost Clan, he was not faring any better. This was totally different from what he had in mind. He came from the Devil world and a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor himself. His cultivation was so tremendous that he thought no one could compete across all major worlds. But after coming to the original realm, he had tasted nothing but frustration. He was defeated right off the bat in the first battle by Yi Fuqian, who was an entire realm lower than him. In both battles that he had participated in after arriving in the original realm, Xiao Mu seemed to realize just how big the world really was and how many outstanding figures there were in the world. The Lost Clan that appeared during the changes taking place in the original realm was a good example. None of their cultivators were any less when battling the top figures in this world. Above the firmament, the 9 powerful cultivators from the Lost Clan put their hands together. A divine light bloomed at their brow chakras, turning into thousands of divine shadows. It was as if they were the ancient gods who were as solid as a rock. They had transformed their incomparably resilient spiritual will in combination with the bodies of the Great Path and forged this body of the ancient god. The bodies of many ancient gods resonated and merged into one, turning this space into a rock domain, like a domain belonging to the deities. It was as indestructible as the will of the Lost Clan. Yi Fuqian was not the only one who felt the immensity of that power. Even others realized that those 9 cultivators, who were as strong as Xiao Mu, still couldn't break down defenses such as this one. The cultivators from the Lost Clan were experts at constructing defense, so much so that this defensive force could not be destroyed at all. Even the 9 cultivators on the battlefield realized it themselves. Even so, they didn't give up. The Great Path on their bodies roared as an extraordinary power burst forth. Xiao Mu, likewise, unleashed the 6th strike in the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon in concert with the rest of the cultivators. The attack this time was several times stronger than the previous ones. When the attack landed, the divine shadows that had filled the heaven shook violently, and some of them were shattered. Obviously, this extremely powerful attack could shake up the battle matrix of the rocks to some extent. However, the outcome remained the same. The shapes of those 9 cultivators from the Lost Clan were shaken a bit but remained as unmoving as a rock. Their physical bodies and spiritual will were integrated and were in perfect harmony with heaven and earth. Their spiritual will was as firm as a rock, and their physical bodies were deeply rooted in the earth. This was the true essence of the battle matrix of the rocks. It was as the ancestors had intended when they created it. This was the only way that Xini continent could be protected despite the darkness and continue its survival in the world. As Yi Fuqian observed this power from the battle matrix of the rocks, he could clearly perceive the firmness of the will from these cultivators. He could see how the cultivators from the Lost Clan were able to survive these countless years, wandering through the dark world on the Xini continent. They had turned their own bodies into rock to protect the continent from destruction. At this moment, there was more credence in what the cultivator from the Lost Clan had told them. This was certainly a clan worthy of great respect and friendship, and definitely not as an enemy. Excellent. Cultivators such as Emperor Nan and the others also realized this and let out an emotional remark. How determined were they need to be to shuttle through these endless years in the darkness like this? They had forged rocks out of flesh and blood to protect the Shini continent. This could not be achieved without a certain degree of conviction. It was precisely on account of their steadfast belief that they were able to explode with such terrifying combative power. Even the one as great as Xiao Mu, the Devil Emperor's own direct disciple, had no way of defeating them. Their spirit was simply awe-inspiring. On the battlefield, Xiao Mu and the other 9 cultivators were discouraged and frustrated. They knew they had been defeated, and it was impossible to break this defense. It was not just a matter of Xiao Mu and the others. The result would be the same with another set of 9 cultivators. Perhaps if there were 9 people at the same level as Xiao Mu, they might have a chance to destroy the battle matrix of the rocks. But how strong of a force would be required then? Everyone, please exit. The battle matrix of the rocks opened up and a passageway appeared, allowing Xiao Mu and his party to leave. Both sides understood that the outcome couldn't be clearer, so there was no point in continuing the fight. Impressive. Xiao Mu's eyes were pitch black as he looked at the cultivator from the Lost Clan. He then exited the bounds of the battle matrix of the rocks and returned to the camp that belonged to the Devil World. The other cultivators followed his lead and returned to camp with him, disturbed to their core. This battle was not your fault. Few would be able to break this battle matrix, an elder from the Devil World said to Xiao Mu. Even though he was watching the battle from the sidelines, he could sense the power exuded from the battle matrix of the rocks. But it didn't make Xiao Mu feel any better. Defeat was defeat. No amount of excuses could explain that away. It's a great feat for you to be able to shake the battle matrix of the rocks like this. The battle matrix of the rocks forged by the 9 of them requires the full eruption of their spiritual will and physical strength to the extreme to render the battle matrix indestructible. You have done very well already. At this time, the old man from the Lost Clan spoke up, perhaps wanting to comfort them. However, from his words, one could detect the Lost Clan's strong faith in the battle matrix of the rocks. The power of the Great Path integrated spiritual will and physical strength. The ultimate power that erupted from it was then used to form this unbreakable battle matrix. For countless years, generations of cultivators from the Lost Clan had protected the Shini continent by relying on superior defenses such as the battle matrix of the rocks. Furthermore, this was not yet the ultimate configuration in the battle matrix of the rocks. Would there be anyone in the Runhuang 8th realm who wants to give it a try? The old man from the Lost Clan asked as he surveyed the cultivators from all forces. At this moment, those whose cultivation was at the very top were impatient, as if they were all eager to see just how strong was this battle matrix of the rocks and if they could destroy it. I'll try. At this moment, another cultivator came forward. This was someone from Divine Prefecture. When this man appeared, many cultivators from Divine Prefecture sat up and took notice. Obviously, many cultivators knew who the man was. Clad in white, this man was stunningly handsome. Just standing there, he seemed to be one with the Great Path, emitting an air of celestial detachment. After the Runhuang in white walked forward, he glanced at the 9 cultivators from the Lost Clan and then at the cultivators from Divine Prefecture. Someone else walked out as if wanting to give it a try. However, the Runhuang in white saw him walked out and said instead, "If you want to try it, try in the next round." The Runhuang at the receiving end of this remark frowned. The man's words were so impolite they were bordering on rude. However, the Runhuang in white didn't seem to care at all. He looked at all the cultivators from Divine Prefecture and said, "The Lost Clan's battle matrix of the rocks is indestructible, but all the principalities of Divine Prefecture are here as well, so how can there be battle matrices that cannot be broken? Therefore, I would like to invite some others from Divine Prefecture to break the battle matrix of the rocks with me." His meaning couldn't be clearer. He wanted to pick his allies, and that cultivator who had walked out was not considered suitable. In his opinion, the man was not worthy of fighting side by side with him. The various cultivators all looked at the person who had spoken. He clearly wanted to break through the battle matrix of the rocks for him to have stepped forward. He also wanted to select people to follow him to break through the matrix. Obviously, he placed great importance in the battle matrix of the rocks, and his true colors were showing. This cultivator was from the ancient god clan of the Nantian domain in the Divine Prefecture. He was an existence with exceptional ability. He turned down the cultivators who had proactively stepped forward just now. He believed that the other party was unworthy of standing side by side with him in battle. If that were the case, the people that he wanted to select would certainly be figures of the same level as him. Was he planning to choose the most brilliant figures of the Divine Prefecture to follow him into battle? If so, it was indeed possible for them to break through the battle matrix of the rocks. Among the cultivators here today, the lineup of cultivators from the Divine Prefecture was indeed the strongest. After all, in name, the original realm was still under the rule of the Donghuang Imperial Palace of the Divine Prefecture. The top forces of the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture had all come here, including the domain chief's manors as well as the ancient god clan. Hence, it was possible to choose 9 of the finest 8th-tier renhuangs from among the various forces of the 18 domains. The white-robed cultivator's gaze shifted in a different direction. In that direction, a group of figures was radiating with golden divine halos. They were dazzling to behold, but their appearances were not outstanding. They quietly stood there, but they gave off an unshakable vibe. The temperament of these people was even similar to that of the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan. The gazes of many cultivators also turned to look in that direction. Yi Futian and the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were not familiar with the top forces of the Divine Prefecture. However, in the Divine Prefecture, many forces knew something about each other. When they saw this group of people, many cultivators from the top forces of the Divine Prefecture knew their identity. They were from the strongest force from the Vajra domain of the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture. They were also part of the ancient god clan and had inherited the teachings of a great emperor. When they saw the gaze of the white-robed youth, a cultivator from among this force walked out. He seemed to understand the intention in the other party's gaze. The skin of this cultivator appeared golden. His eyes shone with a sharp, golden divine light. He looked at the white-robed cultivator and said, "If that is the case, let us experience the battle matrix of the rocks of the Lost Clan together." The white-robed cultivator nodded his head slightly. He shifted his gaze again and looked in another direction. This time, he looked towards the cultivators of a top force from the Xianxia domain. Similarly, a cultivator immediately walked out from there. This time, the cultivator who emerged seemed older and gave off an otherworldly air. However, no one dared to underestimate him. The cultivators from the dark world, the devil world, the human realm, as well as the other worlds watched all of this quietly. They all realized that the Divine Prefecture was preparing to send their strongest lineup into battle. Among the 8th-tier renhuangs, even though they might not be the strongest group, they would definitely be considered the finest. They were adamant about breaking through the battle matrix of the rocks. Right now, even the cultivators of the Lost Clan had serious expressions. They seemed to have realized the resolve of the other party. Although they were confident in the battle matrix of the rocks, they did not dare underestimate this group. Each cultivator who stepped forward made the cultivators of the Lost Clan feel slightly pressured. Any one of them could prove a match for Xiao Mu. After that, the gaze of the white-robed cultivator continued to wander among the crowd. More and more people emerged. Not long after, 7 cultivators had stepped forward. Including the white-robed youth himself, there were 8 powerful cultivators. When some of the forces of the Divine Prefecture saw these 8 powerful cultivators, they had serious looks. If such a lineup could not break through the battle matrix of the rocks, it would most likely be impossible for the other cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to do so. There was still one more candidate to be chosen. Who would he choose? The white-robed cultivator's gaze landed in one direction. The various cultivators followed his gaze. Many of them revealed strange expressions when they saw where he was looking. He was actually looking in the direction where the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were. The person that he was looking at was similarly clad in white robes. His hair was also white like his robes, and he appeared extremely handsome. Him? Many people revealed strange looks. His cultivation was only at the 7th tier. For the final candidate, this monstrous figure of the Nantian domain had actually chosen him. I have heard that you are the top monstrous figure of the original realm. Would you be willing to join us in battle? Asked the white-robed youth. As expected, he was officially extending an invitation to this person. The final candidate he had chosen was Yi Futian. This also surprised Yi Futian. His cultivation was only at the 7th tier Renhuang plane. The people that the other party had chosen before this were all 8th tier Renhuangs. He could not figure out why the white-robed cultivator had chosen him as the last candidate. However, he naturally knew that his own combat ability was sufficiently powerful. At the very least, he would not hold them back. After all, not long ago, he had defeated an 8th tier demonic emperor and one of the direct disciples of the devil emperor, Xiao Mu. Hence, he was certainly qualified to join the battle. Isn't it a little rash for him to be the 9th candidate? Said a cultivator who had stepped forward before this. Although he also knew that Yi Futian was the top monstrous figure of the original realm, he was still a 7th tier Renhuang. If Yi Futian was also an 8th tier Renhuang like them, inviting him to join the battle was unquestionable. However, given that he was a 7th tier Renhuang, he seemed to be out of place. The 8 of them who came forward were all prominent figures renowned far and wide. It was not just in a city or a domain. Even in the entire divine prefecture, they were still monstrous figures who stood at the peak. If the 7th tier Yi Futian were to join them in battle, he would be a misfit. I believe in Renhuang Ye's ability, said the white-robed cultivator. His temperament was otherworldly. He was still looking at Yi Futian, seemingly awaiting Yi Futian's answer. Yi Futian contemplated this as he looked at the other party. After a short while in deep thought, he then nodded his head and said, "All right." As he said this, he stepped forward. He also wanted to experience how powerful the battle matrix of the rocks was. With their current lineup, Yi Futian realized that it might truly be possible to break through the battle matrix of the rocks. Even without him, the possibility of doing so was still the same. Since it was so, there was no harm in him participating. He stepped forward, and immediately the gazes of the group from the divine prefecture landed on him. The other 7 powerful cultivators were naturally curious towards the top monstrous figure of the original realm. As a 7th tier Renhuang, he actually came forward to join the 8 of them in battle. All around them, the cultivators of the various forces of the divine prefecture looked towards the battlefield. They glanced across the 9 cultivators. Every one of them was a prominent monstrous figure. They would certainly develop and become the group of people that stood at the very top of the divine prefecture. They might even control a top force and gain great authority in the future. This group of people had joined forces to challenge the cultivators of the Lost Clan and break through the battle matrix of the rocks. With this lineup, could they break through it? The 8 cultivators from the ancient god clan included the heir of Haoyan the Great from the Haoyan clan of the Nantian domain, the successor of the Vajra region of the Vajra domain, the heir of Xianxia the Great from the Xianxia domain, and the successor of West Imperial Palace from the West Sea domain. Together with Yi Futian, they formed a super powerful lineup. Their mission was to break through the battle matrix of the rocks set up by the Lost Clan. All the other cultivators put on serious expressions. They were full of anticipation and were eager to witness the battle. The cultivators from the divine prefecture were especially excited about this battle. This lineup was terrifying. The cultivators chosen to join the battle were definitely the strongest ones among all the 8th tier Renhuangs. Their abilities went without question. Yi Futian was the only 7th tier Renhuang in the team. However, based on his glorious record, the crowd speculated that even though he was only at the 7th tier, his combat ability would most likely not be any weaker than that of those monstrous 8th tier figures. The crowd here had yet to hear about Yi Futian defeating Xiao Mu, a disciple of the Devil Emperor. Many of the cultivators here had long arrived on this continent. The cultivators from the Devil world arrived in the original realm much later. Besides that, they only came to this continent after Xiao Mu was defeated by Yi Futian. If the crowd had heard of the news, they would not have any doubts about Yi Futian's combat ability at all. As the top monstrous figure who had defeated a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor, Yi Futian showed no sign of inferiority when standing among this powerful lineup. The white-robed cultivator who invited the rest to join the team was Hua Junlai from the Haoyin clan of the Nantian domain. The Haoyin clan was part of the ancient god clan. They received an inheritance from Haoyin the Great. Hua Junlai was the heir of the great emperor. His name was renowned far and wide in the Nantian domain. He was definitely a leader. Moreover, he showed an understanding of the top forces from various domains. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly invited the cultivators from the ancient god clan of various domains to join him in battle. Aside from Yi Futian, the 8 powerful cultivators who were selected all had powerful backgrounds. Their families could be considered among the most terrifying forces in the divine prefecture. Members of the Lost Clan, let us begin. Hua Junlai greeted the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan. Then, an extremely powerful aura of the Great Path emanated from his figure. It was not just him. From other locations, frightening auras of the Great Path burst forth. The instant these auras of the Great Path radiated outwards, an intense rumbling of the Great Path could be heard, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Radiant divine light similarly shone from Yi Futian's divine body. The power of the Great Path inside his body roared. He swept a glance at the people around him. They stood at 9 different locations. Sensing the strength of their power, Yi Futian speculated that the battle matrix of the Lost Clan would most likely fall to them. It was completely different this time. The 9 people this time were all top monstrous existences. There was no discrepancy in their strength. Once all of them attacked at the same time, their power would be unparalleled. From his observation of the previous battle, the strength of the battle matrix of the rocks lay in the fact that 9 people acted as one. Even if one location was faced with the fiercest of attacks, the other parts of the matrix could instantly compensate and reach an equilibrium, ensuring that the battle matrix survived. However, if the entire battle matrix was attacked by the 9 great cultivators' most powerful attacks simultaneously, there was still a chance that it would be instantly shattered. Now, the 9 of them had the ability to do so. It was because of this that Yi Futian decided to join the fight. Since the result was already determined, and the Lost Clan would not prevent the rest of them from entering the space, it was convenient for him to occupy one of the 9 spots. This time, the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan had unprecedented serious looks. They formed seals with their hands. Immediately, the sound of the Great Path could be heard. Illusory figures of ancient gods formed. They blocked out the sky and sealed off the space. Like before, the ancient gods were everywhere, sealing off this part of the sky. The 9 great cultivators were all trapped within the matrix. The Lost Clan immediately started the battle with the power that they had demonstrated in the latter part of the previous battle. From this, it was apparent that they took the cultivators from the divine prefecture seriously. "Everyone, how about we break it with one strike?" asked Hua Junlai. Since they wanted to break through the battle matrix of the rocks, it was meaningless to waste any more time. If they wanted to break through it, they might as well destroy it with one strike by unleashing absolute power. Trying to wear it down like the previous 9 people was meaningless. "Agreed," someone responded. Immediately, the unparalleled power of the Great Path gathered around the 9 of them. They were trapped in this vast space, yet judging from the brilliant imperial glories around them, one could still sense how powerful they were. A majestic and divine figure appeared behind Hua Junlai. It was the illusory figure of a great emperor. It was as though the great emperor himself had descended on earth. A shocking power erupted from Hua Junlai. His white robes fluttered while his long hair danced in the wind. He raised his arm, and the illusory figure of the great emperor followed suit. A gigantic palm instantly smashed towards the other party. The gigantic palm glowed brightly with divine light, and it caused the entire space to quake. It was as though the palm could directly shatter the space. At the same time, the cultivators who stood in different directions also unleashed their attacks. The successor of the Vajra region pointed at the sky. His finger kept expanding as though it was a finger of the god of the Vajra region. The finger was indestructible and could penetrate through all things. The cultivator from Xianxia Palace waved his arm. Billions of swords of catastrophe immediately materialized in the sky. They lined up to form a mighty matrix of swords of catastrophe and rained down like the wrath of a god. The other 5 cultivators also attacked. Each and every attack was overbearing. Ifutian didn't stand idly too. A menacing aura burst forth from his body of the great path. His body transformed into swordsmanship. When he pointed a finger forward, countless divine swords in the heavens and the earth resonated and rang as sword will coalesce to form the fleeting divine sword. It then charged towards one of the illusory figures of the ancient gods summoned by the cultivators of the Lost Clan. All 9 of them attacked at the same time. In other places, very few could withstand any of their attacks. With all of them unleashing their attacks at once, how frightening would their collective power be? When the attacks landed on their targets, the shattering sound of pieces breaking apart could be heard. Cracks immediately appeared in the sealed space. Furthermore, the cracks kept propagating outwards. Then, the sealed space disintegrated. The figures of the ancient gods also exploded and turned to dust. The sky seemed to be collapsing. The matrix had been broken. The crowd felt their hearts tremble. As expected, even the sturdy battle matrix of the rocks could not withstand the attacks of the top 9 figures from the divine prefecture. The matrix was close to perfect in terms of defense. However, it was no match for these 9 cultivators. Every one of them was a top existence who could rule over a region. Ifutian had mixed feelings when he saw the sealed space collapsing. He was interested in testing out the battle matrix of the rocks, but actually he was unwilling to become an enemy of the Lost Clan. He found the faith practiced by the cultivators of the Lost Clan admirable. Unfortunately, the cultivators from the divine prefecture were determined to succeed in this mission. They would not pass up on the chance of cultivating in the secret zone. They were willing to put together such a strong lineup to break through this grand matrix. Just when everyone else thought that the matrix had been broken, the elder of the Lost Clan had a calm expression. He sighed inside as he glanced at the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan. The next moment, the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan shut their eyes. Divine lights shot out from their glabellas and converged at the same point. A solemn sound of the great path echoed. The atmosphere of the vast space suddenly changed. Then, the crowd witnessed the shattered space coalesce once again. The battle matrix of the rocks was repairing itself. What was happening? The surrounding cultivators had puzzled expressions. Divine light shone brightly from the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan. Their flesh turned somewhat illusory, as though their entire beings were merging into the space of the great path. They transformed into ancient gods as their wills and spirits were pushed to their utmost limit. Ifutian's eyes narrowed when he heard the solemn sound of the great path. He turned his gaze towards the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan. A sense of uneasiness welled up inside of him. Ifutian suddenly thought of the faith held dear by the cultivators of the Lost Clan. They would transform their flesh into rocks and protect the continent. At this very moment, could it be that they were still practicing their faith? To the side, the various cultivators of the Lost Clan stood at different locations. Their expressions turned sullen when they saw the scene in the sky. Many of them put their hands together and bowed at the 9 great cultivators high above. The elder of the Lost Clan also looked in that direction. He secretly sighed. However, his gaze was extremely resolute. On the day they joined the Lost Clan, everything had been determined. The cultivators of the Lost Clan were all prepared to offer up their lives at any given moment. No matter what plane they had cultivated to, no matter what status they held, they were all prepared to put down their lives. This was the belief that they had held onto resolutely for countless years. It was the faith that was planted within their souls. It was because of this belief that the cultivators of the Lost Clan could set aside all other distractions and all cultivate to a high cultivation plane. Therefore, the overall ability of the cultivators of this continent was very powerful. Now, the Lost Clan had just emerged from the dark world. Yet, they were faced with a new crisis. Cultivators from various worlds had come and intended to plunder everything that the Lost Clan had. Once the Lost Clan agreed to the cultivators' requests, their inheritance would be slowly corrupted. Then, the influence of the outsiders would gradually be strengthened across the entire Shini continent. Human greed knew no bounds. The Lost Clan did not believe that the other party would be satisfied and would leave the Lost Clan alone after they were granted access to cultivate in the cave. On the contrary, the other party would pillage the cave once they discovered the secrets of cultivation hidden within it. An even stronger urge to raid would well up in their hearts, driving them to take over the Lost Clan completely. If that were the case, even though the Lost Clan fought hard and escaped the Dark World, they would most likely be destroyed in the original realm. Sometimes, the hearts of humans were more terrifying than disasters looming in the dark. Hence, regardless of the price that they had to pay, the Lost Clan would not allow the cultivators from other worlds to seize control of the cave and cultivate there. To gain the cultivators' trust, the Lost Clan was willing to let the cultivators briefly check out the place. This was to achieve a state that would allow the Lost Clan to exist peacefully in the original realm. The Shini continent would become an independent continent like the other continents in the original realm. The Lost Clan would not lose in this battle. They could not afford to lose either. High above the sky of the battlefield, the vast space was sealed off by the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan. They transformed themselves into ancient gods and became one with the heavens and the earth. Yifutian and the rest stood within the space. They witnessed the battle matrix of the rocks take shape once again. This time, the matrix was even more menacing. Yifutian saw the figures of the ancient gods surrounding them. Divine light flowed around the ancient gods. The faces of the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan could be vaguely seen imprinted on the faces of the ancient gods. It was as though the 9 great cultivators had completely merged with the ancient gods. They had given up their consciousness, their self, and their flesh. Their entire being had become parts of the battle matrix of the rocks. Moreover, the way of rhythm twirled within the battle matrix of the rocks. Yifutian sensed the solemnity from the rhythm. Besides that, the rhythm contained a hint of sorrow, great courage, and the resolution to do and die. The 9 great cultivators were exhausting their lives as sacrifices to the battle matrix of the rocks. Their selfless act elevated the power of the matrix. This new battle matrix of the rocks grew more brilliantly and was surrounded by divine light. Its beauty shocked all who saw it. The solemn way of rhythm played continuously, exerting a powerful pressure on the cultivators. Aside from Yifutian, other cultivators also noticed the changes that occurred to the battle matrix of the rocks. "Everyone, have you gone mad?" asked Hua Junlai, heir to the Haoyan clan from the Nantian domain, as he looked at the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan. They were merging themselves into the battle matrix. If the battle matrix were shattered by attacks, the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan would perish on the spot and be killed. Their lives were on the line. They forged the battle matrix of the rocks with their own bodies of flesh and blood. There was no response. The unparalleled pressure persisted. The cultivators of the Lost Clan still did the same and did not take the initiative to attack. They established the battle matrix of the rocks merely for defense. No matter how one looked at it, the Lost Clan appeared exceptionally friendly. They put themselves in a passive state of defending. When Hua Junlai and the others saw this scene, their expressions turned serious. He said, "If that is the case, we won't hold back." As he said this, the illusory figure of the great emperor shone even brighter. He extended his palm, and an astonishing power immediately surged into his palm. The other cultivators also amassed frightening auras of the Great Path. Divine wheels of the Great Path appeared. Even more alarming auras radiated from their figures. Only Yifutian did not gather up his power. He glanced at the various cultivators and then looked in the direction of the members of the Lost Clan. He knew that if the battle matrix of the rocks were shattered, the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan would die on the spot. Since the Lost Clan chose to do so, their resolve was evident. They would not back down at all. They took a passive stance, but, in reality, it also displayed their resolve. They would not let the cultivators from the outside world enter the core region of the Lost Clan to cultivate. This point was evident from them offering up their lives to protect the battle matrix of the rocks. From the looks of it, the Lost Clan didn't really want the powers cultivated by other cultivators either. They purposely brought up this condition just now. If they managed to survive, then they would most likely give up this condition to give face to the various forces. Their act would hopefully cause the various forces to feel ashamed. Then, the two parties would have an opportunity to resolve their differences and let go of the matter of cultivating in the cave. Yifutian seemed to have understood the intentions of the Lost Clan. However, both sides were caught in a dilemma. The Lost Clan did not hesitate to pay such a high price to win this battle. Since it was so for this fight, it would also certainly be the same for the next. This time, the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture were the ones attacking. The top figures of the Dark World, the empty Divine Realm, and the human realm had yet to attack. There were also cultivators from other worlds as well. Under such circumstances, if the Lost Clan wanted to hold their ground and not surrender, how high of a price did they have to pay for it to be enough? How many top-tier cultivators of the Lost Clan needed to be sacrificed? When he thought about this, Yifutian felt somewhat hesitant. Would he attack and break the battle matrix of the rocks? If he did so, everything that the Lost Clan had done would be for naught. The 9 great cultivators would also perish on the spot. Before this, he had only joined the battle because he believed the battle matrix would certainly be broken. He had never imagined the determination of the Lost Clan would be so strong and that this would be their trump card. Otherwise, he would not have participated in this battle. Just as Yifutian was contemplating this, the other cultivators had already begun to attack. The frenzied attacks of 8 powerful cultivators landed consecutively on the battle matrix of the rocks. Immediately, the sound of an astounding explosion could be heard. The entire space was trembling violently. The battle matrix of the rocks was also shaking, seemingly unstable. However, as the divine light circled it, it still did not shatter. The 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan merged into the battle matrix and became ancient gods. They nodded their heads slightly and closed their eyes. They sat motionlessly there like statues. Right now, their lives were no longer their own. They only served to protect the battle matrix of the rocks as martyrs. As long as the matrix held up, they would survive. If it fell, they would fall with it. The matrix had not shattered. The various cultivators in the distance were somewhat uneasy when they saw this scene. As long as the matrix held up, the Lost Clan would survive. What sort of faith was this? If they wanted to break through the matrix, they had to kill the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan. The Lost Clan was ruthless. Not only were the cultivators from the Lost Clan ruthless towards their enemies, but they were also ruthless towards themselves. They would risk their lives to protect their cultivation land. The cultivators from the top forces of the Divine Prefecture and other worlds doubted that they would ever endanger their own lives for the same cause. It was arduous for them to cultivate up until their current cultivation planes. Those who stood at the peak of the cultivation world would treasure their lives even more than others. At the very least, they would not simply do something that they knew for sure would cause them to perish. There were very few things that were worthy of them risking their lives to protect. Why didn't you attack? After the storm dissipated, the 8 powerful cultivators discovered that Yifutian hadn't attacked. He merely observed on the side while the rest of them attacked the battle matrix of the rocks. Yifutian's actions caused the others to be dissatisfied. The battle matrix of the rocks had transformed and was now stronger than before. Yifutian actually stood still while the rest attacked it. Did he have any intention to break through the matrix? Quite a few cultivators glared at Yifutian as they frowned. They had unhappy expressions on their faces. Clearly, they were irritated at Yifutian's actions. Since Yifutian wasn't attacking now, wouldn't he be gaining the opportunity to cultivate in the Holy Land of the Lost Clan without contributing anything if they managed to break through the battle matrix of the rocks later? If that was the case, what was the point of inviting him to be part of the team to break through the matrix? Yifutian explained, "The battle matrix of the rocks has been upgraded. It will most likely not be simple to break through it. Even though all of us here are top cultivators, it is still difficult for us to break through the matrix. Judging from the current situation, the cultivators from the Lost Clan will surely perish if we succeed in breaking through it. Do we have to go so far for a spar?" Yifutian suggested, "Why don't we stop here? Let's forget about the agreement too. What do you think?" After he said this, he turned towards the cultivators of the Lost Clan and said, "I'm sure the Lost Clan will also agree to my suggestion, right?" He hoped that both parties would forgo this fight and end things here. The 9 cultivators of the Lost Clan had merged themselves into the battle matrix of the rocks. They were undoubtedly cruel to themselves. However, their resolute attitude would similarly provoke the ego of the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture. The cultivators from the Divine Prefecture would most likely fight until the very end to break through the matrix. Yifutian was worried that if both parties persisted in this battle, their animosity towards each other would go beyond the point of no return. The situation would only worsen from then on. It was not something Yifutian wanted to see. The 8 major factions of the ancient god clan have come together for this mission. "Is there a matrix that we can't break through?" said someone coldly. The speaker cast a sideways glance at Yifutian as his annoyance towards him flared up. Not only did Yifutian refuse to attack, but he was also arrogant and intended to teach the rest of them how to proceed with the matter. Did Yifutian think that he was the only one with compassion? Since the Lost Clan insisted on fighting, the ancient god clan would naturally grant their wish. Even when faced with the upgraded battle matrix of the rocks, they would still forcefully break through it. The history of the Lost Clan was indeed admirable. The ancient god clan respected them for it, but they would go all out in battle when faced with such formidable opponents. The ancient god clan would not show them mercy. Of course, the most important point was that the formidable power demonstrated by the Lost Clan piqued their curiosity. They were even more determined to have a look inside the cave. When Yifutian heard the other party's response, he was certain that they would not give up on this battle. Moreover, the other party regarded the 8 of them as the representatives of the 8 major factions of the ancient god clan, essentially excluding him from the lineup. The speaker ignored Yifutian's existence and claimed that even with only the 8 of them, they would still be able to break through the battle matrix of the rocks. The cultivators of the Lost Clan also heard this conversation. Outside the battlefield, the elder of the Lost Clan glanced at Yifutian with a shocked expression. It seemed like this Yifutian was siding with their Lost Clan. Moreover, based on what he had said just now, the elder guessed that Yifutian had understood his intention. Actually, the Lost Clan had no desire to obtain the techniques cultivated by the cultivators from the other worlds. Since the rest of them are not willing to compromise, Ren Huangyi doesn't need to advise them anymore, said the elder of the Lost Clan. Hua Junlai cast a glance at the elder. Then he said, "Let us continue." After he said this, the 8 powerful cultivators once again amassed a strong force. At this moment on the battlefield, there seemed to be a real halo of the great emperor shining. The 8 powerful cultivators were all, without exception, the successors of the ancient god clan. Their families had inheritances of the great emperors. They were also top figures in their families. Hence, all of them had inherited the powers of the great emperors. Yifutian was shocked when he sensed the power gathered by the 8 of them. He glanced at the battle matrix of the rocks. He dared not predict the outcome of this battle. Would the power gathered by the 8 powerful cultivators succeed in breaking through the upgraded battle matrix of the rocks? Rumble. Terrifying sound thundered as a frenzied storm rampaged. The 8 powerful cultivators had once again attacked. Moreover, they had better control of their attack timing this time. All their attacks landed on the battle matrix of the rocks simultaneously. The Great Path was on the verge of collapsing the moment the attacks landed. The battle matrix of the rocks shook violently as cracks appeared on it. The illusory figures of the ancient gods seemed as though they would disintegrate into pieces at any moment. However, right now, the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan closed their eyes and put their hands together. Blood trickled down their bodies. Their blood appeared golden in color as it merged and flowed with the divine light. Red veins flowed over the cracks on the battle matrix of the rocks, fusing them together. The scene was appalling. Yifutian raised his head and looked at the matrix. Bloody marks appeared on the battle matrix of the rocks. He felt as though he could see similar scars appearing on the bodies of the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan. This battle matrix of the rocks was forged with their own flesh. Continue. Hua Junlai and the others showed no sign of ceasing. They continued attacking. As more and more ferocious attacks landed on the matrix, the bloody marks on it also increased. Soon, the red marks covered the entire sealed space. Aside from golden halos, the ancient gods were also covered with a layer of crimson shimmer. "Do all of you still want to continue this battle?" asked the elder of the Lost Clan as he looked at the cultivators who were trapped in the battle matrix of the rocks. No matter how sturdy the matrix was, it would still crumble in the end if the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture attacked it relentlessly. When that happened, the 9 cultivators from the Lost Clan would surely die. Even though the 9 of them were ready to sacrifice their lives to hold up the battle matrix of the rocks, it didn't mean that the Lost Clan was willing to let them die just like that. If the other party chose to retreat, they wouldn't have to go to such an extreme. "The matrix has yet to be broken. How can we stop?" replied Hua Junlai. Clearly, he intended to continue attacking until the matrix was broken. When the elder of the Lost Clan heard his words, he sighed internally. He glanced in the direction of the battle matrix of the rocks. Among the battle matrix, the 9 cultivators still had their eyes closed. However, the divine light on their glabellas shone even more brilliantly. An unprecedented aura radiated from their figures. Yifutian frowned when he sensed the aura from the battle matrix of the rocks. He could faintly sense that a dangerous aura was approaching and was emanating from within the battle matrix. He looked at the 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan and detected some changes happening to their figures. He was not the only one who sensed it. The other 8 powerful cultivators also sensed this change and frowned. The next moment, divine light filled the sky. The 9 great cultivators of the Lost Clan seemed to have activated all the cultivation that they had accumulated over their entire lifetimes. "This isn't good," said Yifutian as he realized something. Yifutian watched and noticed that as this dangerous aura permeated, the figures of the 9 cultivators from the Lost Clan gradually became more elusive. It was as if they were making an offering of sacrifice. But at the same time, a sense of destruction manifested within the battle matrix made up by the 9 of them, who had been passively defending until now. Hua Junlai and the others, strong as they were, could also feel an overwhelming crisis looming ahead. Instinct told them that it was dangerous and their lives may be threatened. Boom! An astonishing roar of the Great Path was heard as those figures of the ancient gods continued to grow and expand. Those previously benign ancient deities were now filled with fierce and menacing spirits. They transformed into vengeful gods. They looked down into the battle matrix at those 9 challengers and made no effort to disguise their murderous intent. At this moment, everyone realized that it was not that the cultivators of the Lost Clan were not experts in slaughtering offensive methods. It was simply that they were reluctant to use it. They had chosen to defend passively before because they didn't want this battle to create any further grievances. However, even though they tried their best to guard the battle matrix of the rocks, Hua Junlai and the others continued to press with their aggressive tactics and would not stop until they break down the battle matrix. If they continued their attack, it was just a matter of time before the battle matrix collapsed. The attacks of these 8 cultivators had already threatened the battle matrix of the rocks, and the outcome would be the total destruction of the battle matrix and the 9 cultivators of the Lost Clan along with it. Hua Junlai and the others would force their way into the heart of the Lost Clan's holy land and cultivate there. This was something that the Lost Clan could not accept, so their action of unleashing their lethal counterattacks was inevitable. Hua Junlai and his cohort had made a decision, and so did the Lost Clan. Since they were all going to die, why bother to maintain a semblance of mercy? "This is crazy." The cultivators of the top principalities from Divine Prefecture scowled when they saw this latest development in the battlefield, especially those from the ancient god clan, whose cultivators were participating in the fight. Traces of aggressive aura erupted from them, covering the boundless space instantaneously. The air was so explosive that it could be ignited with just a turning of their minds. At the same time, several powerful cultivators also stepped forward from the Lost Clan and released astonishing coercion that directly engaged the momentum of several top principalities from Divine Prefecture. Every one of them looked solemn. Their eyes showed their steely resolve. The cultivators from the Lost Clan had no fear in their eyes. They would do everything in their power to stay true to their beliefs, including sacrificing their own lives. With such an abundance of courage, what else did they need to fear? Having been in the darkness for so many years, now that the light was finally in sight, how could they fail at a time like this? The 9 cultivators on the battlefield were also living proofs of their beliefs, fighting without fear, all for protecting their continent. Yifutian saw this and thought that if this were to continue, both sides would probably suffer greatly. Even the 9 cultivators of the Lost Clan would probably die right on the spot. As for the people inside the battle matrix of the rocks, there was no telling what would happen to them, but it would definitely not be anything good. If they didn't die, they would certainly suffer grave injuries. At that time, when 2 uncontrollable sides go to war, the fighting would not be limited to the battlefield then but would also spill over to the outside. Outside, there were already many kinds of tyrannical auras colliding with one another because the space outside the battlefield was equally intense, on the verge of total explosion. It seemed that a conflict might break out at any moment. If the strength of this battle matrix of the rocks had truly threatened the lives of the cultivators inside the formation, those top figures from the ancient god clan would, no doubt, intervene right away. After all, they were nothing like the Lost Clan. To those from the ancient god clan, there were not so many rules and restrictions to observe, and their attitude towards life was quite different from that of the Lost Clan. They didn't have to fight with their lives here. The cultivators inside the battle matrix of the rocks were the top enchanting geniuses from their clan, and the heir of the ancient god clan was amongst them. This battle was already an unequal affair. The Lost Clan had always been in an absolutely passive position. They had to desperately defend themselves, while the ancient god clan didn't need to. That destructive coercion was getting stronger with a terrifying might. All the ancient gods incarnated as glaring deities. Bloody divine light shot out from their eyes with horrific murderous intent. The rumbling sound came out as frightening golden divine light raging in this battlefield space, and every trace of divine light seemed to contain amazingly destructive power. Hua Junlai and others deployed a protective divine light to block the impact of this golden light. However, at this time, the depressive aura became so dominant that the entire space had been imprisoned, and those within it could hardly move their bodies. Kill! A cold murderous intent flashed across Hua Junlai and the others' eyes, accompanied with a look of determination. It had become challenging for them to move at will, but an absolute divine brilliance of the great path erupted above them. They advanced slowly towards those ancient gods, moving in for the fatal blow. Bang, bang, bang. Astonishing attacks fell as cracks appeared on the bodies of those ancient god clan. Boom! At the same time, a loud crash was heard, and the void seemed to be shattering and pulverizing as Hua Junlai and the others let out a low groan. The 9 cultivators from the Lost Clan seemed to have forgotten themselves, burning themselves up while their strength was still increasing. The attacks from both sides stuck together, and no one was willing to back down. This would only end when one side was destroyed. At this time, Yifutian moved, and an astonishing violent sound erupted from his divine body of the Great Path. The booming of the Great Path continued without ceasing, and the sword will roared. He moved forward like a sword himself, stepping into the void, in the midst of the enormous oppression of the battle matrix, inching closer to the battlefield. Gradually, his speed was getting faster. His body transformed into the way, like an indestructible divine sword. He descended as a stream of light and directly blasted on the battle matrix of the rocks. In an instant, fissures appeared on the battle matrix. A painful expression appeared on the Lost Clan cultivators' faces, but they still didn't waver. Yifutian's sword will was getting stronger, as that power penetrated everything and attacked the formation. When he beheld this sight, Hua Junlai and the others had a look of satisfaction on their faces. Finally, Yifutian made his move. Break the battle matrix, Hua Junlai offered. How about stopping right here, right now? Yifutian looked inside the battle matrix of the rocks. His eyes seemed to penetrate through it, landing on those 9 powerful cultivators from the Lost Clan. Although the 9 still had their eyes closed, at this moment, Yifutian felt as if he was facing them, conversing with them. Was it too late to stop now? If they stop, would these cultivators from Divine Prefecture stop? It's not worth it for a fight. Both sides can take a step back. Let's consider this a tie, Yi Futian suggested. Outside, when the old man from the Lost Clan saw this, his attention drifted towards Yi Futian's location. Previously, he was a little surprised when Yi Futian made his move. He thought that Yi Futian would break up the matrix himself, but now it seemed that he wanted to advocate peace instead. The thing was, how could it be as simple as he thought? It was the people from Divine Prefecture who refused to give up. It's not the Lost Clan who won't let go, said the elder of the Lost Clan, who was on the outside. If they refuse to quit, I will leave it alone and let you deal with them, and they can be responsible for what happens after, Yi Futian continued. His words drew the attention of Hua Junlai and the others as they looked at him with some frostiness. Yi Futian's words seemed to have a deterrent effect on both sides. Of course, this was made possible by his own tyrannical combat effectiveness. Yi Futian's attack seemed to have threatened the battle matrix of the rocks. This battle matrix may have been broken up had he continued with the attacks, resulting in the death of these cultivators from the Lost Clan, which would directly threaten the stability of the Lost Clan. If he stepped back now and chose not to participate, then the cultivators from the Lost Clan would continue their own attack. It was possible that the 8 cultivators from Divine Prefecture would be slaughtered. In short, there would be casualties on both sides. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Futian seemed to be playing a key role in deterring both sides. He had the ability to advocate a truce. The Lost Clan had to agree, and so did the cultivators from Divine Prefecture. Or else he would stop running the interference. However, the 8 cultivators from the ancient God clan did not express any gratitude for Yi Futian's suggestion. On the contrary, their eyes were icy when Hua Junlai asked, Emperor Yi, did you forget the reason why you were in the battle matrix of the rocks? Yi Futian was invited by him to break up the formation. Now, what was this that he was doing? He seemed to have forgotten which side he belonged to. If Yi Futian still remembered the reason he was here, then he should break up the formation with them, not uttering another word. But obviously, Yi Futian didn't come here to break up the battle matrix of the rocks. And now, the cultivators from Divine Prefecture were unsure of what Yi Futian had in mind, or what was it that he wanted. They thought that for cultivators who had reached this level, everything that they chose to do must have sufficient reasons so that they could convince themselves of their own purpose. But from Yi Futian, they had not seen any evidence of this yet. You were invited to join us to break the battle matrix of the rocks, which you have clearly forgotten. Do you have any sense of propriety? Another cultivator from the ancient God clan asked, sounding displeased with strong resentment. If you gentlemen wish to continue, I will have no choice but to withdraw. Yi Futian didn't respond to the man who spoke, but his response, in turn, caused the cultivators from the ancient God clan to look quite uncertain. Their attacks were strong enough to shake the battle matrix of the rocks in its ultimate configuration, which was the rocks forged by flesh and blood. However, when the cultivators of the Lost Clan were burning themselves up, even powerful existence like them could sense the great danger that was afoot. If Yi Futian withdrew, it was still the strongest blow dealt by the 8 cultivators from Divine Prefecture to the cultivators from the Lost Clan. No one dared to predict what the outcome would be. They themselves would be in the same predicament where their chance of survival would be unknown. This was a tremendous gamble, wagering their own lives. With their status and positions today, were they willing to die here like this? Clearly, it was not a risk that they would take on easily or willingly. Their goal was to provoke Yi Futian into taking action. But no one expected that Yi Futian not only failed to obey, but was using it as an opportunity to blackmail them into giving up, knowing very well that his inaction would spell disastrous consequences for all those who chose to continue in the battle. All eyes were focused on Yi Futian. After a while, Hua Junlai, with eyes so frosty, glanced at Yi Futian and addressed the Lost Clan. In this case, will the cultivators from the Lost Clan agree to stop fighting at this point? Hua Junlai's words suddenly relaxed the suffocating coercion that had permeated this space. Now that he had posed the question, it was obvious that he intended to give it up and not gamble with their own lives. With their status and positions, there was no need to fight to the death with the Lost Clan. The cultivators from the Lost Clan were willing to protect their cave's holy land with their lives, but their opponents did not have the same resolve. unwilling to risk their lives or inconvenience themselves in the slightest. That aura served as a warning of any potential threats. Yes, the old man from the Lost Clan said. Unless it was the last resort, why would he order the 9 cultivators from the Lost Clan to fight to the death, all at the same time? Once this final blow was delivered, there would be no retreat. The 9 cultivators from the Lost Clan would die, but their opponents would also pay an equally tragic price. They were forced by the situation. If the Lost Clan did not demonstrate the ruthless measures they were willing to take, there would be other battles to fight in the future. His voice fell, and the divine light began to flow backward, gradually dissipating. Suddenly, the figures of the 9 cultivators from the Lost Clan started to solidify, gradually became clear. However, they seemed to have expanded quite a lot of their own life force as they appeared a little tired. Clearly, they had been weakened quite considerably. Both sides pulled back at the same time. This battle seemed to have ended there. As the two sides pulled away from each other, they fell into a short silence without exchanging words. However, solemnity and oppression could still be felt in the aura of the great path that lingered in the space. This exchange is considered a draw. There is no winner or loser. The old man from the Lost Clan spoke up, but no one responded. The entire space was still frightfully suppressed. At this moment, Hua Junlai turned around, and his cold gaze fell on Yi Futian. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and there were wisps of chill engraved on his face. "Don't you want to explain?" Hua Junlai asked coldly. If Yi Futian had not deliberately done this, they might have been victorious. Their attack was so close to breaking the battle matrix of the rocks. Obviously, Yi Futian could deliver the final coup de grace but deliberately withheld, even using it to threaten them. He didn't fault the cultivators from the Lost Clan. It was a gamble and battle between the two sides. However, in his opinion, Yi Futian had betrayed them. Perhaps Emperor Yi will be able to cultivate in the caves of the Lost Clan in the near future. Another sarcastic remark was heard from another cultivator of the ancient God Clan. They were already a little irritated when Yi Futian was participating in the battle. Not to mention everything that had happened afterward. "I don't want to see anyone get hurt. The continuation of that fight will not benefit either the Lost Clan or any of you. It was just a friendly exchange. No need to pay such a dear price for something so trivial." Yi Futian looked at Hua Junlai as he responded. "Really? Has Emperor Yi never heard of do what you agreed to do?" Obviously, Hua Junlai refused to accept Yi Futian's explanation. If Yi Futian was reluctant to make a move against the Lost Clan, he didn't have to agree to participate in the first place. However, since he did, he should have done all that he could to help them succeed. Not only did Yi Futian fail to do that, but he even refused to make a move and threatened them with his inaction. If he had picked someone else instead of choosing Yi Futian, would the outcome be any different? Could they have broken the battle matrix of the rocks by now? "What do you want?" Yi Futian frowned. Wisps of great path coercion spread out from Hua Junlai's body and directly suppressed upon him. It seemed that Hua Junlai wanted to challenge him. And Hua Junlai was not alone. Other cultivators from Divine Prefecture were also staring him down, and some even took a few steps toward him. The same elusive aura fell on him as well, as if they, too, wanted to take action against him. Clearly, these cultivators were unhappy with him. Yi Futian looked at Hua Junlai and the other 7 cultivators. He said, "My actions are indeed inappropriate. I didn't think things through before agreeing to join the team. However, even if I go all out, I'm not confident that I'll surely be able to shatter the battle matrix of the rocks. The outcome of this battle is uncertain regardless. Even if we manage to break through, who can guarantee that we will come out unscathed?" With a clear and sincere voice, Yi Futian continued, "The cultivators of the Lost Clan are willing to risk their lives to uphold the battle matrix of the rocks. This act is admirable. I admit that I have a soft spot for them. Therefore, the Heavenly Mandate Academy and I will give up on this mission. We will not attack the Lost Clan. We will also give up on the chance of cultivating in the cave of the Lost Clan. We will not loot the treasures that belong to them." He agreed to join the battle, yet he couldn't give his best while the two parties were fighting. He was naturally at fault. However, he did so because he was impressed by everything that the Lost Clan did. So, he didn't want to go to such extremes. "You will give up on the chance to cultivate in the cave?" reiterated a cultivator of the ancient god clan mockingly. "With this gesture, the Lost Clan will most likely treat you as an honorable guest. They might invite you to cultivate in their secret zone after the battle is over." Clearly, the ancient god clan cultivators thought that Yi Futian was trying to curry favor with the Lost Clan. Yi Futian gave the speaker a disdainful sideways glance. He said indifferently, "What plane have you reached? And what plane have I reached?" Frowning, the other party stared at Yi Futian. He was an 8th-tier Renhuang, while Yi Futian was a 7th-tier Renhuang. "You can't break through the matrix. On the other hand, I am confident to challenge this 7th-tier battle matrix of the rocks. If I join forces with other people, do you think that I will fail?" Yi Futian retorted. What he meant was that if he were really interested in cultivating in the secret zone of the Lost Clan, he would have earned the right to do so fair and square by breaking through the battle matrix of the rocks. Yi Futian's words also served to declare to the other party that just because the latter couldn't break through the matrix, it didn't mean that Yi Futian couldn't too. It wouldn't be a surprise to anyone if Yi Futian managed to break through the matrix with his cultivation at the 7th-tier Renhuang plane. After all, Yi Futian's combat ability was enough for him to contend with the top monstrous figures who were at the 8th tier. "You can't tell for sure." The other 8 cultivators were somewhat doubtful. Even though Yi Futian was indeed very powerful, it was still not an easy task to want to break through the battle matrix of the rocks. However, Xiao Mu from the Devil World believed in Yi Futian's words. Since Yi Futian could defeat him, it was most likely possible for him to break through the matrix forged by the 7th-tier cultivators from the Lost Clan. After all, the difference between each tier was enormous when cultivators reached Yi Futian's and Xiao Mu's level. "Renhuang Yi is full of compassion," praised the elder of the Lost Clan. He then declared, "The Lost Clan is glad to befriend Renhuang Yi." "Senior, many thanks," responded Yi Futian as he looked at the other party. "Since the Shini continent has come to the region of the original realm, it's now part of the original realm and the divine prefecture. The Lost Clan should be allowed to exist here as an independent clan. This continent has been through countless challenges before it finally emerged from the void. I hope that the seniors from the divine prefecture can take this into consideration." The Shini continent had now drifted into the space of the original realm. Since the original realm was part of the divine prefecture, Yi Futian recognized the Lost Clan to be under the jurisdiction of the divine prefecture. In that case, the Lost Clan could be considered an independent faction of the divine prefecture. Unfortunately, even though Yi Futian's friendliness towards the Lost Clan caused him to win their favor, it also caused him to offend all the cultivators from the ancient God Clan. Yi Futian's readiness to accept the Lost Clan formed a stark contrast with the actions of the ancient God Clan. He made them seem despicable. Was Yi Futian using the ancient God Clan to establish a good connection with the Lost Clan? Hua Junlai's gaze was fixed on Yi Futian. A majestic might of the great path emanated from him and pressured Yi Futian. Hua Junlai's white robes fluttered in the wind. His aura churned and grew more frightening. He took a step forward and said, "Rune Huang Yi, your words exemplify your noble character. Now you make it seem that we are the ones who are despicable. I invited you to join our party because I have heard that you have an exceptional temperament and have acquired the inheritances of a few great emperors. However, up until now I have yet to see you attacking. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to personally test out your ability." Hua Junlai intended to attack Yi Futian. As soon as he said this, a menacing aura burst forth. His might descended upon Yi Futian. An illusory figure of a god appeared. It was as though Hao Yan the Great was reincarnated into the present. Hua Junlai stood in front of the illusory figure of the great emperor. He was akin to the successor of the god. His charisma was unparalleled. "Since you want to get a taste of my power, I have no choice but to oblige your request," responded Yi Futian. His figure shot up to the sky like a meteorite. In an instant, he appeared high above in the sky. Hua Junlai also flew up to the sky. The two of them stared at each other from across the space. Their auras of the great path churned and roared. Their might spanned across the entire region. They seemed to be contending to be the ruler of this part of the sky. Hua Junlai raised his arm. Similarly, the illusory figure of the god raised his arm. Their movements were in sync. They sent out a palm strike. In an instant, the great path thundered, and the heavens and the earth shook. A gigantic palm directly descended upon Yifutian. Far in the distance, Yifutian felt as though the sky was collapsing. The entire sky transformed into a gigantic palm that was charging towards him. He had nowhere to hide. The entire space of the great path was within the attack range of this gigantic palm. Besides that, endless destructive divine light flowed around the palm. It was as though the will of Haoyan the Great had been infused in the divine light. It would destroy everything along its path. Buzz. The fatal gigantic palm plunged downwards, eradicating every speck of existence along its way. Rumbling sounds rang. It was the reverberation of the great path emanating from Yifutian's body. Divine light burst forth from his body. It was likewise infused with imperial glory. The will of the great emperor could still boost his ability now, but its effect was not as strong as it was in the past. After all, Yifutian was already approaching the peak of the Renhuang Plain. Yifutian pointed a finger upward. Instantly, alarming sounds buzzed, and a myriad of starry divine swords shot upwards. They clashed with the descending gigantic palm. Bang, bang, bang. Shocking collisions echoed continuously. Each and every divine sword collided forcefully with the palm. Cracks immediately appeared on the gigantic palm. Then, the palm and the starry divine swords disintegrated into pieces together. Everything turned into dust. Far in the distance, Hua Junlai floated in the high heavens. He was at a higher position than Yifutian. He was not as naive as to think that he could defeat Yifutian with a single attack. After all, the other party was also a formidable existence that ruled over an entire realm. He looked down at the silhouette below. A vast heavenly might burst forth from his figure. The silhouette of the great emperor behind him made it seem as though Haoyan the Great had truly descended upon the world. He himself was a descendant of Haoyan the Great and had inherited the will of the great emperor. Down below, where the lost clan was, the various cultivators looked up at the battle high in the sky. Their hearts stirred slightly. Before this, Hua Junlai was trapped within the battle matrix of the rocks and could not go all out. He had been heavily restricted. He most likely felt aggravated over this. At this moment, in his battle with Yifutian, he could finally unleash his combat ability completely. This powerful existence of the ancient god clan versus the young ruler of the original realm. Who was stronger? After the destructive current dissipated, Yifutian raised his head and looked up. Hua Junlai was standing in the high heavens and was looking down on him like a deity. After taking a glance at Hua Junlai, Yifutian felt as though the entire world had changed. The heaven and the earth around him were no longer that of before. Instead, he was trapped in a world enveloped by the will of Haoyan the Great. Right above his head stood the figure of the great emperor. The sensation he felt was similar to that when he became one with the stars in the starry cultivation court and saw the figure of great Emperor Ziwei. It seemed like the other parties had overtaken this part of the sky and transformed it into his domain of the great path. Streaks of divine light shone down from the illusory figure of Haoyan the Great. The might pressed downwards. At this moment, Yifutian could sense a domineering will pressuring down on him. It was akin to the will of a god, causing him to gasp for air. As a successor of the ancient god clan, Hua Junlai was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. The pressure Yifutian felt now was on par with that when he was facing Xiao Mu. For Hua Junlai to enjoy his current status, he would most likely be one of the strongest cultivators in the Haoyan clan. He was definitely at the top. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such status. When he was in the original realm, his will symbolized the will of the Haoyan clan. Yifutian, do you admit to your wrongdoing? A voice called out. It rang in Yifutian's ears as though a heavenly might had descended. It caused the space to tremble and could shake the spiritual souls of those around and affect their wills. It was as though a deity was questioning him. The voice contained the law of the great path. Admit to my wrongdoing? Yi Futian looked up at the illusory figure of Hao Yin the Great in the sky. This was an illusion created by Hua Junlai, relying on the will of Hao Yin the Great to pressure him. It felt as though it was really the will of Hao Yin the Great passing judgment on all that Yi Futian had done. A cold and indifferent look flashed past in Yi Futian's eyes. He bore a look of arrogance. Yet alone the will of Hao Yin the Great, even if the other party had completely inherited the teachings of Hao Yin the Great and wanted to pressure him into submission, he would not be able to do so. Beams of divine light that filled the sky radiated from Yi Futian's figure as he stood in the air. Endless divine halos burst forth from his divine body of the Great Path, which was akin to that of a deity. He was too dazzling to behold. At the same time, various stars appeared in his surroundings and circled him. A towering, illusory figure of a deity appeared. It was the silhouette of Great Emperor Ziwei. Hua Junlai wanted to pressure him with just a mere sliver of the will of Hao Yin the Great. Back in the day, Great Emperor Ziwei was one of the most prominent great emperors. Yi Futian was his heir. He had unraveled the mystery of Great Emperor Ziwei in the starry world and now inherited his will. He would not allow such blasphemy. Brilliant divine halos shone. Two extremely powerful wills clashed. Even though the heavenly might that filled the sky circled around him, Yi Futian still stood there motionlessly. Even if I had committed any wrongdoings, since when were you qualified to pass judgment on me? Replied Yi Futian imposingly. Even if Hua Junlai was a descendant of the ancient god clan, what of it? Hua Junlai actually asked Yi Futian whether or not he admitted to his wrongdoing. Although Yi Futian felt somewhat apologetic, it was because he had hurriedly agreed to the other party's request without thinking things through. Otherwise, if he knew what would happen after, he would not have formed an alliance with the other party. It was as though there were two great emperors on the battlefield. Both of them contained menacing wills. They also seemed to be staring at each other from across the space. They were Hao Yin the Great and Great Emperor Ziwei. Both great emperors had unparalleled temperament. In the sky above, Hua Junlai looked down as he raised his arm. A terrifying pressure permeated across the space. The next moment, a gigantic palm smacked downwards. In an instant, the sky tore apart while the earth quaked. Frightening rumbling sounds echoed. The entire sky seemed to have ruptured. The palm eradicated everything that crossed its path. This gigantic palm spanned across this part of the sky. The palm was boundless and could destroy everything. No matter where one ran to, one couldn't possibly escape from its attack range. This was the art of supreme attack of the Hao Yin clan, the Hao Yin Madra. As soon as Hua Junlai attacked, he revealed his intention of ending the battle with a single blow. He was set to destroy Yi Futian without any mercy. Clearly, he had a lot of pent-up anger for not being able to break through the battle matrix of the rocks earlier. Hence, he intended to vent his anger by killing Yi Futian with a single strike. At the same time, when Hua Junlai unleashed his attack, starlight flowed around Yi Futian, and the stars became one. Great Emperor Ziwei's figure and Yi Futian's figure overlapped and merged. A myriad of starry divine swords shot out. As sturdy as stone pillars, the swords blasted towards the descending gigantic palm. Bang! The Hao Yin Madra continued to press down on him. Everything in its path was destroyed. The starry divine swords were similarly turned to dust. It seemed as though no power could withstand the Hao Yin Madra. Buzz! Starlight gathered on his body. Yi Futian appeared like a great emperor reborn. He was majestic. All around him, countless starry divine swords shot up towards the Hao Yin Madra in the sky. It was as though countless rock pillars were pummeling the Hao Yin Madra. Although they were being destroyed at a frenzied pace, they still managed to hold back its descent. At the same time, amidst endless divine light, Yi Futian's figure immediately shot up into the sky. He raised his arms, and the endless power of the great path emanated from within his body, forming a gigantic starry divine sword. It was as though the divine sword and his figure had merged. It directly attacked the Hao Yin Madra. Right then, cracks appeared on the Hao Yin Madra. Then, it shattered at a rapid pace. Bang! With a huge thud, the Hao Yin Madra shattered into pieces. However, the starry divine sword similarly crumbled away. Yi Futian's figure continued rising up. He charged through the Haotian Madra, becoming a light beam of swordsmanship that shot straight towards Hua Junlai. He was extremely fast. When the various cultivators witnessed this scene, they narrowed their gazes. Yi Futian's flesh and body were terrifyingly powerful. Was he planning to fight Hua Junlai up close? For cultivators at their level, the attack range of any of their blows spanned across the entire space. There was no need for them to engage in close combat. Furthermore, close combat was more dangerous than attacking from far anyway. Shimmering with imperial glory, Yi Futian charged towards Hua Junlai in the blink of an eye. The great path roared in his body. Hua Junlai showed no sign of fear when he saw Yi Futian pounce onto him. He didn't dodge. The imperial glory of the great emperor enveloped his body. Both his hands were permeated with a menacing aura as he was ready to unleash the Madra. When Yi Futian got closer, Hua Junlai slammed both his hands downwards. The Haotian Madra erupted with a terrifying might. The two clashed head-on. Yi Futian's flesh was as sharp as a sword. The power of Yin and the solar power burst forth from his body simultaneously. He seemed to have transformed into a blade as he collided with Hua Junlai's palms. The sky seemed as though it would collapse at any moment. The terrifying storm of the great path spiraled outwards. The two of them actually engaged in close combat. They tanked each other's attacks with their flesh. They exchanged blow after blow, showing no sign of stopping. The various cultivators looked towards the battlefield. Many people down below released the power of the great path to block off the residue shockwaves. Terrifying storms swept out in the sky above, enveloping the vast space. The space seemed to be collapsing from the battle. The cultivators noticed that Hua Junlai's condition felt off. He seemed to be expending more and more of his strength. In the end, a huge explosion could be heard. Hua Junlai's figure was sent flying outwards. With a dull groan, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yi Futian stood above the firmament while Hua Junlai had been blasted to the ground below. The positions of the two seemed to have been reversed. The top figures of the various forces were below, watching the battlefield in the void intently, and their hearts were disquieted. Hua Junlai of the Haotian clan was crushed by Yi Futian from the original realm. In this powerful confrontation, Hua Junlai suffered major blows that wounded him. Obviously, the physical strength of the two was not at the same level. Yi Futian was far superior to Hua Junlai. After all, Yi Futian was only Renhuang in the 7th realm, while Hua Junlai was a Renhuang in the 8th realm. Hua Junlai getting crushed so badly suggested that there must have been a considerable discrepancy between them. At present, Yi Futian stood high above the sky, with divine light surrounding his body of the great path. His appearance made him look invincible. It was as if the real great emperor himself had truly descended amongst the world. Yi Futian had always prided himself as possessing the divine body of the heavenly path. And at this moment, his physical body was truly astounding. This physical body was formed based on the comprehension he received from the divine body of Xianxia, the great emperor. Hua Junlai did not give up after being blasted down to the ground below. He raised his head and scanned for Yi Futian, who was above the sky. His eyes were cold, and murderous intent was blazing inside of him. Rays of divine light came down from the outer sky and fell upon him. That divine shadow became clearer now. It was as if Haotian the Great had reincarnated with him. Suddenly ethereal voices were heard between heaven and earth, and a terrible rumbling sound came out. The storm of the great path was raging madly within this boundless void and shrouding it. Above the firmament, an elusive shadow appeared, and it was the phantom of Haotian the Great. It seemed as if this corner of the world was the realm belonging to the great emperor, created by Haotian the Great. Hua Junlai was condensing the seal with his hands, and suddenly the phantoms of the great emperors in the heavens were doing the same at the same time. It was as if reflected by many mirrors of the same movements. It was as if there were only the existence of this divine seal in all of the world. The cultivators from Haotian clan looked at the battlefield but did not interfere. Even if Yi Futian had the upper hand, he would not dare to harm Hua Junlai. Furthermore, Yi Futian's superior power would serve as a challenge for Hua Junlai. Although they were unhappy with Yi Futian, it did not change the fact that Yi Futian was a great opponent. His combat effectiveness was not inferior to the enchanting geniuses from ancient god clan. His strength was most formidable. Boom! An astonishing sound came out as Yi Futian's body of the great path roared and howled. Above the heavens, a starry sky world appeared, with countless stars circulating about. The sun and the moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling endless divine light that illuminated the stars. It was like an entirely independent world on its own. This force then collided with the phantoms in the heavens as if they were vying for control of this corner of the sky. Buzz! When the light of the sun and the moon sprinkled down, the stars were circulating. Each of the stars was rotating around this space, centered around Yi Futian's position. They were spinning faster and faster as the world howled. In this rotating starry world, every one of the stars contained unparalleled prowess. Under the illumination of so much divine lights which fell upon Yi Futian, who was in the center of it all. Yi Futian of this moment was like the absolute ruler of this world, the king of the sun and the moon, the lord of the stars and master of the starry rules. The phantom of Ziwei the Great appeared, descended upon the world and merged with Yi Futian. Faintly, the will of the great emperor descended into this world, pressed down with his might, coexisting with the will of Haoyan the Great in this world, at the same time. By comparison, the imperial glory from Haoyan the Great dimmed alongside the overpowering will in the surrounding space. Is this the power inherited from Ziwei the Great? The cultivators below wondered when they saw this sight before them. Ziwei the Great had been one of the most powerful great emperors in ancient times, who was in charge of Ziwei Segmentum. He was the god of the stars, who controlled the rules of the starry great path. At this time, they could detect this kind of rule power from Yi Futian. The rotation of the stars in heaven seemed to become more and more ethereal. Hua Junlai looked up and saw the magnificent spectacle in the void. At this moment, in his heart, he had lost the confidence he possessed previously. The arrogance in his eyes didn't seem to be there anymore. He seemed to finally realize that this king of the original realm, who was of the seventh realm, had far superior combat effectiveness. A touch of reluctance flashed through his eyes as Hua Junlai formed the Haoyan seal to attack. The heavens boomed as countless divine seals blasted down at the same time to smash through this corner of the sky, aiming toward Yi Futian. But at this time, the stars surrounding Yi Futian flowed frantically, forming an absolute enclosed space. When the divine seals in the heaven blasted down, heaven and earth shattered, while the violent roars shook the space. A terrifying storm destroyed everything and radiated toward the infinite space, spreading further into the distance. However, even though many of the stars that flowed around Yi Futian's body had been destroyed, more of them continued to pour out according to their own rules, and an even more radiant divine light bloomed from that starry sky world. Those sharp eyes from Yi Futian swept across the surrounding heaven and earth. He then raised his hand to point towards the void, and the stars began flowing, rushing towards the surrounding sky and earth. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying sound caused heaven and the earth to collapse, along with those elusive imperial shadows. The starlight connected as one, as if carrying the divine light from the sun and the moon to destroy all those imperial shadows. Soon, all the imperial shadows shattered, and the great path domain of the other was pulverized. Yi Futian's body was shining with brilliance. It was like the great emperor had descended into the world. He looked at Hua Junlai below and pointed with his raised hand. Suddenly a starry divine sword penetrated the void, overcame everything. Hua Junlai blasted out the divine seal, but it was for naught. The starry divine sword, carrying tremendous momentum, arrived in front of Hua Junlai in an instant. Boom! An extremely terrifying storm swept out, and the starry divine sword stopped in front of Hua Junlai. That terrifying storm of destruction buffeted Hua Junlai so that his white robe fluttered wildly in the winds and his long hair danced with menace. Hua Junlai's eyes were open, fixed on the divine sword that hung above his head, which nearly killed him. There was some sadness in his eyes. Not only was he defeated, but he was defeated miserably. Before, his combat had been boosted by the eruption of the great emperor's will. But when Yi Futian called upon the will of the great emperor, he could not stop his attacks. Yi Futian, who had inherited the will of Ziwei the Great, was far stronger than they had ever imagined. At this moment, many cultivators remembered what Yi Futian said before. If he wanted to cultivate in the holy land of the Lost Clan, he could have simply broken the matrix all by himself. There was no need to resort to other means to placate the Lost Clan. He could break down the battle matrix of the rocks set up by the cultivators in the Seventh Realm from the Lost Clan. No one doubted Yi Futian's claim at this moment as he displayed his battle effectiveness. They believed he could achieve what he said he could. Yi Futian looked at Hua Junlai as he waved his hand. The divine sword flew back to him and didn't slay Hua Junlai after all. He didn't really want to kill Hua Junlai. They were not sworn enemies, and there were no major grudges between them. Do not do to others what you do not want others to do to you. Had this Shini continent been a land without a master, with no one in control, it would not matter who tried to take it for themselves. But the Lost Clan had been established on this continent and has guarded the continent for many years. No one should try to take that away from them. It is not just, Yi Futian proclaimed loudly and clearly. However, those cultivators from other top forces were unmoved by what he said. They had lived longer and experienced more. Many of them had lived through the turbulent era 400 years ago and experienced firsthand the cruelty of the cultivation world. Yi Futian was far too idealistic. The world of the cultivators was a ruthless one, and things such as pillage were commonplace. If one day they faced a similar situation, no one would pity them. They would make the same choice of robbing them of what they had. For Shini continent to have appeared in the original realm and demonstrate such astonishing strength, how could these top forces not have some designs of their own? Moreover, no one knew what was in the secret zone of the Lost Clan, but they estimated that there must be some worthwhile secrets to be had. For the Lost Clan to survive these long years and the Dark Ages, there must be methods other than those they had displayed. Just mind yourself, and don't worry about us. How we want to do things is none of your concern. In the crowd, a scratchy old voice, tinged with indifference, was berating Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian's current status was lofty, and he had demonstrated extremely powerful combat effectiveness, the cultivators who were present were no small figures. Aside from the top principalities from Divine Prefecture, many of them were at the top of the cultivation world. There was no lack of those who had passed the divine tribulation of the Great Path with the ancient God clan on their side. And this was only those from Divine Prefecture. In addition to Divine Prefecture, there were also top figures from the Dark World, Human Realm, and other realms with Imperial-level forces personally representing. No matter how closely such lineups were to be scrutinized, Yi Futian, at the very most, was just as a rising star. No matter how outstanding he was just a young upstart. Yi Futian's attempt to dissuade everyone's plan about the Lost Clan was really overestimating his own influence. It was just as that old man had suggested, how these top forces decided to conduct their own business, needing no direction from Yi Futian. "Go back," said another voice, still directed at Yi Futian, urging him to stand down. Although he had defeated and crushed Hua Junlai from the ancient God clan, it only proved that he had what it took to enter the secret zone of the Lost Clan. However, Yi Futian's status was far from sufficient to keep a lid on the whole situation. Not just him. No one here could stop the development of the situation at hand. Yi Futian looked at the crowd and sighed inside. In fact, he knew very well that he could not alter things very much. After all, the forces who were here today were almost the very top forces in each of the known worlds. His own influence fell short by comparison and was not enough to change much. But looking at how things were playing out, any continuation would only cause harm to both sides until the two sides launched a full-on war. This thing had its own momentum that could not be stopped now. He had wanted to give it his best shot, but it was of no use. Emperor Yi is righteous, and the Lost Clan is most grateful. But today's matter has nothing to do with Emperor Yi. Since everyone who came here refused to give up, we have no choice but to continue. Emperor Yi should not insist on interceding further. Of course, The Lost Clan is most willing to make friends with Emperor Yi. The old man from the Lost Clan spoke with some heartfelt gratitude towards Yi Futian. Besieged by all these principalities, only Yi Futian was willing to speak up for them. Furthermore, he had the ability to break down the Lost Clan's battle matrix of the rocks but didn't. Obviously, he had no intention to rob them of the secret zone and their cultivation methods. True gentlemen harbored no ill will. Yi Futian was probably a good example of that saying. However, since the Lost Clan came out of the infinite darkness and drifted to the original realm, they were destined to experience this trial. If they did not endeavor to survive it, how could they possibly enjoy any peace in the future? To gain a foothold in the original realm, they must first overcome this challenge. If they did, then no one would dare to provoke them with impunity in the future. All the top powers of the world would have to weigh the matter carefully before they had any thoughts of challenging the Lost Clan again. However, they were facing a real catastrophe this time. What was at stake could not be more important to them all, and there was no guarantee whether they would survive it or not. Yi Futian looked at the old man from the Lost Clan and nodded slightly. Then he moved towards the ground below with no intention of lingering any longer. He could not change much anyways. Everything would have to depend on the Lost Clan themselves now. The old man from the Lost Clan surveyed the crowd and said, "According to the previous agreement, the losers must hand over to Lost Clan the cultivation methods used during the battle, to be kept in the secret zone caves, where they will be enshrined for future generations of the Lost Clan to cultivate. Previous battles have already determined many victories and defeats. Those who had lost, please hand over the cultivation methods you used on the Lost Clan." Yi Futian, who had just returned to the group from Heavenly Mandate Academy, sharpened his eyes as he turned to look in the direction of the old man. What was this sudden change of attitude? The words from the old man obviously meant that he was getting more assertive. He began to demand the price the opponent had promised to pay if they were defeated. However, many in the crowd understood that this was simply a price these opponents could not afford to pay. For instance, would Xiao Mu, the direct disciple of the Devil Emperor, hand over the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon and the super demonic form? It was completely an impossibility. The Devil Emperor would probably end this idiotic disciple's life before that happens. Because of his lack of ability, he was defeated and lost the method taught by the Devil Emperor himself in a wager. The same held true for other cultivators. What they had used before were the unique methods of their respective clan forces, but they were unsuccessful in breaking down the battle matrix of the rocks. Now, the Lost Clan cultivators were asking for their cultivation methods. How could they hand them over just like that? No one spoke, and the space seemed a little too quiet. Those cultivators who were defeated seemed to look in other directions, looking at other people, to see who would take the initiative to do anything. Watching this, the old man understood how this would play out. He actually had no intention of asking for the cultivation methods of these top principalities. He knew very well that such request was impossible for them to comply. He did it to force these invaders to consider from the standpoint of the Lost Clan. Just like them, the Lost Clan would never allow outside cultivators to enter their secret zone. But the Lost Clan seemed to have underestimated the determination of these top cultivators. They seemed determined to gain entry to the secret zone of the Lost Clan no matter what. This was clearly evident from their previous action. If this was the case, there was no more need to continue being courteous. These defeated cultivators would either hand over what they had wagered, or it was going to be an all-out war. You are all cultivators from top principalities and top figures from all the worlds. Are you going to go back on your promises? Since you have been defeated, you should deliver what you promised. The old man of the Lost Clan continued, his voice indifferent but tranquil. The cultivators who were defeated previously looked on, still silent. In the direction of the Devil World, someone looked at the old man and said, "Even if the Devil World is willing to surrender them, does the Lost Clan have the gall to accept? Would the Lost Clan be so bold as to accept the cultivation method of the Devil Emperor? If they did that, they would undoubtedly offend the Devil Emperor themselves, but at the same time, would the Devil World let the Lost Clan off the hook? So, none of you intended to keep your promises from the very beginning." The cultivator from the Lost Clan continued, That is to say, you were lying to us right from the start. If you lost, you don't need to pay any penalty, but if you won, you wanted to have the right to enter our secret zone to cultivate. With such a rotten deal, is there any need to continue talking about it? As his voice trailed off, the surrounding space suddenly quieted down. Aura from cultivators of all principalities spread to cover the void as an invisible pressure radiated outward. There was an extreme discomfort in the atmosphere, faintly suffocating. In the far distance, many Imperial-level cultivators walked in the direction of the Lost Clan, loosely forming a circle to surround the Lost Clan. They were powerful cultivators from all sides of the Shini continent who came as reinforcement. In the vast space around the Lost Clan, the atmosphere became unbelievably oppressive. From the Lost Clan, out came mighty cultivators, with some standing guard on top of the buildings, their eyes fixed on the cultivators from various forces of the worlds. There was no fear in their eyes, and eyes like that instilled fear in those who saw them. The cultivators of the Lost Clan were not afraid of death. From the day that they entered the Lost Clan, they had prepared to sacrifice their lives at any moment and were ready to meet their deaths. As those cultivators continued to progress, the beliefs and courage that they held deep in their hearts had far surpassed their fear of death. Countless years they had walked during the Dark Ages, and there was nothing more that could make them afraid. Everything they were facing now was just a repeat of what they had experienced in the Dark Ages. Cultivators from all sides wore the most serious expressions on their faces. There was no lack of cultivators who were not afraid of death, and not all of them were so awe-inspiring. But at this level of cultivation, death was somewhat frightening in itself. Take, for instance, the 9 cultivators in the Lost Clan's battle matrix of the rocks. Any one of the 9 would be an awesome figure in the outside world. But in here, they were just a member of the Lost Clan who would rather die guarding the battle matrix. The power they were capable of exerting was so shocking that the 8 enchanting geniuses from the ancient God Clan could not break it. Had they continued, both sides may very well sustain grave casualties. Therefore, if they were really to go to war, they had no clear idea just how many methods were at the disposal of the Lost Clan. But judging from the fearless courage exhibited by the Lost Clan so far, they would probably slaughter as many of the cultivators as possible so that the outsiders would also pay dearly for their transgression. The Lost Clan came upon the original realm by chance, and it was not our intention to cause any trouble. All we wanted was to coexist in peace. That is why we have invited everyone to enter our secret zone as a gesture of goodwill. We have even allowed everyone to cultivate in our secret zone through friendly exchanges. There is no need now to speak openly about what you are really coveting in your hearts. If this is the case, we will protect the Lost Clan at any cost. If the Lost Clan is destroyed, so will the secret zone. No one would obtain any inheritance from the demise of the Lost Clan. The old man addressed everyone with a solemn voice, grave but powerful. Even if the Lost Clan were obliterated, none of the cultivators from those various forces would be able to claim anything from the Lost Clan for themselves. The Lost Clan would destroy the secret zone. People of the Lost Clan is faithful to our pledge, protecting the Lost Clan with our lives. The old man continued as an even more solemn aura effused, enveloped the boundless space as invisible as the air. This atmosphere was formed by the common will of all the cultivators in the Lost Clan. Protecting the Lost Clan with our lives. Voices were heard, one after the other, resounding inside the Lost Clan. Protecting the Lost Clan with our lives. Outside the Lost Clan, those Runhuang cultivators who had arrived also reiterated the oath with one voice, sounding solemn. In an instant, a curious force filled the space between heaven and earth. As these voices continued to resonate, a shocking and oppressive ambience seemed to suffocate many cultivators inside the space. In the secret zone of the Lost Clan, cultivators began to walk out one after another, all with a frightening aura. Many of them were elders, and some looked much older, with wrinkles all over their faces. But their eyes were piercing, spirited, and full of power, zooming in on the cultivators from all sides. In their eyes, there was a great power that was palpable. The solemn voice and that astonishing air shrouded all the cultivators from various forces. No one dared to act carelessly. The cultivators from all sides had tested the strength of the Lost Clan before and knew they were incredibly strong. After they had gone through the previous exhibition fighting inside the battle matrix of the rocks, they had a much better understanding of the prowess the Lost Clan was capable of. At this moment, a group of cultivators took a few steps forward. These men had extraordinary and unparalleled temperaments, and a faint aura of righteousness could be perceived from them. The divine light that surrounded them gave an extremely pleasant feeling. Cultivators from the human realm. The man that was the head of the human realm congregation bowed slightly in the direction of the Lost Clan, who was in the distance, and said, "The Lost Clan has been protecting the Xini continent for countless years to ensure its existence and deserves our utmost respect. The human realm will not be enemies with the Lost Clan, and we won't participate in any disputes and battles with the Lost Clan. The reason why we came here was the appearance of the relic. After learning so much about the Lost Clan, we have nothing but admiration for you." Human realm had forfeited. They chose not to take an opposing position against the Lost Clan. When the elder from the Lost Clan heard this, he made a bow with his hands together in front of him and said, "The Lost Clan thanks you for your kindness and righteousness. Emperor Yi from the original realm was right. Don't do unto others what we don't want to have done unto ourselves. Since Xini continent has guardians for protection, there is no need to be so unrelenting and unreasonable. The Lost Clan is a principality that goes back to ancient times, and it is not easy for it to sustain its existence until this day. Why not just let the Lost Clan become a force in this world and cultivate?" A cultivator from the human realm continued to advocate and looked toward Yi Futian while he was speaking. However, the dark world, the empty divine realm, and the devil world were quite unimpressed with the words and actions coming from the human realm. In their opinion, those from the human realm, like Yi Futian, were just a bunch of sanctimonious fakes. But they had heard that this kind of behavior was not unusual in the human realm. They had proclaimed themselves to be the most orthodox heirs after the heavenly path, descendants of the human race, even naming the great emperor of the human realm as the human ancestor. We didn't say the Lost Clan couldn't become a force in the cultivation world. We just wanted to enter their secret zone to take a look. There were no other intentions. But the Lost Clan couldn't even agree to such a simple request. "How can we be friends?" An incredibly wicked voice was speaking, and it belonged to a top figure from the empty divine realm. The empty divine realm was also known as the evil emperor realm. The master of the empty divine realm was called the evil emperor, and it goes without saying that his disciples were also endowed with quite a bit of wickedness. The cultivator who spoke was one of evil emperor's disciples. "That's right. If the human realm doesn't want to participate, then please get out in our way. We just wanted to take a look inside the secret zone of the Lost Clan. I don't believe the Lost Clan will begrudge us that." The cultivator from the dark world also joined in. They had come this far. They would not give it up so readily. "Of course, the Lost Clan cannot possibly agree to such request," said the cultivator from the Lost Clan. "If you insist on entering the secret zone of Lost Clan, it will only be over our dead bodies." When the voice fell, the sense of solemnity intensified. The divine light that was shining on the cultivators of the Lost Clan shrouded the boundless space. Phantoms of the ancient gods appeared everywhere in the surrounding areas. Right in front of them, and behind the great cultivators of the Lost Clan, the phantoms of the ancient gods that appeared were like true deities, massive and gigantic, reaching all the way to the sky. An aura of immeasurable horror now bloomed from them. The Lost Clan was ready to move immediately. They had clearly taken their own lives out of the equation. The shadows of the ancient gods shrouded the boundless space, and many ancient deities resonated with one another and united into one entity, blocking out all the lights from the sky. This vast space was now transformed into a realm belonging to those ancient gods. Those ancient gods seemed to come into being through these cultivators from the Lost Clan. Suddenly, their eyes opened, emitting shocking divine light. They looked at those cultivators who moved against them. "If you still wanted to force your way into the secret zone paradise of the Lost Clan, you better get on with it." A voice resounded through the space, and the heavens resonated with the call to battle immediately. A solemn voice was heard, and it seemed to be coming from a time long ago, veiled in an ancient and powerful aura. The cultivators from all the top forces watched with serious expressions. Gone was the relaxed attitude they had before. All of them were from major worlds, some even from the world's top forces, such as the Empty Mountain cultivators from the Empty Divine Realm, cultivators of the Dark Court from the Dark World, the Devil Imperial Palace of the Devil World. They were the kings of each of these worlds. The Lost Clan was not inferior to any of them. They thought that perhaps the dark environment the Lost Clan was forced to contend with was a factor for their resilience. In addition, the ancestors of the Lost Clan must have also been some amazing characters. The Xini continent itself was extraordinary on its own and was never meant to be some ordinary place, even since the beginning of times. But because they were abandoned by the gods, none of these cultivators on the continent were aware of their own ancestry or who they inherited it from. However, each generation of the Lost Clan was filled with genius talents, having allowed them to create a flourishing culture. "Let's get it on," a voice commanded, with the determination of those cultivators. Since this was where they were at, a battle could not be avoided no matter what. With the determination of the Lost Clan, they, as the challengers, had to defeat them before they could enter the Secret Zone Paradise and glimpse upon the secrets of the Lost Clan. Rumble, a terrific sound came out, indicating that the cultivators from the Empty Divine Realm had mobilized. Mighty and gigantic heavenly deities emerged, standing between heaven and earth, surrounded by divine light. Their presence was completely overpowering. Each of those golden divine rays was full of terrifying auras of destruction. Yifuqian looked there and realized that he had seen this ability before. Most of the cultivators from Empty Mountain seemed to have cultivated in this aggressive method. In other directions, the cultivators from the Devil World were also on the move. An overbearing demonic shadow appeared. It was as if the cultivators were summoning the demon gods. Their bodies of the Great Path became terrifying as those demonic bodies were surrounded by demonic glory. The cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace, including direct disciples of the Devil Emperor. Some of the top figures were all qualified to comprehend the super-demonic form in Cultivation, thus creating their own demonic form. The tyranny of each person's demonic form would be determined according to different degrees of their comprehension and cultivation ability. But there was no one here who were not powerful existences themselves. None of them were simple. The cultivators from Divine Prefecture and the Dark World were starting their offensive as they gathered an extraordinary amount of power now. For a moment, the coercion in this space was simply terrifying. Many of those second-tier cultivators from Divine Prefecture's top principalities felt as if their hearts were palpitating. The coercion on this side of the world had grown so strong that it was almost unbearable. They did not doubt that they were not even qualified to participate in a battle on this scale. The strongest participants in the battle had all been those existences who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, and quite a few of them had survived the second divine tribulation. Their strength was horrific beyond imagination. Under this kind of authoritative pressure, even those giants who had cultivated to the peak of Renhuang could also feel suffocating oppression. Seeing that the cultivators from all sides were ready to move, those from the Lost Clan did not hesitate any longer. Those ancient godlike figures released an incomparable aura. Like glaring deities, the golden divine brilliance from their eyes contained the might of total ruination. They turned into golden spatial lightning, blasting towards this corner of the sky. Accompanied by the slaughtering of this golden divine light, the space cracked wide open and was torn apart by the force of the golden divine light. If such terrifying power were to land on bodies made of flesh and blood, it would probably squash anyone unfortunate enough to be in its path. The cultivators of the Empty Divine Realm took the lead. Golden figures of heavenly deities moved in unison, directly blasting out billions of fists aurora, sheltering the sky and the sun. The blast radius covered the boundless space, and the entire world was within range of the attacks from the golden divine fists. The golden divine fist was torn apart and pulverized into nothingness. The golden lightning that shot out contained exceptional power, which continued to slaughter its way forward. Like an apocalyptical divine light, everything was shattered in its wake. But that fist aurora was infinite. One after the other, creating many destructive currents, enough to fill that vast space. In the world of cultivation, the destructive power that could be erupted from a cultivator who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path was quite astonishing. It was impossible to imagine the force that unleashed when multiple cultivators of such caliber attacked at the same time. Yi Futian and his people did not participate in the battle, nor did those tyrannical attacks move in their direction. This battlefield was actually very extensive, but even so, the entire vast space was within the rippling aftereffects of the fight. No matter where they stood, there was simply no escape. Renhuang Chan walked to the very front to release the starry divine light, erecting a starry light screen around them. However, when those turbulent rogue waves of destruction impacted them, the starry light screen shaking wildly, cracks appearing upon it. Nonetheless, those cracks were quickly repaired as soon as they appeared. But to continue like this, it wouldn't last long before it shattered for good and this space would be torn to pieces. This space won't be able to withstand this kind of attack. It will completely collapse and shatter, Renhuang Chan observed. In the void, those ancient gods exploded with another attack. The ancient gods raised their hands and slammed in the direction of this space. An incomparably somber intention of destruction descended, hovered in the sky above everyone. This attack had covered this corner of the sky, and no one was able to hide from it, as everything was fair game. Break him! An indifferent voice came from the direction of the empty divine realm. Suddenly, all the cultivators seemed to gather together as their great path resonated with one another, forming a supreme battle matrix. A boundless and massive deity appeared, raising his hand to blast out a punch. This punch pierced through heaven and earth, pulverizing the void as the divine light shielded the divine fist, making it invincible. Boom! The gigantic palm prints were penetrated. At the same time, people of all the top forces in other directions were also taking shot in turns. In the direction of the devil realm, a shocking demonic blade slashed down and split the sky open. It smashed through the humongous palm prints that came down and continued moving forward with great momentum, slaughtering into the images of ancient gods that were being conjured up by their opponent. The Lost Clan may be tyrannical, but in the end, it was just a single principality, and the enemies they faced were the ruling powers of all the worlds. Except for the absence of the Imperial Palace of Divine Prefecture, all other principalities had dispatched imperial-level representatives here. Under such conditions, it would be very difficult for the Lost Clan to overcome such an alliance of all the worlds. Looking at this battlefield, Yi Futian was a little concerned for the Lost Clan. The Lost Clan could not afford to lose this battle. If they lost, it would be total destruction. They would fight to the death, but those cultivators from the other worlds would not spare any of them either. At the Xini continent, with the Lost Clan at the center, a petrifying golden glory now permeated and radiated over the entire continent. The continent was colored by a dusky glow that shrouded the whole continent under its brilliance. Looking down from up on high, it was clear that what radiated over the entire continent was, in fact, a gigantic matrix covering the vast expanse of Xini continent. Within this enormous matrix, splendid pictures and patterns could clearly be made out. In these patterns, one could vaguely see ancient gods standing there, blending into the matrix as if they were part of it. This mammoth of a super matrix was the result of generational efforts by the ancestors of the Lost Clan. After they had perished, some ancestors chose to integrate the last of their will into the matrix and became part of it. For countless years, this super-colossal matrix had absorbed the will of many ancestors in the Lost Clan. Today, it had become a truly terrifying super matrix. Relying only on the super matrix, the Lost Clan was able to stay safe while traveling through the space of the void except in the most dangerous situations. The Xini continent was not alone. The land of the Lost Clan also lit up with an incomparably splendid divine brilliance. The Lost Clan's secret zone paradise was shrouded with a terrifying golden divine glory, which then gradually disappeared until nothing was left as if it had never been there before. This sight shocked many cultivators, and they remembered the words previously spoken by the cultivator from the Lost Clan. If the Lost Clan were defeated, they would not allow outsiders to enter the Lost Clan's secret zone paradise. They would rather destroy it than allowing these outside cultivators to get what they wanted. Perhaps what the Lost Clan had said was the truth. Inside the battlefield, the sky and the earth shattered, the space collapsed, and terrifying attacks collided. Many cultivators were injured, including some who were considered really powerful. However, that supremely aggressive battle matrix of the rocks also sustained damages with those repeated attacks. Cracks began appearing until they finally collapsed and shattered. For this, the cultivators from all sides paid a heavy price. Some of the powerful cultivators had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, but they, too, had been severely injured by it. After the battle matrix of the rocks was broken, both sides were immediately stationed in different positions above the firmament. Major figureheads stood scattered, an astonishing aura bursting from each of them. The atmosphere was so powerful that it was simply chilling. Are there this many top figures in the Lost Clan? There was a slight disturbance in the hearts of these cultivators. The Lost Clan was not facing just one group of forces but many top powers of the Divine Prefecture and cultivators from other worlds. The lineup was so powerful that it was almost something that no existence could contend with. The fact that the Lost Clan was able to hold them off was, in itself, quite an astonishing feat. This clearly demonstrated the terror the Lost Clan was capable of. After the two sides separated, a cultivator from Divine Prefecture looked at those great cultivators from the Lost Clan across the air and said loud and clear, "The battle matrix collapsed. If you continue to fight, it will probably spell total disaster for the Lost Clan. Are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes, we just wanted to go into the secret zone paradise to see what was so amazing about the Lost Clan's cultivation method. We never thought about eradicating the Lost Clan. There is still time for you to change your minds now. There is no need to engage in such a huge fight," someone else piped up, urging the cultivators from the Lost Clan to give up their resistance and allow them entry into the secret zone paradise to cultivate. "I would also like to reiterate and remind you that the Lost Clan did not come here to be your enemy. Our only goal to come to the original realm was just to cultivate quietly. But if you are insisting on taking such an aggressive stance against us, the Lost Clan will fight you at all costs." The cultivator from the Lost Clan replied, "At all costs." All the cultivators directed their gazes toward the man who spoke. Before, they had some reservations and didn't really intend to act on it. But now that they had reached this juncture, if they were to fight an all-out war, how would the Lost Clan contend with that? Does the Lost Clan really want to disappear forever from this world? One cultivator asked in a threatening tone. "Long live the Lost Clan," a solemn voice declared as those words reverberated throughout the world. Then, all those hands clasped together with divine light lingering as that somber voice still ranging throughout the space. On the ground below, that matrix which was covering the entire Shini continent seemed to be coming alive now. Endless rays of glory bloomed outward, rushing straight into the firmament. In an instant, a shining radiance enveloped the entire continent, and a voice seemed to be speaking from an era long forgotten, passing through time and space to awaken those ancestors of theirs. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard, accompanied by the blooming of countless divine lights. Phantoms appeared above the sky as cultivators from the Lost Clan stepped up towards those phantoms, as if to merge with them. Using the matrix to fight? Everyone's eyes narrowed, and only then did they realize that this superb and gigantic matrix was not only protecting the Shini continent from invasions, but could also be awakened to fight and produce a certain connection with the cultivators of the Lost Clan. A real ancient deity appeared, standing tall between heaven and earth. It felt extremely massive. He glanced towards the space below, and a horrific golden divine glory beamed out from his brow chakra, which instantly turned into countless golden lightning, smashing down at the cultivators below. "Watch out!" someone cautioned as the cultivators beneath had sensed imminent danger. Suddenly, the group of men began to dodge and evade with incredible speed. But at the same time, in different positions above the sky, ancient gods emerged one after another. The top figures from the Lost Clan had integrated into them, resonating with the matrix and emitting golden divine light. This was far more terrifying than the battle matrix of the rocks from before. It seemed that this was the truly superb battle matrix, the one that had kept Xini continent protected. Those golden divine lights were like rays of spatial destruction. The space over which these rays passed was instantly penetrated. Whether it was a solid object or the void, everything those rays touched was bound to be pierced and destroyed. This was the ability used by the Lost Clan while they were traveling through the dark space to find a way out. It could pierce through the boundless space, and it bore through it effectively. Puff, atop Renhuang, was shot by the divine light of space. As his body was pierced by the light, his face paled and was overcome by a look of hopelessness. Then, as clusters of spatial divine glory hitting him at the same time, his body was torn apart and shattered, pulverized into nothingness. He died instantly. How powerful! When Yifutian saw this, his heart trembled with awe. Above the firmament, ancient gods seemed to be standing watch over them all. The power of those ancestors seemed to have been awakened and integrated into the matrix and echoed the power exuded from the cultivators of the Lost Clan. The resonance erupted with the power of destruction, which was absolutely devastating for cultivators from every side. It seems that they have underestimated the Lost Clan, Emperor Nan observed. The depth of this ancient clan that had traveled through the dark world for countless years was truly frightening. Their strength could not be countered simply by one principality alone. Unless powerful forces such as Empty Mountain and Devil Imperial Palace united all of their top cultivators, they could not possibly stand a chance. However, the problem was that only a small number of their best cultivators were dispatched here. "Break up the matrix," said a voice from the crowd as cultivators from all major forces converged into one. The cultivators from Empty Mountain were in one camp, while cultivators from the Devil World were in another. With so many cultivators assembling their strengths at the same time, small battle matrices began to form. Cultivators from Empty Mountain took the initiative and attacked. Suddenly, countless fist auroras blasted toward the firmament. The cultivators from the Devil World were even more terrifying. They had summoned infinite demonic blades into being. As the demonic will tossed and rumbled, demon gods appeared to unleash the demonic blades at the same time. Most horrific was that amongst them, an even greater demonic god was gathering these hundreds and thousands of demonic blades into one, smashing it across the void as if intending to split open this corner of the sky. The sight was too shocking to describe. Among the cultivators of the Lost Clan who were in charge of the Matrix, there were clearly a few frightening existences that had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Now, coupled with the strength of the Matrix, they had erupted with an astonishing offensive prowess. Every cultivator from the top forces in Divine Prefecture was looking for the weak points of this sky-sheltering matrix. They attacked those weak points again and again. In a short few moments, many horrific attacks had already exploded on this battlefield. Furthermore, cultivators from other major forces began to fall one after the other, greatly alarming those from other top forces. Although they had anticipated some danger ahead of the battle, they did not envision it would be this serious. Despite all the forces being combined, they were still caught off guard in such a short period of time. However, these were, after all, forces of the top existence in the world. Even though the Lost Clan had leveraged the amazing strength of this super matrix, they were still affected by the simultaneous attacks of these powerful cultivators. The ancient gods shook as they were perched above the firmament, and the light screen started to crack. The combined attacks from these cultivators were so terrifying, especially the demonic blades of the cultivators from the Devil World, which contained shocking power that was enough to cleave open the heavens. Yifutian and the others did not participate in the battle, but they were also in this space since the battlefield had covered just about all the surrounding areas. They had no way to hide under the matrix, so they were affected to a certain extent. However, the cultivators from the Lost Clan were attacking with restraint and did not send any heavy blows in their direction. Therefore, they were still able to hold up their defenses, even though they had to contend with the threat of the aftershocks. But this battlefield was getting a bit too frightening now. Yifutian thought that it was a waste for those top figures to be slain like this. If they hadn't so greedily grabbed for the secret zone of the Lost Clan, they wouldn't perish today. Crack! A crisp sound was heard at the same time as some ancient gods were being shattered. They were breached in an extremely tyrannical attack. It was the cultivators from the devil world who broke out of their passive stance first, breaking down an ancient god which injured several cultivators from the Lost Clan. Suddenly, cultivators from other major positions also began their counterattacks. The Lost Clan took the initiative and attacked first. They leveraged the will of their ancestors to power up the Matrix. But a sustained battle would probably still be highly risky to the Lost Clan and will put them at a disadvantage, said Yifutian. The cultivators next to him nodded slightly, echoing his sentiment. After all, these people were powerful cultivators in their own rights. Each of them was a peak existence in their own world, in possession of terrifying means and methods. Once they started to unleash their strongest measures against the Lost Clan, defeat was just a matter of time. In this battle, it was highly possible that both sides would suffer major losses, with the Lost Clan facing an even more bleak outcome. However, judging from the resolve and determination of the Lost Clan, even if they were defeated, they would make these challengers pay dearly for their victory. The battle continued. However, at this moment, an extremely overpowering aura suddenly spread from above the firmament. It was not on the battlefield but from outside the battlefield. After that, everyone saw the most radiant and glorious glow sprinkling down on this space, covering the entire Shini continent. Ha! Yifutian and the others were caught by surprise as that infinite glow continued to sprinkle with incredible brilliance. At the same time, an amazing atmosphere permeated from it. Someone is coming, Yifutian said. Under that endless glow, a group of ethereal figures emerged. This group of cultivators was surrounded by extremely dazzling divine light. Their leader was a woman that resembled a goddess. She had an incomparable radiance, and her beauty was breathtaking. Her noble presence compelled everyone to lower their eyes. Those cultivators who were in the midst of fighting also saw the group that had just descended upon them. Gradually, many people stopped fighting, especially those from Divine Prefecture who had been the first to disengage in battle. Quite a few of them put their hands together and saluted, saying, "Greetings to your Royal Highness the Princess." It turned out that this group of newcomers were cultivators from Donghuang Imperial Palace in the Divine Prefecture. The stunning woman in the lead was Princess Donghuang, who had arrived in person. This was the first time Yifutian had seen her in 20-some years. This princess seemed to always make her appearance at the most critical moment. He wondered what had brought Princess Donghuang here. Although the cultivators of the Devil World and the Empty Divine Realm were not in the same camp as the Imperial Palace of Divine Prefecture, they had to pay their respects now that the ruler of the Divine Prefecture was here. After all, in principle, the original realm belonged to the Divine Prefecture, and where they stood now was under the jurisdiction of the Divine Prefecture. As all the major cultivators stopped their offensives, the cultivators from the Lost Clan, likewise, retracted their aura and did not continue fighting. They seemed to know who had arrived. After they came to the original realm, they had made some inquiries about the original realm as well as the Divine Prefecture. It was obvious that they knew the Master of Divine Prefecture had descended upon them. The ruler of Divine Prefecture, Donghuang Imperial Palace, could very possibly be the one who determines the fate of the Lost Clan. An elder from the Lost Clan bowing slightly and said, "The Lost Clan has been in exile since time immemorial. Now that we have come upon the land of the original realm under the rule of Divine Prefecture, we hope the Imperial Palace will forgive us for our intrusion." Princess Donghuang looked at the cultivators from the Lost Clan below and nodded slightly. Many were surprised when they beheld this sight. They could detect something from Princess Donghuang's attitude towards the Lost Clan. If she wanted to protect the Lost Clan, things would become much thornier. Salutations to Princess Donghuang, from cultivators of the human realm. The person heading the congregation of the human realm smiled as he greeted the princess. "All of you from the human realm, welcome," Princess Donghuang responded. The cultivator from the human realm continued, "My master has never forgotten about Donghuang the Elder. Is everything well with the great emperor?" "Thank you, Elder. My father has been cultivating diligently and has been thinking of you often, Elder." The two chatted casually like good friends but were, in fact, not as familiar with each other as they appeared to be. "If opportunity allows, we would like to go to the Imperial Palace to greet Donghuang the Great personally." Very well. Princess Donghuang nodded slightly, appearing quite at ease. She then surveyed the crowd and said, "This continent has traveled through the darkness until it came upon the land of the original realm. Since it is here now, it is considered part of the original realm. From now on, the Xini continent will also be a member of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the original realm. It will be managed under the jurisdiction of the Lost Clan as a part of the original realm, belonging to Divine Prefecture under the command of the Imperial Palace." Lost Clan? Are you willing to accept these conditions? These words from Princess Donghuang stunned everyone who had heard them, and many cultivators changed their expression. They clearly understood that this was Princess Donghuang giving the Lost Clan a chance to survive. By asking the Lost Clan to accept the authority of Donghuang Imperial Palace as a part of the Divine Prefecture under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Palace, Donghuang Imperial Palace may then legitimize its involvement in the whole affair. This was giving the Lost Clan a chance to make a choice. Of course, the Lost Clan was free to refuse. But in that scenario, it was very possible that the Imperial Palace from Divine Prefecture would choose not to intercede. After all, for Donghuang the Great to dominate all of Divine Prefecture, his concerns had to be much broader, and he would never involve the Imperial Palace in an all-out battle with several other major worlds on behalf of some irrelevant clans. Naturally, the finer points of this reasoning were not lost on the Lost Clan. Therefore, after hearing the pronouncements from Princess Donghuang, the elder of the Lost Clan hesitated only for a moment before he made a decision. Determination flashed through his eyes as he replied, "The Lost Clan is willing to submit to Donghuang Imperial Palace and accept the command of the Imperial Palace. From now on, we shall be a part of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the original realm." When they heard the reply from the Lost Clan, the cultivators from other forces were not thrilled, to say the least. Under such circumstances, it was obvious that Donghuang Imperial Palace would be involved. If so, it would be extremely difficult to move against the Lost Clan again, especially for principalities from the Divine Prefecture. Princess Donghuang surveyed the crowd around her slowly and said, "All the forces from Divine Prefecture, hear me well. Now that the Lost Clan belongs to Divine Prefecture and has accepted the command of our Imperial Palace, please do not treat the Lost Clan as a foreign invading force. If opportunities allow in the future, you should befriend one another and learn together." Indeed, Princess Donghuang intervened with her influence, and she had started with the principalities from Divine Prefecture first. Many from the top forces in Divine Prefecture appeared pensive as their eyes flickered and their brains were thinking hard. They found the current circumstance a little hard to swallow, especially those who had lost cultivators in the previous violent exchanges with the Lost Clan. They had not had the chance to settle these scores before they were asked to drop the matter altogether and get along with the Lost Clan. Then, had those cultivators who had perished died in vain? "Princess, my brothers in arms fell at the hands of the Lost Clan. Where is our justice?" a cultivator asked. He was the cultivator of the ancient God clan. He asked his question bluntly without backing down, not scared even in the face of the Imperial Palace. Princess Donghuang looked at the cultivator and calmly responded, "After this confrontation settles down, if you still ache to settle the score, I will allow you to fight with the Lost Clan. The Imperial Palace will not get between the two of you over personal grievances." The eyes of that cultivator narrowed. She would allow them to fight with the Lost Clan? On the Xini continent, with the tyrannical power displayed by the Lost Clan, even the ancient God clan was an unlikely contender to take them on alone. The difference in power was simply too great. The other side was a major clan made possible by the energy of an entire continent. However, but even if they were greatly displeased in their hearts, they could only endure in silence, suffocating on those unspoken words. One glance at Princess Donghuang revealed that the princess was no longer a young lass anymore. After many years of cultivation, she had become even more magnificent and ravishing. Aside from her status and position, she was a peerless empress in her own right. "Since the princess said so, we will have no choice but to put it aside for now," the person responded with a bit of displeasure in his voice. Even facing Princess Donghuang, he was not overly servile. After all, they were not under the direct jurisdiction of the Imperial Palace, and the Imperial Palace could not do much to them. If the Imperial Palace were to come down on them too aggressively, it would risk total and utter alienation. Princess Donghuang didn't seem to display the slightest emotion. She nodded nonchalantly, haughty and indifferent. She glanced at the cultivators from the other worlds and said, "Once upon a time, in a battle long ago, the original realm came under the jurisdiction of Divine Prefecture. Now that changes are upon the original realm, which was why the Divine Prefecture did not object to your presence here, though you were uninvited. As the Lost Clan had recognized and submitted under the authority of the Imperial Palace, accepting its command, everyone, please feel free to disengage and take your leave." Once the Lost Clan agreed to assimilate, then the Imperial Palace of the Divine Prefecture may directly intercede on its behalf, preventing the others from fighting against the Lost Clan. Princess Donghuang, should this matter be forgotten just like this? A cold voice queried, and it was a top cultivator from the dark world, whose tone was tinged with a few degrees of iciness. They had already declared war and broken down the matrix of the Lost Clan. If they continued with this momentum, they would surely take down the Lost Clan sooner rather than later. At this time, the Imperial Palace from Divine Prefecture unexpectedly interfered to prevent the battle from continuing. Since the Lost Clan has now submitted to Imperial Palace, the Imperial Palace will ask you to stop fighting with the Lost Clan. If you refuse to let this go, you should know that we don't mind taking this as far as it needs to go, Princess Donghuang replied. Divine generals stood guard behind her, creating a frightening atmosphere. Once again, Yi Futian saw Spear Emperor do you. However, this divine general stood behind several other people and didn't seem to occupy too conspicuous a position. Obviously, because of the involvement of peak cultivators from several worlds this time, the Imperial Palace had dispatched a much more powerful delegation than before. For a time, the space was completely silent, as all the cultivators remained hushed. The Lost Clan was already very powerful on its own, and these cultivators, with great difficulties, had paid a heavy price for breaking down their defenses. Now, the top forces from Divine Prefecture would not continue to fight against the Lost Clan and may even fight for them in this latest reversal of fortunes. As long as Princess Donghuang was around, it would be impossible for the forces of these principalities from Divine Prefecture to get involved further. They had lost considerable strength on their side, but the other side was now being backed up by the supreme power that belonged to Donghuang Imperial Palace. If the battle continued under these conditions, they would most likely suffer losses and have no chance to take down the Lost Clan. Suddenly there was a voice coming out of this silent space, and a cultivator from the human realm said, "The Lost Clan, a major clan in the world of cultivation, has not done anything wrong. If you refuse to give up and insisted on persecuting the Lost Clan, the human realm will not stand idly by." This voice reverberated in the quiet space. The power between Divine Prefecture, the human realm, and the Lost Clan was enough to stymie any hopes for the other worlds to vanquish the Lost Clan. But to give it up just like that seemed rather anticlimactic and unsatisfying. The human realm is indeed the agent of righteousness. How come you didn't intervene and allied with the Lost Clan earlier? A cultivator from the dark world commented. His words dripped with thick sarcasm, full of unsaid accusations. It seemed that when the Imperial Palace of Divine Prefecture had arrived, the human realm was much more willing to stand beside the Imperial Palace. Together, they had completely cut off any recourses the dark world may have. Since the Imperial Palace of Divine Prefecture has taken a stance, then we will drop this matter for the time being and will not make further demands on the Lost Clan. A cultivator from the empty divine realm piped up to show that they were willing to let it go. In this case, what choice do they really have but to call it quits? However, now that the original realm is going through these changes, I'm sure Donghuang the Great must know very well that while we can agree not to touch the Lost Clan, the control of the original realm should be relinquished now. The turbulence in the original realm means that it shouldn't no longer be under the control of any single entity. Everyone was surprised because none of them expected the empty divine realm to make a statement of this nature. The Imperial Palace of Divine Prefecture had always regarded itself as the master of the original realm, and now it was time for a change. This was a thought shared by cultivators from the Dark World as well as the Devil World, and their attention now fixed solely on Princess Donghuang. Control over the original realm? Princess Donghuang looked at the cultivators from various worlds. Although the original realm was still ruled over by the divine prefecture in name, in reality, the current huge changes in the realm were known by all the cultivators from various worlds. Did they truly consider the original realm to be the territory of the divine prefecture? If they truly did consider it to be so, beside causing a commotion in the original realm, they would need the permission of the divine prefecture to even step foot into it. Clearly, the various forces no longer had their reservations. Since the original realm was still considered to be under the jurisdiction of the divine prefecture in name, the divine prefecture would not let it go no matter what happened to it. This appeared to be meaningless, but it was crucial. At the end of the day, the divine prefecture had the moral high ground, and the forces of the various worlds were at a disadvantage on this front. Princess Donghuang declared, "The jurisdiction of the original realm has already been determined for centuries. More than 20 years ago, a huge war erupted in the original realm, and the divine prefecture still emerged victorious. Now, the divine prefecture doesn't want to dwell on this matter. The original realm belonged to the divine prefecture in the past and will remain so for the future." Her voice was arrogant and authoritative. The reality that the original realm belonged to the divine prefecture was unshakable and would remain unchanged for eternity. "I heard that the original realm already has a ruler. The cultivators of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path all pledge their allegiance to this new ruler. The influence of the divine prefecture imperial palace is most likely not as strong as his." A cultivator of the dark world provoked with a sinister smile. The various cultivators naturally knew who he was referring to. Everyone knew that the current direct ruler of the original realm was Yi Futian, the college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He was also the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Yi Futian was considered the ruler of the original realm by its members. He also fought for the original realm. Countless cultivators of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path acknowledged him and the Heavenly Mandate Academy. In contrast, the divine prefecture imperial palace had limited influence over the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Its influence was certainly not as strong as Yi Futian's. Yi Futian, the college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, has unified the various forces of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and fights for their sake. He protects the cultivators of the original realm and rules over the original realm on behalf of the divine prefecture imperial palace. The imperial palace believes he has done superbly. "Are there any problems with that?" replied Princess Donghuang as she stared indifferently at the cultivator of the dark world. She claimed that Yi Futian was ruling over the original realm on behalf of the divine prefecture imperial palace, and that Yi Futian and the Heavenly Mandate Academy were under their jurisdiction. There was no issue with her statement. However, what did Yi Futian think about this? Many people looked at Yi Futian. Yet, Yi Futian's expression remained the same as before, showing no changes. They could not get a read on him. Was he ruling over the original realm on behalf of the divine prefecture imperial palace? Yi Futian never thought of it that way before. The imperial palace was its own entity. However, the original realm was the place where he grew up and cultivated. He had emotional attachments to the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He unified the lands of the original realm in the hopes that they would prosper and survive through this chaotic era instead of disintegrating and having countless lives lost to the chaos. While he was doing so, the divine prefecture imperial palace had not interfered at all. In terms of a sense of belonging, he naturally had none for the divine prefecture imperial palace. Moreover, he was still not clear about the matters back then. Donghuang the Great might even be his enemy. However, he did not leap out to deny Princess Donghuang's words. The Heavenly Mandate Academy ruled over the original realm by relying on Master's deterrence to survive in this chaotic world. Otherwise, many forces would have long attacked them. They still needed the backing of the divine prefecture imperial palace. Forsaking the divine prefecture imperial palace and proclaiming himself a ruler now? That would be suicide. As for the cultivators around Yi Futian, they all had their own thoughts. Many of them had high expectations for Yi Futian. They even believed that Yi Futian would walk the path to the top in the future and make the original realm an independent world. However, this path would certainly be full of thorns. How many would be buried along the way? For Yi Futian, his most important goal currently was further developing himself. "There is no problem," the cultivator of the dark world said as he looked at Princess Donghuang. "Since the divine prefecture does not wish to relinquish control of the original realm and wishes to meddle in the affairs of the lost clan, then we have no choice but to return and inform the great emperor and ask him to open the door of darkness. When that happens, I hope the divine prefecture will not regret this." As he said this, he looked at the cultivators of the empty mountain as well as the devil world and said, "There is a prophecy that claims that the changes to the worlds will begin with the original realm. Does the evil emperor and the devil emperor have no thoughts about this?" There seem to be too few members from the devil world here today. Among the cultivators of the various worlds, the members of the devil world were the fewest in numbers. Only a group of them had come to the original realm. Aside from the divine prefecture, the dark world was the second largest group. Cultivators from a large number of their forces kept arriving. Now, the cultivator of the dark world was threatening to open the door of darkness, most likely with the intention to send a large number of cultivators of the dark world to the original realm. If that were to happen, the original realm would change completely. No one knew what the outcome would be. "We will naturally return to inform the evil emperor about this," a cultivator from the empty divine realm said. "Since the divine prefecture is still so domineering, then, let's wait and see." Attacking the lost clan today made the cultivators of the empty divine realm feel that they were lacking in number. Recently, many relics appeared in the original realm. They were all relics of the ancient era. Even the shiny continent that was floating among the chaos of the void had appeared. One could imagine how huge a change was occurring in the original realm. The prophecy might possibly come true. Under such circumstances, the various great emperors would certainly send large armies over by opening the doors connected to the original realm. The cultivators of the devil world also revealed pondering looks. From the looks of it, they also needed to return to inform the devil emperor. If the prophecy came true, the original realm might continue to have huge changes. For now, no one knew what changes would occur in the future. Yet, if there were too few members of the devil world present here, they would be at a disadvantage. When Princess Donghuang heard their words, her expression turned cold and indifferent. 3 to 4 centuries ago, the original realm had already faced such a storm. However, the turmoil back then was not even on the scale of what she was seeing now. If it was as the cultivators of the various major forces had said, the next storm in the original realm would be unprecedented. The various worlds might choose the original realm to be the battlefield for their conflict. Yi Futian's facial expression was the ugliest of them all. Now, he ruled over the original realm and protected the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. If what the other parties said were true, the original realm would undoubtedly be where the forces of the other worlds faced off against each other. The original realm would become a battlefield. For the members here, this was practically a catastrophe. No one knew what would happen then. Crucially, all of this was happening too fast. The appearance of the Lost Clan had accelerated this change. His cultivation was still not strong enough. Without having reached the peak of the Runhuang Plain, it was difficult for him to handle these changes. When Yi Futian thought of this, he was somewhat concerned. The cultivators of various forces of the Divine Prefecture all had their own agendas. They were not united with the Divine Prefecture Imperial Palace. If the original realm completely fell into chaos, they would instead seize the opportunity to enrich themselves. In the quiet space, Princess Donghuang glanced around at the crowd. Were they threatening the Divine Prefecture? However, the situation in the original realm had now changed. An ancient continent like the shiny continent had actually appeared out of thin air. The cultivators of various worlds couldn't sit there and do nothing. After all, before this, the lost clan of the shiny continent had displayed terrifying combat ability. On top of that, many other relics had appeared before this. How many secrets were waiting to be explored in the original realm now? The changes of the worlds would begin with the original realm. The various worlds would believe this prophecy to have come true, and they would keep sending their cultivators over to the original realm. The various worlds had been at peace for countless years. Now, they would soon choose the original realm as the battlefield for their conflict. It seemed to be pushed by the general trend of events and would most likely be unchangeable. "Then we shall wait and see," declared Princess Donghuang as she swept a glance over the crowd. If the various worlds wanted to lead their armies over here, then the Divine Prefecture would answer with their own. This fight was inevitable. Everything that happened today was originally targeted at the Lost Clan. However, no one imagined that it would escalate to such a situation. It appeared that the various worlds would invade the original realm and contest over it. Such a shocking development had been stirred up. Yifutian secretly sighed. From the looks of it, the original realm becoming a battlefield was already inevitable. He had no means of stopping such a development. "If that is the case, farewell," the cultivator of the Dark World said. Then he left with the other cultivators. The cultivators of the forces of the empty divine realm, the devil world, and the other worlds also left the region of the Lost Clan. When they left, their figures bore frightening auras. The fires of war had been lit. The various forces left very quickly. Only the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture Imperial Palace, the Heavenly Mandate Academy, as well as the human realm remained and had yet to leave. The elder of the Lost Clan bowed slightly at Princess Donghuang and said, "Princess, many thanks for helping us get out of that predicament. The Lost Clan is grateful." Although the Lost Clan were prepared to face anything, if the battle were to truly break out, they would most likely face annihilation. After all, the other party was the allied forces of the various worlds. Even though their Lost Clan was powerful, it would still be difficult for them to stand against such a force. "You have seen everything. The armies of the various worlds will be coming. The doors of the original realm will be completely opened. The Shini continent has now come to the original realm. You are now part of it and under the jurisdiction of the Divine Prefecture. You will not be able to sit out of this. If there is a war, I hope that the Lost Clan will also lend their aid," said Princess Donghuang as she glanced at the cultivators of the Lost Clan. The Lost Clan had to play their part since they had chosen to submit to the authority of the Divine Prefecture. If the Divine Prefecture engaged in war with the other worlds, then the Lost Clan needed to obey the orders from the Divine Prefecture Imperial Palace. "Since our clan has agreed to your request, we will certainly keep our promise. We won't sit idly and do nothing," declared the elder of the Lost Clan. "Moreover, our clan has lost the freedom to stay away from this conflict. The various worlds had come here to attack the Lost Clan. Even if the Lost Clan intended to stay out of the conflict, would the cultivators from the various worlds possibly agree to that? They would most likely still attack the Lost Clan after they managed to defeat the army of the Divine Prefecture. "Princess, we've enraged the various worlds this time around. If they join forces to attack the Divine Prefecture, we'll most likely face a huge crisis," a cultivator from the ancient God clan said while looking at Princess Donghuang. The cultivators who left the place were people from the Dark World, the Empty Divine Realm, and the Devil World. Even during the previous war, the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture had not faced such a situation. If the other three major worlds decided to declare war on the Divine Prefecture, the latter had no chance of winning. Princess Donghuang looked at the speaker and said, "The other three major worlds each have their own agendas. They might not join forces. If they really do, I hope all of you can contribute to defeating them. Right now, the original realm has undergone many changes. All of you should return to the Divine Prefecture first and summon cultivators from your respective clans to come here. Otherwise, if anything were to happen in the original realm, you might have a difficult time handling the situation." The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture were of different minds when they heard Princess Donghuang's order. However, on the surface, everyone nodded in agreement. They said, "Since that's the case, we'll take our leave here." Princess Donghuang nodded. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture gradually left the place. Quite a lot of cultivators gave the cultivators of the Lost Clan a cold glance before they left. They were somewhat unsatisfied with what happened today. However, they couldn't do anything given the current situation. Therefore, they could only play by the ear from now on. After the cultivators of the divine prefecture left, Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was also staring at her. It was not their first time meeting each other. They met once back in the city of Qingzhou. They were both youths at that time. However, back then, one of them was exalted while the other was still a commoner. They weren't even people of the same status. Now, Yi Futian was almost at the same strata as this princess of the divine prefecture. "Greetings, princess. Many thanks for giving me the divine item as a present in the past," said Yi Futian as he bowed slightly. Regardless of how their relationship would turn out in the future, it was undeniable that Princess Donghuang was the one who saved him when he was surrounded by various forces 20 years ago. The divine item that Princess Donghuang gifted him allowed him to go to the divine prefecture. "Back then, you defeated the cultivators from the dark world and the empty divine realm. The item was a reward for you. You don't have to thank me for it," explained Princess Donghuang. "Now, you control the forces in the original realm. The Imperial Palace has also heard of your achievements. In the future, if war were to erupt in the original realm, I hope you'll try your best to protect the place." "Understood," Yi Futian responded. "It's just that the current original realm is still weak. We don't have any cultivators who have survived the second tribulation of the Great Path. If the cultivators from the various worlds were to attack us, I'm afraid that the forces in the original realm are no match for them. When that time comes, I hope the Divine Prefecture Imperial Palace will send aid to hold the fort. Compared to most forces in the Divine Prefecture, the original realm represented by the Heavenly Mandate Academy was already a superpower. However, if the various worlds sent their top cultivators over, the Heavenly Mandate Academy that lacked existences who had survived the Second Tribulation would appear somewhat lackluster." Princess Donghuang lowered her head and glanced at Yi Futian down below. Was he trying to set conditions with her? "I will make my own arrangements," answered Princess Donghuang indifferently. "There will be a storm in the original realm. I will return to the Imperial Palace." "Farewell, Princess," said Yi Futian as he bowed slightly. Princess Donghuang turned to leave. The cultivators of the human realm said, "Princess, we will see you off." As they said this, their figures dashed up into the sky and left with Princess Donghuang's entourage. Only the cultivators of the Lost Clan and the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were left. The elder of the Lost Clan glanced at Yi Futian and said, "Runhuang Yi, many thanks for your help today." "I haven't done anything worthy of your thanks," said Yi Futian as he shook his head. "Runhuang Yi is benevolent. If you had attacked with the other cultivators before this, the battle matrix of the rocks would have fallen," the elder said. "Our Lost Clan has no means of repaying this favor. Runhuang Yi, please come in and be our guest." "That won't be necessary," said Yi Futian as he shook his head. "Soon there will be a huge change in the original realm. I need to return to prepare. I fear that there will be a bloodbath in the future." The elder of the Lost Clan was stunned. He looked at Yi Futian and then nodded his head and said, "If that is the case, we will not delay you any longer. Runhuang Yi, you must come visit us when you have the chance." "Gladly," replied Yi Futian as he saluted the cultivators of the Lost Clan with his fists. He then left with the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They did not stay with the Lost Clan. As they watched Yi Futian leaving, the cultivators of the Lost Clan gathered together. They stared at his silhouette as it disappeared from view and said, "It appears that this man is truly selfless. With the abilities he displayed, he doesn't need to covet the cultivation techniques of the Lost Clan. Prior to this, he has already inherited the abilities of several great emperors," said the elder of the Lost Clan. He clearly had a certain level of understanding of Yi Futian. After Yi Futian and the others returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they got busy with preparations. They sent the weaker cultivators to the Ziwei segmentum via the teleportation grand matrix. The original realm was about to face a huge change. The Heavenly Mandate realm was in far more danger than the Ziwei segmentum. With the will of Great Emperor Ziwei in the Ziwei segmentum, even if Yi Futian and his group were threatened, not many forces dared to attack the segmentum outright. In contrast, the Heavenly Mandate realm was far more dangerous and prone to attacks. Although Master had descended upon the lower worlds during the previous battles and served as a deterrent for all the forces, it was different this time. A storm would soon sweep over the original realm. The top powers of various worlds would be involved, and great Emperor-level forces would participate directly in this battle. With such backgrounds, the other parties would not be concerned with Master. If Master intervened when the battle ensued, the forces of the Dark World, the empty Divine Realm, and the Devil World all had great Emperor-level existences as well. Hence, Yi Futian had no choice but to be cautious just in case. While Yi Futian's side was busy preparing, the cultivators of the various worlds were also doing the same. For a period of time, the original realm suddenly became exceptionally quiet. None of the forces stirred up trouble. The cultivators from some forces were still exploring the endless void of the original realm, but fewer conflicts broke out. Everyone understood that this was the calm before the storm. The various forces were all waiting. The original realm was about to face an unprecedented event. For now, the various forces did not dare act recklessly. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived in the original realm. The first to arrive were the various top forces from the Divine Prefecture. Although some of them had already arrived in the original realm prior to this, that was only a portion of their forces. However, after the battle with the Lost Clan, they had no choice but to bolster their forces. In the Divine Prefecture, Donghuang Imperial Palace had also sent out a decree to the 18 domain chiefs' manors. By the will of the great emperor, the 18 domain chiefs' manors were ordered to lead the cultivator forces in each domain to the original realm. After receiving this command, they informed the top forces in each domain and then sent their cultivators over to the original realm. At the same time, in different locations of the original realm, more and more forces from the Dark World, the empty Divine Realm, and the human realm arrived. Currently, in the original realm, there had never been such a powerful lineup of cultivators. In a corner of the original realm, a towering demonic might churned and roared. It was then followed by the sky ripping apart. A terrifying demonic black hole appeared. One by one, figures emerged from it. The cultivators who arrived could no longer be called a group. They were a troop. They were a troop of armies from the Devil World. Mei Ting was here today too. He had personally come over to welcome the members from the Devil World. When he saw the arrival of the army, his heart also trembled violently. From the looks of it, the Devil Emperor had personally commanded the various forces in the Devil World to gather and send their cultivators over to the original realm. The cultivator who led the troop from the Devil World had exceptional temperament. He wore a jet-black robe, and his long black hair danced in the wind. His facial features were chiseled, and he was very handsome. However, he seemed somewhat arrogant. His dark eyes were deep like black holes. A formidable aura permeated from his body. Standing there, he appeared like the master of the world. Mei Ting approached the cultivator. The former actually bowed slightly as he greeted, "Demon Sage." Mei Ting was shocked. Demon Sage, who seldom left the Devil World, had actually arrived in the original realm. Only the command of the Devil Emperor could spur Demon Sage into action. Even the Devil Emperor placed great importance on the current original realm. In the original realm, in the empty Imperial Palace of the Central Emperor Realm, a brilliant divine light shone down from the sky. Then, a group of people appeared. The Palace Lord of the empty Imperial Palace personally came out to welcome them. The Palace Lord bowed and greeted the cultivator who led the group. The incomers were the cultivators from the Donghuang Imperial Palace. They had led their armies here to the Central Emperor Realm. Aside from them, some other forces of the Divine Prefecture and the Domain Chief's manors had landed in the Central Emperor Realm too. In reality, many of the top forces from the Divine Prefecture had arrived before the cultivators from the Donghuang Imperial Palace. After the cultivators of the Donghuang Imperial Palace descended in the Central Emperor Realm, various forces of the Divine Prefecture also hastened and made their way towards the realm. A group landed in the region that was previously occupied by the Shin clan. Dazzling divine halos of the Great Path surrounded this group of cultivators. They were none other than the Shin clan from the upper worlds. Back then, many members of the Shin clan from the lower worlds died in battle. The survivors left the place, and the clan fell apart. Right now, the top cultivators of the Shin clan from the upper worlds had once again arrived in their territory. Many forces arrived and took the Central Emperor realm by storm. Soon, Yi Futian received news of their arrival in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He immediately issued an order, commanding his allies, such as Nantian Divine Kingdom, Yuanyang Clan, Tianshan Academy, and Shao Clan, to temporarily evacuate the Central Emperor realm. All these forces moved towards the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They looked like they were migrating en masse. At the same time, as the various forces of the Divine Prefecture descended upon the Central Emperor realm, numerous cultivators from the empty Divine realm arrived in the Myriad realm. The forces of the Devil world also reached the Higher Heavens realm. As for the forces of the Dark world, they were still in the Hidden Land realm as they had been prior to this. The cultivators of the human realm actually also chose the Central Emperor realm and appeared in the same realm as the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture. Although the various forces did not come in contact with each other, they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding to not disturb each other for now. However, they also similarly took over a realm each. After all, when mobilizing the army of a world, in order for large numbers of cultivators to be able to gather at a moment's notice, they needed to choose a place to set up base. Otherwise, once the battle started, it was easy for them to be singled out and destroyed if they were dispersed. After all, with the current situation in the original realm, no one knew when the battle between the various worlds would begin. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, news trickled in, causing the cultivators of the Academy to feel unprecedented pressure. This time, they were not just facing one or two top forces. The forces from various worlds had arrived and occupied the 9 realms. Aside from needing a place to set up base, there was another reason for them doing so. It was to challenge the Divine Prefecture's absolute control over the original realm. As for Yi Futian, the ruler of the original realm, he was merely seen as a member of the Divine Prefecture Imperial Palace. Under such circumstances, the 9 realms were beyond his control. He could only relocate all his allies to the Heavenly Mandate realm. If they remained outside among the cultivators of the various worlds, he would feel uneasy as they would constantly be in danger. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian and the other cultivators gathered. Emperor Nen said, "The cultivators from the various worlds silently arrived and occupied different realms. They are making a statement. The original realm does not belong to the Divine Prefecture alone. They're carving it up." Yi Futian nodded slightly. He understood the intention of the various parties for doing so. Before the chaos, the original realm mainly consisted of the 9 supreme realms. Now, the only realms that were still unblemished were the Central Emperor realm, the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Myriad realm, the Higher Heavens realm, and the Mountain realm. The Central Emperor realm was controlled by the Divine Prefecture. The Heavenly Mandate realm was under the control of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The cultivators of the empty Divine realm seized control of the Myriad realm, while the cultivators of the Devil world invaded the Higher Heavens realm. The Mountain realm belonged to the cultivators of the world of Buddhism. The other forces did not conquer this place for reasons that were self-evident. But, right at this moment, a cultivator descended from the sky. He was Old Ma. He seemed excited as he straightaway walked up to Yi Futian. "What happened?" Yi Futian asked when he saw Old Ma's expression. "The Shinny continent is moving towards our Heavenly Mandate realm," reported Old Ma. "The Shinny continent?" Yi Futian's heart trembled violently. "The entire continent is moving?" "Yes," Old Ma replied while nodding. "I suspect that its movement is controlled by the cultivator of the Lost Clan." All the cultivators were somewhat surprised. The entire continent was moving? Emperor Nen said. Prior to this, the Shinny continent had been wandering in the endless void. Now it has appeared in the original realm. The cultivators of the Lost Clan might indeed be controlling the direction of where the continent moves. All the cultivators revealed strange expressions. If what he said was true, then the Shinny continent might be purposely moving towards the Heavenly Mandate realm. Just as they were discussing this, a few powerful auras suddenly appeared in the sky above. Dazzling divine light shimmered, and a group of people appeared outside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. One of the incomers said, The Lost Clan is here to visit Renhuang Yi. Yi Futian and the rest naturally could detect the arrival of the Lost Clan. Yi Futian responded, "Seniors, please come in." After he said this, the cultivators of the Lost Clan entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy and came straight to where Yi Futian and the rest were. Yi Futian rose from his seat to welcome them. He greeted, "Seniors, welcome to the Heavenly Mandate Academy." Yi Futian invited the cultivators from the Lost Clan to take their places. He was hosting this banquet in their honor. As guests and hosts settled in, Yi Futian said to those from the Lost Clan, "I'm actually a bit surprised that you elders could come to Heavenly Mandate Academy for a visit. I'm here today to discuss some matters with Emperor Yi," said an elder from the Lost Clan. This man was the great elder of the Lost Clan by the name of Sikong Nan. The Sikong family was a powerful family that went back as far as the Lost Clan for generations. When the Lost Clan was established, the Sikong family gave up their own clan to join the Lost Clan. They became its member to guard the Xini continent together. "I'm all ears, elder," said Yi Futian. "The Xini continent has drifted into the original realm, and Princess Donghuang appeared that day, asking the Lost Clan to be part of the realm. Under these conditions, the Xini continent is the same as the Heavenly Mandate realm. We heard that the original realm is currently in a turbulent state, as top forces from all worlds have entered the original realm. Because of this, we would like to move the Xini continent here, next to the Heavenly Mandate realm. This way, it is easier for the Lost Clan and Heavenly Mandate Academy to look out for each other." "What does Emperor Yi think of that?" Sikong Nan asked. When Yi Futian heard those words from Sikong Nan, he was pleasantly surprised. He said, "The strength of the Lost Clan far exceeds that of Heavenly Mandate Academy. If you are willing to ally with Heavenly Mandate Academy, we feel nothing but gratitude and delight. What other thoughts could we possibly have?" A few days before this, he had been considering the circumstances. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had been declining, and it was now in a weakened state. He did not anticipate that the Lost Clan would come to ask for an alliance with them. With such a powerful ally behind them, the strength of the Heavenly Mandate Academy would increase significantly. "It's most ideal that Emperor Yi has no objections. Besides, I have one other request," Sikong Nan continued. "Please tell," Yi Futian encouraged him again. "The Xini continent has been moving through the darkness for so many years. Our main cultivation ability concentrates on tempering the physical body and defensive techniques. I'm sure Emperor Yi has already seen a few examples of that. For generations, the cultivators of the Lost Clan have not been experts at offensive techniques because they were rarely needed. The Xini continent has faced threats of death and extinction for as long as we can remember, which meant that none of us had any interest nor use for offensive techniques. However, everything is different now. I was hoping that Emperor Yi could instruct our cultivators on how to cultivate in offensive methods." Sikong Nan explained further. The cultivators from Heavenly Mandate Academy were rather surprised by what they heard. They had seen the prowess of the Lost Clan, but for such a powerful clan to come to Heavenly Mandate Academy and ask Yi Futian to instruct them was unexpected. However, they understood the Lost Clan's reasoning quickly. All of this had to be traced back to their history. Just as the Lost Clan had stated, Xini continent had been in a dark storm for a very long time. Their opponents were their environments rather than actual cultivators. Therefore, they had cultivated their defenses to the extreme, whether it be physical or battle matrices. All of them contained supreme defensive capabilities, passed down from one generation to the next while working hard to strengthen them. However, since the offensive techniques were not as useful to their circumstances in the past, there were fewer opportunities to resort to those until they gradually disappeared and were forgotten altogether in their long history. That's not a problem, of course. I will do my best to teach some of the great offensive methods to the elders of the Lost Clan so that these elders may teach them to others in the Lost Clan. Furthermore, in my opinion, many cultivators of the Lost Clan already possessed powerful physical and mental strengths. Even though they had not cultivated in offensive methods, once they started, their own abilities would aid them in mastering these methods far faster, pushing their strength to a higher level, Yi Futian added. The Lost Clan didn't need them before, but times were different now. To enhance their combat effectiveness, the Lost Clan was more than willing. If so, my deepest gratitude to Emperor Yi. In exchange, Emperor Yi may enter some part of our clan's secret zone paradise to cultivate. But you can understand some parts of it, not all. Sikong Nan continued. Understood, we can talk about that later. Elder may allow some other elders from the Lost Clan to come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. I will take them to different places to cultivate offensive techniques. At which time, they will be able to teach other cultivators, Yi Futian said. Before, when he was controlling the original realm, there were many books in Tianxian Academy. In addition, there was the Imperial Palace in Ziwei Segmentum, as well as Four Corner Village, which also possessed large-scale offensive techniques. All these resources could prove useful in enhancing the combat effectiveness of the Lost Clan. The Lost Clan was so powerful that it would be of great help to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Of course, he was willing to do this for the Lost Clan because he trusted them. Everything he had seen on the Shin'i continent before gave him a better understanding of just what kind of clan they were. They were able to convince Ren Huang of the entire continent to fight on their behalf to protect the Lost Clan at all costs. This kind of courage was enough to explain many things. Of course, teaching the Lost Clan their cultivation methods was not an entirely altruistic act. He was not selfless like that. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was still weak, so it was in their benefit to make friends with the powerful Lost Clan. An increase in the strength of the Lost Clan could only help them. Very well. We will have to trouble Emperor Yi, then. Sikong Nan nodded. If Yi Futian was willing to help them, he had all the confidence in him. After all, he knew quite a lot about Yi Futian. That day, the Lost Clan had also witnessed his combat effectiveness. Coupled with his character, he was the kind of friend that the Lost Clan was willing to befriend. Because of this, he chose to move Shin'i continent next to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Although the Lost Clan was powerful in and of itself, what happened the other day served as a reminder to the Lost Clan that they, too, were in need of allies. As outsiders who came out of exile in the void, it was easy for them to be treated as the other. This made them an easy target for different principalities. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was already in charge of the original realm, and they held no malice towards the Lost Clan. Even though they were weaker, there was still hope for them. Elder is too kind. Yi Futian raised his cup to make a toast. A terrifying sound came from the sky above. Everyone looked up into the distance and saw that somewhere far away, there seemed to be a behemoth approaching the Heavenly Mandate realm. At this moment, countless cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate realm were shocked beyond belief. They felt that the earth beneath their feet was quaking. It was as if outside the firmament, something massive was approaching. What's that? As the quakes were getting stronger, all the Heavenly Mandate realm cultivators felt their hearts beating madly. Even though the thing was still far away, they could vaguely see something coming. Some powerful cultivators levitated into the sky to look further into the distance. It's a continent, someone whispered, making the hearts of everyone around him skip a beat. A continent was now approaching the Heavenly Mandate realm. Inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian and the others watched quietly as the table in front of them was shaking non-stop. The Lost Clan had moved an entire continent here. Finally, with a loud booming sound, the entire Heavenly Mandate realm gave a violent shudder. As the trembling slowly calmed down, another continent appeared next to the Heavenly Mandate realm. It was the Shin'i continent. Would you like to take a look? Sikong Nan asked with a smile. Yes, an elder can pick some candidates from the Lost Clan to come back here with me. Yi Futian smiled and nodded as all the cultivators got up to step across the void. It didn't take long before they came to the border between Heavenly Mandate Realm and the Shin'i continent. The two continents sat side by side, a sight that amazed many people. All the cultivators on each of the continents came to the border and looked at the opposite side. They were extremely shocked. What was happening? A continent had actually descended from the sky and settled next to the Heavenly Mandate Realm. From today onward, the Shin'i continent and the Heavenly Mandate Realm will be adjacent to each other. The Lost Clan of Shin'i continent has formed an alliance with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. We will face upcoming changes in the original realm together. Yi Futian declared audibly as he looked below. His voice resounded throughout the boundless space, and the hearts of many shuddered. The Xini continent. The Lost Clan. Was this the continent with mighty cultivators from the original realm? It was said that the Lost Clan was extremely powerful. Now, it had formed an alliance with Heavenly Mandate Academy. Let's go take a look on the other side, some cultivators said as they flickered toward the Xini continent. Similarly, the cultivators on the Xini continent were also very curious about the Heavenly Mandate realm and were making their way in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate realm. An interesting scene appeared. Both sides were heading toward each other's continent. They were curious to explore. Yifutian and the others looked at everything happening below them quietly. They smiled without saying anything. "Let's go," Xikongnan said as the group continued moving forward. It didn't take long before they came to the land of the Lost Clan again. At the same time, the news of the continent's arrival quickly spread through the 9 realms, and the cultivators within the 9 realms all got wind of it. Likewise, those from all major worlds became aware of the matter, and many of them were not pleased. Whatever Yifutian did that day at the Lost Clan had gained him their friendship, resulting in the Lost Clan taking the initiative to ally with him. Now, the Heavenly Mandate realm had become an independent force as well, equipped with the qualifications necessary to compete with them. Thus, the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Lost Clan had become allies, and cultivators from both sides moved towards each other's continent. The 2 continents now seemed to be one. Meanwhile, all the forces from outside were paying close attention to what was happening here. At this time, Yifutian brought the cultivators from the Lost Clan to the Starry Sky world to cultivate. In the starry sky, the divine glory of the Imperial Star was shining. Yifutian pointed to one of the Imperial Stars, which was the one that Blind Tai communicated with back then. Yifutian said, "This Imperial Star should be suitable for the cultivator of the Lost Clan. It could enhance the physique of those from the Lost Clan. Elders may want to go there and give it a try." Xikongnan nodded slightly. This time he brought some of the Lost Clan's most powerful cultivators to the Ziwei Segmentum and to the Ziwei Imperial Palace's own book collection depository. Before that, Yifutian had taken them to browse through the books inside Tianxin Academy, and the cultivators from the Lost Clan were madly absorbing and cultivating these methods. Xikongnan looked at a Renhuang of the 9th level next to him. Suddenly the man moved forward, came under the starry sky, and closed his eyes. He was communicating with the Imperial Star. After a while, he successfully established a connection with that Imperial Star. Now that the entire Starry Sky world was under Yifutian's control, it was no longer as difficult to communicate with the Imperial Star. As long as the cultivation method and the Imperial Star had something in common, a basic resonance was possible. Soon, that cultivator from the Lost Clan was bathing under Imperial glory as he was baptized by the Great Path. His flesh started making crystalline chiming sounds, and his already powerful physique seemed to undergo some kind of change. The other cultivators from the Lost Clan were watching quietly. That power was incredibly strong. No wonder this is the Imperial Star left by the Great Emperor as an inheritance. If it weren't for Emperor Yi, it would have been difficult for us to have this opportunity. Xikongnan said gratefully to Yifutian. "The Elder is too kind. Since we are now allies, it is my duty to ensure that the cultivation of all the elders from the Lost Clan improves. In the future, cultivators from the Lost Clan can come to this Starry Sky world to be baptized by the Imperial Star. Apart from that Imperial Star, there might be other Imperial Stars that are suitable for the cultivators of the Lost Clan to cultivate with," Yifutian said. Xikongnan nodded slightly. Yifutian had demonstrated sufficient sincerity in this alliance. Not only did he allow them to read the book collections of cultivation, but he had also led them here to be baptized by the Imperial Star. Indeed, he had done all that he could. "In a few days, I will take you on a trip to the Divine Prefecture," Yifutian continued. Xikongnan nodded slightly, wondering what they should give to Yifutian in return. Just as Yifutian promised, after some time, Yifutian and the others left the original realm for the Xianxia domain in the Divine Prefecture and came to Four Corner Village. Yifutian went to the school first and announced himself, "Teacher, go and do it." The teacher seemed to know Yifutian's intention in coming here. He answered him directly for a question Futian had not yet asked. Yi Futian was a little surprised, but he then bowed slightly to salute the man inside, saying, "Now that the original realm is going through major changes, it was necessary for me to resort to some extraordinary means. I shouldn't be bringing anyone to disturb the village, but in order to increase our strength, I chose to come here. Thank you, teacher. The original realm will be changing, and with all these major worlds participating, I am afraid I won't be able to help you much. What you are doing now is moving in the right direction, but the most important thing is not to forget to improve your own strength. Strengthening yourself is the most fundamental principle." The teacher responded as if to remind Yi Futian. "Futian understands. But cultivation is not made in one day's time. I only wish that the great changes in original realm will come a little later," Yi Futian replied. He knew that he needed more time, but the changes in original realm were coming sooner rather than later. With the arrival of the major worlds, he didn't have much time to cultivate independently. It might still take some years for him to reach the peak of Renhuang. That was why he was so anxious to improve the strength of their allies and the cultivators from Heavenly Mandate Academy so that Heavenly Mandate Academy may survive this great impending change. Everything is fated, and the changes happening in the original realm are part of it. Take care of yourself. The teacher said, "Go." Yi Futian bowed slightly to the teacher, then turned to leave. In Four Corner Village, a strange aura permeated, which contained the inheritance of divine methods. Like the starry sky world of Ziwei Segmentum, the divine methods inside Four Corner Village were also under Yi Futian's control. He could make these divine methods manifest themselves, thus allowing the cultivators of the Lost Clan to learn from them. Among them was the picture of the domineering golden pung bird, divine hammer of the protector miniature world, and other divine methods. All were suitable for many cultivators from the Lost Clan. After the cultivators of the Lost Clan arrived, with the help of Yi Futian, they greedily absorbed all the cultivation methods made available to them here. As time passed, Yi Futian led the cultivators from the Lost Clan and the Heavenly Mandate Academy to continue elevating their strength. In the lands of other realms, those other cultivators settled in as well and continued exploring the secrets of the original realm. Temporarily, none were making any moves. Cultivators from all sides descended on the original realm, and countless powerful men gathered. However, no one dared to act impulsively. Once a war erupted, it could lead to terrible consequences. Forces from all sides were acting with extreme caution. There was no change in the outside world, and Yi Futian was not about to provoke forces from the outside. He knew what he wanted to do, and he was constantly improving his own strength. After returning from Four Corner Village, the Lost Clan finally invited Yi Futian and a group of people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy to enter the secret zone paradise of the Lost Clan. Furthermore, they opened up many of the Lost Clan's cultivation caves to Yi Futian and his group. It was natural for the Lost Clan to express their gratitude after Yi Futian had actively fulfilled his promises to them. At this time, Yi Futian came to a cave in the secret zone paradise of the Lost Clan. There was a terrifying atmosphere in this cave, and many patterns were carved on the surrounding stone walls. These pictures were all of human shapes. When comprehended with divine consciousness, it was as if he had entered into another world. All the patterns on the stone walls seemed to come alive as ancient deities appeared between heaven and earth. Yi Futian, standing in the middle of it all, appeared exceptionally small, like a grain of sand in the ocean. What was carved here was precisely the battle matrix of the rocks. Because Yi Futian wanted to comprehend the battle matrix of the rocks, the cultivators of the Lost Clan brought him to this cave. According to them, the battle matrix of the rocks was created by the many ancestors of the Lost Clan, and they had carved the battle matrix into this cave paradise. All the ancestors who had first created this battle matrix of the rocks had now fallen. They had sacrificed themselves in the process of protecting the Shini continent. Yi Futian stood quietly in this world of the ancient deities. As he was looking at those ancient godlike figures, there was a heaviness in his eyes. He bowed slightly to the phantoms of these ancient gods because every ancestor of the Lost Clan here was worthy of his respect. A majestic force permeated, and the coercion landed squarely on Yi Futian. He closed his eyes to comprehend all this. It was as if he was completely immersed in this world. The battle matrix of the rocks he had seen in that great battle before had exerted a mighty force. He was curious if he could comprehend anything from it. In the secret zone paradise Yi Futian quietly cultivated. It was as though he was in an ethereal space. All around him were ancient gods. The figures of the ancient gods appeared extremely powerful, and their wills filled the sky. Their wills created a miraculous resonance and seemed to be one being. The battle matrix of the rocks required merging one's will and body of the great path to unleash its power to its utmost limit. However, before one cultivated the battle matrix of the rocks, one needed to cultivate body refinement techniques. The bodies of the cultivators of the Lost Clan were impressive. Aside from that, activating the battle matrix of the rocks required the various cultivators to be of one mind. The wills of the cultivators who activated the battle matrix of the rocks needed to resonate and become one. This was also no easy feat. It necessitated absolute trust between all of the cultivators and needed a special cultivation technique to achieve. From the looks of it, it took a lot of effort for the seniors of the Lost Clan to create the battle matrix of the rocks. Time gradually passed. Yi Futian comprehended the way quietly. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes and retracted his spiritual soul. He looked at the stone walls. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. He turned around and walked out of the secret zone paradise. Outside, Sikong Nan was actually still there. He seemed to have been waiting for Yi Futian all this while, accompanying Yi Futian as he cultivated in the Lost Clan's secret zone. The battle matrix of the rocks requires a special cultivation technique to be set up, right? Can I have a look at it? Yi Futian asked Sikong Nan. Of course, replied Sikong Nan as he nodded his head. He led Yi Futian over to the location outside another secret zone paradise. This secret zone paradise is very dangerous. There have been cultivators of the Lost Clan who never made it out after they entered. However, those who wish to cultivate the battle matrix of the rocks will need to go inside. There is a technique inside that tempers one's flesh and will. It is the most direct method for doing so, explained Sikong Nan. However, with Ren Huangye's ability, entering this place should not pose an issue. All right, I will go inside and have a look around, said Yi Futian. He then stepped into the secret zone paradise. Upon entering inside, Yi Futian instantly sensed a terrifying destructive power sweep over him. Felt as though the space was shattering. There were cracks all around him as well as lights of catastrophe. An incomplete space was sealed within the secret zone paradise. Inside, there was also no place to dodge or hide. This, exclaimed Yi Futian as he felt his heart tremble. His flesh shook, and brilliant divine light burst forth from his body of the great path. Destructive winds washed over his figure. The winds were as sharp as blades and attempted to ravage his body. The friction between the winds and his body of the great path actually created screeching sounds. Rumble. An attack seemed to strike his spiritual soul directly. A bolt of black lightning appeared to charge straight into his consciousness. It contained terrifying destructive power. Was this set up to mimic the endless dark region? Yi Futian thought to himself as he walked forward step by step. This secret zone paradise was like a black hole that consumed everything. The further he entered the space, the more terrifying the attack power acting on him became. It seemed endless. The Shini continent had been wandering around the endless darkness. It never saw the light of day and was always faced with calamities. Hence, they mimicked the endless darkness and established this region to temper the cultivators of the Lost Clan. This allowed them to experience and learn to adapt to the power of darkness in the Lost Clan's secret zone whenever they wished. Though such a method was well-intentioned, it was very harsh. The Lost Clan did not hold back against their own members. However, if they had not done so, they would have long been destroyed and would not have survived until the present day. What was inside this place? Yi Futian thought. His spiritual soul could not penetrate the storm. As he continued to advance, even more terrifying destructive power attacked his flesh and spiritual soul. Gradually, his flesh shone with brilliant divine light and appeared more and more frightening. It seemed like a divine body of the great path. The will he unleashed also reached an extremely powerful state. Only then could he keep himself steady as he advanced. If even he had to resort to such methods, the cultivators of the Lost Clan would have had an extremely difficult time passing through the Secret Zone Paradise. After passing through the storm of darkness, he came to another space. There was also a stone wall here. On it, the depiction of a cultivation technique was carved. It was a technique to train one's flesh and will. Used in conjunction with the storm in the black hole, it could temper one's flesh and will to an extremely powerful state. That meant that the cultivators who could activate the battle matrix of the rocks had all been here before. Yifutian closed his eyes and began to cultivate. After a period of time, he left the place and once again met with Sikong Nan. How did it feel? Sikong Nan asked Yifutian. Yifutian commented, the seniors of the Lost Clan were admirable for managing to create such cultivation techniques. However, after creating them, the seniors did not derive other methods of attack. They merely utilized this to resolve the crisis of the Shini continent and protect the continent. It is somewhat of a waste. Renhuang Yi, what do you mean by this? Asked Sikong Nan. Yifutian explained, the battle matrix of the rocks has astonishing defensive power. If the Lost Clan relied on the defense of the matrix and combined it with other offensive techniques, such a combination would be extremely powerful. If you were to face another battle like the one before, you would not need to sacrifice your lives. You could have directly deterred the cultivators of the ancient god clan from the divine prefecture. The requirements for the battle matrix of the rocks are very high. The cultivators in the battle matrix need to have their powers resonate. If they attack individually, it will destroy the balance of the battle matrix. The seniors who created the battle matrix of the rocks did not create attack techniques for it. Does Renhuang Yi have any ideas in mind? Sikong Nan said when he heard Yifutian's words. He had a pondering look. He seemed to have noticed something from Yifutian's statement. Replied Yifutian as he nodded his head. I believe that the battle matrix of the rocks can still be modified so that the cultivators in it can achieve resonance and unleash an art of supreme attack of the Great Path. That way, the might of the battle matrix of the rocks will be improved slightly. When Sikong Nan heard Yifutian say this, he revealed a strange expression. He said, if we can truly manage to do so, it will be more than just a slight improvement. Due to being a defensive matrix, the battle matrix of the rocks has always been lacking in offensive capabilities. If it is, as you say, it will be a transformation. Its power will improve immensely. Maybe, said Yifutian. Renhuang Yi, are you confident in pulling it off? Asked Sikong Nan. I will try, replied Yifutian. All right, if that is the case, we will trouble you to do so, said Sikong Nan as he nodded his head. I will cultivate in the battle matrix secret zone paradise for a few days, said Yifutian as he headed towards the previous secret zone paradise. He then once again entered there to cultivate. Sikong Nan stood outside and watched as Yifutian walked inside. There was a look of anticipation in his eyes. If Yifutian could add an art of supreme attack to the battle matrix of the rocks, as he said, the overall ability of the Lost Clan would reach a whole new level. That way, in the current chaotic original realm, their ability to protect themselves would be higher. In the gigantic empty region of the Lost Clan, many powerful Renhuangs of the Lost Clan gathered. Sikong Nan and a few elders of the Lost Clan were also there. They were standing to one side and looking straight ahead. There were 9 Renhuangs at the same cultivation plane standing there. They were all 8th-tier Renhuangs with frightening auras. Among them, there was another white-haired figure. It was Yifutian. After cultivating in the secret zone paradise for a few days, Yifutian wanted to attempt to improve the battle matrix of the rocks. This was their first experiment. The Lost Clan had a high opinion of Yifutian. This might cause the ability of their clan to reach a new level. The cultivators were naturally exceptionally serious. Sikong Nan and the other senior members were all present. Seniors, please set up the matrix, Yifutian said. The 9 great Renhuangs stepped forward. They stood in the sky in different locations. The aura of the Great Path burst forth from their bodies as divine light shone brightly. Powerful wills emanated from their bodies. Instantly, illusory figures of the ancient gods appeared and loomed over the sky. They formed some sort of resonance under the influence of the wills of the Renhuangs. Then, they weaved together, and an enclosed space was formed. A solemn sound, similar to the rhythm of the Great Path, echoed. The space suddenly became exceptionally grim. Very quickly, the battle matrix of the rocks took shape. A terrifying power erupted from the battle matrix, sealing off this part of the sky. Yifutian stood in the battle matrix, wielding a long spear. Divine light of the Great Path circled around him, and terrifying battle intent emanated from the long spear. The sound of the Great Path also roared from within his body. Yifutian's figure flashed, and he charged out like a bolt of lightning. He was like a god of war as he stabbed straight out with his long spear. Bang! With a loud explosion, the illusory figures exploded and shattered. The long spear struck a point on the battle matrix of the rocks. In an instant, the cultivators who had set up the battle matrix of the rocks all closed their eyes. Their wills resonated, followed by the divine light of the Great Path shining. All of the defensive power of the battle matrix seemed to gather at the point that Yifutian had struck, causing the long spear to be unable to pierce through. This was the strength of the battle matrix of the rocks. The defensive power of the battle matrix could be focused on one region, causing it to be as indestructible as a rock. "Try attacking," said Yifutian. A cultivator immediately lifted his hand and struck out. A gigantic palm strike charged towards Yifutian. However, at the same time, a flaw surfaced on the battle matrix of the rocks. In the direction of the cultivator who was attacking, a huge hole appeared. A cultivator attacking directly disrupted the balance of the matrix. Bang! Yifutian's long spear struck out and shattered the palm strike. He looked towards the battle matrix and then stepped out. He also merged with the battle matrix and became a part of it. Yifutian waved his arm, and the guqin strings of the Great Path before him materialized into a guqin. He played some notes. As the music flowed, everyone's hearts seemed to skip and beat according to the rhythm. Each and every musical note had the power to influence their hearts. When Yifutian inherited the teachings of Xianxia the Great, he also received many songs that the great emperor had created. Even though the songs were not as good as the divine melody song of the lost divine that he created, they still had their merits. After all, Xianxia the Great was the top rhythmic sorcerer of his time. The songs that he created were undoubtedly great. A song was played as the musical notes danced around in the air. The sound of the guqin was crisp and melodious. It contained a magical power, which allowed the cultivators to resonate with it through their spiritual energy. They seemed to have become one with the music. Gradually, the music enveloped every inch of the space. In the battle matrix, the spiritual energy of all the cultivators merged with the music. Their wills resonated with the beat of the music. In the distance, Sikong-nan and the rest of the cultivators were observing the happenings in the battle matrix. Their gazes changed as they sensed the transformation which occurred in the matrix. They could sense a rhythmic storm of the guqin. This rhythmic storm was a formless storm of rhythmic sorcery. It surrounded the entire battle matrix of the rocks and became one with it. It was as though the music had completely merged into the battle matrix of the rocks. The cultivators were astonished by this occurrence. "I heard that he has received the teachings of the ancient Xianxia the Great?" asked an elder of the Lost Clan. Rumor has it that Xianxia the Great was the top rhythmic sorcerer of his time. Sikong-nan explained. There are relatively few cultivators in the world who are proficient in the way of rhythm. There are even fewer of them who can cultivate the way up to a high level. It's rare for someone to have such attainment in music. Yifutian must have been very good in rhythmic sorcery even before he obtained the inheritance of Xianxia the Great. The other cultivators nodded in agreement. They continued to listen to the music quietly. The battle matrix of the rocks seemed to have become even more complete with the support of the music. Everything cohered into a unified whole. As the music grew more and more intense, the spiritual energy unleashed by the 9 cultivators also intensified. The divine light shone brilliantly. The aura circulating in the battle matrix of the rocks became even more frightening. The ancient gods were all shimmering with bright golden light. The cultivators in the battle matrix seemed to have lost their sense of self and joined together harmoniously. Rumble. Frightening aura spread outwards. The various cultivators moved at the same time. They looked ahead, and their movements were synchronized. The figures of the ancient gods raised their hands at the same time and sent palm strikes directly downwards. Intense rumbling of the great path could be heard. In the battle matrix of the rocks, various palm prints appeared and came crashing downwards. This scene caused Sikong Nan and the other cultivators to have sharp gazes. They seemed to have witnessed the prototype of the battle matrix of the rocks unleashing a powerful offensive technique. Powerful aura still emanated from within the battle matrix of the rocks. Then, a second wave of attacks burst forth. The ancient gods came to life. All of them sent out offensive techniques simultaneously. The might of their attacks was astonishing. Gradually, as they kept on attacking, their attacks seemed to not be as in sync as before. It appeared somewhat chaotic. "Did it fail?" mumbled the elders of the Lost Clan over where Sikong Nan was when they saw this scene. The surrounding cultivators stared at the battle matrix of the rocks. Sikong Nan narrowed his gaze slightly. He shook his head and said, "No. Although the attacks appear chaotic, they are, in fact, following the same rhythm. Wherever an attack from an ancient god in one place weakens, the attacks in other locations will grow stronger." The attacks landed time and time again. Suddenly, within the battle matrix of the rocks, a gigantic palm print appeared. This might was astonishing. It seemed to burst forth from one of the figures of the ancient gods. The body of the ancient god was dazzling from head to toe and contained world-dominating might. The will of the cultivators had all merged into the figure of this ancient god, causing awe-inspiring attack power to burst forth. When the attack landed, the heavens and earth seemed to collapse. It was far superior to any of the previous attacks. "It is a success," mumbled Sikong Nan when he saw this scene. The battle matrix of the rocks had been fully integrated. It was not only complete in terms of defense but also attack. They could gather the power of the battle matrix in different locations whenever they wanted and unleash a unified attack. They looked at the battle matrix of the rocks. It was now complete. Compared to before, it had undergone a huge transformation. In the battle matrix, the 8th-tier Renhuangs also sensed this. They were all somewhat excited. Right then, their wills dispersed, and the battle matrix immediately dissipated. The sound of the Gukin stopped playing, and the battle matrix of the rocks disappeared along with it, leaving Yi Fuxian and the 9 Renhuangs standing there. When the Renhuangs looked at Yi Fuxian, their eyes sparkled with astonishment. They did not expect the experiment to be successful. Just now, they could clearly sense that they were more unified than any of their previous attempts. The resonance they felt made them feel as though the 9 of them were a single entity. Renhuang Yi, Sikong Nan and the rest smiled as they walked up to Yi Fuxian. Sikong Nan said, "I did not expect us to succeed on our first trial. Your music is indeed marvelous." "We're still far from succeeding," Yi Fuxian disagreed while shaking his head. This caused the rest of them to be stupefied. They were still far from success. Just now, hadn't they succeeded? Yi Fuxian expounded. "Just now, the 9 cultivators did it with my music as the medium. However, in order for it to be called a success, seniors from the Lost Clan need to be able to achieve the resonance on their own without the guidance of the music. Otherwise, you have to always rely on it. Since that's the case, then Renhuang Yi can be the crux of the battle matrix of the rocks," said Sikong Nan with a smile. However, he also understood from Yi Fuxian's words that they still had a long way to go. Yi Fuxian's idea was plausible. Yi Fuxian didn't leave after trying to change the battle matrix of the rocks. Instead, he stayed in the Lost Clan trying to improve himself. In his normal state, he could only urge the battle matrix of the rocks at a level of Renhuang in the 8th realm. To get to an even more powerful state so that he could lead the battle matrix of the rocks in a higher realm, he would require some unique means. Although he hoped that one day the cultivators of the Lost Clan could break away from the sound of Guqin while still achieving full resonance, it would take time and practice, as well as absolute mutual trust between each other. All of which could not be done in just a day or two. At the same time, Yi Futian asked some cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate in both the battle matrix of the rocks and the rock battle form to purify their spiritual will. At this moment, in a cave inside the Lost Clan, the great path roared inside Yi Futian's body. Infinite characters flew out from that divine body, creating an extremely radiant sight. As those characters surrounded him, the divine light of the great path merged as well, and Yi Futian's body was suddenly expanding. At the same time, a phantom of the ancient god appeared behind him, like a Vajra battle form that contained powerful coercion. His entire body was filled with brilliant light as the divine light of the great path circulated above this battle form. This was the rock battle form. The ancestors of the Lost Clan combined the power of Genjin and space to forge this powerful battle form, rendering it indestructible and invincible, which was also the foundation of the battle matrix of the rocks. Although he attempted to use the sound of Guqin to unify the rock battle matrix, he himself was separated from it. He had considered that if there were to be battles in the future, he had to be within the matrix, so it became necessary for him to cultivate this battle form. By then, he could be a part of the battle matrix and work in sync with it during the fighting. There were 9 levels of the rock battle form. The first 3 levels were easy enough to cultivate, and the middle 3 levels weren't considered difficult either. It was no problem for people in their realm to cultivate them. The challenges were mostly on the last 3 levels, which required powerful spiritual will to create a perfect battle form. The will and the battle form must be perfect as one. At the top limit of the cultivation, one transformed into an ancient deity and became part of it. Previously in the battle matrix of the rocks, those cultivators who were urging the battle matrix had attempted to urge the strongest state of their own battle form. However, it was very dangerous for them because they had not yet reached that point in their cultivation. There were many cave paradises in the secret zone of the Lost Clan, but Yi Futian did not have much interest in cultivating other methods inside those caves. He was an expert at many abilities, most of which were inherited from great emperors. Therefore, it was meaningless for him to cultivate other methods or abilities. What he wanted to achieve now was improving his overall strength. For him, this meant that it could only be achieved by altering the battle matrix of the rocks. The battle matrix formed by Top Renhuang was far different in combat effectiveness than the one that came just individuals. While he was cultivating, the other forces did not remain idle. How could the people from these top forces so easily let go of this continent that had descended? Yi Futian tried to avoid destroying the foundation of the continent, but these outsiders did not have those concerns. They simply didn't care enough. Myriad Realm and the Higher Heavens Realm had both experienced severe destructions. Cultivators from the Empty Divine Realm and the Devil World were currently plundering the secrets of these 2 realms. It was the Central Emperor Realm that had been very quiet. Because the cultivators from Divine Prefecture were there, Princess Donghuang was there along with the great Imperial Army. None of the principalities from the Divine Prefecture dared to do anything foolish, and the cultivators from the human realm would not go about and cause damages at will. Today, out of all the 9 supreme imperial realms of the original realm, probably only the Central Emperor Realm, the Heavenly Mandate Realm, and the Mountain Realm were still intact. No cultivators dared to touch the Mountain Realm because the power of Buddhism was still something to be reckoned with in the upper worlds. On this day, in the secret zone of the Lost Clan, Old Ma came looking for Yi Futian. "Uncle Ma, did anything happen at the academy?" Yi Futian asked when he saw Old Ma coming over. "Nothing much. But not long ago, some people came to the academy asking to see you," Old Ma responded. Yi Futian raised his eyebrows slightly. Someone wanted to see him? For Old Ma to come and inform him personally, the person's identity must not have been ordinary, or else Old Ma and the others would have refused this person outright instead of coming over to find him. As if he had read Yi Futian's mind, Old Ma said, "Lord Taishan told them that you are cultivating in retreat and asked the visitor to come back in a few days. However, these people were extremely aggressive and had forced their way in. With supreme cultivators in tow, we couldn't stop them. They went straight into the cottage inside Heavenly Mandate Academy, saying that they will stay there until you get back. But they didn't seem to be malicious. Although they forced their way in, they didn't hurt anyone," Old Ma continued. Yi Futian nodded. Had the other party injured any of the cultivators inside the academy, Old Ma would not have such an easygoing attitude. Even so, for these people to force their way into the Heavenly Mandate Academy was still a little out of line and way too arrogant. Who were they? Yifutian asked. He was already walking outside as he spoke. Clearly, he understood that since Old Ma came here, it meant that they couldn't handle the situation and that he needed to go back. The ancient god clan of Divine Prefecture, the overlord of the West Sea Domain, the West Imperial Palace, Old Ma responded. Previously, they had also participated in that battle with the Lost Clan. Yifutian nodded, recalling some things about this principality. At that time, the person in charge of West Imperial Palace was a Renhuang of the Eighth Realm, with overpowering strength. He was a man of few words and not fond of meaningless chit-chat. He wondered if it was him this time who led people to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. But what business would West Imperial Palace have with him now? It didn't take long before Yifutian was out of the secret zone, bade his goodbye to the Lost Clan, and departed with Old Ma to the Heavenly Mandate Academy without asking anyone else from the academy to accompany them. After all, the two continents were now right next to each other. He didn't need to bother anyone else from the academy cultivating in the Lost Clan. It was quite sufficient for him to handle this matter himself. Inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, many cultivators from the academy were gathering around the cottage. In a courtyard outside of the cottage, a group of people stood there quietly. The person in the lead seemed particularly interested in the cottage. The person was moving around freely as if this place was part of the West Imperial Palace. They did not show the slightest sense of peculiarity. At this moment, one of them looked up in the distance and said, "He is here." With that, the cultivators from West Imperial Palace looked in one direction and heard a voice from a distance. "The West Imperial Palace came to visit us, and I was not able to welcome you in person. I ask for your forgiveness." After those words fell, Yifutian's figure appeared in the sky above the academy, then descended into the cottage inside, looking at the group of cultivators facing him. The makeup of the delegation from West Imperial Palace was a strong one. At the time when they were at the Lost Clan, he did not observe them too closely. However, now that he was reassessing the power of the ancient god clan, it was indeed terrifying. His eye directed at the cultivator heading the delegation again and saw that it was a woman. However, she appeared quite handsome, dressed in attire that appeared rather gender-neutral. Nonetheless, it was difficult to conceal her alluring feature and demeanor. Yifutian remembered that in the last war with the Lost Clan, this woman was not part of it, so she might be someone who came into the picture later. But he saw that the woman, likewise, was assessing him in a similar way. Yifutian, who came from the lower worlds under the jurisdiction of Emperor Xia's realm, entered Emperor Xia's realm to cultivate. Then he moved from the Crimson Dragon realm to the Heavenly Mandate realm. Later, his name was known throughout the 9 realms, reputed as the uncrowned king of the original realm. Yifutian's eyes sharpened a bit. Had the other side been checking on him? Seeing Yifutian's expression, the person knew that he was a little displeased. She explained, "Emperor Yi need not be surprised by this. In the battle at the Lost Clan, Emperor Ye's performance was amazing in defeating the people of Ancient God Clan, and it was said that you also defeated the Devil Emperor's direct disciple, Xiao Mu. How could we not be intrigued by such a legendary figure like yourself? And the West Imperial Palace is not alone." By now, the cultivation experience of Emperor Yi was probably quite a bit clearer to most top principalities in Divine Prefecture. After all, none of this is a secret. Everything leaves a trail to be followed. Yifutian's eyes were a little cold when he heard what the woman had to say. Were these forces in Divine Prefecture checking into his background? Indeed, as the other stated, his climb to fame could not be completely erased. In the Heavenly Mandate realm alone, more than a few people knew that he had first come from the Crimson Dragon realm. And anyone who went to the Crimson Dragon realm could surely trace his movements back to Emperor Xia's realm. Once they were at Emperor Xia's realm, it wouldn't be hard to continue tracking his history, layer by layer. As long as they were determined enough, there was enough information for them to dig up. When they set their minds on investigating something, those top powers in Divine Prefecture had a way to uncover anything they want, unless it was something extremely secretive. It seems that Emperor Yi cared a lot about that. But as eye-catching as Emperor Yi has been, I'm sure you understand this is quite unavoidable. Not to mention that Emperor Yi has already relocated families and associates from the lower worlds to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then sent them on to Ziwei Segmentum. There is not much sense in disguising these details. The beautiful eyes of the peerless Empress from West Imperial Palace stared directly into Yi Futian's, as if she was trying to fathom something from those eyes of his. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at her. When they locked eyes, Yi Futian seemed to have calmed down, not showing his emotions from before. It seemed that he no longer cared about what the other person had to say. West Imperial Palace didn't come here just to tell me this, surely? Yi Futian looked at the Empress and said, "Furthermore, the way by which you all forced your way into the Heavenly Mandate Academy doesn't seem very friendly. Emperor Yi was cultivating in the Lost Clan and avoided receiving visitors. Without using extraordinary measures, how could we meet Emperor Yi face to face?" The Empress answered with tranquility. "As for our visit this time, naturally, we are not here just to inform you that those principalities in the Divine Prefecture were checking you out. We just wanted to remind Emperor Yi that as someone who caused this many waves, you are attracting unwanted attention. What's more, Emperor Yi is in possession of inheritances from several great emperors. Principalities from whichever side have some designs of their own. Furthermore, don't forget that while you were at the Lost Clan, Emperor Yi had already offended most of the cultivators in Divine Prefecture, including West Imperial Palace. Therefore, although the original realm is part of Divine Prefecture, Emperor Yi must have some ideas as to the feelings of these forces from Divine Prefecture. Now, cultivators in other worlds are also watching closely, and surely they are not friendlies as far as Yi Futian is concerned. If anything were to happen in the future, how many forces do you think would be willing to stand up for the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Do you think those forces in the Divine Prefecture would?" The Empress continued. In fact, what she said was true enough. Although the original realm was part of the Divine Prefecture, if a war were really to break out, they would be lucky if these forces from Divine Prefecture didn't join in on the attack. In that case, I have to thank West Imperial Palace for reminding me. However, I still don't understand what any of this has to do with the West Imperial Palace. Yi Futian continued. The other was analyzing the situation with him and warning him at the same time. But could the West Imperial Palace have gone through all this trouble just to remind him? Why bother going through so much trouble? Heavenly Mandate Academy is the heart of the 9 realms, and the original realm is part of the Divine Prefecture. Now, Emperor Ye's achievements are one of a kind. As a Ren Huang of the 7th realm to sit at the top of Heavenly Mandate Academy, no matter how you look at it, it is something truly remarkable, the Empress continued. In front of Yi Futian, there was always a faint aura of the great path permeating from her. Yi Futian looked at her with some vague understanding. After a moment of silence, he continued, "So, what is the purpose of the West Imperial Palace coming to visit the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Previously, I have talked to Emperor Yi about the current situation facing the Heavenly Mandate Academy. I think Emperor Yi and Heavenly Mandate Academy are both in need of friends. You will need to integrate into the Divine Prefecture so you won't be isolated in the future." The woman continued, "Although the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Lost Clan have forged an alliance, the Lost Clan is also considered an external force that came to the original realm from the void, and the Divine Prefecture still does not identify with the Lost Clan. The Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Lost Clan together could be considered powerful, but it will be difficult to face everyone together. West Imperial Palace desires to ally with the Heavenly Mandate Academy?" Yi Futian looked at her and asked. "The West Imperial Palace is a supreme principality above all and has enough influence in the West Sea domain. If Emperor Yi wants to, we can be friends. The West Imperial Palace will help the Heavenly Mandate Academy recruit other forces in the West Sea domain to form an alliance. This way, the Heavenly Mandate Academy can become part of the entire Western Sea domain of Divine Prefecture. There will inevitably be some forces in other areas of Divine Prefecture who will not agree, but there won't be much they can do. Especially with Princess Donghuang in charge, it might restrain some of these forces in Divine Prefecture." The woman from West Imperial Palace continued. "In that case, Many thanks to the goddess, Yifutian said with a smile. The Heavenly Mandate Academy wishes to make more friends. And what better friendship than being allied with the West Imperial Palace and the forces in the West Sea domain? Naturally, the Heavenly Mandate Academy is more than willing. I myself also want to be good friends with you, goddess. Would the West Imperial Palace ally so easily with the Heavenly Mandate Academy? If this were really the case, he wouldn't mind. After all, he understood that what the other had just laid out for him was the truth. The situation as it stood today was not the most favorable for the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The woman from the West Imperial Palace was caught by surprise when Yifutian readily agreed with her. This was a man who knew how to take advantage of any situation. If the West Imperial Palace wanted to stand on the side of Heavenly Mandate Academy, they would also endure a great deal of pressure. They knew the current situation better than anyone. The alliance was true enough, but it was not as simple as all that. Is Emperor Yi willing to enter the West Imperial Palace to cultivate, then? The woman asked suddenly. Yifutian was stunned. To cultivate at West Imperial Palace? What exactly does goddess mean by this? Yifutian looked at the other and queried. The West Imperial Palace is inherited from the West Emperor, and it is the overlord of the West Sea domain. The inheritance of the West Emperor is contained in the Imperial Palace. I know that Emperor Yi shoulders the inheritance of several great emperors, but the inheritance of any great emperor is extraordinary. If Emperor Yi is willing to enter the West Imperial Palace to cultivate, you will have the opportunity to inherit from yet another great emperor. The woman continued, in addition, the West Imperial Palace will treat Emperor Yi fairly. Whatever status or conditions that Emperor Yi desires, we will consider them all. Behind Yifutian, the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy were looking at this peerless empress from the West Imperial Palace. Secretly, they were all amazed at the ambition expressed by West Imperial Palace. They were bold enough to persuade Yifutian to cultivate in the West Imperial Palace, thus becoming a part of the West Imperial Palace. Yifutian's status was not as it was once. Today, he was the college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, and the leader of Four Corner Village, all at the same time. In addition, he shouldered the inheritance from Ziwei the Great, Xianxia the Great Emperor, and Shinin the Great simultaneously. Not long ago, he was ruling the land of the original realm. What kind of principality dared to convince him to cultivate under them? From the perspective of those from the Heavenly Mandate Academy, such a request was only possible unless it was the likes of Donghuang the Great, the Devil Emperor, the Evil Emperor, and other such characters of this caliber who requested person. For a great emperor who was no more, it was just not enough to attract Yifutian to cultivate under him with the inheritance alone. Yifutian looked at the female Renhuang from the West Imperial Palace and said, "May I ask who you are, goddess?" "I am Xianxia from the West Imperial Palace," said the woman. "Xianxia," mumbled Yifutian to himself. Behind Xianxia, an elder from West Imperial Palace said, "Goddess Qiao is a descendant of the West Emperor, and is the first heir of West Imperial Palace." When Yifutian heard the elder say this, he had a strange expression. Back during the battle against the Lost Clan, he had not seen Xianxia. Another cultivator had participated in the battle. She most likely was not in the original realm back then. After Princess Donghuang gave the order, the various forces of the Divine Prefecture must have sent more of their members down to the lower worlds. Only then did Xianxia come here. Xianxia also claimed to be the descendant of the West Emperor and the first heir of the West Imperial Palace. Her status was extremely noble. From the looks of it, the other party also placed great importance on this matter. In reality, Yifutian did not know much about Xianxia's status in the West Sea domain. Xianxia had already been famous for many years there. She was born into an extraordinary background. She was the direct descendant of the West Emperor. When she received her family inheritance, she awakened the bloodline of the West Emperor and had extremely high compatibility with its power. She displayed unparalleled talent and was a perfect fit for the teachings that the West Emperor had left behind. Hence, she was declared to be the first heir of the West Imperial Palace. If it weren't for the fact that such a huge change was occurring in the original realm, it would have been impossible for a person of her standing to come to the lower worlds. There was a huge commotion in the various major worlds. A storm was surging in the original realm. The saying that the changes of the worlds would begin in the original realm had been passed down in the divine prefecture. Hence, various forces of the divine prefecture had arrived here. She, the goddess of the West Imperial Palace and its first heir, had also arrived. As for why she had come to invite Yi Futian, it was actually because she wanted to test him. Based on the investigation carried out by the West Imperial Palace on Yi Futian, they discovered that there were suspicious elements regarding Yi Futian's background. He originated from the 9 states in the lower worlds. However, there were many parts of his journey up to the present day that were unclear. As the goddess of the West Imperial Palace, Xianxia had a thorough view of the talents of the cultivation world. Ordinary people might rely on extremely tenacious will, faith, and chance to advance forward, but it was impossible for them to have a smooth journey all the way. Yi Futian had developed too rapidly to the point that he could subdue the various proud sons of heaven. He did not appear to be an ordinary figure. If that was the case, it was likely that he was not from the lower worlds. According to their investigation, Yi Futian's birthplace seemed to have vanished completely. The records of his youth were erased just like that. There were many mysterious points regarding Yi Futian. He seemed to hide many secrets. He also controlled the Ziwei segmentum and the Four-Corner Village and bore the teachings of several great emperors. Hence, Xianxia had come over to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to win over Yi Futian. Yi Futian revealed a look of deep thought as he looked at Xianxia and said, "Goddess Qiao, you mean to say you will agree to any condition I put forward?" Yi Futian was smiling as he looked at Xianxia. Her temperament was extraordinary. There seemed to be a formless glow around her figure. It was as though divine light circled around her. Ordinary people would be ashamed of themselves and would not dare to approach someone with such temperament. When Xianxia saw Yi Futian's gaze scanning her, she revealed a strange look. The cultivators of the West Imperial Palace frowned slightly. Was Yi Futian after the goddess herself? "Ren Huang Yi, what are your conditions?" Xianxia asked. Her expression was normal and she appeared calm. Yi Futian slowly said, "Since we are forming an alliance, we naturally need to show our sincerity. Goddess Qiao has extraordinary talent. Would you be willing to join the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate with me as a member? If the West Imperial Palace is willing to allow me to inherit the teachings of the West Emperor, I will not let Goddess get the short end of the stick. I will guide you in your cultivation and give you the opportunity to inherit the teachings of the great emperors that I have obtained." As he said this, a formless aura emanated from the bodies of the cultivators of the West Imperial Palace. They frowned, and their auras instantly turned solemn. "So presumptuous," chided an elder as he coldly snorted. Goddess Qiao was the first heir of the West Imperial Palace. Yi Futian wanted Goddess to join the Heavenly Mandate Academy and cultivate. She had to follow him. He also claimed that he would not let Goddess get the short end of the stick and would guide her in her cultivation. Yi Futian spoke with such arrogance. However, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy had indifferent expressions, as though it was a matter of course. These cultivators of the West Imperial Palace had trespassed in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They wanted Yi Futian to join the West Imperial Palace to cultivate. They also wanted to form an alliance with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If that was the case, there was nothing to be said about the condition Yi Futian suggested. If he joined the West Imperial Palace to cultivate, Goddess Qiao would likewise join the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Otherwise, wouldn't Yi Futian be inferior to the other party? How is this considered presumptuous? Futian is the heir of several great emperors. He defeated a disciple of the Devil Emperor and an heir of the ancient God clan. He is also the college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. How is he inferior to Goddess Qiao? Ren Huangchun said. His tone sounded displeased. Since the other party had come here, how could they not show any sincerity? How was this forming an alliance? They clearly wanted to claim the powers that Yi Futian controlled as their own. How can Goddess be compared to Hua Junlai? an elder of the West Imperial Palace, coldly snorted. Yi Futian had defeated Hua Junlai, the heir of the Haoyin clan in the region of the Lost Clan. However, it was apparent that in the eyes of the cultivators of the West Imperial Palace, Hua Junlai was unqualified to be compared to Shi Qiao. Shi Qiao was the first heir of the West Imperial Palace and the top genius recognized in the West Sea domain. She was destined to become the top figure and ruler of the West Sea domain. Although Hua Junlai was the heir of the Haoyin clan, he was not the only heir in the clan. Shi Qiao's standing in the West Sea domain could not be compared to Hua Junlai's standing in the Nantian domain. Hua Junlai is but a nobody who lost to Futian. However, Yi Futian managed to suppress him even though his own cultivation was a plane lower than that of Hua Junlai. So what if Goddess Qiao is even more outstanding than Hua Junlai? Renhuang Chun replied indifferently. The other party's tone was arrogant, so he naturally did not mince his words either. Yi Futian was the heir chosen by Great Emperor Ziwei. He would not be inferior to the heir of the West Emperor. In ancient times, Great Emperor Ziwei was one of the strongest great emperors. He was an existence that stood at the peak. Several great emperors were under his command. Renhuang Chun was not holding back when he said this. The members of the West Imperial Palace believed that Goddess Qiao was peerless. However, the members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy did not think so. So what if she was Goddess Qiao? Before Yi Futian, she was unqualified to act arrogant. I wish to hear Renhuang Ye's opinion, Shi Qiao said as she looked towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at her and said, I have already stated my opinion. Could it be that Goddess is not willing to join the Heavenly Mandate Academy and cultivate together with me? When Shi Qiao heard Yi Futian's words, she actually smiled. She had a face that could launch 1,000 ships. Many cultivators of the West Imperial Palace were somewhat mesmerized. Shi Qiao rarely revealed such a smile. This Yi Futian was truly presumptuous. As expected of Renhuang Yi. You are exactly as I have heard, Shi Qiao said as she smiled. Renhuang Yi, it is fine if you want me to cultivate with you. However, my answer will depend on your skill. When Yi Futian heard Shi Qiao's words, he smiled at her and said, Goddess Qiao, do you mean to say that you wish to test me? Shi Qiao's cultivation was at the same level as Hua Junlai from the Haoyin clan. She was an 8th-tier Renhuang. However, from the way the cultivators of the West Imperial Palace acted, Shi Qiao's cultivation should be far stronger than that of Hua Junlai. Unfortunately, Yi Futian knew little about these peerless figures of the Divine Prefecture. They were both cultivators of the ancient God clan, but there would certainly be a difference between them. After all, Shi Qiao was the descendant of the West Emperor and was also the first heir of the West Imperial Palace. Yi Futian wondered how her abilities would compare to Xiao Mu's because he was a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor. Yi Futian wanted to test her abilities. He was also curious what level of combat ability a top monstrous figure of the Divine Prefecture had. The cultivators of the West Imperial Palace had displeased expressions. As expected, this top genius of the original realm was extremely arrogant. They had investigated everything about him before this. It was indeed the case that in Yi Futian's long development, almost no one of his generation managed to suppress him. No wonder he behaved so presumptuously. If that is the case, I also wish to test out Renhuang Ye's abilities myself, said Shi Qiao. Divine light circled around her body as she looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful gaze. Yi Futian's figure flashed. He traversed the space in an instant and appeared high in the sky. Shi Qiao raised her head slightly as she took light steps forward. Divine light flashed, and she also floated upwards. In an instant, the two of them appeared in a region extremely high above the ground. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, cultivators similarly rose into the sky. There were cultivators from the Academy as well as the West Imperial Palace. They stood at different locations as they looked up at the two silhouettes in the sky. Yi Futian and Shi Qiao stood across from each other. Their figures were extremely dazzling to behold. Yi Futian's divine body of the Great Path shone brilliantly. Shi Qiao was like a peerless goddess, noble and arrogant. Her temperament was without equal. Her body was bathed in divine imperial glory, causing people not to dare look at her directly. It was as though she was a true goddess. Xianxia was the cultivator who had the highest compatibility with the teachings of the West Emperor. No one like her had appeared in the West Imperial Palace in the past millennia. She was the strongest person who awakened to its power. Hence, she had long been viewed as the first heir by the West Imperial Palace. In the current West Imperial Palace, no one could challenge her position. Wherever she went, she would always have multitudes of cultivators escorting her. The various cultivators of the West Imperial Palace would be there to protect her. This time she had come to the lower worlds. That meant that the cultivators of the West Imperial Palace had also come along to the original realm. "Goddess Qiao, shall we?" invited Yi Futian. He seemed polite. "Ren Huang Yi, your cultivation plane is lower than mine. You should start us off," replied Xianxia. From their exchange, others could see how proud they were. They were reluctant to make the first move. From afar, the wills of cultivators descended upon them. Many cultivators below knew that they were not the only ones around. The West Imperial Palace, coming over to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, had drawn the attention of many of the top forces from the Central Emperor realm in the Divine Prefecture. Many of them had already arrived, but they had kept themselves out of sight and had not made themselves known. During the battle against the Lost Clan, Yi Futian suppressed Hua Junlai with his overwhelming might. Now, would he emerge victorious against Xianxia, the top monstrous figure of the West Sea Domain and the princess of the West Imperial Palace? "If that is the case, then let's attack at the same time," said Yi Futian with a smile. As he said this, the pressure of the Great Path enveloped the vast space, covering this part of the sky. A formless storm encapsulated the vast land. The humming of swords sounded, and sword will circled all around the space. Xianxia similarly released her own aura. This aura was unfamiliar to Yi Futian. It was a Yin aura that seemed to contain a sharpness to it and appeared indestructible. He had never encountered an opponent with such an aura before. Xianxia was unique. The heavens and earth seemed to dampen. In the heavens above, raindrops appeared and drizzled down on the sword will that Yi Futian had gathered. The next moment, his sword will was actually drowned out by the raindrops. Yi Futian revealed a strange look. He extended his hand, and the raindrops landed in his palm. They actually pricked his skin, and a slit appeared on his palm. As the raindrops kept pouring down, his palm gradually turned red. Blood appeared, and he felt a bit of pain. "Rain of swords," Yi Futian mumbled. The raindrops also landed on his body, piercing right through his clothes and directly landing on his skin. He felt an extremely uncomfortable prickling pain. Ever since he comprehended the sacred remains of Xianxia the Great Emperor and forged a body of Wei, Yi Futian's flesh was extremely powerful. Even top monstrous figures of the same cultivation plane as him could not break through the defense of his flesh. Their powerful attacks would not affect him when they landed on his body. Yet, these raindrops had actually pricked his skin and could make him feel pain. One could imagine how much power was within these raindrops. As expected, it was as he had sensed. The Yin aura bore an indestructible feel to it. Felt impenetrable. These raindrops were like water that could penetrate through rock. It was a form of will and a type of Wei that became a part of Xianxia. When Yi Futian looked at Xianxia again, he was clearly more serious. He was no longer as casual as before. Before they even exchanged blows, he already sensed how terrifying Xianxia was. She might pose a greater threat to him than Xiao Mu. As expected, the most prominent figures of the Divine Prefecture could not be underestimated. No wonder the cultivators of the West Imperial Palace were so confident in Xianxia that they even came to invite Yi Futian to join the West Imperial Palace. But suddenly, an extremely powerful sword will gathered in the sky. Swordsmanship resonated, and a storm of the Great Path swept up from around Yi Futian's figure. It caused the raindrops to be unable to come in contact with his body. They were destroyed by the sword will. When he unleashed the attack power of the Great Path, the raindrops couldn't touch him. Terrifying sword will swept across the space. In an instant, sword will filled the sky. A storm of frightening sword chi that contained billions of swords charged towards Xianxia. However, Xiao quietly stood there, seemingly unperturbed. At the same time, a curtain of rain fell from the sky. It suddenly began to rain all around. Countless raindrops plummeted down from the sky, pouring down on the howling sword will. The raindrops pierced the swords. The countless raindrops directly drowned out the astonishing storm of sword chi. The countless humming swords were pierced through and could not approach Xiao. The rain grew heavier. Of course, this was no ordinary rain. It was a domain of the Great Path, Xiao's domain of the Great Path. Rumble. With Yi Futian's figure as the center, a starry world appeared. Stars circled around him and enveloped the vast space. The rumbling of the Great Path could be heard. The stars all contained unparalleled power. The divine light of the various stars coalesced around Yi Futian's figure. When Xiao saw this scene, she did not plan to give Yi Futian the chance to gather his power. Her figure shifted. This was the first time she had moved since the two of them began their exchange. Before this, she had always remained standing there quietly. This goddess stepped forward with peerless grace. She lifted her slender and delicate hands. Immediately, the surrounding curtain of rain moved with her arms. Countless raindrops coalesced and actually formed swords. It seemed as though the swords formed from the rain did not have any power behind them at all. Xiao pointed forwards, and the multitude of rain swords pierced straight towards the various stars. The stars were gigantic and did not appear to be something that swords formed from rainwater could affect. However, when the rain swords landed on one star, they actually kept attacking one spot on the star. More astonishingly, as more rain gathered, the rain sword grew larger. Gradually, it formed a divine sword that resembled a waterfall from a heavenly river. It let out a violent sound. Rumble. The sword slowly pierced into the star. Then, like bamboo splitting apart, the divine waterfall sword stabbed into the star and frenziedly rampaged inside of it. In an instant, the star collapsed and was destroyed. This did not happen to just one star. All around Yi Futian, the various stars that had gathered were all destroyed from the attacks of the rain swords. One by one, the stars exploded and shattered. Yi Futian did not have the chance to prepare for an attack at all. Xiao appeared fabulous. She lowered her head and looked down at Yi Futian. After all the stars around him shattered, he seemed defenseless. However, Xiao was still circled by the rain swords. She appeared imposing. "Renhuang Yi, be careful," said Xiao as she looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful gaze. Divine light circled her body. During their battle, it appeared even brighter and more dazzling than before. As she said these words, she pointed a finger downward. Immediately, countless raindrops poured down from the sky directly towards Yi Futian. The torrential rain coalesced into indestructible swords that flooded this part of the sky as they charged towards him. Although this attack was powerful, Xiao knew Yi Futian. This top monstrous figure of the original realm had defeated peerless proud sons of heaven such as Xiao Mu and Hua Junlai. He would not perish from being unable to defend himself against her attack. Yi Futian was not that weak. However, it definitely would not be easy for him to want to defeat her. Every drop of rain became a sword, and every drop of rain was a sword that lashed out. When the raindrops gathered together, the swords became even stronger and more domineering. This is one of the divine methods of the West Emperor, the Raindrop Divine Sword. Cultivators of divine prefecture in the far distance were paying close attention to this battle. Xiao enjoyed a great reputation far and wide. As the most powerful blood awakener of the West Emperor in thousands of years, her battle garnered lots of attention. According to legends, the West Emperor created the Raindrop Divine Sword. One drop of rain could break open the sky. What was the definition of a great emperor? The great emperor was someone with the spirit of a pioneer, a world unto themselves. Take Xianxia the great emperor, for instance. His body was a world in and of itself. Xiao had inherited the ability of the West Emperor. In this realm of the Great Path, the raindrops that fell from heaven seemed to shine with sacred light. Naturally, these were no ordinary raindrops, and ordinary raindrops would not possess such terrifying power. As the rain fell and flooded the sky, there was nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Yi Futian stood there watching those countless raindrop divine swords coming at him, and even he was stunned in this blinding curtain of rain. All the surrounding stars were annihilated under the barrage of raindrop sword will. At this moment, Yi Futian's body of the Great Path was dazzling with the divine light, as the Great Path howled frantically. In an instant, he suddenly turned into the color of pure fire, as hot as the sun. He appeared as a divine body forged by it. Yi Futian had once comprehended the body of Xianxia, the great emperor, and cast an extraordinary physical form himself. Since then, he had not stopped improving and cultivating this physical body to integrate all the power of the Great Path abilities into this physical form. At this time, his body turned into a bona fide divine body of the sun and transformed into a sun. His body was releasing endless divine sunlight, radiated in all directions. When the divine glory of the sun touched the raindrop divine swords, the swords hissed, then dissipated under the sun's divine glory. At the same time, Yi Futian's physical body became even more frightening. When the raindrop divine swords reached not far in front of him, they could not get any closer before being incinerated into nothing. As a result, a very curious scene was now forming in that space. In the midst of the pouring rain, there was a most brilliant sun, which then created a rainbow in that area of the Great Path. Xianxia did not waver in light of what had just happened but remained where she stood. While the rain came down even more urgently, it was accompanied by an extreme chill, as if on the verge of freezing this world. The divine glory of the sun wanted to break free of that curtain of rain but was foiled by those raindrops that were falling madly. All it could do was staying inside the area around Yi Futian, unable to completely break free of the rain curtain. Xianxia stretched out her hand, and suddenly the raindrop divine sword gathered on top of her palm. Those endless raindrops circled and rolled as they converged into a river, then gradually resembled a waterfall. Boom! The waterfall came down with great force. The divine sword that was formed by the waterfall made of infinite raindrops fell with incomparable power and might. Even the space seemed to have opened up. Nothing could stop this ferocious momentum. There was infinite divine light shining upon Yi Futian, and the will of the great emperor, likewise, bloomed from him. Like a youthful great emperor, peerless in elegance, infinite characters now flying out of his divine body of the sun, converging into swords. Accompanied by the booming of the Great Path, Yi Futian raised his hand and pointed towards the sky. Suddenly, a huge solar divine sword penetrated the rain curtain in front of him. All the sword will of the raindrops was destroyed and split open as it collided with the waterfall divine sword. The waterfall divine sword collided with the solar divine sword, and the two actually merged into one another. The waterfall was torn apart, while the solar divine sword showed cracks. The two divine swords entangled then exploded and shattered in the void, leaving a rain of swords behind in the sky. Emperor Yi did not disappoint after all, Xianxia said. With a turn of her mind, a pattern suddenly appeared in the sky, which sheltered the sun. I looked to be her divine wheel of the Great Path. A terrible vision appeared above the firmament. A sky river now appeared in this domain. In the middle of this pattern of sky river, ring-shaped vortices appeared as if formed by the terrible gathering of waves the size of a tsunami. In the middle of each vortex, there was a hole that looked just like an eye. An even greater downpour of rain was now raging between heaven and earth. This curtain of rain shrouded the boundless space and the entire heavenly mandate city. Ren Huangqian and the others had already taken action to release the divine light of the Great Path on the ground below. They used their combined power to block the falling downpour. Otherwise, these raindrops were enough to slaughter every living soul, and it was not something that the people of Heavenly Mandate City could bear. A single raindrop was enough to kill them. The rain was getting heavier. The people in Heavenly Mandate City looked up high above the sky, and through the light screen they could make out two figures that stood there. At this time, Xianxia, who was bathing in utter dazzling glory, was incredibly luminous, like a goddess befitting of her role as the descendant of the West Emperor. The terrible vision that hovered above her made her look like a goddess who was dominating this space. It's cold. Further in the distance, Many cultivators from Divine Prefecture felt an extreme chill. In the world of rain, they felt a bone-piercing iciness. It was as if the chill was coming deep within the soul. "That's Xiao's divine wheel of the Great Path," someone whispered. According to legends, Xiao had inherited most of the West Emperor's abilities and was the veritable #1 heir of West Imperial Palace. She was the premier enchanting genius in the West Sea domain, a goddess-level existence. Although Yi Futian had defeated Hua Junlai before, Xiao and Hua Junlai were not opponents on the same level. Even Hua Junlai himself had to admit this. At this time, Yi Futian also noticed a strong sense of danger on the battlefield. The rumbling sounds came out as his body grew larger, as if turning into a gigantic battle form of an ancient god. What's more frightening was that inside his body, the divine light of the sun and the shadow burst out at the same time. In the next moment, a diagram flew out of him, which was the yin-yang diagram. The diagram was expanding madly. The sun, moon, and stars appeared between heaven and earth, resembling a complete world. Yi Futian's face was solemn as infinite stars surround this corner of the sky. Behind him, a divine shadow appeared, like the real manifestation of Ziwei the Great. Above the yin-yang diagram, the shadow and solar swords of catastrophe smashed out, interwoven with the heavy rain as the two collided, destroying it. But high above the sky, in the midst of the sky river, the eyes of the storm that was gathered by those horrific vortices became ever more terrifying. In the next moment, swords from those eyes of the storm lashed out, penetrating the void, and descended. None of the defenses could stop them, not even the light of the catastrophe released by the yin-yang diagram. Boom, boom, boom. A series of shocking collisions were heard. The sword light that fell from those divine eyes blasted above the stars. Yi Futian was like the young great emperor at this moment. All the stars in the heavens were at his beckon and call with the imperial shadow behind him. Horrific shattering sounds came out as the stars began to crack and shatter. The light from the eye of Tianhe seemed to be endless, not just a one-time attack. However, the stars surrounding Yi Futian were rotating into infinity. Above a sky full of stars, rays of divine light landed on Yi Futian. At this moment, it seemed that all the power of the stars in heaven were at his disposal. At the same time, under the sky river, the eye of the storm fell down like mad, which impacted all the stars. Soon, the stars collapsed and shattered immediately, like a world broken. The entire battlefield was shocking beyond words. "That's powerful." A voice came from among the cultivators of Heavenly Mandate Academy. The speaker was Emperor Nan. Obviously, he felt the power of this proud daughter, the princess of West Imperial Palace, its premier heir. She was even more of a threat to Yi Futian than Xiao Mu ever was. Previously, even Xiao Mu, the direct disciple of the Devil Emperor, didn't make Yi Futian take him too seriously. However, this was not a surprise. Although Xiao Mu was a direct disciple of the Devil Emperor, he was one of many. Xiao was a descendant of the West Emperor and the strongest blood awakener in the past 1,000 years who realized the potential in her bloodline. She was the first person in the future of West Imperial Palace. This all made sense. Perhaps in all the lands of Divine Prefecture, not many could be found who were like Xiao. It was powerful indeed. This princess of the West Imperial Palace seemed to have awakened the power of the great emperor. No ordinary clans could compete with these people from the ancient god clan. They each have their own advantages, Lord Taishan said in a low voice. There had never been any cultivators from the outside worlds in the original realm before, so they were considered the cream of the crop. But at the moment they felt they were a bunch of weaklings. Aside from those who had survived the divine tribulations of the Great Path, even characters like Xiao who was powerful enough to pose a threat to them. If Xiao took a step further, such as stepping into the realm of Renhuang, they would be no competition at all and would probably be annihilated in seconds. Buzz! At this moment, Yi Futian's figure disappeared, and there was a space divine light shining. In the collapsed starry space, he had disappeared, rushing out of that area. A divine light shined brilliantly as Xiao detected danger in the air. This was the great path of space ability. Xiao felt that sense of danger, and her eyes suddenly became extremely frightening. She stood high above the sky as a terrifying storm erupted from her. Suddenly, her eyes turned into real divine eyes, shooting out rays of light that flooded the space. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and it was Yi Futian. His entire body was radiant beyond belief, and invincible. But at this time, Yi Futian could feel a powerful pressure. The divine eyes of Xiao looked down and turning the space into an area belonging to the Great Path. Destructive light came towards him, capable of immolating flesh and dismantling the soul. The Eye of the West Emperor. The cultivators from Divine Prefecture perceived this scene with a tremendous shock. According to rumors, Xiao, the princess of West Imperial Palace, may have inherited the Eye of the West Emperor. Many people did not believe it before or had their doubts, but they couldn't do anything but believe it now that they witnessed this scene. It seemed that Xiao had really inherited the Eye of the West Emperor, and Yi Futian, it seemed, was bound to lose. In this battle, he wouldn't have a chance of winning. Under the eyes of the West Emperor, all great paths were clearly perceivable with nowhere to hide, including the power of Space Great Path. A power of total destruction zoomed in on Yi Futian. There seemed nowhere for him to escape, not in the heavens and not in the earth. However, Yi Futian's body became even more brilliant as he continued to shuttle higher into the sky as if he feared nothing. His divine body roared non-stop, and an astonishing howling of the Great Path seemed to come from inside his body. In this shocking sight, he continued moving against the momentum, rushing towards Xiao. Likewise, Xiao also became aware of the threat posed by Yi Futian. His body of the Great Path was extremely overpowering, almost like a divine entity. If Yi Futian were to get any closer, it would be very dangerous for her. The Eyes of the West Emperor was considered part of the Eye Sorcery Zone. At a glance, Yi Futian was completely submerged in the Eye Sorcery Zone. The rain was like silky threads, and these raindrop divine swords transformed into endless rays of light. They all fell upon Yi Futian, and every raindrop contained invincible power. In addition, the rain had now transformed into threads, threatening to destroy everything in their path. The sword lights formed by the convergence of raindrops seemed to contain a power that could immolate spiritual souls. In this space, Yi Futian felt as if he was mired in a swamp. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Buzz! More brilliant divine light bloomed as a peacock divine shadow appeared behind Yi Futian. Then phantoms upon phantoms manifested out of the ether, and Yi Futian seemed to be omnipresent at this moment. Faintly, there was a rhythm of roaring sound, and it was the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm that shattered all things. At the same time, many phantoms of Yi Futian pointed toward the sky above simultaneously. Suddenly, many divine swords unleashed and carried with them an incredibly sharp aura of pure murder. The sword lights that were converged by the raindrops were pierced through and through, but at the same time, many elusive phantoms of Yi Futian had also disappeared. Only one figure broke through everything while continuing its upward momentum. Soon it appeared to reach the end of this great path field. At this instant, in that space of the eye sorcery, a figure surrounded by divine light appeared. It was as if the spirit soul of Xiao herself had separated from her body and entered directly into the realm of West Emperor's eyes. Furthermore, behind her beautiful figure, an extremely sacred imperial shadow appeared. It was as if the West Emperor had reincarnated, descending into this field of eye sorcery. At this moment, Yi Futian felt that the rain had invaded his mind, and every raindrop pricked his will painfully. More than that, the strength of this conception seemed to have exceeded Yi Futian's experience. In his mind, body, and even the world of his life palace, it was full of raindrops. This was the world of the all-encompassing rain for as long as he was in this field and under this conception. Yi Futian saw Xiao, who was above him, pointing at him. Yi Futian felt as if he was standing in the rain with nowhere to hide. At this moment, Xiao was no longer just a descendant of the great emperor. She was surrounded by divine light. It was as if she was an empress in her own right. And the one who unleashed these attacks was no longer her either, but the great emperor himself. This was clearly an illusion, but it felt so incredibly real. The cultivators in the West Imperial Palace considered Xianxia as the premier heir, and as expected, she was stronger than imagined. It was possible that she may have already integrated the inheritance power from the West Emperor. After all, she was a descendant of the West Emperor himself and the most powerful blood awakener, so it was not surprising that she could perfectly combine her ancestors' inheritance. Under such conception, the body and the spiritual soul, and even the life palace of Yi Futian were under simultaneous attacks. He felt that could really be destroyed at any moment. He, who had created this divine body of the Great Path, thought that it was an indestructible body. But the sense of danger was so real that he might have been killed just by this illusion alone. Boom! Yi Futian's life palace was also howling as a peculiar aura was released from his body. From the world of the life palace, divine light suddenly gushed out, drowning the will of the raindrops completely. When the life spirit of the life palace released all its divine might, the divine light on Yi Futian's body became even more dazzling. In a single turning of the mind, an area of the Great Path now centered around him, shrouding the vast surrounding area as if swallowing up that world full of raindrops. Therefore, within the Great Path realm that belonged to the eyes of the West Emperor, another Great Path realm was now competing for sovereignty. When she perceived this power, Xiao's eyes released an incomparable radiance. She stared at Yi Futian and thought that, just as she had guessed, Yi Futian must have had an amazing heritage. Who exactly was he? But there was no time to think at this time. Her delicate hands pointed down, resembling a gesture from the West Emperor. At the same time, Yi Futian also pointed to the heavens. Two lights appeared in the area of the Great Path, and when the two lights intertwined, a most mighty force erupted. Shocking light lit up the space. In the next moment, they both retreated simultaneously as everything seemed to evaporate in an instant. The rain was still falling softly upon Yi Futian. That white-haired figure just stood there, so quietly, as he looked up at Xiao, who was standing above the rain. This princess of the West Imperial Palace was indeed stronger than Xiao Mu, the direct disciple of the Devil Emperor. Little did he know that Xiao, the princess of West Imperial Palace, was equally shocked and disturbed. Although she had no time to carefully discerning the ability that Yi Futian released just now, she knew that was the true testament of Yi Futian's ability. His true divine wheel of the Great Path. It was a pity that it was just for a moment. But in that brief moment's time, Xiao seemed to have perceived something. Suddenly, the rain stopped, and there was no more rainfall in this entire world. Everything seemed to exist only in Xiao's thoughts. The cultivators below looked up into the sky, wondering who had won this battle. It seemed that they had not seen any definitive results yet. The cultivators from West Imperial Palace were a bit confused. Like the others, they did not see everything clearly before Xiao had already withdrawn her strength. It was clear that she did not intend to continue the fight. What had just happened beneath the eyes of the West Emperor? Did the eyes of the West Emperor unable to inflict serious damage on Yi Futian? At this time, the white-haired figure standing in the void did not appear to be injured. His breath was calm, and he was unharmed. In the West Sea domain, no one could battle Xiao, and there was no need for Xiao to use all of her strength. The eyes of the West Emperor was enough to crush some of the topmost enchanting geniuses in the West Imperial Palace. However, did that number one genius talent in the original realm actually hold off the attack of the eyes of the West Emperor? And remember, his realm was lower than that of Xiao. From this perspective, perhaps Yi Futian's performance was even more impressive in this battle. What kind of existence was this that even Xiao was not able to defeat him? Those top forces from Divine Prefecture were equally shaken to their core. Hua Junlai of the Haotian clan was defeated once at the hands of Yi Futian, but now even Xiao was unable to gain victory. Who was this Yi Futian? What kind of secrets was he harboring? In their investigations on Yi Futian, the most important detail was always missing: his birthplace. This one missing link seemed to suggest that something had been deliberately hidden. At this moment, above the firmament, Xiao actually gave the most alluring smile as she looked down at Yi Futian below. She said, Emperor Ye's reputation is well-deserved. In the battle today, Qiao was not up to the challenge. In this case, I would like to cultivate with Emperor Yi in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Shi Qiao's words stunned the cultivators of West Imperial Palace. What had just happened in this battle? Shi Qiao had agreed to cultivate with Yi Futian in the Heavenly Mandate Academy? The princess of West Imperial Palace, the reigning heir and the descendant of West Emperor, was to cultivate in Heavenly Mandate Academy? What was this all about? Qiao, don't be hasty. An elder from the West Imperial Palace cautioned Shi Qiao via voice transmission. He seemed to worry that Shi Qiao made this decision in the heat of the moment. I have my reasons, Shi Qiao responded with voice transmission as well, which silenced the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace. There was no doubt about Shi Qiao's status within West Imperial Palace. Since she had made the decision, she must be quite serious, and no one could dissuade her. Yi Futian's surprise was no lesser than the others, and he didn't really understand it. He looked up at the figure in the sky. Was Shi Qiao serious about following him in cultivation at the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Is Goddess Qiao serious? Asked Yi Futian. But Shi Qiao walked towards the area below and came to Yi Futian's side. She then continued moving downward, preparing to return to the dry land below. As Yi Futian accompanied her, Shi Qiao glanced back and smiled. I said before that I wanted to see Emperor Ye's methods. Now that I have seen them in this battle, I am quite impressed. From now on, I wish to cultivate in Heavenly Mandate Academy, and I hope Emperor Yi will not deny me this opportunity. They had already returned to the grounds of the Heavenly Mandate Academy below. Everyone in the Heavenly Mandate Academy was most surprised by this. Was Shi Qiao serious about staying and cultivating? Did this mean that Yi Futian would also be cultivating at the West Imperial Palace? The goddess of West Imperial Palace was a little too enigmatic. However, her strength was truly tyrannical. Before this, the cultivators from Heavenly Mandate Academy had never seen anyone who could battle Yi Futian to such a degree. Not even the direct disciple of the Devil Emperor himself. Shi Qiao's combat effectiveness had indeed surpassed any challengers so far. But from this perspective, the cultivators from Heavenly Mandate Academy admired her quite a bit. Such a woman, no doubt, would achieve extraordinary feats in the future. At this moment, there were several tyrannical auras that came from a distance. Suddenly, just as the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy raised their heads to look afar, groups of cultivators had traversed through the void and entered the bounds of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. These powerful cultivators were all from top principalities in the Divine Prefecture, and several of them belonged to ancient god clan. With such a powerful background, the Heavenly Mandate Academy cultivators were unable to intercept them and could only allow them entry into the academy. Goddess Qiao of the West Imperial Palace wanted to cultivate in the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Someone asked. Obviously, these cultivators had heard the conversation between Shi Qiao and Yi Futian, and they had all observed the battle that had just taken place. Why would Shi Qiao choose to cultivate inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Unless Shi Qiao had detected something during their battle, like the West Imperial Palace, they had checked into Yi Futian's past and thought that anything unusual about Yi Futian must be because of some unearthed secrets. They were thinking that perhaps Shi Qiao wanted to go to the Heavenly Mandate Academy as a way of winning Yi Futian over. Why? Do you have something you want to say? Shi Qiao responded nonchalantly, looking at the man who spoke. Goddess Qiao wanting to cultivate at the Heavenly Mandate Academy has nothing to do with us. So how could we dare to have an opinion? The man asked with a smile. We are just curious, that's all. Emperor Yi is talented, but even Goddess Qiao, the descendant of the West Emperor, was much impressed by him. We thought that it must be because he has some extraordinary heritage. They were doubtful about Yi Futian's background. Yi Futian naturally realized this. He glanced around at the various cultivators. When he heard Shi Qiao's statements before, he knew that the various forces of the Divine Prefecture had a deep understanding of him. It was normal for them to speculate. What sort of background could I have come from? Ever since I started cultivating in the 9 states in the lower worlds, I have passed through trials and tribulations to reach where I am today. I was born in a small place that most likely all of you have never heard of. If I came from an extraordinary background, wouldn't I be the same as everyone here and be cultivating in the upper worlds of the divine prefecture? Said Yifutian with a smile. He appeared casual as he said this. Let alone other people who were speculating, even he himself was not clear about his own background. He naturally knew that his parents in Qingzhou were not his birth parents. They must be somebody else. It was very strange that his parents and family had disappeared. They might have intentionally wanted to hide something. Moreover, the existence of his godfather had proven this point. A super cultivator of the devil world had been watching over him in Qingzhou and claimed that he was born an emperor. How could Yifutian's background be simple? Of course, he wouldn't reveal these facts. Who knew what would happen if he did? Since his godfather had intentionally kept it a secret, he would need to do so too. If a day came that he did not need to do so anymore, he might know the whole truth then. A cultivator of the divine prefecture replied. For a cultivator from a small place, you have managed to suppress various monstrous figures and unify the original realm. You defeated the cultivators of the ancient god clan as well as the disciple of the devil emperor. You also inherited the teachings of several great emperors. With unparalleled talent, you have conquered most of the relics of the great emperors. You unlocked the teachings of the demon peacock emperor back in the secret zone of the Donghua domain. Renhuang Yi, I suspect no one will believe you when you claim that your background is ordinary. It is reasonable for you to think so. It might be that I had an extraordinary birth and that I am a descendant of a deity who placed me in the mortal realm to grow and hone my will and character. No wonder I have such extraordinary talents. Thank you for reminding me. I seem to have understood some things, replied Yifutian with a smile. However, if that is truly the case, the deity who gave birth to me is truly harsh, letting me face such trials and tribulations. In the future, if it turns out to be true, I will not recognize them as my parents. When the crowd heard Yifutian jokingly say this, they were speechless. This fellow was actually praising himself. However, what he said made sense. If the truth was as they speculated and Yifutian's background was extraordinary, why did he need to experience so many hardships? When they were investigating Yifutian's history of development, they discovered that it was no small feat that he had managed to survive to the present day. He had fought his way through to this day. Ignoring the talent that he was born with, all his experiences were real. Unless various people revealed contemplative looks, they seemed to be considering some possibility. Some senior cultivators understood that part of history better. Couldn't be like that, could it? However, if it was truly so, they still did not dare to mention it. They merely speculated inside their minds. How likely was that possible? It might be that they were overthinking things. Some people were destined to be extraordinary from birth. They were rare finds that appeared once every 1,000 or 10,000 years. Such people were not unheard of in the history of the cultivation world. Rumor has it that Renhuang Yi has allied with the Lost Clan and allowed their cultivators to enter the starry cultivation court of the Ziwei Segmentum and the Four Corner Village, someone said, changing the subject. They no longer wanted to speak on the matter of Yifutian's background. Yifutian responded calmly, The Heavenly Mandate Academy has already allied with the Lost Clan. Currently, the Shini continent is right next to the Heavenly Mandate realm. I believe that all of you have already long known of this. I hope that all of you may set aside your differences and stand against the cultivators of the other worlds together with us. This was no secret. Everyone already knew about this. A little grudge is no big deal. We are all reasonable people. For the greater good, we naturally know what to do. I believe it is the same for Renhuang Yi. Now, the divine prefecture is one. The various forces have united and are now allies. Since Renhuang Yi is willing to ally with the Lost Clan, you must certainly also be willing to ally with us. In the future, if the opportunity arises, Renhuang Yi can head to the divine prefecture to cultivate amongst our forces and learn the magnum opuses of our clans, someone said freely and frankly. This caused the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy to all reveal strange expressions. Was this fellow who was speaking coveting the cultivation techniques of the Ziwei Segmentum, the Four Corner Village, as well as the Lost Clan? Yi Futian could head over to Cultivate with the clans and forces of the Divine Prefecture in the future? Now, the original realm was facing a huge change. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? However, it was certain that the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture wanted to first cultivate the fateful encounters that Yi Futian had obtained. Yi Futian did not point it out. Now, most of the forces of the Divine Prefecture were dissatisfied with him and had objections with him. His stance during the battle against the Lost Clan back then had, in fact, aided the Lost Clan. Under such circumstances, he did not want to offend the forces of the Divine Prefecture further. Right then, this person made this proposal for him to concede and offer up the fateful encounters that he had obtained to the forces of the Divine Prefecture to cultivate. This would settle the score. In reality, they wanted Yi Futian to make a sacrifice to obtain the forgiveness of the forces of the Divine Prefecture. Senior, what you say is true. I am also of the same mind. Hence, I made an alliance with the Lost Clan, and we exchanged cultivation resources with each other. I taught the members of the Lost Clan attack techniques and allowed their cultivators to head over to the Starry Cultivation Court in the Ziwei Segmentum to cultivate. Similarly, the members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy also entered into the secret zone of the Lost Clan to cultivate. I myself have also mastered the battle matrix of the rocks, revealed Yi Futian as he looked at the other party. If all of you are willing to form an alliance with us for the greater good of the Divine Prefecture, I will naturally have no objections. I am willing to offer up the cultivation resources that the Heavenly Mandate Academy controls in exchange for all your cultivation techniques. We shall improve together to face the changes in the original realm. He said this in a friendly tone as he did not mind forming alliances. However, if the members of the Divine Prefecture merely coveted his cultivation resources, it was meaningless for him to concede. He might even be making his future enemies stronger by allowing the members of the Divine Prefecture to improve their abilities. If a force was not willing to forge an alliance and exchange cultivation resources, Yi Futian did not believe that the other party would be grateful for his aid. If he gave them an inch, the other party would ask for a foot. For instance, they might seek the teachings of the great emperors. If that was the case, he might as well draw a line in the sand clearly. When the elder heard Yi Futian say this, he narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that it was impossible for them to make this top genius in the original realm concede. During the battle against the Lost Clan, Yi Futian had offended many forces of the Divine Prefecture. Was he actually not afraid of the consequences? Then what about Goddess Qiao? If she joins the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate, is that considered having forged an alliance with you? Someone asked. Divine light shot out from Shi Qiao's beautiful gaze as she looked at the other party. Her eyes actually contained formless pressure that enveloped the other party from afar. The cultivator who had spoken was a 9th-tier Renhuang. Shi Qiao was actually not afraid of him, glaring at him all the same. He frowned and swept a glance at the other party. Shi Qiao said, Since I have joined the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate, I will naturally follow the arrangements of the college chief. I will cultivate in whatever Renhuang Yi allows me to. As she said this, Shi Qiao smiled and said to Yi Futian, Renhuang Yi, what do you think about this? Goddess Qiao, since you are willing to do so, I will not turn you away, replied Yi Futian. This caused the members of the Divine Prefecture to stare at the two of them. Why did the relationship between the two of them feel abnormal? The cultivators looked at Yi Futian and Shi Qiao. Now, the two of them were basically in sync. Was the West Imperial Palace planning to lay its hands on the cultivation resources that Yi Futian possessed? They actually did not hesitate to allow Shi Qiao to join the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate and seduce Yi Futian. With the peerless elegance of Goddess Qiao, even Yi Futian would have difficulty resisting her charms. They might even become a couple. Would the members of the West Imperial Palace be willing to marry off their future top figure? Was Yi Futian worthy of them doing so? If they set aside their statuses, the two of them were quite a match. Both of them were peerless figures. It was just that Yi Futian's origins were not very clear. Now, everyone was speculating over it. However, Shi Qiao was the true descendant of a great emperor. She was the descendant of the West Emperor and the strongest person to awaken to the power of his bloodline. She was the first to do so in 1,000 years. With such status and exceptional talent, even as the college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian was far from worthy of her hand. From the looks of it, Renhuang Yi is looking down on the other forces of the divine prefecture, someone said in a provocative tone. The person continued, you allied yourself with the Lost Clan and allowed Goddess Qiao of the West Imperial Palace to join the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. However, you seem unwilling to do the same with the other forces of the divine prefecture. It appears that Renhuang Yi has not let go of the incident with the Lost Clan. Why do you say so? I have said that as long as you are willing, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will ally with the various forces of the divine prefecture and exchange cultivation resources, replied Yi Futian in a casual tone. He was not angered. He naturally understood that the members of the divine prefecture were intentionally provoking him and wanted to stir up conflict. All right, our Infinite Mountains is willing to offer up cultivation resources for exchange and form an alliance with the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a cultivator said. He was from the strongest force of the boundless domain Infinite Mountains. They had inherited the teachings of an ancient great emperor figure. Now, they had taken the initiative to ally with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy frowned. They were doubtful of the sincerity of the other party. Would the cultivators from the boundless domain really be willing to share their top cultivation resources with them? The cultivators from the boundless domain most likely intended to share some cultivation techniques perfunctorily in exchange for the cultivation resources in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Renhuang Chan took a step forward and replied, of course, there's no problem. However, I need to first examine what kind of resources you are willing to share. Based on that, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will decide what level of cultivation resources we will exchange. It would not be easy for the other party to ally with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If the other party only coveted their cultivation resources, they would not agree to their request. From the looks of it, the Heavenly Mandate Academy still does not trust the forces from the Divine Prefecture. The so-called alliance is only lip service. In reality, you have no intention of joining forces with us, snorted the cultivator from Infinite Mountains. He added, looks like the West Imperial Palace is more capable in persuasion. What do you mean by that? Questioned a cultivator from the West Imperial Palace coldly. He gave the cultivator from Infinite Mountains a displeased glance. The latter paid no heed to it and merely smiled. A youth then emerged from the group of cultivators from Infinite Mountains. The youth was surrounded by the divine halo of the Great Path. The brilliant glory which surrounded him seemed to be a natural glimmer and not something he intentionally unleashed. It was as though he was born with a divine body and was destined to be exceptional. With a glance, the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace recognized the youth. He was the most talented figure among this generation of cultivators from Infinite Mountains. He was the divine child of Infinite Mountains and similarly the heir of a great emperor. He was powerful and was crowned Boundless Divine Child. Boundless Divine Child stepped forward as he looked at Yi Futian and Shi Qiao. He said, I have long heard of the fame of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Since Goddess Qiao is willing to enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate, I also want to cultivate in the academy for a period of time. Will Renhuang Yi allow my sudden request? Boundless Divine Child continued. Of course, I only ask Renhuang Yi to treat all of us equally. I am not interested in the cultivation resources of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. As soon as he said this, another person emerged from the crowd and said, I also want to cultivate in the Heavenly Mandate Academy for a period of time. Will Renhuang Yi allow it? This person was the divine child of the Vajra region. Golden light circled around his entire body. He appeared to have a golden divine body. It looked extremely powerful. Then, one by one, others expressed their intentions of joining the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. This caused the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy to reveal strange looks. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was not some holy land. They might be considered the #1 cultivation ground in the original realm, but these people were from the ancient god clan. Did they need to do so? Clearly, They had no intention of joining the Heavenly Mandate Academy for real. For them, the only value that the Heavenly Mandate Academy offered was the starry cultivation court as well as the teachings inherited from the great emperors that Yi Futian mastered. Or perhaps, these forces from the Divine Prefecture only wanted to pressure the Heavenly Mandate Academy and force Yi Futian to yield. They wanted the Heavenly Mandate Academy to compromise and share all their cultivation resources with all. Otherwise, why would they lower their statuses to cultivate in the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Deep down, these cultivators from the ancient god clan most likely looked down upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy, which was a local force of the original realm. Moreover, during their battle with the Lost Clan, Yi Futian offended quite a few factions of the ancient god clan. After all, Yi Futian once collaborated with the ancient god clan to break through the battle matrix of the rocks. These factions assumed that Yi Futian did not give his best during the battle, leading to their failure to break through the matrix. Otherwise, they would have entered into the secret zone of the Lost Clan then. Yi Futian himself forged an alliance with the Lost Clan and had access to their cultivation resources. He then attracted Goddess Qiao from the West Imperial Palace to join him to cultivate in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. In the future, Yi Futian might draw the rest of the forces in the West Sea domain to form an alliance with him. His academy would further expand its influence. This caused the ancient god clan from the Divine Prefecture to be irritated. Moreover, they were also interested in unveiling the secrets behind Yi Futian's identity. Hence, they were intentionally suppressing Yi Futian now. Yi Futian saw various figures standing in different locations in the sky. Each and every one of them were outstanding cultivators. The cultivator from the Haotian clan was among them too. Yi Futian even spotted Hua Junlai in the crowd. Judging from their auras and the divine light of the great path which surrounded their bodies, they had no intention of forging an alliance with him. They were clearly here to force him and the Heavenly Mandate Academy to yield to their demands. The other forces of the Divine Prefecture stood further behind. They did not declare their stance. However, they most likely wanted a slice of the pie and were waiting for Yi Futian to compromise. Shi Qiao gazed up at the silhouettes in the sky. Each one of these figures were extraordinary. There were 8th-tier and 9th-tier Renhuangs. Many of them were renowned figures in their respective domain in the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture. Now, they were all standing in the sky and pressuring Yi Futian. They claimed to want to form an alliance, but they were pressuring him to yield in reality. However, this was unrelated to her. Although she said she wanted to join the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate, that did not mean that she would join Yi Futian in going against the various forces of the Divine Prefecture. She wanted to see how Yi Futian would resolve his situation. That day, in the region of the Lost Clan, it was Princess Donghuang descending upon the region that had resolved the crisis faced by the Lost Clan and allowed Yi Futian to escape his predicament. However, the forces of the Divine Prefecture clearly were not willing to let him go. Now, they had descended upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy simultaneously. The alliance between Yi Futian and the Lost Clan had clearly made the various forces upset. Currently, if Yi Futian were to agree to their demand, then all the forces from the Divine Prefecture would swarm in and enter Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. At that time, how could he maintain control of the situation? The capability of Heavenly Mandate Academy was limited, and there was still something left to be desired when comparing to these top forces from Divine Prefecture. In the case of the ancient god clan, in particular, the chasm between the two was even greater. Today's occurrence was nothing more than these cultivators trying to bully their way into the Heavenly Mandate Academy in a bid to take over the cultivation resources controlled by Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes swept toward those cultivators as an invisible oppressive coercion crept in every direction. The entire Heavenly Mandate City was under that majestic and awesome pressure. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was just one of the many principalities in the original realm. You are all from the top clans in Divine Prefecture, so there was no need for you to cultivate in Heavenly Mandate Academy. I'm afraid you praised the Heavenly Mandate Academy too much, said Yi Futian as he looked at these people. As the head of many clans, Emperor Yi is in charge of the inheritances of several great emperors, as well as being in charge of the Starry Cultivation Court. These are all places worthy of our cultivation. Someone retorted and did not disguise the greed they had for the cultivation resources at Yi Futian's disposal. Their purpose was to intimidate Yi Futian. Today, it was not up to him to decide whether he would give in or not. The Heavenly Mandate Academy is a small place. I'm afraid we can't accommodate all of you, Yi Futian responded. Yi Futian's voice was indifferent. Immediately, the atmosphere froze and felt even more tense. This was Yi Futian directly refusing to receive them. So, Emperor Yi is ignoring our request, someone piped up. Emperor Yi claims that Original Realm is a part of Divine Prefecture, and that everything was working towards an alliance within Divine Prefecture. But it seemed to us that you don't really consider yourselves as a part of us. You think that the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the land of the Original Realm are an entity unto themselves. Voices continued to filter in, blaming Yi Futian for some imagined transgressions and other made-up charges. They made it sound as if Yi Futian was the one who broke up the unity of Divine Prefecture and was resistant to share cultivation resources. In their mind, he was too selfish, and it was an indication that he had no sense of belonging to the land of Divine Prefecture. Emperor Yi also possesses the inheritances of several great emperors. I would like to see what kind of cultivation level was able to impress Goddess Qiao so much, someone else said. It was none other than the descendant of Xianxia the Great from Xianxia Domain, the heir of Xianxia Palace. His aura was astounding, and he stood out above everyone else. I would also like to see for myself the talents of Emperor Yi. The speaker was a top figure from the boundless domain. It was the boundless divine child himself. He was surrounded by the divine light of the great path and was radiant beyond words. Emperor Yi controlled the divine body of Xianxia the great emperor and comprehended an extraordinary body of the great path. I cultivated the Vajra divine body, and I would like to experience the might of Emperor Ye's divine body firsthand. The divine child of Vajra region also joined in. The power of the Vajra divine body was superb and domineering. It had passed down through the great emperor who was also of the ancient god clan. After that, other voices continued to speak. Even those who didn't speak had taken a step forward. Their bodies were radiant and bright, surrounded by divine light, and it was obvious that they all wanted to confront Yi Futian. For a time, the divine light of the great path was extremely brilliant as it sprinkled down upon Yi Futian. All those auras were truly terrifying, and the cultivators that were here to challenge Yi Futian were at least at the level of Hua Junlai. These heirs of the ancient god clan wanted to have their own exchanges with Yi Futian. But this could also be seen as Yi Futian being recognized by these top forces from the divine prefecture. He had defeated the Devil Emperor's disciple as well as Hua Junlai and the descendant of the Haoyan clan. He had impressed Goddess Qiao so much that she was now willing to enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. This kind of strength needed no further embellishment. Therefore, it was no surprise that these genius talents wanted to test the power of this reputed king of the Heavenly Mandate. Moreover, they wanted to see what secrets Yi Futian might be harboring and if he was hiding anything. Everyone in the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked quite somber. They raised their heads to look at the figures. Every one of them was an extraordinary talent, and this assembly was even more awe-striking than the one previously presented at the battle with the Lost Clan. Among them, there was even Run Huang of the Ninth Realm. Never mind Yi Futian himself, just in Heavenly Mandate Academy alone and amongst its allies, they were hard-pressed to find some top enchanting figures of this caliber who could contend with these outsiders. Clearly, this was a bit too much. These cultivators were ganging up on Yi Futian at the same time. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at the cultivators who were in the void. He had a sharp look about him. His clothing now fluttered by itself, and his silver hair danced in the air. Then, they saw his body moved as he swayed upward, heading straight into the sky. Ha! Everyone was stunned. Yi Futian made a move alone and headed towards the challengers by himself. Could it be that he wanted to take on these cultivators by himself? Shi Qiao also showed a look of concern. She had personally experienced Yi Futian's strength and knew he was incredibly strong. Although the two of them had stopped, Shi Qiao knew very well that it was difficult enough for her to defeat Yi Futian even when she was one realm higher than him. In the scenario of a sustained battle, the outcome was unpredictable. But even so, did he know what kind of challengers was he facing? Xiao also knew of these people. Even if she hadn't seen them before, she had heard of their names and knew who they were. These characters were the top figures who were well known in their respective domains. They enjoyed a reputation of their own. No matter how powerful Yifutian was, he couldn't face so many top enchanting existences all at once. These people deliberately pressed Yifutian, forcing him to fight so that they could examine his combat effectiveness. At the same time, they wanted to have the opportunity to uncover Yifutian's secrets. If Yifutian were to fight them, it was only a matter of time before he had to use all the tricks in his bag and expose all of his abilities in front of everyone. Those in the Heavenly Mandate Academy were a little puzzled when they saw this. Those cultivators were some top-notch geniuses. No matter how strong Futian was, it would not be easy to contend with all of them. At this moment, in the distance, a group of mighty and powerful cultivators came in a hurry. This group was made of people with extraordinary abilities and strengths. The man in the lead was Sikong Nan, indicating that reinforcements from the Lost Clan had arrived. The cultivators from various principalities of Divine Prefecture looked at them without too much concern, though. This here was not Shini Continent, and the Lost Clan, without the support of the supermatrix of Shini Continent, was unlikely to pose any serious threat against these various powers of the Divine Prefecture. They were curious to see what the use of Yi Futian's alliance with the cultivator of the Lost Clan was. Futian, Sikong Nan called out. Yi Futian looked at the cultivators from the Lost Clan in the distance and nodded slightly at them, indicating that they need not take action. He floated high in the sky. As he surveyed the cultivators surrounding him, those people also returned his gaze. The divine light on their bodies was even more radiant and dazzling. It was as if they were the descendants of the gods. Do you want to come up one by one? Or do you want to attack altogether? Yi Futian asked. All the cultivators who were present were famous figures in the domains of the Divine Prefecture. Naturally, they would not deign to rush in altogether against Yi Futian. They came to pressure him, but they didn't want to really kill him. If Yi Futian were killed today, it would not be easy to explain it away to Princess Donghuang. Not to mention, there was a mysterious cultivator behind Yi Futian, the teacher from Four Corner Village. The divine light that shone upon these surrounding cultivators glistened with even more brilliance. They looked at one another as if to see who would make the first move. Above the sky, Yi Futian was standing tall, surrounded by all these cultivators who were challenging him. Under the crowning of the divine light, it was obvious that anyone who was here was someone with a commanding presence in the Divine Prefecture. At this moment, a voice came out as a man took a step forward. The man was brilliant all over while releasing a golden divine glory. His upper body was draped in a golden half-shirt, the same color as his skin, which seemed to be golden as well. This was the divine child from the Vajra region, whose strength was tremendous. The Vajra region was one of the principalities within the ancient god clan, housed inside the Vajra domain of the 18 domains in Divine Prefecture. The method of cultivation in the Vajra region was wild and aggressive, impenetrable and invincible. The cultivators' physical bodies were tempered to the extreme to cast the Vajra divine body, also known as the Vajra indestructible form, impervious to any great path. Any existence of the same level, even if allowed to attack at will, could not manage to shatter this particular physical form. In the Vajra domain, the Vajra region was a world unto itself. It was a world carved by the gods in the days of yore. It was said that the great path rule that was inside of it was somewhat different from those on the outside world. Those born into the Vajra region were said to be extraordinary, baptized by the divine power of the Vajra region during their growth. Only those who could awaken the power of the Vajra region were qualified to become an official member. Those who could not would only exist in the margins of the Vajra region, not considered one of its cultivators in any real sense. The same went for the many principalities within the ancient god clan, most of which were not at its core. Since there were not many cultivators for this reason, even the domain chief's manner of the Vajra region had to be especially courteous to the cultivators in the region. The status of these cultivators was not necessarily lower than that of the domain chief's manner, and most of them were far above it. At this moment, the divine child of the Vajra region looked at Yi Futian. He put his hands together and bowed slightly without speaking. However, the divine light of the great path bloomed, and an incredibly sharp aura expanded from him. The instant his arms moved, an extremely strong and sharp will suddenly manifested in the space, shrouded by golden divine light. Although he had not made his move yet, the sense of threat was clearly palpable. The divine light on the divine child was shining so magnificently and brilliantly, with indescribable radiance. He raised his hand and pointed towards Yi Futian across the space. In an instant, the power of this gesture penetrated heaven and the earth, leaving an arc of light in the void that zoomed in on Yi Futian, with intent to kill. But the divine light was exceptionally bright, cutting through the space with absolute dominance. It was as if the power of this one finger was even more terrifying than any divine swords, that it was capable of penetrating everything and get in front of Yi Futian. Everyone was observing this attack closely. Vajra region's divine power was second to none, the likes of which were difficult to find even among the ancient god clan. They were all curious as to how Yi Futian would counter it. Yi Futian felt the threat from his opponent as soon as the man acted. Yi Futian's entire body was full of brilliance, and a terrible light was released from the divine body. There was a roaring boom of the great path as his body turned into the way with incomparable dominance. Infinite sword-shaped characters appeared, surrounding his divine body. Likewise, Yi Futian raised his hand and pointed. In an instant, there seemed to be infinite sword will that resonated between heaven and earth. Numerous sword-shaped characters gathered upon Yi Futian's finger and came down with the motion of his finger. As his hand dropped, the sword manifested between his fingers, and at this moment, his divine body of the great path was a body of sword. Two forces of the two fingers converged and collided in the void. That Vajra finger kept moving forward, destroying all sword will along the way. But upon Yi Futian's body, endless divine swords gathered together, as if they had turned into a river of swords. The Vajra finger navigated through the river as a terrifying divine glory erupted from it. However, it could not get closer to Yi Futian and pulverized under the infinite sword will. What an aggressive attack! Below, cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy shuddered. He was indeed the divine child of the Vajra region. As expected, none of these people were ordinary. They couldn't help but worried for Yi Futian. After all, this was never meant to be a fair battle. With all these cultivators laying siege on him, how was Yi Futian supposed to fight that? The Vajra region's divine child didn't stop there. His hands clasped together, and suddenly an infinite golden divine glory bloomed from his body, which turned into a godlike phantom. He looked straight at Yi Futian, uttered a sound while his palms faced forward. Suddenly a gigantic and boundless giant palm blasted forward. At the same time, above the void, countless giant palms of Vajra manifested. They sheltered the heaven as well as this corner of the sky, intending on burying Yi Futian right here, right now. Yi Futian focused his attention there as his mind turned. Immediately he was surrounded by stars, which transformed this area into a starry sky world. Many of the stars seemed to merge into one as their brilliance became interwoven and revolved around Yi Futian. Accompanied by loud rumbling sounds, countless giant palms of Vajra blasted him with unspeakable belligerence. These giant palms madly expanded until they could crush these stars, causing them to explode. Nonetheless, they still could not break down the starry defense in this starry domain. The body of the divine child floated in the air as his Vajra battle form was becoming even more massive. In an instant, endless golden divine glory blanketed the world, as if the entire world was taken over by the Vajra region. Above the firmament, endless giant palms of Vajra slammed down, covering this corner of the sky, including the starry domain. Boom! At this moment, the many stars that surrounded Yi Futian began to explode frantically, as if the sky and earth were on the verge of being split wide open. The whole scene was beyond horrifying. Those frightening palms continued to strike down and swept toward Yi Futian, who was surrounded by the stars. Spectacular! The divine power of Vajra region is truly deserving of its reputation. Verily one of the most domineering powers in the world. Some other cultivator from the ancient god clan whispered. As they were watching the battlefield, they were in no real hurry to join in the action. If Yi Futian were able to quell Xiao, it would not be easy for the Vajra region's divine child to take him. An even more radiant starlight was released from Yi Futian's body, and the surrounding stars suddenly got brighter. The light seemed to have transformed into something tangible. With Yi Futian's body roughly as the center, an absolute field now formed. Inside this area, a starry shield appeared, protecting Yi Futian. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying giant palms of Vajra blasted down, smashing on the light screen, but was unable to destroy it. The starry light screen was clear as crystal and completely transparent. The divine glory on Yi Futian seemed to melt into the light screen as if it was part of his great path divine body. This kind of large-scale offensive method, aggressive though it may be, was simply unable to break through. Those who were watching exclaimed inwardly. As expected, someone that even Xiao could not take down would not be so easily defeated. Just the defensive power of this starry shield alone was astounding. Vajra region's divine child did not take any other actions before someone else stepped out. The man was the heir of Xianxia Palace from the ancient god clan in Xianxia domain. He glanced there before pointed his right hand toward the sky. Suddenly a formation appeared in the heavens, as terrible swords chiming and reverberating between heaven and earth. Infinite divine swords were gathered within the formation, unleashing astonishing sword will. Each sword contained God-punishing power, which was enough to destroy all existence. Despicable. Cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked on coldly, and some of them commented audibly. While the Vajra region's divine child was still attacking, someone else had stepped in to attack Yi Futian as well. It is comical that the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture's ancient god clan had to join forces to fight against someone with a lower realm of cultivation, Fang Gai said sarcastically. However, the cultivator in the void responded, "Don't worry, it's just a test, and we won't hurt him. We just wanted to see the level of ability Emperor Yi has achieved." As soon as the voice trailed off, the formation divine sword came down from the firmament, much like the power generated by the god-punishing swordsmanship. It aimed to destroy as it impacted the starry shield. What he did not say was that while they would spare Yi Futian's life, they would press him to his utmost limit, forcing him to reveal all of his abilities and methods. They wanted to see if there was anything hidden by the original realm's #1 genius talent. When the falling swords fell on the shield, fine fractures appeared on the surface of the shield. With more and more fractures appearing, and the giant palms of Vajra continued blasting down as well, those fine fractures now turned into considerable cracks. The divine punishment sword matrix of Xianxia Palace is indeed horrific, and this is just a small sword matrix. The surrounding cultivators were not only observing Yi Futian's combat effectiveness, but they were also observing the strengths of those from the ancient god clan. Though they were aware of each other's existence before, many of them had never met, much less making any exchange with one another. Now, they could see the level of strengths possessed by these cultivators. Of course, they may not use all their methods all at once. They would be wise to keep some of their abilities to themselves. Bang! With continuous loud booms, the starry shield shattered. The terrifying god punishment sword and the overbearing giant palms of Vajra continued blasting down, chasing after Yi Futian. Those in the Heavenly Mandate Academy were secretly worried when they witnessed this shocking battle scene. The opponents that Yi Futian was facing now were all excellent peak figures. Many attacks descended upon Yi Futian. The crowd saw that his body was on the brink of being drowned out by the incoming attacks, but he didn't move an inch. He was seemingly unfazed by the frenzy of attacks. A dazzling spatial halo shone on top of his divine body of the Great Path. Runes emerged and formed doors of space with his body as the center. They surrounded his body, causing him to be enveloped within them. Rumble. The god-punishing swords charged downwards to annihilate Yi Futian. Unfortunately, when they approached him, they entered into the doors of space directly. It was as though the swords disappeared into nothingness. However, they caused the doors of space to tremble violently. More savage attacks descended on Yi Futian. The giant palms of Vajra charged towards him at the same time as the swords. However, with Yi Futian's body as the center, the doors of space shone even more brightly and transformed into an independent region. It was the miniature world. Feng Gai and Old Ma were somewhat emotional when they saw this scene. The miniature world was a divine spatial technique. Yi Futian was actually able to utilize it to such an extent. From the looks of it, Yi Futian had fully mastered all 7 great divine techniques of the Four-Corner Village. He had learned all their cruxes and was able to use them skillfully. The user of the miniature world could form an independent world from his surroundings. The miniature world could block off all attacks and ensure that the cultivator was free from all disturbances of the outside world. When cultivated to the highest level, the cultivator could form a miniature world around him and was completely isolated from the outside world. However, no cultivation technique was perfect. There was no such thing as an invincible divine technique. All techniques were either reinforced or restricted by other techniques. The might of a technique depended on its user. Even though the miniature world was powerful, it was not an almighty technique that could completely ignore all other attacks. As the god-punishing swords and the gigantic palms blasted on the miniature world consecutively, the doors of space also shook violently. Gradually, the doors of space were destroyed and disintegrated. Even so, they managed to block off most of the attacks. The collective attacks of the 2 cultivators were unable to break through Yi Futian's defense. This scene caused Vajra Divine Child and the cultivators from the Xianxia Palace to reveal astonished expressions. Yi Futian had indeed cultivated many different techniques. Each and every one of them was extraordinary. He had most likely learned this particular technique from the Four-Corner Village. As expected, both the Ziwei Segmentum and the Four-Corner Village contained exceptional cultivation techniques. With the addition of the teachings of the great emperors, Yi Futian was considered a walking treasure trove. As long as they could bring him under their control, they would have the chance to loot these treasures. Divine light radiated brightly on Yi Futian's body. He shot up high into the sky. His pupils glistened with golden divine halos as he swept a glance at the 2 cultivators beneath him. Another domain of the Great Path appeared around him. The sun and the moon appeared simultaneously as the stars circled him. The entire world changed as divine phenomena occurred all around him. Right now, Yi Futian seemed to be no longer suppressing his own power. His aura of the Great Path enveloped the vast space. This part of the world seemed to become his own domain. The stars that circled around him and the sun, moon, and yin-yang diagram high in the sky emanated a powerful aura. Buzz, the divine light of yin and yang rained down. It also contained powerful swords of catastrophe that collided with the god-punishing swords. They actually were no weaker than them. Although Yi Futian's cultivation plane was a level lower, he mastered the power of yin and yang. Even against this god-punishing power, he could still hold his own. At the same time, starry stone tablets appeared. Countless runes and ancient characters were contained within them. The might of the tablets pressed down on the space and headed towards Vajra Divine Child. Countless divine tablets carved with ancient runes suppressed the space and clashed with the giant palms of Vajra. At the same time, a terrifying rumbling could be heard in the sky. Vajra Divine Child felt a powerful suppressive aura of the Great Path emanating from the sky and spreading towards him. He looked up and saw a slit appear on the horizon. In the sky above, a door from ancient times seemed to appear. It suppressed everything around it. At a glance, he seemed to be enclosed within this space. The door's suppressive power was astonishing. It was the gate of world suppression. Down below, Emperor Shi glanced at the Millet Emperor beside him. The Millet Emperor had a look of relief in his eyes. Back in the day, the disciple he was most proud of was Zhongchan. However, Zhongchan had perished, being killed by Ninghua. Now, although Yi Futian could not be considered his disciple, he had inherited Millet Emperor's teachings. Yi Futian managed to unleash the power of the Gate of World Suppression to such an extent. He had far surpassed Zhongchan in his heyday. If Zhongchan witnessed this scene, he would most likely be pleased too. The facial expression of Vajra Divine Child turned serious. The Gate of World Suppression was a divine technique Yi Futian obtained through meditating in the Wangshan Watchtower. It was very powerful. Yi Futian modified the Gate of World Suppression based on his own understanding and cultivation style, making it more suitable. It could suppress a part of the sky. Similar to his other attacks, the Gate of World Suppression was a domineering power. Vajra Divine Child put his palms together. 10,000 Zhang golden divine halos burst forth. The majestic Vajra battle form glowed with even more frightening golden divine light, and its halos shone for 10,000 miles. Dang! With a loud clang, the gigantic battle form, akin to a god, raised his arm and sent out a palm strike. This endlessly big palm was engraved with countless Vajra runes. It was indestructible. It was the art of supreme attack of the Vajra region, the Vajra Divine Seal. In the sky above, the Vajra Divine Seal and the Gate of World Suppression collided. The sound of the collision echoed throughout the space. The Vajra Divine Seal radiated with brilliant halos as the entire palm shone brightly. It intended to eradicate everything that crossed its path. The Gate of World Suppression vanquished all attacks which it encountered. Both powers were extremely domineering. Rumble. An alarming sound thundered. The Vajra Divine Seal was shattered. The Gate of World Suppression followed suit and disintegrated. A terrifying storm swept out and covered the entire space. All the cultivators who had yet to unleash their powers did so now to block off the residue waves from the aftermath. "He is so strong!" exclaimed the cultivators who were standing below. They were impressed by the domineering attack. Their gazes all landed on the white-haired silhouette high in the sky above. The hearts of the cultivators from the divine prefecture all quivered violently. He actually was holding his own against two top-tier cultivators. Monstrous existences from the Vajra region and the Xianxia domain were attacking him at the same time, and yet they still could not suppress him. He was fighting against the two of them alone, and his attack power was actually not weaker than that of the two powerful cultivators combined. Around them, many top figures were spectating the battle. Their hearts also stirred. The heavenly mandate realm ruler, the top monstrous figure of the original realm, indeed had exceptional talent. He was peerless. Even in the entire divine prefecture, few people could compare to him. Xianxia was smiling. Before this, she had sparred with Yi Futian, so she knew clearly that wanting to take him down would not be so easy. During her battle with him, if she hadn't admitted defeat at the very last moment, the outcome of their battle would still be unknown. This was the result even with her going all out. How could these people possibly force Yi Futian to show his trump card easily? Unless a 9th-tier Renhuang shamelessly attacked him, these prominent figures would not be able to investigate Yi Futian's true ability without bringing out their strongest attacks. There were also slight changes in the expressions of Vajra Divine Child as well as the heir of the Xianxia Palace. They seemed to have become slightly more serious. All the cultivators were watching this battle. They were the successors of the ancient god clan's two major factions, yet they actually could not take down Yi Futian. The white-haired youth was attacking both of them at the same time alone. He was overwhelming them. It was as though the two of them acted as foils for Yi Futian. Thinking about this, their eyes burned even brighter. Vajra Divine Child put his hands together, and immediately, rumbling sounds could be heard all around them. The divine sound of the great path seemed to circle them. Golden halos filled the space, dyeing this part of the sky golden. Buzz. Vajra Divine Child's figure leaped high up into the sky. His figure stood below the golden sky. He had a solemn expression as he put his hands together. After the golden divine light dyed the sky, the crowd saw a face appear. It seemed to be the face of the ancient god of the Vajra region. Endless golden halos rained down and enveloped the space. It was the Vajra Dominion. When the cultivators of the divine prefecture in the distance saw this scene, their hearts trembled. From the looks of it, Vajra Divine Child was getting serious. He had actually unleashed the Vajra Dominion. The Vajra region ancient god clan was a force in the Vajra domain. They were established by an ancient great emperor. Currently, the cultivation grounds of the Vajra region were part of an independent world. The Vajra Dominion was passed down from the great emperor. It was a super powerful technique. Within the Vajra Dominion, everything would be bound. Anyone who wanted to escape had to shatter the Dominion first. It was extremely difficult to do so. Under the Vajra Dominion effects, the Vajra region's divine power could be unleashed to its most powerful state. Its might was overwhelming and without equal. Now, Vajra Divine Child was clearly unleashing his true ability, going all out against Yi Futian. In another direction, another cultivator was still around. The heir of the Xianxia palace stared at the battlefield. The appearance of the Vajra Dominion somewhat affected him. However, since Vajra Divine Child had unleashed his strongest teachings, then the heir of the Xianxia palace would temporarily assume the support role and not unleash his mega battle matrix. He would first unleash a smaller matrix. After he considered this, the heir of the Xianxia domain pointed a finger upwards. Immediately, streaks of divine light radiated in the sky. Ripples formed in different locations. They were similar to water ripples and propagated outwards. Soon, a pattern was formed from one of the ripples. Similar scenes occurred at different locations in the sky. More and more patterns took form, and sword will whizzed in the heavens and the earth. Sword will covered a vast space of 1,000 miles. The different patterns all ended up forming the same diagram. It was the God-punishing sword matrix. Each and every diagram was a God-punishing sword matrix. At a glance, there were 99 God-punishing sword matrices hanging in the sky. The power which loomed over the space was enough to destroy this part of the sky. It was menacing. The heir of the Xianxia palace pointed his finger at Yi Futian. All 99 God-punishing sword matrices also pointed towards Yi Futian. Instantly, Yi Futian felt as though his spiritual soul had been locked in place. It was as though he had nowhere to run. No matter where he went, only one outcome awaited him: annihilation by the God-punishing swords. "This is still not the final form of the God-punishing sword matrix," commented someone from a top force of the Divine Prefecture. This God-punishing sword matrix had yet to reach its final form. If it was in its final form, it was similar to the battle form unleashed by Vajra Divine Child. The entire matrix would block out the sun and envelop the vast space. It would transform into a domain of the Great Path. When the God-punishing swords descended, all living beings would face their doom. Yi Futian glanced at the sky above. Both cultivators had coalesced frightening powers and unleashed the art of supreme attacks. They were ready to kill him. However, even so, his facial expression remained calm and did not show many changes. He took a glance at the two cultivators. A formless aura was unleashed from his body and slowly permeated into the surrounding air. An independent region formed with his body as its center. In this region, the sun and the moon shone brightly at the same time. Stars flowed freely and obeyed their own rules. The region functioned with a different law compared to the outside world. Dazzling halos burst forth from his body and resonated with heaven and earth. "Ha!" Shi Qiao looked towards where Yi Futian was. She faintly sensed something. During her battle with Yi Futian, he unleashed some power at the very last minute. She was not able to clearly sense what it was that time. Yi Futian's current state was similar to that during their previous battle. Her gaze was dead fixed on him. She was curious whether or not the cultivators from the Vajra region and the Xianxia palace could defeat Yi Futian. The rhythm of the Great Path circled them. The ancient god of the Vajra region, which loomed over the sky, moved. Instantly, brilliant divine light radiated. The next moment, the heavens and the earth shook as though the sky was collapsing. Endless Vajra divine seals charged downward with an imposing momentum. At this moment, it was as though the sky was about to be crushed into pieces. Endless Vajra divine seals blasted towards Yi Futian simultaneously. This scene was spectacular. All the cultivators who were witnessing the battle on the sidelines felt their hearts tremble in fear. The sky was shaking violently as though it was on the verge of crumbling. The endless Vajra divine seals were capable of annihilating all existences. Who could stand against them? In an instant, the Vajra divine seals crashed down towards where Yi Futian was. They directly plummeted towards his figure. The space where Yi Futian stood appeared to immediately shatter, including Yi Futian's figure within it. Rumble. A terrifying scene appeared where Yi Futian was. Countless Vajra divine seals crashed down and drowned out this part of the sky. It seemed as though they could not be blocked at all. However, Yi Futian merely glanced at them. His gaze was steady. The next moment, the Vajra divine seals that rumbled intensely as they came crashing towards him suddenly slowed down. The speed of such an attack was incredibly fast. It would have killed Yi Futian before he could think. However, right then, the various cultivators could clearly sense that the falling Vajra divine seals were slowing down. It seemed as though some power of the Great Path was slowing them down. Moonlight shone down and enveloped the space. It brought with it an extreme chill. It was as though the space was frozen solid. There was also the power of space acting on this area. Within this area, the laws of the Great Path seemed to be different than that of the outside world. In here, Yi Futian was in absolute control. Even when such an overwhelmingly powerful attack entered into this domain of the Great Path, the effect of the power in the domain on it was much greater than that of the outside world. Buzz. Divine light rained down and encapsulated the Vajra divine seals. The divine seals were coated in a layer of cold frost. Even so, the frightening Vajra divine seals still descended upon Yi Futian with terrifying rumbling sounds, intending to crush him. Just then, the stars that were orbiting non-stop in the sky immediately collided with these Vajra divine seals. The stars shattered the seals in one great sweep. These Vajra divine seals did not seem as powerful as people imagined them to be as they shattered. "What is going on?" exclaimed some cultivators. They were stunned as they gazed at the scene in astonishment. Something was off. "It's the boundary wheel," a top-level cultivator from the ancient god clan exclaimed. They looked at Yi Futian and his surroundings and saw that invisible current had turned into a boundary wheel. Yes, it is indeed the boundary wheel. The Vajra dominion of the Vajra divine child is also considered boundary wheel. But there are some differences. His boundary wheel is centered on his body and spread outward, almost invisible. However, the domain of that boundary wheel is self-contained like a world that was his domain, someone explained. The boundary wheel overlapped with the Great Path domain, and in that sense the boundary could be defined as a domain. The Vajra divine child could very well overpower any space with his divine wheel and turn it into the face of Vajra region's ancient god. In this Vajra dominion, the Great Path power derived from the Vajra region would be unimaginably powerful, and he could exert his might to the fullest extent. His attacking method was fierce and invincible. If it were before, perhaps even Yi Futian would have some difficulty resisting those endless attacks that came from the sky. Infinite Vajra divine seals each contained the power to annihilate a world. With endless divine seals blasting down at the same time, their potency was almost apocalyptic. But at this moment, just when these attacks creeping toward Yi Futian and entered into the field around him, they slowed down unexpectedly, and their power seemed to weaken as well. They were first frozen by ice, then pulverized soon after. It was reasonable to believe that they must have entered within the domain of Yi Futian's boundary wheel. Lying therein was Yi Futian's world. The Great Path that he controlled was more than powerful, so much so that it could affect and weaken the Vajra divine seals considerably, thereby destroying them. Generally speaking, a boundary wheel will not have such power unless his boundary wheel is different from the others. Some cultivator who had been through the divine tribulation of the Great Path said in a low voice. He was following the development in that area closely. Well, similar to levels of suppression, Yi Futian's divine wheel of the Great Path might be of a higher level than that of the divine child, thus achieving the Great Path suppression. Therefore, even at a lower realm, he was able to block, even destroy the powerful attacks from his opponent with ease. Someone else commented, analyzing Yi Futian's ability and making sense of what they were seeing. At this moment, these top cultivators were even more interested in Yi Futian. As a matter of fact, Yi Futian was harboring some secrets. That was why everything about him was so different from the others. What kind of existence was the Vajra divine child? He was the heir of the Vajra region, possessing the divine power of all of the Vajra region. His offensive attacks were extremely overbearing and rarely find another who was worthy to compete with him. However, for such an existence to be suppressed by Yi Futian on the level of their boundary wheels, the reasoning behind this amazing phenomenon was provocative enough. This was something of which Xianxia had become keenly aware. She recalled the curious feeling that she felt at the last moment of her fighting with Yi Futian. In truth, it was exactly as they had said. She was facing the same situation that the Vajra divine child currently was. At the time, she used the eyes of the West Emperor to create a great path domain, and thought it was enough to suppress and crush Yi Futian outright, but she was unable to do so. At the very last moment, a strange sensation manifested, which was probably due to the reason these top figures had concluded. Yi Futian controlled the unique divine wheels of the Great Path, possibly with much higher levels of capabilities for him to suppress the divine wheels of the Vajra divine child in this fashion. Under this kind of condition, even though the realm of the Vajra divine child was higher than Yi Futian, his offensive attacks failed to touch Yi Futian. Moreover, those endless Vajra divine seals had disintegrated instead. The cultivators from West Imperial Palace stole a glance at Xianxia. This goddess of West Imperial Palace must have gotten some hints of it in the previous battle, which would explain her willingness to cultivate at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. In the battlefield, the divine child of the Vajra region looked really bad when he saw what was happening. Those golden eyes pierced through the space and fell on Yi Futian. His attacks were blocked so readily that countless divine seals now shattered and disintegrated, unable to pose any threat to Yi Futian at all. In the meantime, on the other side, the air of Xianxia Palace was equally disturbed at this sight. Was Yi Futian as strong as this? He was aching to see whether his attacks could upend Yi Futian. With a wave of the hand, rays of sword lights shot out from the god-punishing sword matrix in the sky above. Countless sword lights came down at the same time as if intending to annihilate the space, and that everything would then be broken and destroyed. All would turn to nothing under the swords. Even the area of the Great Path would be no exception. Psst! A sharp and piercing sound was heard as god-punishing swords came down, entering the area of the Great Path that surrounded Yi Futian. In the next moment, those destructive swords suddenly decreased in speed and were covered with layers of frost. Even though the swords were still continuing their downward momentum, shredding the power of the Great Path as they went, aiming directly at Yi Futian, they were very much affected. Yi Futian waved his hand, and the divine light of the sun and the moon spilt, carrying the destructive shadow solar divine sword. It aimed straight toward the downward-moving god-punishing swords, and as they collided, the invading swords were obliterated. Sure enough, the god-punishing swords of Xianxia Palace suffered the same fate as the Vajra divine seals. As soon as any of them invaded into the dominion around Yi Futian, its effect was affected and began to weaken. In that dominion, Yi Futian's power of the Great Path seemed to increase, easily blocking their aggressive attacks. This also meant that an attack at this level couldn't even get close to Yi Futian, let alone defeat him. Around them, those top cultivators from Divine Prefecture, who had surrounded the battlefield, looked on. Their bodies dazzled with divine light, filling this space with their fighting will. They seemed eager to jump in, to see for themselves just how strong Yi Futian's dominion was, and what level of power could he withstand. No matter how powerful any dominion was, it was highly unlikely to be totally indestructible. As long as the offensive power was great enough, they thought, even the entire dominion could be destroyed just the same. "Want to give it a try?" said someone whose eyes never deviated from the battlefield. His interest was piqued. This method must be what Yi Futian was ultimately relying on. This level of ability would be hard to undermine even by top figures in the 8th realm. At this moment, these two major cultivators could not defeat Yi Futian. Not even close. "Let's wait," someone else replied, choosing to continue observing rather than take action. The Vajra divine child and the heir of Xianxia Palace had not been pushed to their limits yet. At present, everyone else was a little curious as to how this battle would end. At this moment, the Vajra divine child put his hands together. An immense divine light shot out from his body, which then merged into the divine phantom that hovered above the firmament. There seemed to be horrific divine sounds that lingered between heaven and earth. Immediately after, horrific divine light appeared. This golden divine light possessed terrifying penetrating power, which now honed in on Yi Futian. In the next moment, a massive and boundless arm appeared above the sky. This arm covered the sky and the sun, like a stone pillar that came from the sky, heading towards Yifutian, who was on the ground below. The arm went forward, and a frightening giant palm of Tianxin slammed out. A terrifying booming roared in the space, seemed to signify the impending collapse of this world. Even the entire void was trembling now, witnessing what had just taken place. Everyone knew that this Vajra region's divine child was now determined to win, and he wanted to break down Yifutian's dominion to defeat him. The arm came down all the way, penetrating directly into the Great Path domain around Yifutian. Propelled by the Vajra divine power, it seemed that even the force of this Great Path domain was having difficulty affecting this Tianxin arm. Shocking sounds of rumbling were heard, and the space was on the verge of shattering and collapsing. The stars within the Great Path domain were exploding, destroyed under the giant palm of Tianxin at the other end of that massive arm. The other end of the golden arm that had penetrated the void was directly connected to a golden body above the firmament as the Vajra divine power continuously poured into it. When the arm slammed down, to those in the distance, it was as if a golden light beam had punctured the void, from the firmament downward with unstoppable force. Boom! A vast radiant divine light erupted from Yifutian. The divine light swept out with his body as the source, obscuring the sky and the sun. Terrifying divine light wrapped up on that Tianxin arm, so the mobility and power of that arm were greatly affected. Even though it was still attacking towards the ground below, it was slowing down considerably. Behind Yifutian, a series of exceptionally beautiful visions now appeared. Accompanied by a long trilling whistle, Yifutian seemed to have morphed into the peacock demon god. His visage was now becoming even more wicked and scary, and an astonishing demonic energy rushed out from him. As hearts were beating violently, a majestic demonic power burst out as infinite divine light bloomed. Buzz! When the massive arm blasted down, it was blocked by the starry shield. The divine light of the stars that surrounded Yifutian intertwined and formed an absolute superb defense around him. The arm blasted right on the shield, which caused it to shake violently, but the downward momentum of that Tianxin arm was also stymied. There was a loud bang, and cracks began to appear on the starry shield. It then shattered as the shield collapsed. The infinite Vajra divine power above the firmament was constantly pouring in until it finally broke down the shield. However, at the same time, that golden giant palm was shrouded by the supreme power of the shadow as well, with much of its power now diminished. Above the firmament, the golden divine glory continued to fall, pouring into the arm to restore its power. However, at this time Yifutian, who was within the starry light screen, was shining brightly all over, as if he had turned into an indestructible divine sword. The sword was surrounding his body, just as numerous starlight showered upon him, as well as the power of the demon god that was also covering his body. Under the support of multiple powers, Yifutian's aura was rising frantically at this moment. Buzz! Countless divine lights shot out toward that massive arm at the same time. They converged into a single beam that unified and turned into a sword. This sword strike pierced through the void and heaven and earth, hitting the giant palm of Tianxin in an instant. At the moment when the two attacks connected and collided, time and space seemed to have stopped. Soon after, countless rays of light shot into the giant palm as golden light diffused and filled the sky. The giant handprint started to crack as sword will rushed into it frantically, invading Tianxin arm through these cracks, intending to perforate it through and through. Sizzle! A frightening sword will followed that golden arm and creeping upward. Everyone saw that Tianxin arm split open. At the same time, a shocking sword light burst from the split arm, rushing high into the sky, and blasted directly at that divine figure above the firmament. Boom! Boom! The Tianxin arm now pulverized and exploded with madness, and the arm crumbled. Vajra Dominion shook crazily in the void under that monstrous sword might, and it was leaving the Vajra divine child a little pale. Yifutian raised his head to take a look. Then, a beam of light rushed into the sky. It was his body now that traveled as a sword. All the crowd saw was a sword light penetrating the void, directly blasting on the divine figure above. There was a crystalline crunching sound that was clearly audible. Everyone saw a sword that traversed heaven and earth. Some fractures appeared on that Tianxian phantom in the void, as the Vajra Dominion was totally shaken up. On the battlefield, Yi Futian didn't seem to have moved a single inch. He was still standing where he was as if it had not been him who had made the attack just now. However, Yi Futian's entire body dazzled. His physical body was the sword body of the Great Path, surrounded by endless starlight. With a turning of his mind, everyone saw yet another sword rushed into the sky with impeccable swordsmanship. The distance of space was non-existent. The body was the sword. Boom! Another sword blasted upon the Vajra Dominion, and then the third strike, the fourth. In a short period of time, it seemed that countless sword strikes had pierced through heaven and earth, and all of them slammed on the Vajra Dominion. That dominion, which contained indestructible divine power of the Vajra region, began to show more and more fissures. The impact of what was taking place in front of them was indescribably shocking. Countless swords seemed to be connected from sky to earth, hitting every location of the Vajra Dominion. If this continued, the Great Path domain of the Vajra region would inevitably collapse. In that case, the divine wheel of the Vajra divine child would probably be broken. Many cultivators looked in the direction of the divine child and saw that Golden Face was revealing hints of struggle as if he was in some pain. Finally, accompanied by a muffled groan, with a turning of his thoughts, the infinite divine light disappeared in an instant, and the Vajra Dominion vanished as well. That endless divine light submerged into his body like mad, and he dared not continue. The Vajra divine child has been defeated, everyone thought as they witnessed the incredible scene that had just taken place in front of them. Under the joint efforts of these two major cultivators, the Vajra divine child was suppressed and had to withdraw his Great Path domain, which clearly suggested that he could no longer bear Yi Futian's attack. If he were to insist on continuing the battle, even his divine will might collapse and shatter. Yi Futian looked towards the direction of the Vajra divine child, but did not continue his attack. In another direction, the heir of Xianxia Palace did not continue his attack either. The offensive and defensive techniques of the Vajra region were known to be incredibly fierce and overpowering, but even the Vajra Dominion was now broken up. Even if he were to continue, it would be unlikely for him to defeat Yi Futian. This number one genius talent in the original realm was mighty indeed. The other cultivators in the vicinity focused on Yi Futian. It seemed that Yi Futian could not be suppressed until they take some action. The Dominion force released just now by Yi Futian was considerable, and they still didn't know if it had even close to Yi Futian's limit. Not bad, someone praised. A top figure from Divine Prefecture looked at Yi Futian and asked, "The reputation of the number one genius in original realm was well deserved. Emperor Yi has infinite potential, and I can see that the dominion of Emperor Ye's cultivation is truly extraordinary. I wonder how this divine wheel of the Great Path was cast." Yi Futian looked at the person who spoke and saw he was also a powerful existence from the ancient god clan, a supreme cultivator from Infinite Mountains. He was a top Renhuang who cultivated at the Infinite Mountains. Moreover, he was of the ninth realm. The aura that was being released by him was elusive yet terrifying. This Great Path domain was cast by his natal spirit. He wouldn't be so crazy as to divulge that. So he did not bother to respond. Those cultivators were still hanging around the surrounding space. Since they had come with bad intentions, he felt like he didn't need to bother with common courtesy either. The cultivator from Infinite Mountains smiled when he saw that Yi Futian didn't answer him. With a wave of his palm, infinite divine swords appeared between heaven and earth instantly, pointing directly at Yi Futian. Even a peak Renhuang of the ninth realm was making a move now. If so, I am going to have to see for myself just how strong is Emperor Ye's cultivation. Despicable creature! A voice shouted as someone rushed straight into the sky, heading towards the sky above. It was Blind Tai. A peak Renhuang of the ninth realm had dared attack Yi Futian. All the cultivators from Divine Prefecture cast a glance at Blind Tai. A humongous and boundless handprint appeared above the sky, then blasted down on Blind Tai. It was from a Renhuang of the ninth realm from Haoyin clan. His clothing fluttered, and he had an extraordinary temperament. With a raise of his hand, he managed to suppress the void with a single palm strike. Blind Tai shouted angrily, and his whole body was radiant, as the divine glory upon him skyrocketed. A divine hammer appeared, smashing into the giant palm that came slamming down. Loud booming sounds were heard as a dull groaning came from above the sky. Although Blind Tai impeded the other's attack, he was pushed back as well. His upward momentum stopped dead in its tracks. Buzz buzz. In the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, several Renhuang of the Ninth Realm levitated into the air. However, at this time, many Renhuang from various principalities of the Divine Prefecture also stepped forward, blocking their way above the void, detaining them. "This is a little overboard, Emperor," she said, as his figure was also moving upward. But an elder from Divine Prefecture interceded. "It's just an exchange. There is no need to worry. Rest assured, the Divine Prefecture and the original realm is one, and we will not harm Emperor Yi." As he finished speaking, an invisible pressure of might shrouded the boundless space. Although the alliance of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was a strong one, it paled in comparison with the many forces from Divine Prefecture. Especially at the top level, it was nearly impossible for them to compete with the other. However, from a distance, cultivators were rushing this way one after the other. They were cultivators from the Lost Clan. As soon as they got wind of the situation here, more and more of them hurried to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. But the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture had isolated the battlefield, nor were they really that concerned about the cultivators from the Lost Clan. This was not the Shini continent, and without that super grand matrix, the arrival of the Lost Clan meant nothing and changed nothing. Above the firmament, in the vast expanse of space, the battlefield now stretched over a tremendous distance. After all, when someone at their caliber fought, just a wave of a hand could cover an area thousands of miles wide. The top figure from Infinite Mountains raised his hand, and countless divine swords dropped down from the sky, and every one of them was tremendously monstrous, aiming at Yi Futian with the terrifying sound as they tore through the space. In the great path domain where these divine swords descended, there was some hindrance. But the person who made the move this time was someone in the Ninth Realm. Therefore, even the great path aura in the Dominion could not completely stop the divine swords. The stars flowed and shattered some swords, but those divine swords were everywhere in the sky, burying this corner of the sky without end. Boundless! Many looked up. Over there, the boundless divine child was of the Ninth Realm in this newest wave of engagement. If he took action, it would probably be impossible for Yi Futian to compete with him. Nonetheless, this battle was no longer a fair fight. Yi Futian was surrounded by a starry light screen, which created an absolute defense. But as that sky full of divine swords rained down, and loud rumbling sounds came out, the stars, including where Yi Futian was, were knocked back, then shattered. Yi Futian kept retreating while the infinite divine swords between heaven and earth were still attacking forward. Bang, bang, bang. The divine swords blasted in front of Yi Futian's body and collided with him. Many divine swords crumpled, but Yi Futian was also knocked backward again as a muffled groan came out of him. A horrific storm of swordsmanship enveloped this corner of the sky, and the infinite divine swords suddenly stopped in the sky above Yi Futian, but still pointed at him. Boundless Divine Child was a supreme cultivator in the Ninth Realm, and he was reputed to be exceptionally talented. He was already a top cultivator in the Boundless domain, so for him to take action against Yi Futian, who was in the Seventh Realm, was not an honorable deed. The cultivators from Heavenly Mandate Academy below watched with increased concern. But Old Ma said, "Don't worry, he can handle it." Previously, he had gone to Four Corner Village with Yi Futian when Yi Futian brought back the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor. Yi Futian would surely bring out the divine corpse in the battle if he were truly in danger. These people would have no way of dealing with that just yet. However, it was still a bit too much. Emperor Yi doesn't plan to release the true form of the boundary wheel for us to see? All the cultivators from Divine Prefecture stared at Yi Futian. They were waiting for him to reveal all his cards. They wanted to see all of the secrets that Yi Futian was harboring. However, even now, they still couldn't figure him out. "Don't worry, you have my word that you will not be harmed. We just want to see how strong you are," the boundless divine child continued. The vast space around them was surrounded by divine light, protecting Yifutian inside. Yifutian glanced at these cultivators. His eyes were cold to the extreme. He stretched out his hand, wanting to release the emperor's corpse. I know that you controlled the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor, but if you are really thinking about using it, you must consider whether or not you would be able to keep it, someone said nonchalantly, with a slight suggestion of threat. These cultivators from Divine Prefecture were all plotting against Yifutian for the Great Emperor's inheritance that he possessed. If Yifutian were to unleash the body of the Xianxia the Great Emperor, those cultivators who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path would not simply stand by and watch. Clearly, Yifutian understood this as well. He surveyed those people and asked, "So, you are determined to force me to fight today?" Even now, he still didn't want to offend these principalities from the Divine Prefecture too well. Under the current situation in the original realm, what he wanted the most was to cultivate quietly to improve himself. However, if these people from the Divine Prefecture wouldn't let him go, then he would have no choice but to unite the cultivators from the Lost Clan and fight back. "Just want to take a look at Emperor Ye's methods," said another cultivator from the Ancient God Clan, with divine light lingering. All of them were supreme cultivators. He continued, "Here, today, this may be the best of the best from the Divine Prefecture." As Yifutian surveyed these cultivators, invisible currents from him swept toward the boundless space, moving in at these cultivators. At this moment, these peak figures from the Divine Prefecture had a look of curiosity. It seemed that Yifutian finally decided not to cover up his boundary wheel. Boom, boom, boom. Brilliant divine light surrounded these cultivators as they gathered around Yifutian. Every one of their auras were beyond terrifying, and their majestic style was second to none. When the divine light of the Great Path bloomed, a horrific aura condensed and emerged. They were ready to take action. However, right now, above the firmament, there was a sudden shower of divine light. This divine light was incomparably radiant and fell directly on the battlefield as if coming from outside the sky. What? Those top figures from Divine Prefecture looked into the sky. They were completely unaware of anyone coming. Every divine consciousness now aimed toward the sky and saw that in that sky full of divine light, there was a figure who now walked towards the battlefield below. In the midst of the endless divine light, a woman emerged, like Jotian goddess, who descended with divine glory. She bathed in the warm glow of the sun, with magnificent stature and a face that was incomparably ravishing. She was arrogant, noble, and elegant, as if she was not of this world. When their eyes beheld her, many cultivators from Heavenly Mandate Academy gasped. They watched the goddess who appeared above the sky with disbelief and shock. Yifutian was showered with endless divine glory as he raised his head to look above the firmament. When he saw the goddess who came with this incomparable divine light, he could no longer look away. Who is she? The cultivators from Divine Prefecture secretly marveled at her. As they looked at Yifutian, it seemed that her eyes were fastened on him as well. Yifutian was also looking at her. This white-haired Renhuang who stood high above the void, the premier genius talent of Heavenly Mandate Realm, the college chief of Heavenly Mandate Academy, Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, master of Four Corner Village, and the heir of Ziwei the Great, Xianxia the Great Emperor, as well as Shinin the Great. At this moment, in those arrogant eyes of his, there was nothing but endless tenderness. An extremely brilliant smile appeared at the corners of his eyes. The smile was so pure and the eyes so clear. It was hard to imagine that someone who had cultivated to a level such could still be capable of such pure emotions. Even those who were not connected understood that the woman who appeared must be Yifutian's beloved. The beautiful eyes of the goddess who appeared in the void stared back at Yifutian. The two looked at each other across the void, sharing an infinite affection for one another. She smiled with such beauty, without that coldness or pride, and without that ethereal temperament. All that was left was pure and simple beauty. At this moment, Yifutian felt as if they were lifetimes away. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the time when they laid eyes on each other for the first time. He knew that the one whom he had loved so deeply had finally returned to him as her whole self. Even though she had gone through the ordeal of the walk-in, She had found herself and come back to him. She is back. From the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Lord Taixian whispered to himself. More importantly, this was not the Hua Jieyu he had known from the Heavenly Mandate Academy once upon a time, but the Hua Jieyu that Yi Futian had always known and loved. She was quite different from when he had met her before. Back then, they had cautioned Yi Futian to be careful of Hua Jieyu. Back then, in the realm of Brahma's pure sky, the Empress's cultivation was at the peak of Renhuang, and the method of her cultivation was something peculiar. She had a secret method that had since been lost, and no one knew of its origin. Known as the 3,000 realms of one mind, it had the means to walk in or seize another person's physical entity for the user's own purpose. They believed then that Hua Jieyu had been used by the Brahma's pure sky empress, and they worried that Yi Futian might be entrapped and also end up being used by her. Hua Jieyu at that time was indeed an unfamiliar entity to Yi Futian, like a blank piece of paper. Yi Futian had been quietly guarding and looking after her. But now, seeing Hua Jieyu's smile, the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy realized that the wife Yi Futian had been missing had finally returned to him. It seemed that she had been right in heading over to Divine Prefecture at the time. And it seemed that in the battle where Yi Futian perished, she had already begun to recover from her trauma and had become self-aware. Not only did Brahma's pure sky empress fail to take over her consciousness, but she was also ultimately overtaken by Hua Jieyu instead. That year, the group that went to the Divine Prefecture had already returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, except Hua Jieyu. According to them, Hua Jieyu left to follow her own cultivation path, and no one knew where she went. Today, she returned alone, precisely when Yi Futian was besieged and suppressed by all the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian couldn't help but smile. In addition to the gentleness in his eyes, there was also a touch of sadness. He wasn't sad about this moment but for all the years that had passed. In all those years, they had been apart more often than they had been together. Now they met again after more than 20 years. Fox, it's been a long time. Yi Futian smiled brightly and reached out with his hand. Even across the void, he instinctively reached out for her hand. Hearing this familiar and yet strange term of endearment, Hua Jieyu's eyes, which were full of bright smiles, suddenly filled with tears. 2 teardrops flowed down on her ravishing visage, leaving 2 wet trails on that delicate face. No one had called her Fox for what seemed like a lifetime. She hadn't heard it for too many years. This was from back when they were still so young. Now they had experienced and been through so much together. It has been a long time. Hua Jieyu smiled as she cried. She moved toward Yi Futian. This distance, short though it may be, seemed to be thousands of miles long. After deaths and separations, she was forced to cultivate after being invaded by the Empress. In an attempt to help her reclaim her memories, Yi Futian took her to all the places they had been when they were together. However, when she woke up again, what she saw was Yi Futian besieged and slaughtered. For her, it was unspeakably traumatic. Decades were nothing but a blink of an eye in the cultivation world. No one else could know what these 2 decades meant to her. When she woke up, he was already gone. Her body moved in the direction where Yi Futian was. Surrounded by divine light, she was so exceptionally gorgeous. However, this happy scene was frowned upon by the cultivators from Divine Prefecture, who had laid siege on Yi Futian. They had planned to deal with Yi Futian once and for all, forcing him to release the last of his abilities so they could unearth his secrets. But just at the most crucial moment, they had been interrupted by the appearance of Hua Jieyu. Her sudden appearance was too breathtaking to ignore. She came from outside of the firmament, surrounded by divine light, just like Jotian goddess descending into this world. She came with an unparalleled light. However, she clearly was not the Jotian goddess, a being from out of this world, but a woman who was Yi Futian's beloved. Moreover, under the divine light from this woman, her aura was actually rather terrifying. It was the aura of a peak Renhuang with a perfect great path. The divine light was so dazzling that the onlookers felt they couldn't see anything clearly. Yi Futian's beloved had a higher cultivation level than him? Yi Futian himself was already the #1 genius talent in all of the Heavenly Mandate realm. He was extremely gifted. How could it be that his beloved was even stronger than him? The various forces in the divine prefecture had inquired into Yi Futian's past and his cultivation history. They knew some things about him and that he had a wife. However, as far as their information went, Yi Futian's wife did not seem to be an outstanding character, so they did not bother to inquire further. They didn't know anything about Hua Jieyu and had no clue why her realm was higher than Yi Futian's. Only the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy knew anything about this. They knew that Brahma's Pure Sky Empress was the one who made Hua Jieyu. However, even if Brahma's Pure Sky Empress was here, this shouldn't be the kind of aura she was capable of. They could feel that Hua Jieyu appeared very different than how she used to. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu walked towards each other with smiles on their faces. It was as if everyone that surrounded them had nothing to do with them. In their eyes, there were only the two of them. After experiencing many deaths and separations, they had finally met again after more than 20 years. They didn't intend to be separated again. Today, no matter who wanted to step between them, it would not happen. Not even those top enchanting figures from the divine prefecture could interfere. Seeing that Hua Jieyu was about to enter this area, the cultivators from the divine prefecture glanced at her coldly. Soon after, the Vajra divine child was heard scolding her. "Get back!" His voice sounded like a mighty bell, resonating between heaven and earth. It seemed that the divine power of the Vajra region leaped out fiercely, slamming violently towards Hua Jieyu. A series of Vajra divine seals had manifested in the space as if to vent the anger that he felt when he had been defeated by Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu lowered her head and cast a sideways glance at the Vajra divine child. At this moment, those beautiful eyes that had held endless tenderness suddenly became extremely icy. Infinite divine light erupted. In an instant, this vast world seemed to stand still, and those Vajra divine seals stopped dead in their tracks in the void as well. The eyes of the divine child were filled with great terror as countless images now invaded his divine consciousness. Above the firmament, divine light showered upon him. Boom! Hua Jieyu continued to step downward, and the Vajra divine child groaned as his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What they saw in front of them horrified these cultivators. Great shocks were written all over their faces. Could she be this powerful? That was the Vajra divine child. Even with attacks fueled by the Vajra divine power, he could not get closer to his opponent. At the same time, the Vajra divine child was injured badly and was now vomiting blood. Before this, even Yi Futian had not been able to achieve this result. It took a great battle for him to drive back the Vajra divine child in defeat. Even though Hua Jieyu was a Renhuang of the ninth realm, the combat effectiveness of the Vajra divine child should be more than sufficient to deal with someone in the general vicinity of the ninth realm. Even if she was a genius cultivator of the ninth realm, he should not be defeated to this extent. It was obvious that Hua Jieyu's strength was extremely powerful. Attack of the spiritual soul. All the attention was now fixed on that peerless goddess. She was surrounded by divine light, like the Jyotian goddess who had made her presence known in the mortal world. With just a thought, she had severely injured the Vajra divine child, and no one knew how much of her strength had powered that attack. There is a will of the Emperor. Looking at that beautiful woman and sensing the divine light flowing about her, as well as her aura of the great path, many felt a hint of divine power. It was the will of the Emperor. On Hua Jieyu's person, there was also some will of the Emperor that could be detected. It was the same as those cultivators from the ancient god clan. She might have the inheritance of the great Emperor in her possession. Those cultivators from the divine prefecture who had survived the divine tribulation of the great path couldn't be more surprised. This woman, who had appeared out of nowhere, had exhibited such impressive fighting powers. Furthermore, her divine power was so strong that she was actually not any lesser than Shi Qiao, the goddess of West Imperial Palace, who had previously fought in a friendly exchange with Yi Futian. It was important to note that Shi Qiao was the most talented person from the West Imperial Palace in the past 1,000 years. She was most in sync with the inheritance of the West Emperor. She was in control of the eyes of the West Emperor, which demonstrated the power she had inherited. However, Hua Jieyu's aura was no lesser than Xiao, which could only indicate that she had also synced perfectly to the inheritance of a great emperor. It appears that she has gotten a wonderful opportunity in the land of divine prefecture. Someone whispered in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Hua Jieyu had defeated the Brahma's pure sky empress and turned her thousands of incarnations into one, all of them unified inside her physical body. The Hua Jieyu they had seen years ago was already one with the Brahma's pure sky empress and all of her other incarnations. They didn't expect that after she departed for divine prefecture, she would have the chance to obtain imperial-level inheritance. This was truly fortuitous. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu appeared to be cultivators with great fortunes, and such fortunate cultivators were an extreme rarity. However, Hua Jieyu didn't care about anyone else's gaze at this moment. After she repelled the Vajra divine child, she continued her way towards Yi Futian. Her eyes were still so gentle. Yi Futian, on the other hand, didn't care much about Hua Jieyu's current strength. None of that mattered. What was important was that she was back, in the truest sense of the word. Beneath the lingering divine light, Hua Jieyu walked into the crowd. At this moment, no one rushed in to stop her. Obviously, the strength she had just displayed was somewhat astounding. Her ability to repel the Vajra divine child with just a thought meant that her combat effectiveness was not any lesser than those Renhuang in the ninth realm from the ancient god clan. It would not be easy to stop her. Those few moments seemed like an eternity. It was as if after a long, long time, the two of them finally walked back onto the same path. Yi Futian looked at the face that was so close to him. It was so familiar, and his smile became even brighter. Hua Jieyu was just the same. It was as if all the beauty of the world was alive in her smile. The two of them held hands. There was too much they wanted to say to each other, yet not a word was uttered. Yi Futian reached out with his hand and stroked her cheek. All of this was like a dream. It must have been rough for her in divine prefecture all these years. However, the cultivators from the divine prefecture didn't seem to want to allow this beautiful scene to continue. Tyrannical auras suddenly descended, falling on the two of them, breaking that peaceful silence. We didn't expect Emperor Ye's path companion to be so outstanding. Since that's the case, let us see for ourselves what that's like, said a voice. The person who had spoken was the boundless divine child. When his voice fell, those countless divine swords once again slammed down from the void, heading straight for Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian were still staring at each other, not their heads. Buzz! On Hua Jieyu, an astounding divine light suddenly burst out, sweeping through all the surrounding space. Her long black hair flew in the wind, and in an instant, an amazing divine consciousness shrouded the boundless space. The entire spatial world was shrouded by an extraordinary telekinetic power. Those billions of divine swords that came down suddenly slowed down, and there was a hint that they were about to stop. It was as everything in this space threatened to stop dead in their tracks. When all the cultivators saw this, there was a slight trembling in their hearts. The boundless divine child was also a Renhuang of the ninth realm. Could his offensive power be so easily stymied? However, his expression remained unchanged. He scanned the area in front of him, raising his hand, then quickly pushed his hand down. Suddenly, infinite divine swords whistled and howled, overwhelming that corner of the sky. Hua Jieyu frowned slightly. She turned her head, and a touch of coldness flashed through her eyes. At this moment, she seemed different than how she was before. The divine light lingered as her mind connected with heaven and earth. Her eyes swept towards the billions of divine swords that covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, this space seemed to stand still as those endless divine swords clamored, wanting to come in for the kill, but they couldn't move an inch. That oppressive force blocked the momentum of the divine swords, making this space even more suppressed. Donk! Boundless divine child stepped forward. At the same time, the other cultivators from ancient god clan who were around him took action as well. Supreme and awesome divine power of the great path spread out from them, suppressing the two people in the center of it all with total aggression. Even if she was a peak figure in the ninth realm, what could she do? She still couldn't stop their attack on Yi Futian. However, at this time, above the firmament, there was a terrifying aura that emerged. The top figures from the divine prefecture were the first to act. They frowned and glanced above when they felt the presence of a frightening storm. Someone else is here? They all felt a strange feeling now. Then, a terrifying aura fell from the sky, and there was a shocking demonic might that tossed and roared. Everyone looked up into the sky and saw that a mighty procession had come into their view. People from the devil world? The cultivators from divine prefecture scanned the area high above the sky, wondering if the cultivators from the devil world had come to meddle in these affairs as well. However, when the group descended, they realized that it didn't seem to be the same group from the devil world as before, but was instead another group of people. It seemed that they were other cultivators from the devil world. Furthermore, the person in the lead was not the devil emperor's direct disciple, Xiaomu, nor was he the demon sage from the devil world. He was another young man, strapping and substantial. He was draped in a black demonic armor, and he was completely pitch black in appearance with a head of long black hair that fell upon his shoulders. A sense of immense dominance exuded from his entire body. This cultivator also appeared to be quite young, so who could this be? The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy showed a look of disbelief when they saw this young man. Did they all make a pact to come back together on this day? Those who cultivated at the Heavenly Mandate Academy were familiar with this newcomer on the scene. He and Yi Futian used to be inseparable. He was his best brother in arms. Although his reputation was not as well known as Yi Futian's, the old-timers at Heavenly Mandate Academy were well aware that his combat effectiveness was extremely powerful, not any less than Yi Futian. Moreover, the devil general Mei Ting had once come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy just for him. Later, when Gu Donglu and the others departed for the divine prefecture, they took him to the devil world. Now, Hua Jieyu, who had been cultivating in the divine prefecture alone, had returned. Yu Shang, who had been cultivating in the devil world, did the same. All this seemed to be a coincidence, but more likely it was not. Because the original realm was now mired in turmoil, cultivators from all of the worlds had descended. Whether it was Hua Jieyu who cultivated in the divine prefecture, or Yu Shang from the devil world, they must have heard something about what was happening now. Therefore, it was not surprising for them to show up at this critical juncture. Currently, the attention of all the worlds was focused squarely on the original realm. What's his position in the devil world? The cultivators wondered as they assessed Yu Shang. With so many cultivators from the devil world guarding him in the center, Yu Shang received some very special treatment. It was similar to when Xiaomu had descended on the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Could it be that he was also accepted as a direct disciple by the Devil Emperor? But it didn't add up. Before Yu Shang had gone to the Devil World to cultivate, Mei Ting, the Devil General, had personally arrived in the Heavenly Mandate Academy to find him for the express purpose of taking him to the Devil World. This meant that Yu Shang already had some relationship with the Devil World even before he had gone there. His status in the Devil World may have something to do with his origin. So, what was Yu Shang's true status? If Yu Shang's origin was unusual or extraordinary in any way, then what about Yi Futian? How did the two of them get to know each other? Why did they grow up together? And what was hidden in their shared history? Yi Futian looked there as well, bright smiles in his eyes. This guy had come back, and he was different than before. The hefty dude who used to follow him around was now someone filled with boundless domineering spirit. Like himself, Yu Shang was now a peak renhuang, standing at the top of the cultivation world. He must have made great progress in the devil world. It seemed that he had made the right decision to go there. However, Yi Futian couldn't help but wonder who his foster father was. And Yu Shang, what was his relationship with the devil world? However, none of this was important at the present moment. Surely, he would know the answers in the future. The most important thing was that his beloved and his best friend had both returned to his side. It felt just like many, many years ago. Yu Shang, Yi Futian called with a smile. Yu Shang. When those people from the top forces in the divine prefecture heard this name, they remembered someone. During their investigation into Yi Futian's past, they had uncovered another person who was also extremely outstanding. Compared to Yi Futian's wife, Hua Jieyu, this person was far more eye-catching. They knew that this person had grown up alongside Yi Futian, always by his side. More importantly, it was said that his combat effectiveness was extraordinary, comparable to Yi Futian's. Later on, when a group of people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy departed for the Divine Prefecture, he disappeared. Rumor had it that he was handpicked by the Devil General of the Devil World himself. Because of his supreme demonic talent, he was taken to the Devil World to cultivate. It was very possible that he was destined to be a demonic cultivator. Now he had returned, and from his aura and where he was standing, everyone realized that he must have achieved an extraordinary position in the Devil World. Could it be that he was a really direct disciple of the Devil Emperor? If so, it meant that his demonic talent was much higher than imagined. Otherwise, he would not have been taken to the Devil World, where he was valued by the Devil Emperor himself. However, the eyes of some cultivators from the ancient god clan flickered. They seemed to be considering another possibility. All this was way too strange, to say the least. If Yusheng had such an extraordinary talent, Yi Futian must be the same. Both of them were top genius talents in the world, and the existence of just one of them was already a rare enough find. Not even the ancient god clan could find anyone as outstanding as this. But for two such extraordinary figures to appear in the same place and having grown up together, it was intriguing, to say the least. They returned to their previous conclusion that there must be something secretive about Yi Futian's origin. What kind of secrets was he harboring? This is getting more and more interesting. Shi Qiao watched everything with those beautiful eyes of hers, a smile on her face. First with Hua Jieyu, then the arrival of Yusheng with the cultivators from the Devil World. The situation here was becoming more precarious by the minute. As soon as Yusheng heard Yi Futian's voice, he stepped into the void. Though he did not say a word, he was walking in the direction where Yi Futian was. Behind him, peak characters from the Devil World watched him quietly without following. Who would dare provoke the Devil World when they were standing guard here? These people from the Divine Prefecture were not that fearless just yet. Yusheng traversed through the crowd to enter the battlefield until he was next to Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Obviously, he had already seen Hua Jieyu, and he was indescribably happy to see the two of them back together again. Not too bad. Your cultivation has caught up with mine. Yi Futian punched Yusheng jokingly, a bright sunny smile on his face. He thought that his cultivation speed was extremely fast already, coupled with many fortuitous adventures and his having received the inheritance from several great emperors. Each time it had sped up his cultivation considerably. But Yusheng's cultivation was comparable to his. Yusheng was now also a Renhuang in the 7th realm. Yi Futian had no idea how his cultivation had come about. Hua Jieyu's cultivation was strong, but she was an exception as this was not the result of normal cultivation. Yusheng's cultivation should be something that was achieved more traditionally. Yusheng, however, revealed a rare smile. He was extremely happy in his heart that they finally got to see each other again. As for his cultivation, after he had gone to the Devil World, the cultivation resources at his disposal were not something that Yi Futian could have imagined, so his progression was very speedy. He had thought that Yi Futian would have fallen behind. "I'm late," said Yusheng. His first words were to blame himself for not getting there in time. Here, Yi Futian was being besieged and bullied by these pieces of garbage from the Divine Prefecture. Since birth until now, Yi Futian had always been his soft spot. When they were young, it had always been Yi Futian who protected him in front of his father. But since their youth, he had been the one who protected Yi Futian when they were away. His father always said that he was born to be a general and that he must guard the man in front of him with his life. This had become an instinct for him, and he had never wavered in this belief. Furthermore, everything Yi Futian had done for him convinced him that this was the right thing to do. Their brotherhood was forged by life and death. Either one of them would be more than willing to protect the other no matter the cost. "You are not late. Just in time, actually," Yi Futian said with a laugh. "It's been many years. You and I have not fought together. Today, bullies here intend to do their worst just because their cultivation is greater than mine. Now that you are here, we could take them on together." Not only did these people from Divine Prefecture not backing down, They even attempted to harm Hua Jieyu in their pursuit to continue persecuting him. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Good. Yuxing nodded. Just as before, no nonsense, just a simple word of acknowledgement. When those top figures heard Yi Futian's words, they were still tranquil. There was not much change in their appearances. Hua Jieyu in the 9th realm, Yu Shang in the 7th realm, and Yi Futian, who was also in the 7th realm. Did just the three of them really intend to take on these top figures from the Divine Prefecture? Although the Vajra Divine Child and the heir of Xianxia Palace had been defeated previously, they were two cultivators in the 8th realm. Among those who came from the Divine Prefecture, there were still many who had not yet taken action until now. None of these people could be considered weak. They had cultivators in the 9th realm as well. How could Yi Futian and the other two fight that? Even though Hua Jieyu exhibited some supreme combat effectiveness, it was still not enough. It would take at least several times the strength to defeat all of these challengers. As things stood now, it was not even close. At this time, Yi Futian surveyed the cultivators and said, I didn't want to provoke anyone, but all of you who came from the Divine Prefecture insisted on being aggressive. In the name of wanting to examine my cultivation, you know what it is that you are really after. Since you are aching for a fight, I have no choice but to oblige. In addition, you are all at a higher realm than me. Even Peak Renhuang in the 9th realm did not hesitate to bully me. Under these circumstances, know that I will give it all that I've got. At that level of cultivation, the gap between 9th realm and the 7th realm was a vast chasm. For the boundless divine child in the 9th realm to raise his hand against Yi Futian was something dishonorable. Those from the Divine Prefecture were quite indifferent when they heard what Yi Futian had to say. Maybe he would fight using the body of Xianxia, the great emperor? Perhaps this was the only way for Yi Futian to possibly shake them. However, if Yi Futian were to do so, no one knew what kind of great battle would erupt. Clang! At this moment, a violent sound suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. In the vast space, an incomparably gorgeous golden divine glory bloomed. Everyone was taken by surprise. As their eyes turned to look in the direction of the light, they realized it was where the Vajra Divine Child was located. At this moment, the clothing covering the upper body of the Vajra Divine Child exploded and revealed a golden body. Countless divine lights were lingering upon this body, faintly forming a pattern that circulated inside him. How could this be? The cultivators from Divine Prefecture stirred. He is urging the secret arts to coax forth all of his combat effectiveness. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy watched with close attention. All the cultivators from the ancient god clan had many tricks up their sleeves that contained amazing strength. The Vajra Divine Child was no different. His cultivation was in the 8th realm. With a title like the Divine Child, his defensive and offensive techniques were understandably unparalleled. But previously, he was defeated by Yi Futian, followed by an injury inflicted by Hua Jieyu's mind strike. How could someone as proud as him endure what had just happened? To him, today's battle was utterly humiliating. For that reason, the Vajra Divine Child did not hesitate to resort to the secret arts. The cultivators from the Vajra region were solemn when they witnessed what was happening before them. They did not attempt to stop him. Clearly, they knew what the Divine Child was trying to do, but this was his own choice. In this battle, win or lose, it was all on him. After all, this confrontation was instigated by the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture first. Boom! Infinite divine light erupted from him, covering the boundless space. The Vajra Dominion appeared once again, shrouding this corner of the sky. However, with the blooming of Vajra, the figure of the Divine Child seemed to have disappeared. Or rather, he had reincarnated as the god of the Vajra region, who was now part of heaven and earth. An infinitely massive divine shadow appeared. Before this, the shadow was controlled and attacked by the Vajra Divine Child. But at this moment, the two merged into one. In the vast world, infinite golden divine light was pouring into his body. Above that godlike figure, infinite divine power was pouring into it as well. The aura was more terrifying than before. It far surpassed anything capable by the mere existence of Renhuang in the 8th realm. It was as if he had transcended his existing realm. Horrific divine light shot out from the eyes of the Vajra divine god, swept over Yi Futian and the two others. He must avenge his shame. In the far distance, the cultivators inside Heavenly Mandate City were truly shocked by what they saw. What was going to happen in this battle? The three of them glanced in the direction of the Vajra divine child, and their expressions did not change one little bit. As divine glory shining, hovering in front of Yi Futian, he said to Yushang, "Yushang, how about you direct the fight?" "No problem." Yushang nodded in acknowledgement. Immediately, Yi Futian levitated into the air, sitting cross-legged. Wisps of divine glory now permeating between heaven and earth, and the sound of rhythm could be heard. In the vast space, suddenly, traces of the great path's Guqin music could be detected. A brilliant divine light twinkled, and it was none other than the Guqin named Yearning that appeared in front of Yi Futian. When Yearning appeared, all the strings of the great path in the space seemed to light up with even more radiant divine light, intertwined with the Guqin itself. The cultivators from the divine prefecture could clearly feel the real divine power contained within that instrument. Guqin from Xianxia the Great. This Guqin was acquired by Yi Futian on the dragon turtle, inherited from Xianxia the Great. He had never used it in any of the battles before, but no one dared to underestimate the power behind this Guqin. This was a bona fide divine item, which contained the soul of Xianxia the Great. It was, in a sense, the continuation of Xianxia the Great's life force. Yi Futian had already said that he would do all that he could, and it seemed that he was being serious. With cultivators in the ninth realm taking shots at him, who could fault him even if he was resorting to a divine item? Hua Jieyu saw Yi Futian taking out the Guqin, as she stood quietly by Yi Futian's side, with amazing divine light also blooming on her, moving between heaven and earth. Her clothing lightly fluttered. It was just as if the Jotian goddess herself was guarding him. Yushang stepped forward and standing out in front. He raised his head and glanced at the Vajra ancient god above the firmament. A shocking demonic light emitted from his eyes. Boom! Traces of shocking demonic light bloomed from Yushang, heading toward this world. Likewise, a force was also being urged inside his body, which strengthened his aura as it continued to rise. The demonic might tossed and roared as an incomparable demon god appeared, with the aura of the great emperor. Indeed, Yushang has gotten the true inheritance of the devil emperor. The hearts of many trembled, as Yushang was urging on the emperor's will. Clearly, he had also inherited the capability of a great emperor, and it seemed that he had integrated the will into his own demonic body, perfectly as one. This discovery further confirmed to the others that Yushang's origin was likely astounding. However, could the gap between realms really be made up? The Vajra divine child, at this moment, was incredibly powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Just as this thought came into their minds, demon-like figures appeared next to Yushang. Each of the demon gods had a different face and aura. It was as if they had been called into existence. However, each demon god contained an unimaginable demonic power never seen before. When they saw the sight in front of them, the blood of these cultivators from the divine prefecture ran cold. 6 demon gods. Heavenly demon godly advents, one of the most powerful methods of the devil emperors. And he actually learned it. Some of the old-timers from divine prefecture trembled fiercely. It was said that only a few people were ever able to control this skill, and very rarely did any of the devil emperor's direct disciples ever cultivate this particular method. How could Yushang know how to control the heavenly demon godly advent? The 6 demon gods stood tall with the world under their feet, their demonic might roaring like rolling thunder, as if they were each the master of millions of demons. Each of the auras of their demon arts, which flowed on them, were unique from each other. Yushang stood in the center with a solemn expression. As his demon might surged and roared, he raised his head and looked towards the divine child of the celestial Vajra region. Just then, golden divine light spanning more than 10,000 miles streamed down from the skies. One after another, terrifying voices of the great path echoed out from. It was as though these formless sounds could shatter the void. In the next instant, the celestial figure exerted an incredibly great divine force as he raised his hand to release a blast. Trillions of golden divine lights shot out, deluging the skies of the region. At the same time, countless Vajra divine seals came raining down. Within them was the strongest divine seal of all, able to destroy space itself. Unmatched demonic blades started forming in each of the 6 demonic gods' hands. Each of the demonic gods had different blade stances. In the next moment, the first swing of the blade was made. The physical world roared as rays of light shot out from the blade and shrouded the skies. Then came the second swing, even more powerful and overwhelming than before. It gushed forward continuously as it was complemented by the sword chi of the first strike. Followed by that, the third swing and the fourth swing. 9 slashes of the heavenly demon. The powerful cultivators around them were shaken to their core. They never thought that Yushang would use the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon in tandem with the heavenly demon godly advent. According to legend, this was a technique used only by the Devil Emperor when he conquered the Devil world and crushed countless demon overlords. Now, Yushang used the heavenly demon godly advent to perform the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon, slashing 6 continuous times. Each slash was more potent than the last as the countless sword rays exploded in the air and almost split space and time in the area. The Vajra divine seals were crushed and eradicated. In the middle of it all, the first 6 slashes of the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon fused and emitted a sword ray that spanned more than 10,000 miles, forming a sky-splitting demonic blade that carried a broadsword capable of tearing apart the skies of the region. At last, the sky-splitting demonic blade slashed onto the strongest divine seal at the center. As the broadsword landed, the divine seal was split through the middle. At the same time, the supremely dominating demonic blade continued to slice towards the figure of the celestial Vajra ancient god. Everything in its way was shattered. The Vajra ancient god's palm slammed down on the skies beneath him. His vast golden divine light erupted, and his Vajra divine powers were exerted to their fullest potential with extreme ferociousness, directly blasting onto the demonic blade. "Break!" Yusheng roared. He raised his head to watch the celestial sky, where a demon god projection appeared. It was so large that one could not see where it ended. It slashed out a single broadsword which fused into the demon blade. It was as if the blade carried the will of the demon god himself. The divine seal was split up in an instant, and the arm of the Vajra ancient god was slashed upon. A crack appeared on the arm and started expanding upward. The expression of the god projection above the celestial skies changed into one of shock and fear. The vast divine lights erupted again, and he wielded the full power of the Vajra region. But at this point it was already futile. The demonic lights inundated the skies. Starting from a thin line, the entire golden dominion was hacked in half while the golden light screen, which shrouded the celestial skies, was shattered. Some could hear an agonized scream coming from inside as a bright red bloodstain appeared from the broken golden lights. Some bits of blood spilled down and scattered into the void. The hearts of many who watched pounded, and all the powerful cultivators looked at the figure who stood in the void, the divine child of the Vajra region. As the light screen shattered and the divine powers within dissipated, they saw a figure appear at the initial spot. It was the divine child of the Vajra region. Shockingly, one of his arms was severed. Clearly, the arm of the celestial god was a manifestation of his arm, and it had been slashed off by Yusheng. The divine child of the Vajra region had an arm slashed off by Yusheng. "He's ruthless." The cultivators of the divine prefecture gasped in their hearts. Yusheng seriously dared to do something so ruthless. An arm slashed off by his demonic blade was a wound on the great path. Even though a Renhuang plane being could regenerate broken limbs, have incredible healing powers, and could survive nearly any injury so long as he was still breathing, if he were wounded by a great path power that was stronger than his own, it would be extremely difficult to recover. If he could exceed the plane of the attack that caused the great path injury or obtain a high-level medication, then he could heal it completely. Otherwise, the severed arm was likely impossible to recover. No one knew if there were ways within the Vajra region to heal it. But the only one ruthless enough to do such a thing was Yusheng. He really showed everyone how ruthless high-level cultivators from the devil world could be and how bold and fearless they were to inflict such grave wounds upon the divine child from the Vajra region. Even the powerful cultivators from the other ancient god clans of the divine prefecture wouldn't dare do such a thing. The hearts of the high-level cultivators from the Vajra region trembled. Their figures flew into the air, and strands of powerful aura started to erupt. But then one person stopped them, waved his hand, and the many numerous high-level cultivators all temporarily subdued their anger. This was the Vajra divine child's fight. It was his hurdle, and he would have to face it eventually. No matter how powerful he became, there would forever be someone who would overwhelm him. The Vajra divine child had already cultivated to the 8th plane. If he could overcome this setback, then he could grow to become the Vajra region lord. If he fell before this hurdle, he would likely stop at this stage for the rest of his life, and it would be difficult for him to keep his status as the divine child of the Vajra region. Furthermore, this was a fair battle. The person who severed his arm was Xianxia from the devil world, who could have been taught the demonic arts by the devil emperor himself. What could they do about it? Try to get revenge on Xianxia? That would be starting a war with the devil world. The Vajra region was a force of the Vajra domain. They were extremely powerful. But if they were really to start a war with the devil world, they would be overestimating themselves. The devil world was a force that could take on the entire divine prefecture on its own. You can all stop watching now. A cultivator who studied under the devil emperor, the most charming person of the entire heavenly mandate realm, Shening the Great Skuchin, and a goddess. What is there to hesitate about? Said a voice. It was a powerful cultivator from the Haotian clan. Since the Vajra divine child had one arm slashed off, the nature of this battle had changed. Before this, they were trying to use their aura and might to force their wills upon Futian. But now, this was a true battle between equals. The cultivators nodded, clearly understanding the situation. Divine lights started circling around their bodies. Instantly, the vast voids were deluged by the might of the great path. The aura emitted from it was terrifying beyond imagination. It encased the entire heavenly mandate city and expanded the battlefield to infinity. Atop the celestial skies, the power of the great path flowed. It was as if someone released the divine wheel of the great path to forge a great path domain. Xianxia shifted his gaze away from the Vajra divine child towards the other cultivators. With that slash just now, he had roughly figured out the power level of the Vajra divine child. However, although the Vajra divine child released his secret arts, he was still only at the 8th plane. The 9th plane cultivators here were surely stronger than an 8th plane cultivator. Therefore, it was a safe bet that his battle would not be easy. Dang, dang. Just then, countless dancing notes entered the ears of all of the cultivators present, causing these powerful cultivators of the divine prefecture to feel an extremely strong will, the will of grief. Each note that entered their ears invaded their will directly and without exception, causing them to feel grief. We can't let him continue playing the divine requiem, someone said as he looked towards where Yifutian was located. Wherever he looked, space was being warped and twisted. The person who intervened wore a lavish robe. It was a faint gold and shone magnificently throughout the area. He was surrounded by powerful divine lights of the great path of space, and his pupils were also gleaming gold. When he looked toward Yifutian, his gaze warped space as if creating a turbulent storm of physical space, crushing Yifutian. Hua Jieyu, who was standing behind Yifutian, looked towards the person in return, and an equally powerful but formless force of the great path erupted. Both of them stood still, yet heavy, muffled thumps sounded on the battlefield atop the void. It was as though nuclear blast waves were colliding, causing deep and dark cracks to appear where they came into contact. The man turned his gaze towards Hua Jieyu. He was a member of the Jiang ancient god clan of the Taishang domain. The Jiang ancient god clan had extraordinary status in the Taishang domain. Even the house of the Lord of Taishang maintained a friendly relationship with them and gave them ample respect. According to legend, the ancestor of the Jiang ancient god clan obtained the title of Heavenly Emperor Jiang, an extremely powerful being who established the clan. After he had fallen, the bloodline of the Jiang went extinct. So, The heavenly Emperor Jiang used his supreme divine powers to protect the Jiang clan from being wiped out during the ensuing years of turmoil, which enabled them to pass down their lineage into the present day. The Jiang ancient god clan was rather mysterious. Very few people knew how powerful their full strength was, and no one dared to provoke them. But, naturally, the Jiang ancient god clan was supremely powerful. The person who struck just now was named Jiang Qingfeng. He was the most outstanding individual of this generation in the Jiang ancient god clan. At the peak level Renhuang Plain, barely anyone in the entire Taishang domain could compare with him. Jiang Qingfeng perceived the force from Hua Jieyu. He could clearly feel her telekinetic powers fusing into the worldly great path, giving her absolute control over the area. With just one thought, it was as if time froze, and all other great paths were banished from the area. Even Jiang Qingfeng's great path of space felt like it was sealed. An even more powerful divine force of space erupted from him. The divine forces of space on him were somehow like extremely sharp blades, cutting through the void and attempting to split open Hua Jieyu's powers. Hua Jieyu was still standing there as magnificent divine lights of the great path erupted from her. Her eyes were like those of a divine being, colliding with Jiang Qingfeng's gaze. At that moment, it was as though both of them had entered a world of the void. Jiang Qingfeng could only feel a powerful telekinetic force invading his consciousness. It felt like the force was corroding his spiritual soul. He saw countless divine projections walk toward him, and each one looked like Hua Jieyu's true self rather than just a clone. His heart trembled, and finally, he understood why the Vajra divine child had been wounded. The opponent could directly invade their enemy's consciousness and attack their spiritual soul. Moreover, this was an extremely dominating force that broke into their minds with just a split second of eye contact. "Get out!" A voice sounded in Jiang Qingfeng's mind. Instantly, his consciousness turned into a collapsing world of space. It was as though the fabric of space and time were warping in order to reel in all of the millions of projections he saw and tear them into pieces. However, as the projections were crushed, an endless swarm of them continued to enter Jiang Qingfeng's mind, pressuring him greatly. Even though these projections weren't attacking him, he could still feel their great force. He didn't dare to let down his guard, as it would only take one slip-up for his spiritual soul to be invaded, which would have dire consequences. "Jiang Qingfeng is in trouble," someone said as the crowd looked up toward the arena high above. These high-level cultivators from the ancient god clans of the divine prefecture naturally knew how powerful Jiang Qingfeng was. Yet, even at his level, he was facing trouble from Hua Jieyu. More divine lights of the great path of space seethed from Jiang Qingfeng's body, yet he didn't continue to attack. Instead, all of it was bound to him. "Which great emperor's inheritance did she receive?" someone asked in a hushed voice. Both the divine lights on Hua Jieyu and the powers that she was releasing showed that she had clearly inherited the powers of one of the great emperors. But which one was it? It seemed that Hua Jieyu had absolute control over space and could invade other people's spiritual souls. Just then, a rage-filled roar echoed through the skies. The divine child of the infinite mountain didn't just watch, but he attacked, too. Trillions of divine swords were launched in Yi Futian's direction. However, two projections walked out from Hua Jieyu's figure. They were perfect clones of her. Even the aura of the great path on them was almost exactly the same. Exterior incarnation. The group of powerful cultivators once again froze. They couldn't believe that Hua Jieyu actually summoned exterior incarnations. Furthermore, the auras of these exterior incarnations were as strong as her true self. Divine lights of the great path erupted from these two exterior incarnations as well, and they were incredibly magnificent. The incarnations raised their heads to look toward the void. Instantly, it was as if the unending stream of divine swords paused in action, and their speed slowed to a halt. "How is this woman so powerful?" one of the ancient god clan cultivators thought. In the past, which of the great emperors were well-versed in these powers? One of the cultivators asked openly, which prompted those around him to contemplate. Absolute control, spiritual soul attack, exterior incarnation. All of the powers that Hua Jieyu had released so far were very unique, and they weren't sure which of the great emperors cultivated them. I think there's one person who did, one of the old cultivators of the ancient god clan said softly. Immediately, the cultivators turned their gaze toward him. The old cultivator explained, in the ancient era, legend has it that there was a female great emperor. She ruled trillions of living beings and projected trillions of her telekinetic powers to pass on her teachings to the world she ruled over. Every cultivator was influenced by her and thus contributed to her cultivation. She could even directly control these nearly infinite number of lives, and was hence an extremely controversial figure amongst the great emperors. Below the skies, cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Original Realm all had astonished expressions on their faces. Was there really a great emperor like that? Back then, Brahma's Pure Sky Empress had an extremely uncanny and unique method of cultivation. It was said that her consciousness was spread across the 3,000 realms and that she had incarnations in each of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Hua Jieyu was one of those who had been influenced by her incarnation. She was almost the victim of a walk-in whereby she would become one of her proxy cultivation furnaces. Yet, the powers the Brahma's Pure Sky Empress cultivated were actually inherited from a great emperor from the ancient era. After Brahma's Pure Sky Empress gave Hua Jieyu what she wanted, could it be that Hua Jieyu found the inheritance of the same great emperor in the divine prefecture? Just as they were speaking, countless musical notes streamed out of nowhere. They wove together into a song of grief yet carried a powerful, sonorous tone as they landed on the unending array of divine swords. Instantly, it was as if the physical space in the area exploded, destroying the divine swords and forming a thunderstorm of music, sweeping across the world. At the same time, an immense will of grief permeated through all matter in the area, seeping into the eardrums of the cultivators with every note. These notes contained unique mythical powers that directly infiltrated their spiritual souls. The sounds of the guqin contained a will of the great emperor, and all the powerful cultivators present had sensed that their emotions were being influenced. Every single one of them felt the will of grief. The surrounding cultivators from the ancient god clan teamed up but felt a mighty pressure nonetheless. Facing Yi Futian and his two companions, they were no longer as confident as before. Whether it was Yushang, Hua Jieyu, or Yi Futian himself, these three had far exceeded their expectations. Yushang had smashed the arm of the Vajra divine child with a single blow, an injury that caused his opponent to exit the battlefield. Hua Jieyu blocked the two ninth realm cultivators with a single telepathic thought. With her guarding by Yi Futian's side, the area around him was impervious to anyone's attack. As for Yi Futian himself, the divine requiem was getting more powerful. The sound of guqin seemed to contain powerful offensive force enough to destroy the great path. At the same time, sadness shrouded the space along with those beating musical notes. The entire space was under the influence of his rhythm. If it were just Yi Futian alone playing the divine requiem by way of the sonic wave, perhaps he would not have been quite as effective in creating such a strong impact on these people. However, what he held in his hand was the divine guqin yearning, transformed by the beloved of Shenin the Great. It also incorporated the soul of Shenin the Great as a memorial of their tragic love story. This divine guqin itself had already carried an extreme sadness so that every note that jumped out was full of sorrow. It didn't take long for the rhythmic storm to spread to the boundless void, and the entire world seemed to be covered in sorrow. Even Hua Jieyu was no exception. Under this rhythmic storm, she could feel that sadness as well. Of course, those sonic waves would not be attacking her, but they certainly concentrated all of their power directly on the minds of those cultivators from the divine prefecture. Those Renhuang in the 8th realm were the first ones who could not bear this overwhelming sense of grief. Take, for instance, the Vajra divine child and the heir of the infinite palace. Although they possessed great willpower, the divine requiem was the dirge of all ages. That sadness, which hid deep within their souls, suddenly sprung forth as great sorrow gushed forth like a fountain. They were meant to be mired in that extreme sadness, and their souls were trapped deep inside the endless sorrow. The cultivation of that cultivator in the 8th realm from Xianxia Palace was extremely powerful. Terrible divine aurora shot out from his eyes as divine light lingered around him. A terrifying God-punishing will erupted from him, wanting to chase away the sadness. but his emotions were completely out of his own control. His mind recalled scenes long forgotten in the past, and they were all related to emotions hidden deep in his heart. He reached out with his hands and attempted to move but found that his arms seemed to have stiffened. His will tried to control the power of the great path to execute the attack. But as soon as his mind moved, God-punishing swords whistled but without the prowess they possessed previously. They seemed to function at a fraction of the power they had once. When his mind was unstable, how could he mobilize the full power of his great path? In Yushang's direction, a figure of the heavenly demon that had been summoned took a look yonder and then raised his hand to unleash a strike of the sword he held, which destroyed the God-punishing sword will outright. Its unstoppable momentum aimed squarely at his opponent. "Watch out!" the cultivator from Xianxia Palace cautioned as a white-haired elder let out a soul-wrenching shout. So the spiritual soul of the heir from Xianxia Palace felt almost concussed. However, this unexpected shock seemed to sober up his will a little. He used what little will he had to release the most brilliant divine light of the great path. Picture upon picture of God-punishing sword matrix appeared in front of him, fiercely blasting forward. The demonic blade slammed down with mighty force, and those pictures of the matrix were shattered as they were being blasted apart. The body of the Xianxia Palace's heir flew backward, and the domineering 9 slashes of the heavenly demon left a bloody mark on him. "Can't even block it!" The hearts of the cultivators from Divine Prefecture trembled. The Renhuang in the 8th realm had cultivations higher than Yi Futian and Yushang. But on the battlefield, Yushang had urged the power of the demon gods, while Yi Futian resorted to the divine Guqin of the great emperor. With their impeccable powers united up front, the Renhuang in the 8th realm were not their equal at all. Of course, Yushang also noticed that several cultivators in the 8th realm were affected by the rhythm. He rose into the air as the 6 demon gods he summoned pulled up the rear to form heavenly demon blades at the same time. Profuse demonic will was now causing considerable obfuscation in the boundless space, while the blades chopped down simultaneously in different directions, trying to crush and expel these Renhuang in the 8th realm out of the battle first. Under the 9 slashes of the heavenly demon sword will appeared in the firmament like chaotic swordsmanship that could split open a corner of the sky. As they slammed down, they had no problem finding their targets in different directions. Several top genius talents in the 8th realm resisted with whatever means they had, but the result was the same. All of them were injured with a single blade attack, the force of which knocked them into the far distance. Clang! The sound of Guqin continued to invade their minds, shaking them down. The divine requiem delivered to the listeners a power that was enough to corrupt the spiritual soul. It was now directly attacking the spiritual souls of those cultivators in the 8th realm. A muffled groan came out of them as their faces paled. All of them were injured by the shock. These cultivators from the Divine Prefecture had been relentless in forcing his hand. After dodging their provocation time and again, with these people refusing to give up, Yi Futian would no longer hold back. These 8th realm cultivators were all enchanting geniuses from top principalities. Although they had their own aces up their sleeves, it was ultimately difficult for them to persist under this kind of orchestrated attack. They found it difficult to play their aces. They were repelled and injured. They had no choice but to extract themselves from the battle. The remaining cultivators in the 9th realm didn't bother to lend a hand either. As soon as they heard this composition, they knew there was no hope for these Renhuang in the 8th realm. Under the blanket effect of the Guqin, even their own emotions were being overwhelmed. Their will and spiritual souls were affected like never before. Therefore, these cultivators in the 8th realm would only be a burden if they stayed. Ultimately, it was left for Yi Futian and Yushang to expel several of these cultivators in the 8th realm off the battlefield and to retire them from battle. The sound of Guqin continued as before. As Yi Futian played, the rhythm was continuing to increase in strength. The vast and boundless world was covered by the rhythm, as traces of invisible sonic waves seeped into the minds of these cultivators in the 9th realm who were still on the battlefield. They stood there quietly, surrounded by the divine light before, but their eyes became more serious. On the ground below, everyone from the Divine Prefecture quietly watched the situation developing in the void. At this moment, the battlefield was becoming quieter than before, but it seemed way more oppressed as well. There were not many left in that vast area up on high. Yi Futian's party of 3 were up against the 4 Renhuang in the 9th realm from the Divine Prefecture. These 4 people were already at the peak of the Renhuang realm, and they were well-known figures in the land of the Divine Prefecture, existences whose names rang throughout the world. But now, these 4 cultivators were facing Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yushang with only 1 9th realm and 2 7th realm cultivators among them. It seemed that this was not a fair fight at all on the same level. However, considering that Yi Futian was using the Divine Guqin, and Yushang had released the demonic secret arts to increase his combat effectiveness, there was a feeling that they actually had the ability to battle these higher-level cultivators. As for the West Imperial Palace, they did not participate in this battle. Shi Qiao looked at the battlefield high in the sky, feeling some complicated emotions in her heart. It seemed that she greatly underestimated Yi Futian and his companions. She had thought that Yi Futian was the only top enchanting genius in his circle. She didn't expect that Hua Jieyu and Yushang were also existences of a similar caliber. However, this also confirmed her previous belief that Yi Futian was not as straightforward as he appeared. There must be some secrets they didn't know about him. On that battlefield in the void, the 7 of them simply stood there. Yi Futian sat cross-legged, playing the Guqin, while Hua Jieyu stood next to him. There were also avatars guarding them, summoned by Yushang, who had called on the heavenly demons. And in different positions in front of them, 4 cultivators were peak Renhuang of the 9th realm. They were Hua Junmo of the Haoyan clan in the Nantian domain. He was the older brother of Hua Junlai, who had been defeated by Yi Futian. Pei Sheng, divine child of infinite mountains. Jiang Qingfeng from the ancient god clan's Jiang family in the Taishang domain. Wang Mian from Tianyan City in the Tianyan domain. These 4 major cultivators were peak Renhuang from their own respective domains. As they stood at the pinnacle of Renhuang, their combat effectiveness was nothing less than extraordinary. And without exception, they were all of them from the ancient god clan. Haoyan clan inherited power from Haoyan the Great, infinite mountains from Wuliang the Great, the Jiang family from heavenly Emperor Jiang, Tianyan City in the Tianyan domain from Tianyan the Great himself. Previously, the other 3 cultivators had already taken their shots one after the other. Although they did not mean to cause serious injuries, they had released their true strength. Now, only Wang Mian from Tianyan City had not made his move yet. A sharp golden divine glory had been surrounding him, and there was something curious about the divine light that lingered around him. It was as if it could be transformed into thousands of different matrices. In the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture, each domain had its own profound history and backstory. In ancient times, prominent figures had emerged out of every one of these domains, and many of them enjoyed the appellation of the Great Emperor. To this day, all 18 domains had retained some of their own particular features. The imperial domain where Donghuang Imperial Palace resided needed no further introduction. But other domains also had many surprising peculiarities. The Tianyan domain, for instance, had always been a world-famous alchemical holy land for as long as recorded history. It was said that the Tianyan domain, in ancient times, had once enjoyed exceptional prosperity, with many famous clans of armorers lining its streets. Countless cultivators from the other worlds came to the Tianyan domain for the express purpose of seeking its ritual implements, accounting for much of its flourishing past. But after the collapse of the heavenly path, every world had experienced its own decline. The Tianyan domain was not as magnificent as it once was, but its heritage for alchemy remained intact. And the ancient god clan had survived. Tianyan the Great was once an existence of the imperial-level alchemist, whose reputation was indisputable. He enjoyed great prestige among his peers. Some said that even today, Tianyan the Great may still exist in another form, such as an item or object to aid another future great being. They also said that he had since remained in Tianyan City. Tianyan City was a city, but it was also a principality. The entire city belonged to the descendants of Tianyan the Great. The Wang family in Tianyan had absolute control over Tianyan City. It was a de facto palace for the Wang family. Because of their armor-making skills, even today, Tianyan City held superiority in all of the divine prefecture. Its strength was tremendous, and Wang Mian, a genius talent from Tianyan City, was said to have the potential to become the future city lord of Tianyan City, ruling over ancient god clan. Wang Mian's gaze now drifted towards Yi Futian. Like everyone else, he had heard the invasive sound of the guqin, and his emotions were somewhat affected. However, those who had cultivated to the peak of Renhuang were not so easily swayed, as their will had to be incredibly determined. Those with stronger realms were less likely to be affected by the sound of the guqin. Of course, it also hinged on Yi Futian's own realm. Had Yi Futian's realm surpassed theirs, they would have been more likely to come under his influence. In truth, I came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to borrow something from you. Wang Mian looked at Yi Futian and said, "If you are willing to lend it to me, I will leave with the rest of the people from Tianyan City. In the future, I will return to you the thing I borrowed, and Tianyan City will be indebted to you." Everyone from the Divine Prefecture was quite surprised when they heard what Wang Mian had to say. They looked in the direction where the cultivators from the Wang family in Tianyan had congregated. What did they want to borrow from Yi Futian? Everyone knew the kind of place Tianyan City was. Legend had it that Tianyan City possessed the most powerful ritual implements of all 18 domains. There was even the possibility that an incomparable army may have existed somewhere there because, after all, they highly suspected that Tianyan the Great might still be around. What would Tianyan City possibly need so badly that they had to borrow it from Yi Futian? Unless they all thought of a possibility. Yi Futian's head lowered as he continued playing the guqin. He uttered a word from his mouth. No, he didn't ask him what it was that he wanted to borrow, but whatever item asked for by the ancient god clan would clearly not be something simple or easy. And Yi Futian would never try to entertain anyone like this to neutralize their hostility, no matter who they were. Wang Mian and the other cultivators from Tianyan City fixed their eyes on Yi Futian as they heard his reply. Many watched him with a sharp intention in their eyes, but they weren't offended by it. Really, if Yi Futian didn't lend it to them, they would take it from him. Although Yushang and Hua Jieyu were here to help Yi Futian today, the reality remained that all the top principalities of various domains from the Divine Prefecture had come here to knock him down. They would never give up so easily. It was almost impossible for Yi Futian to extricate himself from this situation, as it were. Inevitably, he would need to pay in exchange for his own safety. Wang Mian didn't seem to have heard Yi Futian's refusal at all, as he continued. Emperor Yi has the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor, of which Tianyan City is extremely interested. We are hoping that Emperor Yi could let us use the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor. No wonder. The cultivators from the Divine Prefecture were not surprised when they heard what he had said. They had half expected it already. Exactly what kind of principality was the Wang family of Tianyan? They were the #1 armorer of the Divine Prefecture, whose power was inherited from Tianyan the Great. Whatever they wanted must have something to do with weapon-making or alchemy. Therefore, there could only be two possibilities. One was the divine guqin, and the other was the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor. The divine guqin had integrated the soul of Xianxia the Great within it, hence possessing its current power. However, the corpse of Xianxia the Great had already been cast into a superior weapon, and the corpse itself was considered a most excellent and peerless divine weapon. It was just that Yi Futian's realm was not yet high enough to urge its full power. Therefore, Tianyan City was desirous to get their hands on it, hoping to see how Xianxia the Great Emperor managed to achieve such greatness, and whether this great emperor's divine body could be deciphered. "Shut your trap!" A cold voice rebuked with mighty dominance. Accompanied by this voice was a terrible demonic light that appeared above the firmament presently. Traversed heaven and earth, smashing down for the kill. The demonic might tossed and roared, slashing at Wang Mian without hesitation. It was Yushang who had unleashed his own attack. Wang Mian could call it borrowing if he liked, but it was really no different than robbing. With all these principalities here to pressure and threaten Yi Futian, could this be considered borrowing? There was a terrifying golden divine glory in Wang Mian's eyes. He cast one glance forward and watched the demonic blade came down in front of him with unusual calmness. Suddenly, a golden divine wall appeared in front of him, countless runes flowing upon it. Thus, the divine wall that fell from the sky formed a barrier in front of him, as those runes jumped out and erupted into rays of terrible divine aurora. Psst! A sharp and piercing sound came out as a tremendously domineering heavenly demon blade slammed down. But this dominant demonic blade, capable of splitting the space apart, failed to carve open the divine wall. At the moment when it chopped down, it was as if it landed on the strongest divine wall in the world. The blade broke, but it did not damage the defense. Obviously, the power of this strike still left something to be desired. Wang Mian peak Runhuang existence from Tianyan City. How powerful was he? When these four cultivators started to treat this situation seriously, perhaps Yi Futian's little party of 3 would not stand a chance of winning. On the battlefield, Wang Mian's gaze landed on Yi Futian, who was playing the divine guqin. He said, "The divine requiem is indeed strong, but it isn't insuppressible. As long as the space in this area is completely sealed and locked down, what effect could the sounds of the guqin have?" As he spoke, the divine lights on him erupted, and his golden iris looked ahead. Instantly, the divine wall before him expanded rapidly. It looked as if it was flowing and combined the properties of strength and softness. As it levitated, it expanded vertically. The crowd raised their heads and watched the divine wall. Inside, an unending array of divine light beams shrouded the space from the celestial skies to the ground, continuing to move toward where Yi Futian was. Moreover, the divine wall appeared behind Yi Futian as well. Soon, the 3 great cultivators were drowned inside the walls and were mere inches away from being sealed. The sounds of the guqin seemed to be affected as well. The divine prefecture cultivators watched the battlefield quietly. Wang Mian was the heir to the Tianyan Emperor of Tianyan City, so there were no doubts about his power. With Yu Shang's current plane, it would be very difficult for him to break through Wang Mian's sealing powers. Once the space in that area was sealed, it would be no small feat to break out and escape. All of the greatest cultivators could forge their own dominions, which they would have absolute control over. But Yi Futian didn't even react to it. He was still playing the guqin piece. He didn't move, so Hua Jieyu stood quietly by his side and didn't move either. Yu Shang was in front. His demonic might surged and roared as he stared at the scene before him. Soon, the hexagonal space was completely sealed. The divine wall trapped them within this sealed space, and a magnificent golden divine light erupted from within. "Close!" As the word came out from Wang Mian's mouth, a deep and muffled sound could be heard from inside. Now, as the dominion was formed, the seal had been completed. With the power of this absolute seal, no power of the great path could seep through it, even if it were the formless great path of rhythm. There was no way the guqin sounds could escape and affect them. As the seal was formed, they all listened for any sounds. Wang Mian wasn't too concerned about the guqin sounds that continued to echo the area, as some parts of the piece were already played previously. Naturally, its power would linger for a while more, but it should dissipate soon. The other 3 great cultivators watched from different locations. If Wang Mian could really seal the 3, then Yi Futian's guqin would be useless. Furthermore, if they could deal with them inside the sealing dominion, perhaps Wang Mian alone would be able to defeat them. They raised their heads and glanced at the void. Just then, waves of sound broke through into their ears. Immediately, the will of grief appeared from deep within their souls. Even their hearts trembled lightly as it happened. The divine requiem seemed to be getting more and more aggrieved, and the storm of rhythm and notes which encased the world around them got stronger as well, as though it had permeated through all matter. As they perceived the rhythmic pulses in the skies of the area, they realized that not only did it not subside, it was getting stronger. Wang Mian felt it too. It only took a moment to sense it. He stared forward, and his gaze passed through the dominion set by himself to see Yi Futian inside. Yi Futian was still playing the guqin with his head lowered. It seemed like he wasn't affected by the dominion at all. His mentality was also unfazed by the powers of the seal. It was as though he knew from the beginning that the powers of the seal could not block his divine requiem. Wang Mian's expression was a little uneasy. He had already guessed the answer. "What's going on?" one of the divine prefecture Renhuangs asked, puzzled. Wang Mian was of a far stronger plane than Yi Futian, yet his sealing powers didn't manage to seal Yi Futian's great path of music? Some of the cultivators who had already overcome the divine tribulation instantly understood why. They looked at the skies as their expressions turned more solemn. They were able to sense part of it previously when Yi Futian and Shi Qiao battled, but they didn't think that Wang Mian would meet the same results. What did this mean? This meant that while Wang Mian's dominion sealed the physical space in the area, it didn't seal Yi Futian's dominion, which meant that all of them were still within Yi Futian's dominion of music. Yi Futian's boundary wheel was even more powerful than Wang Mian. So powerful that Wang Mian and the others didn't even realize that they were still within the region set by Yi Futian. It seemed that the only way to break through Hua Jieyu's defense was with brute force, after which they could squash Yi Futian so he would be unable to keep playing the divine requiem. Wang Mian reached out. Instantly, the countless runes within the divine walls of the void seal pulsated, twisted, and turned, and streamed out with magnificent divine light. Numerous golden spears formed on the divine walls, all of which were pointed at Yi Futian. Each of the spears was imbued with the will of the indestructible. Behind the spears were matrices which induced the proliferation of this power, which only got stronger and stronger. That moment, it seemed as if there was an unending array of matrices revolving on the divine walls of the hexagonal sealed space, as an uncountable number of golden spears pointed toward where Yi Futian was. "Kill!" Wang Mian's voice sounded. Dragging on this battle would be disadvantageous to them. As his voice echoed in the air, one after another divine light ray erupted inside the sealed space, and the golden spears were launched at an immense speed, cutting across the void and bolting towards Yi Futian. The spears were so fast that the naked eye could only see beams of golden light. As Hua Jieyu's gaze swept across the world around her, within a split second, countless afterimages poured out from her. At that moment, it was as though the entire void in the area was in a state of absolute stillness. Her immense telekinetic powers controlled the operations of the worldly great path within the area, its power far exceeding what she had released previously. The golden light beams that emitted magnificent gleams before reappeared and formed back into spears. Their speed slowed as it became difficult to move under Hua Jieyu's absolute control. It seemed that everything in this sealed space was under her command. Wang Mian's palm slammed forward as the divine golden lights from his iris glowed brighter. A supreme force flowed into the divine walls and accelerated the revolution of the matrices to spit out even more golden spears. Boom! As the divine lights shot out, terrifying forces erupted and launched toward Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. "Jieyu, lend me a hand." Yi Futian's voice sounded in Hua Jieyu's head with musical notes that seeped into her consciousness. Hua Jieyu instantly understood Yi Futian's intention. Hua Jieyu had absolute trust in him and wouldn't resist anything that he asked of her. She let down all of her defenses and let Yi Futian enter. Quickly, she felt like something was happening. Their spiritual energies seemed to be resonating. It was as if Yi Futian was sharing with her every bit of his existence. Strands of phantasmagorical lights shrouded the two of them. Hua Jieyu's cultivation method was already unique, making it easy for her to coordinate with Yi Futian. The two of them entered a strange yet marvelous state. They could both sense everything about each other, and they could even use each other's power. This feeling was otherworldly. It was as though if Hua Jieyu willed it, she could play the divine requiem as well. Their consciousnesses were completely interconnected. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were close together. One of them sat in a cross-legged stance while the other stood up. As divine lights surrounded them, it was as though the two of them merged into one. Their consciousnesses were interconnected, and their telekinetic powers fused together. They were able to sense every fragment of each other's being. When Shenin the Great composed this otherworldly piece titled The Divine Requiem, he was crowned as the greatest musician of his era. It wouldn't be difficult to imagine the level of music which he had attained. He had composed countless Guqin pieces throughout his life, and every single one could be considered a masterpiece. They may not even be much weaker than the Divine Requiem. However, the Divine Requiem was too unique. When the Divine Requiem was played, all of the world experienced grief, which was why it was considered a divine melody. Now, under the background of the Divine Requiem, Yi Futian played another piece, Hearts as One. The piece Yi Futian played at the Lost Clan to cause a metamorphosis of the battle matrix of the rocks actually had the same core idea as this piece. In fact, that piece had been a variation of Hearts as One. This Guqin piece was composed by Xianxia the Great when he was together with the love of his life. They had shared everything, including their own cultivation and thoughts. Anyone could see how deeply in love they were. Their love was so deep that when his one true love passed on, Xianxia the Great composed the Divine Requiem. An even more terrifying storm of music erupted in an instant. The divine consciousness gushing out of Yi Futian became more powerful. The power of the great path which he commanded surged, and every note that pulsated out from him contained deeper and deeper artistic conception. Whether it was the four great cultivators or the cultivators from the divine prefecture, they all felt the Guqin sounds getting stronger. And so did Yi Futian. What power was this? As Wang Mian felt everything inside the sealed space, his gaze became sharper and his pupils constricted. Yi Futian could actually borrow cultivation from someone else? Although he had heard of it before, such techniques were extremely rare and always had some cost. There was indeed a cost to Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's fusion. Yi Futian must be able to bear the burden of Hua Jieyu's telekinetic powers, and Hua Jieyu must be able to completely open up to him and have absolute trust in him. Otherwise, there would be severe backlash for using the technique. In essence, this was equivalent to Hua Jieyu handing her life over to Yi Futian. Even if someone did succeed in practicing a cultivation method like this, very few would be able to commit to it at such a level. I see. So this is Jieyu's cultivation method? Yi Futian felt happy for Hua Jieyu after sensing her consciousness. He knew Jieyu would run into great opportunities cultivating in the divine prefecture. As the sounds of the Guqin shrouded the skies and the earth, it was as if everything was under Yi Futian's control within this sealed space. Golden spears, which emitted magnificent divine lights, continued to blast down from above. Yet, as Yi Futian's fingers ran over the Guqin and melodies strummed out, the golden spears crumbled one by one, exploding in the air. Within his vast dominion, everything was destroyed. With one thought, all of the spears were obliterated. With his palm still on the divine wall, Wang Mian's pupils constricted as he saw the scene before him. His golden iris looked toward Yi Futian's figure inside the sealed space. He sensed his surging aura. It seemed as though Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian had merged into one. They were indistinct from each other. Their wills resonated, and their powers fused together. With one strum of the Guqin, all of his attacks were annihilated. Only the combined power of both of their telekinesis could do something like this. Magnificent divine lights continued to shine on the divine wall. The patterns on them formed into matrices as if brewing new attacks. But as Yi Futian hands strummed the divine Guqin, one note after another pulsated out. Under the will of grief of the divine requiem, these notes were imbued with powers that could destroy great paths, causing the patterns on the divine walls to burst, destroying the flawless matrices inside the sealed space. Boom! 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 Gaps started to appear in the divine wall due to the blast of the explosions, and the size of these gaps increased continuously. Gradually, it was as though the entire space was collapsing as the vast divine wall disintegrated. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yushang's figures appeared before the cultivators once again. However, the auras on Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were no longer the same as before. They were almost indistinct from each other. Shrouded by divine lights encircling them, the two seemed like a godly couple. Not bad, Wang Mian said as he looked toward the two. He took one step forward as his aura surged. His expression became more solemn as he sensed that the will of the divine requiem was getting stronger, and it was swaying his emotions. Various imageries and scenes were starting to play back in his mind to waver his determination and weaken it. If his determination was influenced and his emotions were controlled by someone else, then his powers would be weakened. Letting this continue would be disadvantageous to them. The other three of the four great cultivators realized this as well. They could sense that the endless celestial skies and the lands that extended beyond the horizon were all shrouded in a formless storm of music. It was everywhere. The terrifying sound pulses were still invading their minds at an alarming rate. "It's time," Wang Mian said. Hua Junmo from the Haoyin clan, Pei Sheng from the Infinite Mountains, and Jiang Qingfeng from the Jiang Ancient God clan all nodded, their gazes locked in the direction Yi Futian was in. Divine lights encircled them, and astounding auras erupted from them. At this moment, the four great ninth plane Renhuang cultivators finally got serious and were ready to attack simultaneously. Previously, they all looked down on their opponents to some degree. But now, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's fusion of powers made them sense critical danger. Sounds of the Great Path started resonating through the world as the projection of an ancient god appeared behind Hua Junmo. It was as if Haoyin the Great had descended upon the world, dominating all who stood before him. He looked down onto the battlefield as his body produced a supremely overbearing aura. Boom! As Hua Junmo raised his hand, the godlike figure exerted a force of assault. From up in the void to all the way down, a cosmic Haoyin seal engulfing the skies appeared, blocking all celestial skies that the three could see. There was nowhere to run. With a thought, Pei Sheng summoned countless phantasms which filled the entire area. Each one of them seemed to be a manifestation of him. As his true self waved his palm, all of the nearly infinite phantasms attacked, wielding their divine swords and dashing towards the three with killing intent, blocking out all possible escape routes. Jiang Qingfeng stomped on the void. His figure appeared atop the three, summoning a terrifying storm of space, ravaging the area. Behind Wang Mian, a colossal golden pattern appeared. This pattern rapidly expanded towards the skies, shrouding the skies and blocking out the sun. With terrifying booms, it was as though the worldly Great Path was smelted into the pattern, creating a petrifying black hole that swallowed all Great Path powers. Countless divine lights were reeled into it as the entire area turned into an apocalyptic region of obliteration. Anything that got close would be turned into ash and dust. Boom! Crack! A horrifying noise sounded. The force of the storm descended downward to shroud the vast space below. Within the gold-edged tornado storm, a magnificently shining divine spear rose. It looked like a true divine weapon, pulsating and emitting divine lights that spanned thousands of miles. As the spear smote down from the celestial skies, it caused a terrifying gash to appear, stretching from the skies to the ground. The sound of Guqin sounded even more urgent under Yi Futian's fingers. What came with the sound of Guqin was the suffocating coercion that filled this vast space presently. It was as if the great path between heaven and earth was about to solidify, and even time and space were about to come to a standstill. In this oppressive space, the attacks from the other four cultivators did not stop but continued to press forward against them. Haoyin Madra came slamming down, completely covering this corner of the sky. Every note Yi Futian was playing exploded as they came in contact with the Haoyin Madra. However, the Madra as released by Hua Junmo was far too terrifying. It was as if that phantom of Haoyin the Great had pressed down from above the sky, destroying everything that was in its path. Likewise, an imperial shadow appeared behind Yi Futian with tremendous horror. Stars encircled the surrounding space as infinite beams of starlight shot out, and all the heavenly bodies were unified. Under the sound of the Guqin, countless stars blasted toward the Haoyin Madra, hitting their mark again and again so that the Haoyin Madra trembled continuously. At the same time, with Yi Futian in the center, all the stars in this world spread out everywhere. So it was as if Yi Futian and his companions were inside a real starry sky world. The many attacking divine swords were being blocked by the stars, and whenever they penetrated through those interfering stars and zoomed in on Yi Futian, they were destroyed by the hopping musical notes. Boom! The space-destroying storm released by Jiang Qingfeng traversed the void and came at them as if it could pass over their defenses and transform into a power akin to divine tribulation. It went in the direction where Yi Futian was without the slightest hesitation. As for the golden divine spear released by Wang Mian, as soon as that divine spear bloomed, cracks appeared in the void, and the stars that were guarding in front of him shattered and were pulverized. The momentum of that long spear was unstoppable as it continued to puff out infinite divine light. The power of the joint attacks from these four top figures was frightening, and this world seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart. The scenes that played out before them were apocalyptic. The sound from the guqin suddenly changed, and the space of the great path began to flow in reverse, as infinite sword will circulated between heaven and earth. Yi Futian's sleeves fluttered, and the notes he played exploded with sharp and piercing sounds as the sound of sword chiming resounded throughout the void. Countless divine swords whizzed out, carrying the divine light, and collided with that light of catastrophe. At the same time, a powerful divine sword appeared between heaven and earth. When this sword manifested, a storm made of countercurrents appeared in the void. Song of the Lost Divine. Everyone from the divine prefecture was greatly stunned. This was yet another divine melody. No one expected Yi Futian to have evolved to such an advanced degree and could use the skills freely and at will. With just a single turning of his mind, he readily and seamlessly switched between musical pieces. Lord Taishan watched the development in the sky below and was deeply moved. It was by chance that Yi Futian came to cultivate the Song of the Lost Divine, and it was a purely fortuitous happenstance. It was with the Song of the Lost Divine that he was able to break the shackles of Renhuang. But now, Yi Futian's accomplishment in this composition had surpassed his countless years of hard work. Perhaps this was a testament to Yi Futian's natural talent. The Song of the Lost Divine was the lost sound of the Great Path. As the Great Path collapsed, the space was distorted and flowed in reverse. The offensive power that had been stymied seemed to be hindered yet again. And the golden divine spear that came in for the kill slowed down a bit as well. Soon after, the Great Path started to flow back with the countercurrent. It was as if time was moving in reverse. A sword came in to attack, carrying a terrifying power with it. It was none other than the fleeting divine sword that collided harshly with the golden divine spear. The moment the two collided, a terrifying divine light pierced through the space, as if it could slaughter all the Renhuang in this space with that light alone. The dazzling light beam blinded many Renhuang observing the fight, and it made it impossible for them to open their eyes. Many cultivators in the heavenly mandate city felt a sharp pain in their eyes which caused them to shut their eyes tightly. Above the firmament, the two forces collapsed and destroyed each other at the same time. The divine spear and the divine sword disappeared together. Watching the battlefield above the firmament, the hearts of all the cultivators quivered. Just with the sound of the guqin alone, they had effectively blocked the coordinated attacks from these four great cultivators. It seemed that when Yi Futian played the divine guqin with Hua Jieyu's power, he could exert far greater strength than on his own. Jieyu, why don't you come and play the divine requiem? Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu, who was next to him. Sure. Hua Jieyu consented with a slight nod. She sat down cross-legged beside Yi Futian. As Yi Futian gave a little wave of his hand, the divine guqin yearning appeared in front of Hua Jieyu. She was the daughter of Yi Futian's first teacher, Hua Fenglu. She had been playing guqin since she was a young girl. Although she had not continued to pursue it and couldn't be considered an expert, she did understand the concept of rhythm. But at this moment in time, she and Yi Futian shared one mind, and she didn't need to be an expert. All she needed was their mutual understanding. Whatever she was playing was, in fact, what Yi Futian was playing in his heart. Even more so, it was with the help of divine guqin yearning, which had been transformed by Shenin the Great himself. The guqin itself already embodied the feeling of extreme sadness. When Hua Jieyu plucked the strings, she seemed to be immersed completely in that sorrowful mood. She was in perfect sync with the musical meaning of the composition. The atmosphere previously created by the divine requiem was still lingering in the space, having never disappeared. When Hua Jieyu started to play, she was merely sustaining the sorrow expressed by the music. How sad! All the cultivators from the divine prefecture, who were watching on the sideline, couldn't help but lament when they heard this music. Hua Jieyu's performance of the Divine Requiem was similar in feeling to Yi Futian's performance, but the sadness she expressed was of a different kind. The magnitude of the tragedy that Hua Jieyu had to endure personally, compared to Yi Futian, was perhaps on an even grander scale. After all, as a woman, she had been taken away by her family and forbidden to continue her relationship with Yi Futian. She had used death as a way to prove her faithfulness, and she had also protected others with her life. She had lost her memory once and became someone else. All that she had experienced was full of endless desolation. Moreover, today's Hua Jieyu had lived through countless lifetimes and experienced too much sorrow. In the brief moment that she had been playing the Divine Requiem, there were already tears in the corner of her eyes. Yi Futian did not stop just because Hua Jieyu was playing the guqin. He raised his hand and reached out. The great path was the string of an instrument made from heaven and earth. Guqin's spirit had always been part of Yi Futian's life spirit. Imbued with the rhythm and sound of the hearts, linked him to Hua Jieyu, making them one. Yi Futian's gaze swept across the void, perceiving everything between heaven and earth. Hua Jieyu was playing the Divine Requiem as controlled by him. At the same time, he was perceiving Jieyu's unique abilities. When he closed his eyes, it was as if everything in this world was under his command, and he could perceive everything in this world as they were all under his power of telekinesis. It seemed that he could even see into the spiritual souls of the four great cultivators, perceiving the existence of the souls inside their bodies. What? The eyes of the four major cultivators showed a slight alarm as they sensed that something was amiss. In this instance, they could feel that someone was stalking their spiritual souls, which was, in itself, an incredibly uncomfortable sensation. It was as if they were being spied upon. There was no privacy to speak of. In the void, Yi Futian's raised a finger. It lightly trembled as if he had plucked the strings of the great path. At that moment, everyone felt their heartstrings trembled as well. It was as their spiritual souls had been shaken. Although it was very slight, it was the most uncomfortable feeling. A strange situation now transpired on the battlefield. Under Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's joint efforts, the battle seemed to have stalled. Yu Sheng had not yet made any moves, and these four cultivators were already in trouble. They seemed to find themselves in an extremely embarrassing situation. Not only were they unable to break through the defense of their opponents, but the sound of the guqin also had a noticeable effect on their diminishing combat effectiveness. If Yi Futian's performance of the Divine Requiem before was not enough to threaten them, it was because his realm was lower. But now it was Hua Jieyu who was playing with her powerful mind. Hers was connected with Yi Futian's so that she could express the mood of the Divine Requiem perfectly. Not to mention Yi Futian gave her the Divine Guqin yearning to play. The atmosphere was so charged that in just a few short moments, the vast and endless void seemed to be shrouded in desolation. The cultivators of the heavenly mandate city below, who had been watching the battle in the sky, now found an unimaginable sense of sadness in their hearts. Across the endless void, the sound of guqin softly blanketed the land below and entered the heavenly mandate city. Although the strength of the rhythm that reached the city was on the weaker side, it could still cause countless cultivators to fall into that sorrowful spirit until many of them began to cry uncontrollably. And in the middle of the battlefield, these four cultivators from the ancient god clan, who were already affected by the mood transmitted by the guqin, were now under unimaginable pressure. When they were attacked by Yi Futian before, their emotions had inevitably altered. A myriad of imageries began to appear in their minds, and gradually, their mentalities were held hostage by their emotions. There was a sense of grief that came from the bottom of their hearts. This sense of grief seemed to originate from inside out, from their hearts and their spiritual souls. They involuntarily thought of memories that had long been hidden in their pasts. They could clearly feel that their grip over the great path in the surrounding heaven and earth was weakening. Yi Futian could see the changes taking place on these cultivators, and he knew very well how powerful was the Divine Requiem. Although this power was invisible and its destruction could not really be detected outright, Hua Jieyu's telekinesis prowess coupled with Divine Guqin was more than enough to trap all of them with no turning back. It was only a matter of time. Yi Futian's outstretched hand was moving continuously, caressing the invisible strings, until each beating note hit the soul directly, causing the listener's spiritual souls to quiver. Although it was not enough to injure the others, it was chipping away at their will little by little until they finally collapsed and surrendered to that despair. They walked forward, and an even more terrifying aura bloomed from them. Under the lingering divine light, the shadow of Haotian the Great behind Hua Junmo pressed down again, blasting out an apocalyptic Haotian Madra. Nonetheless, cultivators from the divine prefecture could feel something was not quite right. Hua Junmo seemed to be affected, someone whispered. Well, no one is exempt from the effects of the divine requiem. This Haotian Madra was unleashed little too prematurely and does not have the momentum it did before. The discernment of these top figures was extremely astute, and they could calculate the power of the attack in a single glance, discerning the level and mental state of the person who released the attack. Yifutian was unmoved. As the strings were plucked, mighty sword will was gathering as numerous divine swords rushing up against the momentum, hitting the Madra in the midst of that terrifying storm. Horrific rumbling sounds were heard as the Madra oscillated, bursting little by little until the swords had turned into a storm, stabbing madly until the Haotian Madra was pierced, then completely exploded. Hua Jiu focused her attention on the divine requiem while Yifutian was conducting a series of guerrilla warfare at will. The two cooperated so perfectly that it seemed that the four top figures from the divine prefecture could only react passively. The combination of the divine Guqin and the divine requiem is truly powerful. This Guqin is the relic of Xianxia the Great, integrated with the soul of the great emperor. I guess it can be regarded as divine weaponry from the great emperor, said Wang Mian. He then looked at the other three. If this is really the best you can do, I am afraid we won't be seeing anything. More likely, we will all be defeated here and now by the sound of the Guqin. Hua Junmo, Pei Shang, and Jiang Qingfeng were clearly aware of the point he was making. They looked at the couple playing the Guqin and saw Yifutian's silver hair dancing in the wind, while Hua Jiu sat cross-legged, playing meticulously. If this were not a battlefield, it would be a most beautiful scene to behold, just like a painting. Boom! Rays of divine light shrouded and drowning them. In their eyes, a certain transformation was happening again. Their strengths were still climbing. The aura from each of the four cultivators was becoming more frightening, and their willpower was getting more aggressive, resisting the will of the divine requiem. Are they going to release their aces before the real battle? Someone whispered in amazement. It's not that they don't want to fight a decisive battle. It's just that, under the sound of the Guqin, they are all greatly affected. Even if they fight, they will be under someone else's control. The weakening of their own grasp over the great path is fatal. They can't break down Yifutian's defense, and for them to continue being submerged in this mood, it will only get worse so that their hands are forced. With the buttress from the divine power, there will invariably become stronger. Instead of being consumed by this tug-of-war and gradually falling into disadvantage, it is better to go all out and fight. Many people saw the situation clearly. If these four continue to fight against Yifutian under such conditions, eventually, their strength would be weakened. It would affect the outcome of the battle, thus weakening their positions. Under the halo of the divine power, Hua Junmo was undergoing a certain transformation. The face of a deity appeared above the firmament as Hua Junmo's figure left in a flash and levitated into the air. Strands of horrific aura penetrated through his body. It was as this force was becoming stronger. Hua Junmo himself seemed to have turned into a god. It seemed as if he was the incarnation of Haotian the Great, descending into the world, oppressing this corner of the sky with all his might. Soon, Pei Shang of Infinite Mountains and Jiang Qingfeng of the ancient royal family of Jiang also underwent some transformation. Under the lingering divine light, each one of them was like some kind of deity. Wang Mian floated high into the sky. The golden divine light enveloped the boundless void. Then, the light released from his body seemed to swallow up the infinite power between heaven and earth. As he waved his hand in the air, a piercing divine glory appeared inside his palm, and a golden divine spear manifested. It seemed to be the sharpest divine weapon in the world, but the entire great path of this space seemed to be refined by it as well. At this time, above Wang Mian, many stormy matrices were gestating above the firmament. Boom! Golden light of destruction came down as a series of terrible cracks appeared in the space. It was no longer the same attack he unleashed previously. There was a great difference in the strength of the two attacks. It's not too late to hand over the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor. I can still let you go. Wang Mian lowered his head to look at Yi Futian, who was down below. His tone still carried an icy arrogance, as if he was the final arbiter of this world. But Yi Futian smiled sarcastically and retorted, "But am I not the one who has whatever it is that you want?" At the same time, when Yu Shang saw the cultivators in the void, an astonishing demonic might erupted from him. Then, a divine item flew out from him, and in an instant, that monstrous demonic will rushed straight into the sky.